The Original Vampire Chapter 82 to Chapter 162. Loan? Yes. Use the territory's future taxes as collateral to borrow from merchants. As long as the interest is reasonable, I believe that many large merchant guilds will be willing to help us. The old butler's eyebrows furrowed deeply, somewhat hesitant about Colin's decision. In the knowledge of the people of this world, borrowing money was not something to be proud of. Especially for a noble. This was practically announcing to everyone, I am in need of money. For nobles who valued reputation, this was a very disgraceful thing to do. Unless they were at a critical juncture where they were about to go bankrupt, no noble lord would borrow money from others. Master, I'm afraid this will affect the Angeli family's reputation. The old butler advised with a face full of worry. Reputation is false. Colin waved his hand, looking as if he didn't care. For a transmigrator like him, borrowing money to develop himself was a matter of course. In fact, those nobles who would rather die than borrow money were the real fools in Colin's eyes. Using other people's money to develop one's own strength was a very smart thing to do. Even if the worst happened and the loan couldn't be repaid, as long as the Angeli family's army developed smoothly, would they still be afraid of people coming to ask them to repay the debt? All right, I've made my decision. Release the news tomorrow. We will organize a gathering and invite some powerful merchant guilds to discuss the details of the loan. Yes, master. Seeing that Colin had made up his mind, Eamon didn't dare to say anything more. The next day, when the news that Viscount Angley was preparing to borrow money was released, a group of merchants swarmed to Icestone City like sharks that smelled blood. Just as these merchants were rubbing their hands and preparing to snatch this deal, a merchant came to the Red Fort first and requested to see Viscount Angley. Originally, Colin didn't plan to meet any merchant alone. In his opinion, only by gathering these merchants together and letting them compete would he be able to get the best loan terms. However, when the servant told him that the visitor was Oliver from the Tulip Merchant Guild, Colin still agreed to the other party's request. After all, he was an old acquaintance. Although Oliver had offended Colin, his apology was very sincere. In Colin's opinion, this was a person who knew his limits and knew how to do things. Esteemed Viscounts, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to meet me. I feel extremely honored. The fat merchant still had that flattering smile on his face. When he saw Colin, he immediately bowed 90 degrees, his attitude extremely respectful. All right, Oliver, there's no need to be so courteous with me. I also know what you want. Tell me about your Tulip Chamber of Commerce's conditions. If they are suitable, I don't mind borrowing from you on account of our old acquaintance. Oliver chuckled and said, Sir Viscounts, please be at ease. Based on our past friendship, our Tulip Chamber of Commerce will definitely give you the best loan terms. But before that, please allow me to give you a gift. It's a celebration for you being made a Viscount. Gift? Colin suddenly smiled playfully. He remembered that last time, the fat merchant had given him a set of armor as a gift in exchange for his forgiveness. Then, what was the purpose of this gift? There was one thing that Colin was sure of, and that was that Oliver's gift was definitely not a celebration of his promotion to Viscount as he had said. This was simply a bribe. What gift? Colin sneered in his heart. If Oliver thought that a small gift would make him give the Tulip Chamber of Commerce this big loan order, then he was underestimating him too much. Oliver waved his hand behind him. Two servants carried a large box and walked up to him. When the box was opened, a soul-stirring frosty aura assaulted his senses. It turned out to be a set of enchanted armor. Moreover, it was the set that Colin had once asked for the price, but could not afford. If I remember correctly, the price of this set of enchanted armor is 50,000 gold coins, right? Yes, Sir Viscounts. Are you sure you want to give it to me like this? Let me make it clear first. Even if I accept this set of armor, I will not necessarily take care of the Tulip Chamber of Commerce when it comes to the loan. Of course, Sir Viscounts. This set of armor is just to celebrate your promotion as Viscounts. There is no other meaning, and it has nothing to do with the loan. Colin was suddenly puzzled. There was no free lunch in the world. He had always believed in this saying. Oliver had given him such a big gift, how could it be that he did not ask for anything in return? It must be known that 50,000 gold coins was by no means a small amount. When the Angeli family was still a baron, the entire barony's annual tax income was only 3,000 gold coins. Even if he was now a viscount and his territory had expanded several times, Colin estimated that the annual income of the entire viscounts would not exceed 30,000 gold coins. Just tell me, who sent this gift? Colin did not believe that Oliver, a steward of the Chamber of Commerce, had the authority to decide this matter. Thinking of the person behind the Tulip Chamber of Commerce, Colin suddenly realized something. Oliver's smile disappeared and his tone became solemn. Sir Viscounts, to tell you the truth, this gift was personally decided by our Chamber of Commerce's president. Who is your president? Hearing this question, Oliver did not immediately answer. Instead, he looked around with a mysterious expression. Colin waved his hand and ordered the surrounding attendants, all of you are dismissed. When only Colin and Oliver were left in the hall, the fat merchant spoke again. Sir Viscounts, our Tulip Chamber of Commerce's president is Madame Penny. Madame Penny? Colin thought for a while before finally finding the corresponding name in his memory. Wasn't this the mother of Colin's brother-in-law whose whereabouts were still unknown? She was also the lover of Count Alman. Colin suddenly became vigilant. Why did Madame Penny give me such a big gift? Oliver bowed his head. This is Madame Penny's apology to you. What do you mean? Colin narrowed his eyes. Knight Vala has successfully returned to Fallen Eagle City. However, he had followed your father into battle and was unable to protect the Baron. Therefore, Madame Penny is expressing her most sincere apology to you on behalf of her son. Hearing that his brother-in-law who had disappeared for a long time had suddenly appeared in Fallen Eagle City, Colin's eyes began to flicker with a dangerous light. He tried his best to control his anger and asked calmly, is Knight Vala well? Where did he go before? Everything is well with the knight. He was captured by the trolls in the previous battle. Later, when the Black Cavalry caught up with the troll army, he was thrown into the ice field with the other human captives by the trolls. Fortunately, the Radiant Lord protected him and after going through untold hardships, he returned to the northern frontier. Captured by trolls, and then escaped? Of course, Colin didn't believe a single word of this. In his opinion, after her father died in battle, Vala had probably escaped alone and brought back the news of the Baron's death. This had aroused Count Oman's greed, and he wanted to kill Colin and seize the Angeli family's title. Now, Penny had suddenly sent such a huge gift to Colin through the Tulip Merchant Guild. What was the meaning of this? Was it a deliberate provocation, or was it because she saw that Colin had succeeded in inheriting the title and was highly valued by the Duke of St. Hilda, and felt that she could no longer do anything, so she began to express goodwill? Does Count Aldman know about this? No. Colin shook his head inwardly, feeling that Count Oman probably did not know that his lover had sent Colin such a huge gift. Because in Colin's opinion, such a move was too unwise. After all, Colin only suspected that the Oman family had tried to assassinate him, and did not have any evidence. He had not told anyone else. Thus, Lady Penny's actions made her seem guilty. As for congratulating Colin for being promoted to viscounts, or apologizing for his father's death in battle, these were all excuses. 50,000 gold coins, this was definitely not a small sum. Was there a need to spend so much money to congratulate or apologize? With Count Oman's shrewdness and insidiousness, Colin felt that this count would definitely not do such a thing. Colin sneered inwardly. Although he had never met Count Oman's lover, he had already labeled her as a brainless pretty woman in his heart. Ah. Lady Penny is so considerate. In that case, I'll accept it. Colin revealed a sorrowful expression. But this sorrow did not last long, and was immediately replaced by a Philistine. But, can the armor be exchanged for gold coins? Huh? Oliver was prepared to say some polite words, but now he suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Isn't this enchanted armor worth 50,000 gold coins? Colin asked with a natural expression. Yes, then I don't want the armor. Just give me 50,000 gold coins. Oliver hesitated for a long time. When he saw that Colin was serious and did not seem to be joking, he nodded with a constipated look. If you insist, I can help you change it into gold coins. Only then did Colin smile and clap his hands. Okay, please thank Madame Penny for me. Although it was very impolite and undignified to exchange a gift from someone else for gold coins, especially in front of him. but Colin didn't care. The expensive cost of building a cavalry unit made him want to sell himself. Now that there was such a rare gift from this foolish woman, of course, he would not let it go so easily. Moreover, with his blood-breed's undying characteristic, the enchanted armor was of no use at all. At most, it would only look cool. How could it be more practical than gold? Okay, I will certainly convey it for you. Oliver was speechless at this Viscount who did not play by the rules. But he still took a deep breath and asked. Sir Viscounts, regarding the loan, would you be willing to listen to the conditions of our Tulip Chamber of Commerce? Let's hear it. Having just received a huge sum of 50,000 gold coins, Colin was in a good mood. If the Tulip Chamber of Commerce's loan conditions were reasonable, he was prepared to sign a contract with them for the sake of this big gift. Oliver cleared his throat and solemnly said. Sir Viscounts, our Tulip Chamber of Commerce can provide you with a loan of up to 300,000 gold coins. The annual interest rate is 8% and the term is 10 years. The collateral is the tax revenue of the Viscounts for the next 10 years. Colin had previously asked Damon about the details of this world's loans. Now that he heard the Tulip Chamber of Commerce's conditions, he immediately knew that the other party's request was not excessive. In fact, the quota of 300,000 gold coins had already exceeded Colin's previous expectations. With such a huge sum of money, he could even equip a cavalry army of 1,000 people. Good. Mr. Oliver, you can go back and prepare the loan documents. I can sign them at any time. Yes, Sir Viscounts. Happy cooperation. We will definitely have a very happy cooperation. Colin strode towards Oliver and affectionately shook hands with him. His smile was sincere. After nightfall, the forest on the outskirts of Ice Stone City became even more dangerous. Many wild beasts would begin their own hunts under the cover of the night. Therefore, fire became the best weapon for humans to defend themselves in the forest. Beside the blazing bonfire, the Knight of Rigo and the Knight of Seal were eating barbecued meat and laughing loudly. There were also a dozen or so accompanying guards around them. The hunt this time went very smoothly and they did not encounter any strange people. The Knight of Rigo was very satisfied. After eating and drinking his fill, and chatting about all sorts of things, the Knight of Rigo bid farewell to the Knight of Seal and went into his own tent, preparing to rest. The bonfire was not extinguished, and there were 2 guards left in the camp to keep watch. The night grew darker and the moon shyly hid behind the clouds, making the forest even darker. Is there any movement? One of the guards on duty suddenly asked his companion. His companion, who was about to fall asleep, forced himself to open his sleepy eyes and asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" "I think I heard some movement over there. It's probably some stray cat that smelled the scent of food residue. I'll go take a look." One of them left the bonfire and walked towards the direction of the sound. His companion behind him rubbed his eyes and stretched. Then, when he turned around, he found that the guard who went to check on the situation had disappeared. He was so scared that he quivered. Just as he was about to scream, he found that his mouth was covered from behind. Bang! The back of the head was hit hard and the guard fell to the ground. A tall and thin figure wearing a steel mask appeared behind the guard. She went straight to the Knight of Rigo's tent and went in. The Knight of Rigo, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt some movement beside him. He sat up alertly but found that there was no one in front of him. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief and was about to go back to sleep, there was a sudden sound behind his head. Bang! The Knight of Rigo immediately fainted. Knight of Rigo, Knight of Rigo? The Knight of Rigo opened his eyes in a daze and saw the anxious eyes of the Knight of Seal. He immediately sat up and shouted, "Damn it! Someone broke into the camp last night." Yes, the 2 guards were also knocked out. "Knight of Rigo, are you okay?" Ouch, he felt a dull pain at the back of his head. Could it be that guy from last time? The mysterious knight from last time? Seal had also heard about what happened to Rigo the last time. He was sympathetic but also confused. "Why does she keep looking for you?" "How would I know?" Rigo mumbled unhappily. At this moment, he saw that his wrist was bandaged and asked doubtfully, "What happened to my hand?" "Oh, when we came in, we found that your hand was cut, so we bandaged it for you." The Knight of Rigo shook his wrist and felt that it was not a big deal, so he did not take it to heart. He stood up and suddenly felt dizzy. He roared gloomily, "Return to the city immediately. Let's go back to the city immediately. This time I'll bring the army to search. I don't believe that we can't find that damned female knight." Outside Ice Stone City, the sound of horse hooves rumbled. The sound of bowstrings rang out continuously, accompanied by the scolding of the officers. Posture, posture. Don't just focus on aiming, pay attention to maintaining your posture on the horse. Tom. I'm talking about you, damn it. Is your waist broken? And you, Jerry, looks good, they're starting to look good. Colin watched the scene of his first batch of cavalry training from afar and was in a good mood. They're only starting to look good, they're still far from it. The Knight of Charles was clearly still dissatisfied. Colin laughed, "They're new recruits after all, you can't use the Black Cavalry's standards to judge them. I'm already very satisfied that they've become like this in just a month, you guys did well. You flatter us. This is mainly due to your support." The Knight of Charles's words weren't completely flattery. Colin's support for this cavalry was indeed unreserved, giving them people, money, and equipment. He spent the huge sum of money he had just borrowed like flowing water, as if he had no concept of saving. Steward Eamon watched with trepidation, occasionally trying to persuade him. But Colin still did things his way. In his opinion, only the money that was spent could have real value. And, just as a famous entrepreneur once said, the money wasn't really spent, it was just used to stay by your side in another way. In the past, Colin had scoffed at this saying, but now, looking at this batch of cavalry flying past in front of him, he deeply agreed. Is there a problem with the source of soldiers? I see that you've only recruited about 300 people. After Colin received the huge loan, he increased the size of the cavalry from 100 to 1,000. Sir Viscounts, the first batch of recruits shouldn't be too large, the training effect will greatly decrease if there are too many people. Alright, as long as you know what to do. Colin didn't interfere too much with the training of the Knight of Charles, he knew that professional matters should be left to professionals. He really didn't know anything about cavalry training. However, Knight Charles, who was from the Black Cavalry, was an expert in this field. A few days ago, the Knight of Rigo told me that you stole many of his high-quality recruits? Just as Knight Charles was about to explain, Colin waved his hand and continued. Don't be nervous. I'm not blaming you. I've already made it clear that the cavalry has priority when it comes to recruiting new soldiers. I'm just wondering why you didn't pick on Leg's veterans, but went to snatch the recruits from him. Lord Viscounts, although the soldiers under the Knight of Rigo are indeed very good, strong, and highly trained, they are still infantry after all. They are used to fighting on foot, and many of their tactical movements have already been formed. They are not particularly suitable to be cavalry. What about the recruits? What kind of recruit is worth fighting over with Leg? A captive who escaped from the Sky Ice Field? Captive? Yes, a batch of captives that the trolls took away when they invaded the northern frontier a few months ago. Later, when Marquis Garcia led his army to catch up with the trolls, these 50,000 captives were abandoned on the ice field by the trolls. During this period of time, many captives have successfully returned alive. Colin finally understood why these escaped captives were fought over by both Leg and Charles at the same time. Because these people were the true warriors who had been through layers and layers of harsh selection. First, the trolls did the first round of selection. When they took captives, they definitely didn't choose the old, weak, or sick, but the young and strong. This way, they could be used as labor. The second round of selection began when these captives were abandoned on the ice field by the trolls. This was an even more cruel and severe round of selection. This didn't only require a strong body, but also a certain amount of intelligence and courage to be able to survive in the harsh cold and hunger. After all, when the trolls abandoned them, they didn't leave any food for them. Therefore, the only way for these captives to obtain food was through hunting. However, there weren't many wild animals on the ice field. If these 50,000 people gathered together, then even if they caught all the animals in the sky and on the ground, it wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Therefore, the smart ones had to make a choice at this time. Following the main group seemed safe, but in reality, it was just waiting for death. Only by forming small groups and staying away from the main group could they obtain enough food to fill their stomachs through hunting. In reality, from the looks of the captive groups that had arrived in Ice Stone City these days, they were all small groups of less than 100 people. Those with more people would probably have starved to death on the ice field long ago. Those with fewer people would be in danger when they encountered ferocious wild beasts. Therefore, these captives who had successfully escaped from the ice field naturally became delicious cakes in the eyes of Charles and Leg. This was especially true for the core members of each small team. They were the seeds of elite soldiers who possessed excellent decision-making ability and excellent organizational skills. Therefore, when the Knight of Rigo relied on Colin's promise to recruit these captives into the cavalry group, the Knight of Rigo couldn't help but complain to Colin. It couldn't be helped, this large knight was just too greedy. But no matter how greedy he was, Colin wouldn't change his strategy. Cavalry was always the military branch that he was determined to develop first. In this era of cold weapons, the deterrence of a strong cavalry group was too terrifying. Especially in places like the northern frontier and the Sky Ice Field, which were mostly plains. Unless the infantry hid in the city and didn't come out, the cavalry would always be the ruler of the battlefield. After inspecting the cavalry's training, Colin also ran to the infantry's training field to take a look. After all, he couldn't be too biased. After receiving a huge loan, Colin had increased the size of the infantry from the original 1,000 to 3,000. Currently, this number wasn't full yet, only about half of them had been recruited. According to the Mobin brothers' estimates, they should be full in a month. Then, after 3 months of training, they would have a basic combat ability. Although they weren't considered elites, they could still go to the battlefield. After the baptism of a few more battles, those who survived would be elites. The formation of the infantry was fast. In comparison, the cavalry was too slow. According to Charles's estimates, it would take at least a year for the cavalry to reach a level where they could barely go to the battlefield. This was all thanks to Charles and the other outstanding instructors from the Black Guards. If it were Colin, he might not be able to succeed even after 3 to 5 years of tinkering. When inspecting the infantry, Colin also saw the gloomy Knight of Rigo. This large knight had a bad temper recently. Whenever he had time, he would drag the recruits to the forest in the suburbs for training. Of course, Colin knew that this guy was using the training as an excuse to get the recruits to help him search for the mysterious knight who had ambushed him. However, the Knight of Rigo was destined to not be able to take revenge. The blood slave Xianxia was usually hidden in the basement of the Red Castle by Colin. After borrowing blood from the Knight of Rigo twice, Colin had successfully advanced to level 3. If outsiders knew about this speed, they would probably call Colin a genius. After inspecting the infantry's training, Colin returned to the Red Castle. After drinking a cup of deer blood wine, he took an afternoon nap. Colin's days as a hands-off boss were very comfortable. However, his leisurely time was soon interrupted. Butler Eamon hurried over and reported, "Master, a team of trolls has arrived on the icy plains." Trolls? Colin's heart tightened. How many of them are there? About 100 of them. They claim to be messengers heading to chilly winter. They are passing by Ice Stone City and wish to meet you. Messengers? Colin heaved a sigh of relief. Colin thought for a moment with his chin in his hand before nodding. All right, then I'll meet the trolls' messengers. Under the guidance of the butler, Eamon, a young troll walked through a long corridor and arrived at the inner courtyard of the Red Castle. This troll seemed to be entering a human castle for the first time. He looked around curiously along the way. Eamon stopped outside a room and nodded to the young troll. He made an inviting gesture and said, "Mr. Messenger, the Viscount is waiting for you in the study." Okay. The troll smiled, adjusted his collar, and pushed the door open. Colin happened to look up, but he didn't get up. He just smiled and said, "Welcome, Mr. Messenger. Please take a seat." "Honorable Viscount Angley, thank you for your hospitality." The young troll didn't mind Colin's rudeness and was still smiling. The maid walked in quietly, placed a cup of coffee on the table in front of the troll, and then left. "Try it. It's the Su Duo family's treasured coffee." Colin made an inviting gesture and said, "This is one of the few things they left behind that I like." The troll first picked up the mug and sniffed it before putting it into his mouth. He closed his eyes and slowly savored the taste. The whole process was elegant and calm. It seemed that he was a troll noble in a high position. Rich fruity aroma, bold and unrestrained acidity. This should be the premium Jaeger coffee from the Sidamo region. Colin was stunned. He didn't expect this troll to be a coffee expert. You're amazing. You can even taste this. Although he didn't know if the troll was right, Colin couldn't show his fear now. He immediately pretended that he knew very well. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. Didn't they say that trolls only knew how to fight and kill? Why is this one so pretentious? The young troll took another sip of coffee. There was a hint of nostalgia in his reserved expression. More than 1,000 years ago, the Hidamo area was still our family's territory. Haha, now that I think about it, it does have the taste of my hometown. Colin was slightly surprised and asked curiously, "May I know your name?" The young troll stood up and made a standard human noble bow. "My name is Gunben Valkin, son of Gunbek Valkin, southern prince of the Troll Empire, Pooh." Colin, who was drinking coffee, spat it out. "Ahem, I'm sorry. I choked." Colin picked up his handkerchief and lowered his head to wipe off the water stains on his body. He didn't want the other party to see the unconcealable smile on his face. "Okamoto, why aren't you called Durex?" After wiping for a while, Colin finally controlled his facial expression and sat back down. Although Okamoto wondered why Colin suddenly lost his composure after hearing his name, he was too embarrassed to ask. "I didn't expect that Your Highness the Prince would personally go to the northern frontier. I've neglected you. Although Colin said that, his body was still leaning loosely against the back of the chair. He didn't seem to care about the troll prince at all. Of course, Okamoto wouldn't be angry. At least, he wouldn't show it. After all, the anger of the loser was completely meaningless in front of the winner. No, this is what I should do. Over the years, the Troll Empire and the northern frontier have fought more and more, causing both sides to suffer disastrous losses. Every time I think of my comrades who died on the front lines, my heart aches. Sigh. I'm sure that you and the Duke of St. Hilda are the same as me. We don't want to see the war continue. That's why I came to the northern frontier this time with a longing for peace and a yearning for friendship between both sides." Okamoto was still giving an impassioned speech, and Colin already understood the other party's intentions. Don't be fooled by the pompous words of the Troll Empire's new southern prince, saying that he didn't want to see the war continue. In fact, he had come to ask for peace because he couldn't win. Colin rubbed his chin, wondering if the Duke of St. Hilda would agree to this request. Now that the troll army had been destroyed, they were no longer able to resist the invasion of the northern frontier. Would the Duke give up such a good opportunity to pursue the victory? Even if there was no value in occupying the Blue Ice Field, they could still take advantage of this opportunity to plunder the Troll Empire and prevent them from recuperating. Just as Colin was daydreaming, a name that came out from Okamoto's mouth suddenly pulled him back to reality. "What? Vera? Did you mention Miss Vera just now?" As soon as he heard Vera's name, Colin immediately recovered. "Yes." Okamoto lowered his head and replied in a deep voice. The viscounts in front of him had been rude to him time and time again, and he was about to lose control of his inner anger. However, he took a deep breath and regained his smile before he explained patiently. "I was just saying that I heard that the Duke's adopted daughter, Miss Vera, is about to have her coming-of-age ceremony. So, I also prepared a gift for her. I want to take this opportunity to get to know Miss Vera." Colin narrowed his eyes as he sensed that something was wrong. "Oh? Is that so? I also received an invitation to Miss Vera's coming-of-age ceremony 2 days ago. Then, let's set off for Winter City together tomorrow." "It would be my pleasure." At this point, Colin was already wary of the young prince of the Troll Empire. This was because he felt that the other party might have designs on Vera. Was this guy here to have a peace talk or was he here to get married? Just as Colin was about to ask him to leave, Prince Okamoto suddenly noticed the Blade of Judgment hanging on the wall. He stared at it for a long time, and there was a flash of disbelief in his eyes. "Sir Viscounts, may I ask? Is that knight's sword the Blade of Judgment?" "Yes. It was given to me by the Duke during his conferment." The expression on Prince Okamoto's face suddenly became very strange. There was envy, reverence, and a trace of sympathy, Just as Colin felt that the prince's gaze was a little strange, Prince Okamoto suddenly smiled and said, "Sir Viscounts, I don't know if you have heard of His Highness Otto Valkin." Otto? Colin shook his head. He had never heard of this name before, but he knew that this was also a member of the Troll Empire. His Highness Otto is my uncle and the northern prince of the Troll Empire. He has recently successfully entered the Sanctuary Realm. Colin frowned as he did not know why Okamoto suddenly mentioned this, but he still congratulated him perfunctorily. "Oh, is that so? Then, congratulations to you. The Troll Empire finally has another paladin." "Yes. After 100 years, the Empire has finally given birth to another paladin." Okamoto's smile became brighter. "However, after my uncle successfully advanced to the Sanctuary Realm, he said that he would soon have another duel with the owner of the Blade of Judgment. We will wipe away the disgrace of the previous emperor, His Majesty Leo." Colin was dumbfounded. A paladin wanted to duel with him? Could it be that the Duke of St. Hilda had given him this sword because of this? This was a huge rock falling from the sky. The troll messengers stayed in Ice Stone City for a day before continuing their journey to Winter City. Colin also set off with them. This time, he only brought Knight Leg and 100 guards with him to Frostwinter Castle. He left Knight Xiar and Knight Raymond in Ice Stone City to continue training the troops. He also left the affairs of the territory to Eamon and Quincy. Originally, her sister Caitlin had wanted to come along as well, but when she heard that there was finally news of her long-lost husband, she ran off to Fallen Eagle City. Colin didn't stop her. He wasn't sure if his sister was involved in the plot to kill him back then. So, he let her be. Anyway, he would settle the score with the Oman family sooner or later. He didn't have enough evidence and power. However, he already had an excellent chess piece. When the time was right, he would take revenge for what happened back then. And this chess piece, blood slave Cynthia, had also been brought out by Colin this time. She was tailing the troops from 1,000 meters away. Colin realized that the furthest he could give orders to the blood slave was 3,000 meters away. Any further and he would lose contact. On the way to Winter City, the Troll Prince often approached Colin with a warm attitude. However, Colin's attitude was perfunctory. Firstly, he felt that the Troll Prince might covet Vera. Secondly, the news of the sacred samurai challenging him to a duel made him unhappy. However, Colin wasn't too worried about this. After all, when the troll sacred samurai said that, he was obviously targeting the Duke of St. Hilda. Colin wasn't the one who cut off the head of the previous troll emperor, even though he was now the owner of Judgment Blade. However, if a sacred samurai challenged a rank 3 knight to a duel, he would become the laughingstock of the world. The sacred samurai probably couldn't afford to lose face. As for who the northern frontier would send to deal with the sacred samurai, that wasn't something Colin had to worry about. The Duke of St. Hilda probably wouldn't take the field himself, as that would be suicide. As far as Colin could remember, there were no paladins in the northern frontier. However, the Radiance Empire did, and there were 2 of them. The paladins of the giant demon empire had come knocking on their door. Presumably, these 2 paladins wouldn't sit idly by. In any case, it had nothing to do with a mere viscounts like Colin. Prince Okamoto had only wanted to scare Colin and take revenge on Colin for looking down on him. Colin naturally wouldn't give this troll messenger any face, even if the other party was a prince. A loser was a loser. After personally experiencing that battle and witnessing the Black Cavalry slaughtering an army of 300,000 trolls as if they were pigs, Colin found it hard to look at the northern frontier's greatest enemy in the eye. Prince Okamoto didn't care about Colin's coldness at all. Perhaps he was already mentally prepared, as this prince's attitude was very humble. He took good care of Colin along the way, as if he had really become Colin's servant. This aroused Colin's wariness. This Prince Okamoto couldn't be a Gojian type of person, could he? On the surface, he was serving the enemy to reduce his threat, but in reality, he was enduring hardships and secretly accumulating the power for revenge. Colin was secretly on guard and began to think of ways to disrupt the other party's peace talks. He couldn't let the trolls succeed in catching their breath. The team didn't travel very quickly, and it took them 8 days to reach Winter Castle. Colin had been to this central city of the northern frontier before, but every time he came, he would be deeply shocked by it. Winter Castle was built on a mountain. It was like a giant beast overlooking the entire northern frontier. The magnificent city wall, which was more than 30 meters tall, was built halfway up the mountain. The higher the wall, the higher the status of the people who lived there. And on the top of the mountain, which was shrouded in clouds all year round, stood the house of St. Hilda's Castle, Lion's Roar Castle. It was said that this was the highest castle in the entire northern frontier, and even the entire Radiant Empire. It was hard to imagine how much effort had been put into building it. The towering city made everyone speechless for a while. Especially those trolls, who had never seen such a miraculous building complex, couldn't help but show fear on their faces. Listen to my roar, it is the anger of the kingdom of heaven. Okamoto looked at the magnificent castle standing high in the clouds and couldn't help but recite the language of the house of St. Hilda. When he heard this sentence before, this troll prince didn't think much of it. He felt that no matter how powerful the house of St. Hilda was, it wasn't qualified to put the words kingdom of heaven into the language of the clan. But now, he understood. Anyone who lived in that castle and looked down on all living things would inevitably have the illusion that they were the representatives of God in the world. Prince Okamoto didn't know if it was because he recalled the terrifying scene of the black cavalry charging together, but he couldn't help but tremble. Colin appreciated the fear of the trolls and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as a northern frontier citizen. After you, Your Highness Okamoto. Oh, okay. After you, Your Excellency Viscounts. Prince Okamoto's waist seemed to be bent lower than before. The group of people went up the mountain and came to the city gate halfway up the mountain. The closer they got, the more they could feel the enormous pressure emitted by the city. It was as if there was really a lion entrenched in the mountains, coldly watching everyone. At this time, there was a long line at the city gate. It was the people who were waiting to enter the city for inspection. However, as a noble, Colin obviously didn't need to line up. When the roaring white bear's flag was displayed, the crowd quickly split to the sides and made way for Colin and his group. The trolls also benefited from Colin's presence and followed him to the city gate. However, the gazes of the people around them weren't very friendly. If they hadn't followed behind Colin and made the people think that they were the captives or slaves of the Viscounts, perhaps there would have been people rushing up to beat them up. When they arrived at the city gate, the guard's attitude towards Colin was very attentive. After confirming his identity, he immediately let them pass. The troll's treatment was completely different. Even though Prince Okamoto had already taken out his proof of identity and the letter personally signed by the troll emperor, the guard still asked all sorts of questions and made things difficult for them. He had a look of distrust on his face. He even repeatedly searched their luggage and took out everything inside. His attitude was extremely bad. Colin chuckled as he watched from the side. He had no intention of stepping forward to help. Many trolls were infuriated by the guard's attitude and were on the verge of exploding. However, not only did the guards not restrain themselves, they even provoked them even more. It was as if they couldn't wait for the trolls to provoke them first so that they would have a reason to kill them. Prince Okamoto maintained his smile from beginning to end. He didn't seem to be affected by favor or humiliation. No matter how the guards made things difficult for him, he patiently explained. His restraint also made the other trolls calm down. When the guards saw how terrified the trolls were, they gradually lost interest and waved their hands to let them enter the city. Your Excellency Viscounts, sorry to have kept you waiting. Your country's guards are too dutiful. Colin looked at the other party's smiling face. Even though he knew that it was fake, he couldn't help but admire the other party's patience. This young troll prince was indeed a character. Just as he was about to call Prince Okamoto into the city, there was a slight commotion at the city gate. Colin looked up and saw a team of half-elves outside the city gate. Humans were a special existence in this world. They didn't have any reproductive isolation with other races. Thinking about it carefully, this was a wonderful thing. A troll and an elf couldn't produce offspring. But a human, regardless of whether he was with a troll or an elf, could produce offspring. Therefore, some human scholars claimed that humans were the chosen race of God. Toward this sort of claim, the other races all expressed that it was complete nonsense. But no matter what, only humans could reproduce with other races. This was an ironclad fact. The offspring of humans and elves were called half-elves. The offspring of beasts were called half-orcs. The offspring of trolls were called half-trolls, and so on. However, the race that produced the most offspring with humans was the elves. After all, the elves were more in line with humans' aesthetics. As for the beasts, trolls, nagas, and gnomes, other than warriors with unique tastes, very few humans could eat them, therefore, creatures like half-beastmen and half-trolls were very rare. But there were many half-elves. They had even formed a new race and built a kingdom. When the elves retreated into the Radiant Moon Forest, the humans occupied the most fertile land in the center of the continent and suppressed the other races. The half-elven kingdom wisely chose to become a vassal of the Radiant Empire. Because it was located between the northern frontier and the eastern region of the empire, the half-elven kingdom and the House of St. Hilda had a long history of friendship. Therefore, it wasn't strange for them to appear in chilly winter. But Colin couldn't help but recall the words that the Duke of St. Hilda said to him when he left Ice Stone City. He felt that the Duke had some thoughts about the half-elven kingdom. Could it be that the arrival of the half-elves in chilly winter was part of the Duke's plan? That's the Silvermoon Guard of the half-elven kingdom. It seems that there are half-elven royalty in this team. Hearing Okamoto's words, Colin pretended to nod. He didn't recognize the insignia on the armor of the half-elven guards. After all, he was the son of a baron in the countryside and had never seen the exclusive guards of the half-elven royalty. Moreover, there wasn't much useful information about the half-elf kingdom in his previous life. He only found the name of the half-elf king and the location of the half-elf capital. The rest of his memories were a bunch of rumors about beautiful half-elf women. At this moment, this group of half-elves had already arrived at the city gate. A young and beautiful half-elf stepped out of the crowd and came before the guard. She handed over a badge and an invitation letter. Half-elves were famous for their beauty in this world. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to breed with humans to form a new race. This young half-elf clearly came from a large noble family. That kind of reserved, arrogant, and elegant demeanor was simply the exclusive label of a large noble family. It was impossible for an ordinary small noble family to nurture such a person. She was tall and wore an elegant white robe. Her silk-like silver hair hung straight from her head to her waist. She had a pair of amber eyes, a delicate nose, pointed ears, and an Adam's apple, F***ck. Only then did Colin come to his senses. This guy turned out to be a man. Just as Colin was secretly complaining, Okamoto seemed to have recognized the half-elf. He should be the second prince of the half-elf kingdom, Tup Maduin. Do you know him? Okamoto shook his head. I don't know him. However, this is actually not that difficult to guess. Colin rolled his eyes as he knew that the troll was ready to show off again. However, he didn't ask, how did you guess? He didn't want this troll to get what he wanted. Okamoto waited for a while but Colin didn't ask him any questions. However, he wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he smiled faintly and explained to himself, the only person who is qualified to represent the half-elf royal family to attend Miss Vera's coming-of-age ceremony must be a direct descendant of the House of Medea. The current half-elf king only has 2 sons. The eldest son is already more than 40 years old. Therefore, it can only be the second prince. Oh. Colin responded faintly. Colin's cold response didn't make Okamoto shut up. Instead, he became even more talkative. Your Excellency Viscounts, do you know? Prince Tup is actually not the biological son of the half-elf king. He is actually adopted. Colin's interest was piqued. This was because he suddenly remembered that Vera was also the Duke's adopted daughter. Could it be that Prince Tup's life was also hiding some strange stories? However, he still ignored Okamoto. I don't want you to pretend. However, Okamoto seemed determined to continue pretending. You may be curious as to why the half-elf king would adopt another son when he already has one. Colin didn't speak and continued to hold back. Okamoto opened his mouth again and continued, in fact, this is the request of the half-elf queen consort. This is because the current half-elf queen consort was remarried after the death of the previous queen consort, but at that time, the half-elf king was already close to 70 years old. At such an old age, no matter how beautiful the new queen consort was, he couldn't make her pregnant with his child. Therefore, it is said that in order to make up for the new queen consort's regret, the king adopted a child from the new queen consort's family and became the new queen consort's son. This is the second prince, Tup. Colin blinked. He couldn't help but admire the troll prince beside him. He actually knew so much about the half-elf royal family's gossip. Therefore, this troll still had the capital to pretend. Just as Colin was about to ask Prince Okamoto more about the half-elf royal family's gossip, the half-elf noble had already entered the city. When he saw Colin's team, he walked straight towards them. After some introductions, Colin discovered that Prince Okamoto's guess was right. It really was the second prince. After the three of them exchanged pleasantries, they walked towards the Lion's Roar castle at the top of the mountain. The higher they went, the sparser the buildings and fewer the pedestrians. It was clear that the people living around the Lion's Roar castle were rich and noble. Ordinary civilians wouldn't come to this height. After about 2 hours, everyone finally arrived at the Lion's Roar castle. The first thing that came into view was the huge 50-meter-tall golden lion statue that stood in front of the castle. Its angry and roaring posture gave people a strong visual shock. This huge castle had a total of 5 floors, arranged in a conical shape, and rose higher with each floor. The castle's gate was wide open. In addition to the fully armed guards, there was also an old man dressed as a butler. After seeing Colin's group, the old butler walked out of the door and slightly bowed. He revealed an impeccable smile and said, "Welcome to the Lion's Roar castle." Under the guidance of the servant, Colin arrived at his room in the Lion's Roar castle. It was a long journey and it was inevitable that he would be covered in dust. Therefore, Colin naturally had to take a bath and change into a clean set of clothes. This was also a form of respect for the first family in the northern frontier. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as he changed into a clean set of aristocratic casual clothes, someone knocked on his door. Colin thought that it was the servant who had called him for dinner. However, it was obviously still early. Moreover, the butler had told him that there would be a banquet tonight. Out of curiosity, Colin opened the door. Then, a flash of surprise flashed across his face. Outside the door was Vera, who he had not seen for a long time. Today, Vera was wearing a red velvet coat. Her long golden hair was still wet and it seemed that she had just taken a bath not long ago. Her white skin was exuding a charming blush, and it seemed that she could not stand Colin's burning gaze. "Long time no see, Miss Vera." "Long time no see, Colin." The female maid smiled slightly, revealing 2 faint dimples. She looked very cute. "This should be your first time in the Lion's Roar castle, right?" "Yes." Colin, the country bumpkin, nodded honestly. Vera smiled, turned around and waved at Colin. "Let's go. I will show you around." "Okay, Miss Tour Guide." Hee hee, the crisp laughter still echoed in the corridor, but Vera's figure had already disappeared around the corner. Colin closed the door and chased after the faint rose fragrance. "This is the front yard. Originally, there were a lot of osmanthus trees planted here. However, my father thought that their fragrance was too strong, so he replaced all of them. This is the tower. When I was a child, I liked to climb up there because I could see very far away. However, my father always said that girls should not climb so high. Over there is the kitchen and the warehouse. When I was a child, I liked to hide there when I played hide and seek with Charles and Adams. They always could not find me, haha. However, the old butler would get angry every time. He always said that this is not a place for a lady." "Humph, you are as old-fashioned as my father." "That's the garden, my favorite place." "That's the church." Vera seemed to have transformed into a chirping little bird as she kept introducing everything about the Lion's Roar fortress to Colin, as well as the beautiful memories that she had left in this place. As she spoke, Colin seemed to see that innocent, cute, and somewhat eccentric little girl in a trance. "This is the place I was most afraid of when I was young." Vera suddenly lowered her voice. Colin also felt that the atmosphere around him seemed to have become heavy. He curiously followed Vera into a courtyard in the depths of the castle. However, he suddenly froze on the spot. Numerous gazes shot towards him like sharp arrows, rendering him unable to move at all. Looking up, Colin was shocked to discover that the owners of these gazes were actually huge statues. "These are the paladins from the House of St. Hilda's history," Vera said with a serious expression on her face. Paladin, Colin suddenly realized that it was no wonder that they could have such a powerful aura. After a quick count, Colin found that there were a total of 12 statues here. In other words, in more than 1,000 years, the House of St. Hilda had only given birth to 12 paladins. They were the guarantee of the family's prosperity and the embodiment of its noble bloodline. They were also the source of the House of St. Hilda's supreme glory. At the same time, Colin also noticed that the eyes of these paladin statues seemed to have been carefully designed. They were all looking in the same direction, which was the entrance of the courtyard. The people who had just walked in were caught off guard and had to bear so many gazes. Even if they were all statues, it was still enough to make a timid person tremble in fear. "This is Paladin Francois, this is Paladin Britta, this is Paladin Limes." Vera pointed at the statues and introduced them to Colin one by one. Finally, the two of them came to the largest statue placed in the center of the courtyard. "This is the first paladin of the House of St. Hilda, the Lion of Fire Ryan St. Hilda." Colin raised his head and looked at the huge statue that was more than 10 meters tall. His heart trembled slightly. The pioneer of the northern frontier, the gravedigger of the trolls, the northern barrier of the empire, these series of glorious titles were all about the first paladin of the House of St. Hilda. Colin easily found the relevant information about him from his memory. More than half of the territory of the northern frontier was conquered by Paladin Ryan more than 1,000 years ago. More importantly, he had completely broken the backbone of the giant demon clan. He had established the military and psychological superiority of the northern frontier over the Troll Empire. Even if more than 1,000 years had passed, the trolls could only linger on in the ice fields. They could no longer return to their ancestral land. The story of the paladin's life had long been sung by bards thousands of times, but it was still very popular. The reason why the people of the northern frontier recognized the House of St. Hilda was most likely because of Paladin Ryan. This was also the reason why the other families had never dared to dream of becoming the ruler of the northern frontier. The northern frontier could only be defended by the House of St. Hilda. "Colin, do you know? Actually, I used to want to become a paladin." "Is that so?" Colin turned his head and looked at the female mage. She was staring at the statue of Paladin Ryan with a face full of admiration. "Yes. I had planned to ask my father to help me arrange a baptism ceremony on my 10th birthday. But, when I was 6 years old, my father sent me to Yevil to study arcana." "Why did the Duke send you to study arcana?" Colin took the opportunity to ask the question that had always been on his mind. In this world, the nobles and the mages were natural enemies. Vera was the adopted daughter of the Duke, so no matter how he looked at it, she should not have anything to do with a mage. "At that time, my father told me that if I wanted to know the truth about this world, then I should go to Yevil." Colin frowned. "So you believed him?" "Why not? That is my father." Colin rolled his eyes and thought to himself, what a gullible little girl. From the perspective of this old silver coin, the Duke sent Vera to Yevil because he wanted her to stay away from the center of power in the northern frontier. After becoming a mage, it would be even more difficult for Vera to inherit the title of the Duke. In short, the Duke was guarding against his younger brother. However, obviously, Marquis Garcia still found an opportunity to take advantage of the chaos in the northern frontier to let Vera return to the northern frontier. He had even received the Duke's promise that after Charles, Vera would be the first in line to inherit the title of the Duke. Unfortunately, the Duke went back on his word in the end. He had broken his promise to his younger brother. Since then, the hatred had been planted, and he did not know when it would break out. "So, have you found the truth about this world?" Not yet." Vera pursed her lips and said with a firm look on her face, "But I firmly believe that this path is the right one. My relentless pursuit of the truth of the arcana will lead me to the truth of this world one day." Colin was about to continue teasing the naive female mage when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. "Miss Vera, Viscount Angley. The Queen's carriage is about to arrive at the Lion's Roar Fortress." "The Queen? Aunt." When he heard Vera call her aunt, Colin came to a realization. The Empress of the Radiant Empire was the sister of the Duke of St. Hilda. It was said that before the Empress was married, her beauty was already the best in the northern frontier. Countless nobles flocked to her and pursued her crazily. However, the most charming flower in the northern frontier was eventually plucked by the Emperor of the Radiant Empire. Empress Medela had a good reputation in the empire. She was noble and elegant, kind, devout, and had given birth to a son and a daughter for the emperor. She could be said to be a model empress. Quick, Colin, let's go and welcome my aunt. Dara lifted her skirt and trotted forward. Colin hurriedly followed her. Seeing her excited appearance, he asked curiously, "Are you that close to the Empress?" "Yes. In my heart, my aunt is a perfect lady. She is my idol." When the two of them arrived at the main gate of the castle, a large number of nobles had already gathered there. Even the Duke of St. Hilda came to welcome his sister in person. The sound of hooves could be heard clearly, and then a neat convoy gradually appeared in front of everyone. 8 knights in red full-body armor rode at the front of the convoy. Each of them held a white flame flag in their hands. That was the emblem of the imperial family, the San Lorenzo family. Unlike the ordinary nobles who generally used animals as their family emblem, the symbol of the imperial family was a burning flame. More than 1,000 years ago, this humble flame swept across the entire continent with the force of a prairie fire, burning all the large and small human kingdoms at that time. It ended the history of the human race being fragmented and established a unified empire. A luxurious carriage slowly drove into the castle gate. A knight personally opened the magnificent golden wooden door of the carriage and welcomed a beautiful noble lady out. In an instant, the whole castle seemed to be illuminated by her brilliance. "Your Highness." The nobles who came to welcome her bowed. Colin quietly raised his head and looked at the beautiful empress. She wore a red low-cut spider silk robe, and her golden hair casually draped over her fair shoulders like a waterfall. Her watery eyes were like a bottomless pool of water. It reflected the primitive desire that every man dared not speak of in the deepest part of their hearts. Colin hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look again. "Brother, you've gained weight again." The Empress' voice was soft and sweet, as if she was acting coquettishly to her lover. "Ha ha ha." The Duke of St. Hilda laughed out loud and rubbed his round belly. "I can't compete with the previous dukes of the north in terms of achievements, so I have to work on my weight." The Empress smiled before she looked at Vera, who was standing behind the Duke. "Vera, come over here." Vera quickly stepped forward and held the Empress' hand. She smiled and said, "Auntie, you are still so beautiful." When the Empress heard Vera's words, she smiled and tidied up Vera's hair. She shook her head and said, "Auntie is already old, unlike you who is still in your prime. I believe that after this coming-of-age ceremony, there will be countless noble men who will crazily pursue you." In fact, the Empress was not that old. She was just over 30 years old and was in the most perfect period of a woman's life. She was still young and inexperienced, but her mature charm was already quietly blooming. When she stood next to Vera, they did not look like aunt and niece at all. Instead, they looked more like sisters. "No," Vera blushed and shook the Empress' arm gently. "I don't want to get married so early." Okay. If you don't want to get married, then don't get married. Let those men suffer for a few more years." The two beauties talked and laughed as they walked into the castle. Colin secretly admired the genes of the House of St. Hilda as he peeked at them. When she arrived in front of Marquis Garcia, Empress Medela tilted her head slightly and said with a smile, "Second brother, do you still not like to smile?" The corners of Marquis Garcia's mouth twitched and he said helplessly, "Your Highness, I am already smiling." The Empress shook her head. She was a little helpless when it came to this stubborn man. She had no choice but to change the topic. "I heard that you have won another battle recently. The 300,000 troll army was completely wiped out. Such a great victory has not been seen on the northern frontier for a long time." His Majesty was also very happy when he heard the news. Therefore, he specially ordered me to bring you his reward. However, tomorrow is Vera's coming-of-age ceremony. I will give you the reward after that. After all, we cannot steal the limelight from our little princess." "Okay." Marquis Garcia nodded indifferently. "Auntie, I am not a princess. Besides, I don't need to worry about Uncle stealing the limelight." Vera protested as she shook the Empress' arm shyly. The Empress patted Vera's little hand gently and comforted the spoiled little girl. Then, she glanced at the crowd and asked strangely, "Why don't I see Charles?" The atmosphere suddenly became a little stagnant. The Duke of St. Hilda chuckled and explained, "Charles is guarding the border. He can't even come back to attend his sister's coming-of-age ceremony?" "No, he can't." The Duke's voice was as hard as iron. He must pay the price for his mistakes. As long as he does not break through the troll's city, he will not be able to return to Winter City. The Empress sighed and turned to look at Adams, who was behind the Duke. Do you think that father's punishment for your brother is appropriate? Marquis Adams immediately straightened his back and said loudly, I think that father is doing this for my brother's good. What he needs the most now is atonement. The Empress chuckled, and the look in her eyes was a little complicated. She gently raised her hand and stroked Adam's cheek and whispered, then you have to be careful. The more power you want, the more responsibility you have to bear. The position of Marquis is not so easy to bear. Auntie, rest assured. I will try my best to do my best. Moreover, as a member of the House of St. Hilda, I have long been ready to bear any hardships. The Empress smiled and turned to the Duke. Adams is really the son who is most like you. The Duke also smiled, but he did not comment on this sentence. When Marquis Adams heard the Empress praise, he suddenly became excited and straightened his back. Wow, our Joyce has grown so tall? The Empress looked at the Duke's youngest son and said in surprise. Yes, Auntie. Welcome back to the Lion's Roar Castle. Joyce was still a little reserved. When Medela married into the royal family, Joyce was still young, so this beautiful aunt was a little unfamiliar to him. The Empress smiled and touched Joyce's hair. Then, she walked past the St. Hilda family and greeted the rest of the nobles. Thank you for welcoming me. As a member of the House of St. Hilda, I also welcome you to the Lion's Roar Castle. I hope that you can enjoy a wonderful and happy time here. Also, I hope that you can witness my niece's, Bearis St. Hilda's coming-of-age ceremony. After saying this, the Empress and the Duke of St. Hilda walked side by side into the castle. The main characters were all present. The ceremony was about to begin. This is the flesh of the Lord, and he gave it up for us. You should eat it. The Archbishop's voice echoed in the quiet and solemn main hall of the church. Dara respectfully took the Holy Communion, unfermented bread, from the Archbishop and put it into her mouth. This is the blood of the Lord, and he gave it to you for us. You should drink it. The Archbishop then handed Vera a glass of pure holy water. Dara drank it all in one gulp. Standing in the crowd watching the ceremony, Colin suddenly had some new thoughts about the 2 lines of prayer that he was used to. Of course, he had also heard these 2 prayers during his own coming-of-age ceremony. Every citizen of the Empire of Light was familiar with the story behind these prayers. Legend had it that tens of thousands of years ago, human beings were not as strong as they were now. At that time, the human race was not only bullied and enslaved by various foreign races, but they were also targeted by countless demons. These demons coveted the souls of human beings, and they used all kinds of means, such as deception, temptation, and intimidation, to make human beings offer their souls. At that time, the human race was shrouded in darkness. That was until the appearance of the God of Light. According to the records in the Book of Light, the God of Light sacrificed his own body in order to save the fallen human race. His flesh became the Holy Communion, and his blood became the holy water that fell from the sky. After eating the Holy Communion and drinking the holy water, the human race would be able to get rid of the demons and gain the power to fight against them. At this time, the human race finally embarked on the road to rise. In order to commemorate the sacrifice of the God of Light, the Church would host such a process of sharing the Holy Communion and holy water during the coming-of-age ceremony. Looking at Vera drinking the holy water in one gulp, Colin licked his lips. He thought of the bottle of pure holy water that had helped him to advance, and he secretly wondered if that was really the blood of the God of Light. Eat the flesh of the Lord, drink the blood of the Lord, and from now on, the God of Light will be with you. The Lord is with me. Dara's coming-of-age ceremony was still going on. Today, the Duke's adopted daughter was wearing a classic white pear flower dress, and her blonde hair was draped over her shoulders. She was not dressed up today, and she did not have any extra jewelry on her body. She only had light makeup on. Even so, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. In addition, she was not wearing shoes. Her fair jade-like feet stepped on the cold marble floor, making people love her and feel sorry for her. The Archbishop finally finished his prayer and placed a crown of thorns on Vera's head. When Colin saw this, he suddenly realized a problem. Dara was a sorcerer, but the coming-of-age ceremony for the children of the nobles had always been presided over by the priests of the Church of Glory. This seemed to be a tacit admission that Vera had already converted to the Radiance Church. Of course, the coming-of-age ceremony did not explicitly require the recipient to be a believer of the Church. But the reason for this was because of the Radiance Empire's nobles. Which one of them didn't believe in the Radiance God, except for Vera, who was an anomaly? Oh, no, the current Vera was no longer an anomaly. After the battle at the Rapids, she had personally told Colin that she had converted to the God of Light. However, she also said that in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, she could not make this matter public for the time being. Therefore, as long as Vera did not take the initiative to admit it, the sorcerers of Yule Empire would probably be able to explain that this was the only form of the coming-of-age ceremony for the children of the nobles. If this was the case, Vera's acceptance of the coming-of-age ceremony did not necessarily mean that she believed in the God of Light. Unless Yule Empire wanted to fall out with the northern frontier now, the sorcerers could only think of it this way for now. After the Archbishop put the crown of thorns on Vera's head, he bowed and retreated. After that, Queen Medela stepped forward and handed a copy of the Book of Glory to Vera. Finally, the Duke of St. Hilda stepped forward and handed a knight's sword to Vera. The crown of thorns symbolized responsibility and dedication. The Book of Glory symbolized wisdom and faith. The knight's sword symbolized courage and strength. At this point, the 18-year-old girl had finally completed her transformation and officially opened a new chapter in her life. After witnessing all of this, the first thought that popped up in Colin's mind was, after the coming-of-age ceremony, they could get married. The ceremony was actually over at this point, and then it was time for the banquet that the nobles had been looking forward to for a long time. Of course, the banquet would not be held in the main hall of the church. Under the lead of the Duke of St. Hilda, everyone left the church and came to the atrium of the Lion's Roar Castle. There, the butler had already prepared everything. Food, wine, music, a dance floor. In short, the real night had just begun. After the Duke of St. Hilda finished his opening speech, the banquet officially began. Just like the banquet in Ice Stone City, many unmarried nobles immediately stared at the focus of tonight's banquet, Vera. Who would be able to invite her to the first dance? Many people looked at Colin. Last time, it was this humble baron's son who had successfully invited Vera, and he was the only one who had succeeded. Now, Colin had transformed into Viscount Angley. It seemed that Colin was more confident this time. Therefore, the nobles were a little hesitant. They wanted to see what Colin was going to do first. After all, he was the man most likely to be able to dance with Vera. Colin was still in a relaxed posture, as if he did not realize that a fierce competition had quietly begun. Just as the nobles were hesitating, a troll noble suddenly stood up. Prince Okamoto came in front of Vera and first greeted her with a standard human noble bow, and then said in a clear voice, "Beautiful Miss Vera, in order to celebrate your coming-of-age ceremony, I have specially prepared a small gift for you. I hope you will like it." After that, Okamoto took a roll of parchment from the servant behind him and slowly unfolded it. It was a map. Colin raised his eyebrows, thinking that this guy wasn't going to play a trick of revealing his true intentions, was he? However, he quickly shook his head and denied his own guess. Even if the trolls really wanted to send an assassin, they would not send Okamoto. They would send the Prince of the North, who was said to have just advanced to the sanctuary. The map was completely unfolded. There was no dagger. There were only 3 big red circles. Okamoto pointed at the 3 red circles on the map and said to Vera, "Dear Miss Vera, my gift is these 3 military fortresses." Colin took a few steps forward and saw the location of the 3 military fortresses. They were all located on the southern border of the Troll Kingdom. What did this mean? Was he going to give away his own defensive line to the enemy? Vera looked at the map in a daze, and she was also a little confused. With her military literacy, she probably did not understand what this meant. However, the Duke of St. Hilda suddenly spoke. "Prince Okamoto, are you saying that these 3 military fortresses will be guarded by the army of the north?" "Yes." At this time, the nobles present realized the value of this gift. No, this was not just valuable. It was a sign that the trolls were bowing down to the northern frontier. It was as if the Japanese had sent the Yokota base to the American army and said, "Dad, come and tie the dog chain for me." Colin knew that Prince Okamoto had come to the northern frontier to ask for peace. As the defeated party, if Okamoto wanted the northern frontier to agree to the peace talks, he would have to compromise and lower his stance. However, he did not expect that the other party would actually lower his stance so much. He was almost kneeling on the ground. It was as if the Duke of St. Hilda did not forgive them because it would damage the knight's virtue of forgiveness. But to be honest, Colin felt that this young troll prince was quite smart. This was because the Troll Empire had already suffered heavy losses. 300,000 elite soldiers had been wiped out, and the trolls wouldn't be able to recover without 3 to 5 years of rest. As the Troll Empire's biggest enemy, the northern frontier would definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. They would definitely not let the Troll Empire recover. Therefore, in Colin's opinion, this peace talks were just wishful thinking on the part of the Troll Empire. But who would have thought that Prince Okamoto would actually be so crazy? Since he could not fight against the northern frontier, then he might as well not fight. He gave away all the military outposts on his border because he wanted to tell the Duke of St. Hilda that he was no longer a threat to him. "I'm no longer a threat to you. Please don't beat me up again." It had to be said that this was a crazy choice. However, it might really be able to move the Duke of St. Hilda's heart. In particular, Colin was very clear that the biggest threat in the eyes of the Duke of St. Hilda was actually Marquis Garcia, his brother who had just been betrayed by him. Would the Duke agree to the peace talks with the Troll Empire and focus on solving the internal conflicts? The atmosphere of the banquet suddenly became a little heavy. Vera was also a little helpless at this time. She could only look at the Duke of St. Hilda with a pleading look. The Duke put down the wine glass in his hand and said in a low voice, "Prince Okamoto, this gift of yours seems a little too expensive." Prince Okamoto shook his head with a smile. "Your Excellency, how can this be considered valuable? In fact, I even feel that such a gift is not worthy of Miss Vera's status at all. Therefore, I have decided to solemnly promise you that while I am the southern prince of the giant demon empire, I will not take the initiative to start a war with the northern frontier." Whoosh, the entire audience was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by the generosity of this giant demon prince. The Duke of St. Hilda looked at Okamoto with bright eyes. "Is this your gift?" "Yes." Prince Okamoto placed his left hand on his chest before he bowed deeply to the Duke of St. Hilda. "This is also the betrothal gift that I would like to give to Miss Vera." Whoosh, this time, the crowd reacted even more strongly, as if they had poked a hornet's nest. The male nobles who were bent on pursuing Vera glared at the troll prince angrily. They could not wait to kick the troll prince to the ground and curse at him. "Do you think you are worthy?" Vera's small face instantly turned red. Then, her face gradually turned white. This was because she saw that her father did not reject Prince Okamoto's request immediately. Instead, he was deep in thought, as if he was really considering the feasibility of this matter. Vera panicked. She did not want to marry someone who was thousands of miles away in the firmament ice field, let alone marry a giant demon. In a panic, she subconsciously looked for a reliable figure in the crowd. Colin also saw Vera's pleading eyes. Originally, he was still a little hesitant. After all, he was just a viscount's. It was actually a little bit too much for him to marry the Duke's adopted daughter. Originally, he had planned to find an opportunity to make some military achievements and raise the rank of the Angeli family again before he came to propose marriage. However, when he saw Vera's big watery eyes looking at him, Colin made up his mind. He could not hesitate any longer. Otherwise, who knew if the Duke would be moved by Prince Okamoto's offer and marry Vera to the firmament ice field? One had to know that this was absolutely not impossible. Vera was not the Duke's biological daughter. More than 10 years ago, he had personally sent her to Yevil. Therefore, he did not have any qualms about sending her to the firmament ice field now. Perhaps, the Duke could not wait to send Vera away at this time. After all, she was a threat to the smooth succession of the Dukes of the North. Therefore, Colin took a few steps forward and said, "Duke. Duke. Please forgive me for offending you." Just as Colin opened his mouth to speak, someone actually took the initiative to step forward. This person was the half-elf prince that Colin had met at the entrance of chilly Winter City, Tup Maduin. Prince Tup strode over to the Duke and stood side by side with Prince Okamoto. "I think that you should not agree to this marriage." Colin blinked as he had a bad premonition in his heart. "Why?" The Duke of St. Hilda's tone was emotionless. Because I think that I am more suitable to be Miss Vera's husband. What? Sure enough, Colin, who had already guessed what the half-elf prince was going to say, snorted coldly. At the same time, he was complaining in his heart. Why are you guys so eager to snatch the woman that I like? Ha ha ha. The Duke suddenly laughed. Vera, now that the troll prince and the half-elf prince want to marry you, who do you want to marry? Vera blushed as she shook her head and said, Father, I do not want to get married yet. The Duke shook his head and insisted, Don't say such childish things. You will eventually get married. Why? Are you not interested in either of them? Vera had an awkward expression on her face as she wrung her hands together uneasily. She did not know how to answer this question. Queen Medela suddenly smiled and suggested, Vera, if you are in a difficult position, why don't you let them use the most ancient and most traditional ceremony, a duel to decide who will marry you? As soon as they heard this, the atmosphere in the scene suddenly rose. Two nobles were dueling over the ownership of a beautiful girl. Was there anything more exciting than this? All the male nobles from the northern frontier who wanted to pursue Vera also gave up at this time. After all, the two men who stood up to propose at this time were of very high status. Among the nobles from the northern frontier who were present, it was really difficult to find a competitor whose status, age, and appearance matched the two of them. It was no wonder. This was because the noble circle in the northern frontier had just undergone a round of purging. In the past, there might have been a few nobles who could stand up at this time, but they were all beheaded by the Duke. For a time, the noble circle in the northern frontier had a shortage of young people. However, if these two foreigners really plucked the most delicate and noble flower in the northern frontier, then it would be an insult to the northern frontier. Thinking of this, many people turned their eyes to Colin. Although this Viscount Angley's title was not high and he was not very famous. After all, he had danced with Vera before. Maybe he had a chance. Colin also understood at this time that he had to stand up. If he really let Vera marry someone else, he was afraid that he would regret it for the rest of his life. And Marquis Garcia would probably hunt him down for the rest of his life. So, Colin took a deep breath, strode forward, and said loudly, Duke, bang. However, the moment Colin opened his mouth, an accident happened again. Marquis Adams suddenly fell to the ground with a pale face and his whole body twitched, screams sounded from all directions. The banquet was suddenly in a mess, only Colin had a stomach full of words, and he was in a mess in the wind. Can't you let me propose properly? Duke, I'm sorry. Marquis Adams has returned to the embrace of the Lord. As soon as the Archbishop finished his sentence, the atmosphere in the hall immediately dropped to a freezing point. Everyone could not believe it for a moment. Marquis Adams died just like that, the second son of the Duke of St. Hilda, the first successor to the Lord of the Northern Frontier, died just like that. He even died at a banquet in his own castle. This was too absurd. However, reality was often so absurd. The nobles widened their eyes and covered their mouths. They did not even dare to make a sound of fear, afraid that it would agitate the Duke of St. Hilda. At this time, the Duke was staring at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling in a daze, as if the one who was just declared dead by the Archbishop was not his son, but an unrelated passerby. After an unknown period of time. Finally, a voice broke the suffocating silence. Archbishop, how did Adams die? This was Empress Medela's question. Your Highness, I am still not completely sure of the cause of death of the Marquis. We need to do a further autopsy to come to a conclusion. But according to my experience, the Marquis should have died of poisoning. The Empress immediately turned to the knights behind her and ordered, arrest all the servants who prepared the food tonight and interrogate them one by one. Yes. After a slight commotion, all the attendants present were arrested. Even the old butler of the House of St. Hilda was no exception. The second son of the Duke was poisoned to death at a banquet in his own castle. This was a great humiliation, especially since this second son was now the first successor to the Dukes of the North. Under such circumstances, even if the Duke of St. Hilda remained silent, everyone could already foresee the impending landslide and tsunami. No matter who the murderer was, the Duke would not let it go. Colin looked at Marquis Adams lying on the ground with a hideous face bleeding from his 7 orifices, then looked at the Duke of St. Hilda who was still admiring the crystal chandelier, and finally turned his gaze to Marquis Garcia who was also silent. His heart became heavier and heavier. Yes, Colin's first suspect was Marquis Garcia. Because his motive for committing the crime was too great. Charles had been disinherited, and now Adams was dead. Then, if the Duke's youngest son, Joyce, were to meet with misfortune, wouldn't Vera become the first in line to inherit the throne of the Dukes of the North? Could it be that this was Marquis Garcia's retaliation to his brother's betrayal of his promise? However, although Marquis Garcia was the most suspicious, Colin felt that this didn't seem like Marquis Garcia's handiwork. Because from their previous interactions, Colin had figured out the Marquis temperament. He was not a person who liked to scheme and scheme. Colin felt that Marquis Garcia wouldn't be able to do something as despicable as poisoning. He would rather believe that Marquis Garcia would lead the Black Cavalry to attack Coldwinter than believe that Marquis Garcia would poison his nephew. Could it be, someone deliberately poisoned Marquis Adams in order to sow discord between the Duke of St. Hilda and Marquis Garcia? After all, Adams' death made Marquis Garcia the most suspicious. No, Colin immediately realized that he had overlooked an important factor. That was, the promise that the Duke of St. Hilda had made to Marquis Garcia was a secret that very few people knew. Moreover, the fact that Marquis Garcia was Vera's biological father was also a secret that very few people knew. Therefore, even if someone wanted to sow discord between the two brothers, unless they knew these two secrets at the same time, they would never resort to such means. At the very least, Prince Okamoto wouldn't do it. Colin didn't believe that these two secrets could be known by a troll like him. Therefore, he could formulate such a vicious plan. What's more, even if he knew these two secrets, it would be extremely difficult for him to poison Marquis Adams. Moreover, he had poisoned the banquet in the Lion's Roar castle. Moreover, he had poisoned Marquis Adams with such precision. Colin couldn't figure out how he had done it. Just as Colin was trying to learn from Ku to solve this murder case, the Duke of St. Hilda finally spoke. His voice became particularly hoarse and low, but he wasn't too agitated. In fact, he was even a little too calm. However, everyone could hear the fury that the Duke was suppressing. Prince Okamoto, Prince Tup, although both of you want to marry Vera, Vera can't marry both of you at the same time. Therefore, I can only choose one of you. The Duke of St. Hilda didn't mention the death of Marquis Adams at all. It was as if it was no longer important. He stood up from his seat and walked towards where Okamoto and Tup were standing. Marquis Adams' body was right next to his feet, but he didn't look down. Prince Okamoto, I want to know, if Vera didn't marry you, would you still be willing to negotiate peace with the northern frontier? Prince Okamoto's heart sank, but he still said helplessly, of course, Your Excellency. My yearning for peace will never change. In fact, he had no other choice. Could the Troll Empire still fight a war with the northern frontier? As long as the northern frontier agreed to negotiate peace, then he could accept any conditions. Okay. The Duke of St. Hilda turned around and called out to the crowd, Nala, come here. A tall little beauty walked quickly to the Duke of St. Hilda's side. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Vera, she was still quite beautiful. The Duke of St. Hilda took Nala's little hand and pushed her in front of Prince Okamoto, saying, This is my niece, Nala. She is also a noble St. Hilda. Is she worthy of you, Prince Okamoto? Of course. It is my honor to marry Miss Nala. Prince Okamoto bowed to Nala and then stretched out his right hand. Nala was obviously still a little confused. She didn't expect that she would be betrothed to a troll by her uncle. However, looking at the Duke of St. Hilda's expressionless face, Nala couldn't bring herself to resist. Therefore, she slowly put her hand in Prince Okamoto's hand. At this point, the Duke of St. Hilda finally squeezed out a smile on his face. He then turned around and shouted at Vera, Vera, come here. Vera, who was still grieving over her brother's sudden death, was suddenly stunned. Then, she slowly walked over to the Duke's side with confusion and hesitation. The Duke held Vera's hand and looked at the half-elf prince in front of him. Prince Tup, tell me that you will treat her well. Prince Tup was stunned for a while. Obviously, he was completely shocked by the huge surprise that had fallen from the sky. After a long while, he finally stepped forward with a red face and said excitedly, Duke. I am willing to swear that I will never let Vera down in this life. Otherwise, I will go to hell after I die and suffer endless torture for eternity. Father, Vera was also stunned. She had never thought that she would be married off by her father like this. Moreover, she was married off to another country, to a stranger that she had only met a few times. She was just about to break free from the Duke's hand when she suddenly froze. This was because she saw the Duke looking at her. It was a look that she had never seen before. It was exhaustion, disappointment, anger, and even fear. At this moment, Vera suddenly realized that her father, who used to be omnipotent, the Duke who had killed people on the northern frontier, had also become old at this time. In a trance, she felt as if she had returned to 10 years ago when the Duke wanted to send her to Yevil to study arcana. At that time, she had tried to resist. However, the Duke had made her kneel in front of the statues of the 12 paladins of the family for 1 day and 1 night before he finally told her that, "You are a Saint Hilda. While you are enjoying the glory of this family name, you should also not forget the heavy burden that you have to bear." At this moment, facing such a situation, Vera was about to refuse, but she could not bring herself to say it. She could only watch as the Duke held her hand and slowly walked towards Prince Tup. However, just as Vera's hand was about to fall into Prince Tup's hand, a voice suddenly sounded, "Duke, I object to this marriage." Prince Tup had never hated anyone so much before. At this time, facing Vera's slender hand, the half-elf prince had no choice but to turn around and look at the man who had objected to the marriage. Colin Viscount Angley. After hearing Colin's voice, Vera's face that was as pale as a sheet of paper regained its luster. Her large blue eyes stared fixedly at Colin, filled with longing and apprehension. She was looking forward to her own redemption. "Colin, why are you objecting to this marriage?" the Duke of St. Hilda asked in a cold tone. Colin walked out of the crowd and walked in front of the Duke of St. Hilda calmly. After bowing respectfully, he said in a firm tone, "Duke, I have admired Miss Vera for a long time. Therefore, I sincerely hope that you can give me a chance to fulfill my long-cherished wish." As soon as Colin finished speaking, before the Duke of St. Hilda could say anything, Prince Tup, who was next to him, jumped out like a wild cat. "Let's duel. Viscount Angley. Let us decide who is qualified to marry Miss Vera in a man's way." Immediately after that, a white glove was thrown at Colin's feet. Colin raised his eyebrows and secretly complained. "Do you nobles always carry white gloves with you?" This was the second time that he had been invited to a duel. The last time, it was that crazy woman, Xianxia. At that time, Colin did not pick up her glove. However, this time, Colin knew that he could not back down. However, just as he was about to bend down and pick up Prince Tup's white glove, the Duke of St. Hilda reminded him, "Colin, you have to think carefully. Prince Tup is a third-order knight. Half-elves were mixed blood between humans and elves. They could choose the human's special profession, knight, or the elven's special profession, ranger. But in the current world, the humans had established the Radiant Empire, while the elves had disappeared into the depths of the Radiant Moon Forest. It was easy to guess the half-elf noble's choice. Most of them had chosen to serve the god of light, so it was not strange that Prince Tup was a knight. However, he was actually a knight of the third step. For a half-elf prince of his age, he was definitely a genius. However, Colin did not feel guilty. He was also stage 3 now. Moreover, he had an immortal body, which was a huge advantage in a duel. Thus, Colin's lips curled into a cold smile. "Your Excellency the Duke, I've thought it through. I'm willing to accept Prince Tup's duel invitation. For the sake of Miss Vera, I will not hesitate to sacrifice my life for her." However, just as Colin's hand was about to touch the white gloves on the ground, Vera suddenly stopped him. "No. Colin, don't do this." Although Colin felt that he had the confidence to defeat Prince Tup, the others did not feel the same way. This was especially true for Vera. As far as she could remember, Colin was only a first-grade knight. Therefore, she certainly did not want Colin to accept Tup's duel invitation. That was simply courting death. "Miss Vera, please don't worry about me," Colin tried to reassure Vera, but Vera did not believe him. In fact, this simple female mage really believed that Colin was willing to die for her. After all, Colin had done the same thing during the battle at the Rapids River. Therefore, Vera, who felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart, suddenly made a decision. She decided that this time, she would save her knight. "Father, I am willing to marry Prince Tup. Please stop this meaningless duel." As soon as he heard Vera's words, Colin, who had just picked up the white gloves, was stunned. Can't you have a little more confidence in me? Colin screamed in his heart. Okay. The Duke of St. Hilda finally smiled. Prince Tup was also ecstatic. The half-elf prince's emotions were like a roller coaster ride, going up and down, with great ups and downs. However, in the end, Vera still chose him. Therefore, Prince Tup did not even need the Duke of St. Hilda to stop him. Instead, he immediately said to Colin, who was holding the white gloves in a daze. "Viscount Angeli, I'm impressed by your bravery. You've won this duel." A strong sense of humiliation shrouded Colin's entire body. The other party's benevolent attitude completely angered him. He took a big step forward and approached Prince Tup before he asked, "What do you mean by I have won? If I win, then shouldn't you take the initiative to withdraw from your pursuit of Vera?" "Of course not. Miss Vera has already made her choice, and I, of course, respect her choice." "Bullshit." Colin threw the white gloves directly at Prince Tup's face. "If you are a man, then fight with me." Prince Tup was also angry. In the face of Colin, who did not know what was good for him, he also took a step forward and shouted, "Okay. Let's duel then, Viscount Angeli." "No." Vera suddenly rushed out and stood between the two men who looked like they were fighting. However, the interesting thing was that she was facing Colin instead of Prince Tup, the fiancé that she had personally chosen. "Colin, don't do this. I am not worthy of your sacrifice." Colin looked deeply into Vera's eyes before he asked in a deep voice, "Don't you believe in me?" If you believe in me, then please move aside." Colin was full of confidence, but in Vera's eyes, he was full of generosity. "No. I will not move aside." Prince Tup, who was standing behind Vera, was furious at this time. No matter how slow he was, he could tell that his fiancée had chosen to marry him because she wanted to protect Colin. They were not even married yet, but she had already been cuckolded. Prince Tup could not stand such humiliation and he immediately shouted, "Miss Vera, please move aside. Let the men solve their own problems." "Enough." A majestic voice interrupted the love triangle that was in the middle of a melodramatic plot. The Duke of St. Hilda strode over to Colin before he asked, "Viscount Angeli, are you still loyal to me?" In the face of such a question, Colin had no choice but to kneel down on one knee before he replied, "Of course, I am still loyal to you, Duke." "Good. Now, I will appoint you as the envoy to escort Vera to the half-elf kingdom so that she can marry Prince Tup." Colin's heart trembled, and he fell silent. At this time, he could also see that the Duke was determined to marry Vera to the half-elf kingdom. As for why, obviously, the death of Marquis Adams had frightened the Duke. He could not help but suspect that this was the doing of his younger brother, Marquis Garcia. Marquis Garcia's purpose was to get rid of the heir before Vera so that Vera could become the future lord of the northern frontier. Therefore, the Duke had to send Vera away at this time. He wanted her to be far away from Winter City, and it would be best if she could marry into a foreign country and give birth to a foreign descendant so that she would have no right to inherit the title of the Duke. As for Vera's feelings, it was obvious that the Duke did not care about them at all. Perhaps, to him, Vera was just a tool for marriage. When he saw that Colin did not speak for a long time, the Duke asked again, "Viscount Angeli? Where is your loyalty? Where is your unconditional obedience?" The Duke was pressing him step by step and Colin had no choice but to suppress his anger. He lowered his head and replied, "Yes, Duke. I will send Miss Vera to the half-elf kingdom safely." At this time, Colin could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. What bullshit Duke, what bullshit loyalty. All he wanted now was to completely burn down this cold and ruthless place that was full of conspiracies and conspiracies. "You want to win over the half-elf kingdom, you want to destroy Vera's right to inherit the title of the Duke, haha, but I will not let you get what you want." Colin suddenly raised his head and looked at Marquis Garcia, who was sitting on the high platform and watching everything coldly. The two of them looked at each other and it seemed as if they had finally reached some kind of tacit understanding. End of Volume 1, Book 2, Silvermoon's Coup. The setting sun scattered its last rays of light, and soon after, the boundless curtain of night enveloped the land. Bonfires were lit in the camp, and the guards were busy boiling water, cooking, and feeding the horses. Colin handed a letter and a cage containing a carrier pigeon to the Knight of Rigo. At the same time, he ordered, Rigo, immediately return to Ice Stone City and tell them that I am going to the Half-Elven Kingdom. Let them take full responsibility for the administrative affairs of the territory. I will write a letter every 5 days to explain the latest situation. If they don't receive my letter after 3 days, release this carrier pigeon. Also, let Raymond and Seal continue to be in charge of training the soldiers. When I return from the Half-Elven Kingdom, I hope to see a preliminary army formed. As for you, after you return, lead 1,000 soldiers to the Half-Elven capital, Silvermoon City. Meet me there. Yes. The Knight of Rigo took the cage and turned to leave without asking where the carrier pigeon would fly to after it was released. Actually, this was the carrier pigeon Marquis Garcia gave Colin before he left. It went without saying where it would fly to. Although Marquis Garcia didn't say it explicitly, Colin already understood what he meant. This time, as the messenger, Colin actually didn't need to lead his own troops. After all, this wasn't a war, and the House of St. Hilda had sent 1,000 men to escort him. It would be more than enough to deal with any bandits or wild beasts along the way. However, Colin felt that he had to control a military force that belonged solely to him in case of emergencies. Sir Viscounts, your dinner is ready. Send it in. A servant carried a metal tray into the tent and placed the food in front of Colin before hurriedly leaving. Although Colin didn't need to eat these normal foods anymore, in order to not attract unnecessary attention, he would still stuff the food into his stomach on time. After finishing the food and drinking some water, Colin walked out of the tent. The composition of the camp was rather complicated. There were guards from the St. Hilda family, the Half-Elven Kingdom's Silvermoon guards, and quite a few trolls. Prince Okamoto's journey back to the Firmament Ice Field overlapped with Colin's journey to the Half-Elf Kingdom. Hence, both parties traveled together for a period of time. The Troll Prince had been in a very good mood recently. Although he did not manage to marry Vera and was instead sent away by the Duke with a girl from another family, the girl's surname was still St. Hilda. Furthermore, Prince Okamoto's objective for this diplomatic mission had already been achieved. The giant demon empire had successfully obtained a precious moment of respite. As for giving the 3 important military bases of the giant demon empire to the northern frontier, it wasn't a big deal. This was because the northern frontier couldn't possibly place a large number of troops in these 3 important military locations. Otherwise, the thousands of miles of supply lines would drag down the northern frontier. As for the promise that they would never invade the northern frontier, well, even the Duke of St. Hilda didn't believe in this promise. In Okamoto's opinion, as long as the giant demon empire could survive this period of time, there would be hope for them to rise again. Viscount Angley, come and drink with us. Prince Okamoto shouted when he saw Colin strolling around the camp. Colin looked at Prince Okamoto, who was beaming with happiness. He didn't want to go over, but after hesitating for a moment, he accepted the invitation. He had no choice. Ever since he left Winter City, he had been alone. The guards from the House of St. Hilda were not familiar with him, and Vera had been hiding in the carriage and refusing to see anyone. The atmosphere of the entire group was very depressing, and there was no celebration at all. On the other hand, the half-elves were very happy. Prince Tup was so happy that he almost became a fool. He followed the guards to drink and have fun every day. However, it was obviously impossible for Colin to join them. Now that Prince Okamoto had invited him with great hospitality, Colin went over. It was a good opportunity to drink away his worries and relieve his recent troubles. Come. Your Excellency Viscount Angley. Don't be so depressed. There are so many beauties in the world. Why do you have to be so entangled with Miss Vera, this flower? Colin rolled his eyes and ignored Okamoto. He just took the jug of wine that he handed over and poured it into his mouth. Cough cough. The spicy taste in his mouth made Colin choke for a moment. What wine is this? Prince Okamoto smiled. This is a medicinal wine brewed by the giant demon witch doctor. It is most suitable to drink at night. Hee, it will liven things up. Looking at the wretched smile on Okamoto's face, Colin suddenly realized what the other party meant by liven things up. Don't you have any other wine? Colin threw the jug of wine back at Okamoto. Haha, Your Excellency Viscounts, please don't be angry. I have a few dancers here. If you want to vent your anger tonight, I can help you to arrange, Colin was so scared that he turned around and ran away. Giant demon dancer? Forget it. He would rather look for the 5 girls. Hey! Viscount Angley, don't go. Prince Okamoto saw him running away and chased after him again. I apologize to you. I really didn't mean to offend you. Colin waved his hand. It's okay. You don't have to worry about me. Go back and drink your wine. I will walk around by myself. Then I will accompany you for a walk. Colin looked back at Okamoto and said in a puzzled manner, you have already achieved the purpose of your visit. There is no need for you to continue to be courteous to me. I really want to make friends with you. Prince Okamoto said in a serious manner. Colin certainly did not believe such words. However, he did not chase Okamoto away. The two of them strolled to a small stream at the edge of the camp. Looking at the slowly flowing stream, Prince Okamoto suddenly asked, Your Excellency Viscounts, do you know why the Duke wants to marry Vera to Tup? Colin was puzzled. Could it be that Okamoto had also noticed the competition between the Duke of St. Hilda and Marquis Garcia for the successor? Why do you think it is? Colin asked tentatively. It is a political marriage. What else can it be? Of course, it is for the sake of benefits. Okamoto said without hesitation. Really? Colin frowned. It is understandable that the Duke did not choose me. After all, I am just a small viscount. There is no value in marriage. But you? Do you think that I am more valuable than Tup? Prince Okamoto suddenly laughed, and it seemed that he was very happy with Colin's praise. Is that not the case? Colin also realized that something was wrong at this time. In his opinion, if the Duke wanted to destroy Vera's right to inherit the throne, it would have been equally effective for her to marry Okamoto or Tup. This was because the northern frontier would not accept a woman who was married to a different race to become the Duke, let alone her son, a half-troll or half-elf, to become the Duke's successor. So, why did the Duke choose Prince Tup in the end? In Colin's opinion, Prince Tup's status was not as high as Prince Okamoto's. This was because the Troll Empire was far more powerful than the half-elf kingdom. The Troll Empire had just suffered a crushing defeat and looked like they were on the verge of death. However, as long as they were given 3 to 5 years to recuperate, it would not be difficult for them to pull out an army of 300,000 soldiers again. The half-elf kingdom was a small country with a total population of less than 2 million people. No matter how militaristic they were, it was estimated that pulling out an army of 100,000 soldiers was already the limit. In fact, according to Colin's understanding, this small country was only a subsidiary of the Radiant Empire, and the number of regular soldiers was only about 50,000. Therefore, if the Duke wanted to rope in foreign aid through marriage, why would he favor the half-elf kingdom more than the Troll Empire? Prince Okamoto saw that Colin was confused, so he smiled and said, Actually, the Duke's real motive for marrying Vera to Prince Tup is not the half-elf kingdom. Then, what is his real motive? Prince Okamoto stretched out his hand and pointed to the east. It is the east of the empire. The eastern border of the empire? Colin frowned even more. He couldn't understand why Vera was married to a half-elf prince, but the eastern border of the empire. As a small country sandwiched between the northern frontier and the eastern border of the empire, the half-elf kingdom had always been swaying left and right, trying to please both sides. However, in Colin's view, this small country didn't seem to be the key to the war between the two sides. As if seeing Colin's confusion, Prince Okamoto smiled and asked, Your Excellency Viscounts, you don't know about naval warfare, right? Colin was upset when he heard this. However, he also had to admit that his predecessor didn't have any experience of naval warfare. In fact, there was almost no navy in the entire northern frontier. For a long time, the biggest enemy of the northern frontier was the Icefield's Troll Empire. And cavalry was the best troop to deal with the Troll Empire. Therefore, the northern frontier's cavalry had always been the best in the Empire of Light. But if it was a naval army, it would be a bit difficult. At this time, when he heard the Troll Empire say that the Duke was plotting against the eastern border, Colin remembered that the northern frontier and the eastern border were actually separated by a natural moat. The name of this natural moat was the Raging Water River. In fact, the military strength of the Empire of Light wasn't balanced. At least, the northern frontier was obviously stronger than the eastern border. The reason was very simple. The northern frontier had been fighting against the Troll Empire for so many years, while the eastern border's old enemy, the elves, had long disappeared in the Radiant Moon Forest. No one knew whether they were living in seclusion or had been exterminated. But in any case, the eastern border was different from the northern frontier. They didn't have any pressure from foreign races. Only the Yevil Empire at the border of the Radiant Moon Forest might be a bit of an eyesore. But it was just an eyesore. The mages couldn't organize a large army, so they didn't pose much of a threat to the eastern border. As long as the eastern border didn't provoke them and throw out forbidden spells, the two sides could still live in peace and harmony. Therefore, the eastern border hadn't had a large-scale war for hundreds of years. Without the baptism of blood and fire, it was impossible to forge a true army of tigers and wolves. Therefore, the military strength of the eastern region, which had been peaceful for a long time, was basically at the bottom of the Radiance Empire. Fortunately, the northern frontier had to deal with the threat of the trolls. Most of the troops were deployed there, so they naturally wouldn't put too much pressure on the eastern frontier. Even the new Shui River had always been under the control of the eastern region. Now, if the Duke of St. Hilda was really trying to get his hands on the eastern region as Prince Okamoto had said, then the natural mode of the new Shui River would become the biggest obstacle for the army of the north. That's right, I don't understand naval warfare. Colin nodded and admitted. Then tell me, what does the half-elf kingdom have to do with naval warfare? I remember that the upper reaches of the Raging Water River aren't in the half-elf kingdom. Yes, the Raging Water River is indeed not within the half-elf kingdom. But Your Excellency Viscounts, do you know what the most important element of naval warfare is? Colin touched his chin, searching for all the examples of naval warfare in his memory. After a long while, he said in an uncertain tone, is it a boat? Yes. But an ordinary boat obviously can't bear the task of crossing the river. So, to be more precise, what the Duke of St. Hilda needs is a powerful naval force. Colin thoughtfully said, could it be that the half-elf kingdom has a powerful navy? Prince Okamoto smiled with a look of disdain. The half-elf kingdom does have a navy, but with that navy, I estimate that it will be destroyed by the Eastern Navy in a single move. Colin was even more puzzled. Then why do you say that the half-elf kingdom is the key to invading the eastern region? Prince Okamoto picked up a branch on the ground, drew a simple map, and explained, this is the new Shui River. It's more than 7,000 kilometers long. It seems that the army of the north can cross the river at any point. But in fact, it's impossible. The reason is what we just talked about, a boat. The army of the north must build a boat to cross the river, but the eastern army is not stupid. They can't just watch the northern frontier build a boat on the west bank of the new Shui River. At this time, the new Shui River is under the control of the eastern region. So, the northern frontier can't directly build a boat on the new Shui River. So, the Duke of St. Hilda's only choice is to find a river in the northern frontier and build a navy. However, this river wasn't chosen randomly. After all, it's impossible to let the soldiers carry a boat from the land to the new Shui River. So, this river must be connected to the new Shui River. At this time, if you carefully look at the map of the northern frontier, you will find that such a river is not impossible to find in the northern frontier, but they are too shallow and narrow to allow a large boat to pass through. But in the upper reaches of the new Shui River, there is such a river that meets the conditions, the Crystal River. And this Crystal River, Prince Okamoto used a branch to draw a circle on the ground, then heavily pointed and said in a deep voice, it's in the territory of the half-elf kingdom. Hearing this, Colin suddenly understood. This is the same reason that the northern regime in China crossed the river to fight in ancient times. Originally, when Colin read the history books, he had some doubts. The Xianxia River is so long, where can't you cross it? Why does the northern regime always fight to the death at those few points? Just like when the Mongol cavalry went south, why did they have to attack Xiangyang? If you look at the map of China, you will find that Xiangyang is not on the Yangtze River. But there is another river next to it, the Han River. So, as long as you occupy Xiangyang, you will control the Han River. The Mongols can build boats in the Han River and then go downstream to the Yangtze River. This is the reason why the northern regime can't avoid this place every time they go south. In the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, there is a similar river and lake, the Chaohu Lake. Next to the Chaohu Lake is Hefei. Therefore, when Zhang Liao was guarding Hefei, Sun Quan couldn't sleep and eat well, and he sent troops to attack Hefei several times. In the end, he finally made a name for himself. In short, Colin finally understood the real intention of the Duke of St. Hilda. He married Vera to the half-elf kingdom because he wanted to use this opportunity to control the Crystal River, so that he can build a navy, and then go downstream to the new Shui River to invade the eastern region. However, why is the Duke of St. Hilda so anxious to plot against the eastern region? This was especially true when the northern region already had a huge hidden threat. Is the Duke so sure that his brother won't betray him? Colin can only temporarily suppress this question in the bottom of his heart. But then he was puzzled again. Why is this guy Okamoto explaining this to me? Is he just trying to show off his knowledge? Although Colin has known this troll prince for a long time, he always felt that the other party should have other intentions this time. Why are you explaining this to me? Colin asked directly. Prince Okamoto smiled, because I want you to know that the Duke didn't marry Vera to me, not because I'm not as good as the half-elf boy, but because the half-elf kingdom is the next strategic target of the northern frontier. Colin smiled. Of course, he didn't believe this kind of nonsense. How can a political creature like Okamoto care about such a small thing and explain it to Colin? Before Colin could continue to ridicule him, Prince Okamoto took out a badge and handed it to Colin. If you need any help in Silvermoon City, you can take this to the slave market in the west of the city and look for a merchant named Sith. Maybe he can help you in your trip to the half-elf kingdom more smoothly. Colin took the badge and at the same time, he was convinced in his heart. This troll prince really has other plans. Colin suddenly smiled as he rubbed the emblem that Prince Okamoto had given him. This was because he had already realized what Okamoto wanted to do. It turns out that you want the northern frontier to smoothly control the half-elf kingdom. It would be best if you could cross the raging river and fight with the eastern frontier. This way, the Duke of St. Hilda would have no time to attack the northern frontier, and the giant demon empire would also gain some time to recuperate. Prince Okamoto smiled. He did not admit to Colin's guess, but he did not deny it either. Since the giant demon empire has already signed a peace agreement with the northern frontier, then we are all friends. If a friend needs help, of course I will help. Is that so? Colin looked at Prince Okamoto with a playful expression and asked, then I wonder where this Sith friend is from? What is his status in Silvermoon City? What kind of help can he provide me? Prince Okamoto spread out his hands. Don't think too much. This Sith is just a half-elf merchant that I once knew. He should not be able to help you much. I saw that you are not familiar with the half-elf kingdom, so I wanted to introduce a local to you. Colin rolled his eyes. Obviously, he did not believe that Sith was just an ordinary half-elf merchant. But since Okamoto did not want to say, then he did not ask any more. Perhaps in Okamoto's opinion, Colin must have shouldered the important mission of the Duke to win over the half-elves. But in fact, Colin did not receive any instructions from the Duke at all. Moreover, he did not understand why the Duke had sent him to be the ambassador. However, no matter what the Duke's plan was, Colin's own plan was very clear. That was, he must stop Vera from marrying Prince Tup, even if he had to turn Silvermoon City upside down, even if the half-elf kingdom completely leaned towards the eastern frontier, even if the northern frontier lost the opportunity to cross the raging river, he would not hesitate. As for the Duke of St. Hilda's plan, that had nothing to do with him. Now, the Duke of St. Hilda's image in Colin's mind had completely collapsed. A politician who was unscrupulous and full of schemes for benefits would never win Colin's respect, much less his loyalty. After completing his mission, Prince Okamoto's interest in chatting decreased significantly. He chatted with Colin for a while longer before leaving. It was late at night. Everyone in the camp had already gone to bed. Only a few sentries on duty were patrolling the perimeter. Prince Okamoto was still awake. Instead, he was staring at the chessboard in front of him, deep in thought. The chessboard was filled with black and white chess pieces. This was a game called Othello's chess. By flipping each other's chess pieces, the winner would be decided by who had more chess pieces on the board. Hence, it was also called flip chess. It was quite popular among the nobles of the Radiant Empire. At this moment, Prince Okamoto was playing Othello's chess. However, there was no one else in the tent. He was playing chess with himself. Prince Okamoto seemed to have encountered a problem. He rested his chin on one hand and stared at the chessboard in front of him. He did not make a move for a long time. After some time, there was a flash of light in the tent. There was a person in front of Prince Okamoto. He was wearing a loose black robe. It was as if he had been there all along. Pa, the black-robed man reached out and flipped a black chess piece on the bottom left corner of the chessboard, revealing the white chess piece on the reverse side. Prince Okamoto did not mind that the man interrupted his game. He looked at the sudden reversal of the situation on the chessboard and laughed. Good job, Mr. Kue. It's just a small trick. Mr. Kue looked indifferent. Prince Okamoto scattered the chess pieces in his hand on the chessboard as if he was admitting defeat. Sigh, this Othello's chess is still something you humans can play. I'll pass. Mr. Kue smiled and did not continue the conversation. Instead, he asked, did you introduce Sith to Viscount Angley? Yes. Prince Okamoto nodded. Then, he looked puzzled. But I didn't get any information from Viscount Angley. It's as if that kid really knows nothing about the Duke of St. Hilda's plan. That's normal. Viscount Angley is valued by both Marquis Garcia and the Duke of St. Hilda. Naturally, there's something special about him. It's impossible for you to find out about him so easily. If we don't know about the Duke of St. Hilda's plan, how should we deal with it? And Sith? Don't you think it's a little inappropriate for us to expose him so quickly? Mr. Kue looked at Prince Okamoto, who looked hesitant. He stretched out his hand and tapped twice on the chessboard. Then, he said, Your Highness, it's just like Othello's chess. If you don't know your opponent's intention and don't dare to place a chess piece, then you will definitely lose. That makes sense. Prince Okamoto nodded. However, the doubt on his face did not completely disappear. He cleaned up the mess on the chessboard and invited Mr. Kue. Mr. Kue, would you like to play another game with me? Mr. Kue nodded slightly. It's my pleasure. The tent became quiet again. Only the soft sound of the chess pieces falling on the chessboard could be heard. After a long time, Prince Okamoto stared at the chessboard and hesitated again. It seemed like he had encountered another difficult problem. Mr. Kue, why do you think the Duke of St. Hilda sent Viscount Angley as his ambassador? I think that this Viscount seems to be unhappy with Vera. Isn't the Duke worried that he will ruin his plan? Mr. Kue lowered his head and looked at the chessboard before he asked, Your Highness, how do you know that Viscount Angley is not deliberately set up by the Duke of St. Hilda? Set up by the Duke? Prince Okamoto was deep in thought. Could it be that someone else is actually carrying out the Duke's plan? Mr. Kue nodded and then shook his head. When Prince Okamoto saw this, he was even more puzzled. Just as he was about to ask more questions, Mr. Kue suddenly said, Your Highness, do you know what the best strategy is when you don't know your opponent's intention? What is it? It's not a strategy. Not a strategy? Yes. Mr. Kue raised his head and looked directly into Prince Okamoto's eyes. It's a strategy where you play your game and I play mine. You don't have to guess what your opponent is trying to do. Instead, you just focus on perfecting your plan. Until the two sides are in close combat, then we will play each other's moves. Prince Okamoto rubbed the chess piece in his hand and he seemed to have finally understood something. After a while, he smiled and placed the chess piece on the chessboard before he praised, Mr. Kue, you are really a master of chess. I think that with you around, the Half-Elf Kingdom's chess game will definitely be very exciting. Mr. Kue smiled bitterly and said, Your Highness, the world is like a game of chess, but people are not chess pieces. They have their own thoughts, desires, and ambitions. They will not be manipulated like chess pieces. My previous plan in the northern frontier was ruined because of this, and it actually helped the Duke of St. Hilda a lot. Prince Okamoto quickly comforted him, Mr. Kue, you don't have to blame yourself. Other than the gods, who else can really calculate everything? Mr. Kue smiled and said, Your Highness, you can rest assured that this small setback will not discourage me. Moreover, as I said, people are not chess pieces, and they will not be manipulated. I'm afraid that the Half-Elf Kingdom's chess game will exceed everyone's expectations. Prince Okamoto raised his head and looked at Mr. Kue thoughtfully. It was as if he thought of a certain unwilling viscounts. Then, he smiled in agreement. Autumn was the most beautiful season of the year in the red maple forest. The maple forest, which was only a few dozen kilometers away from the half-elf kingdom, Silvermoon City, had already turned into a sea of red at this time. At a glance, there were clusters of burning flames all over the mountains, as if they were going to burn the entire world. In the maple forest, a team composed of half-elves and humans was slowly moving forward. This was naturally the main character's entourage. They had already entered the territory of the half-elf kingdom and would probably arrive at Silvermoon City tomorrow. Prince Okamoto's entourage had already parted ways with them. Before parting ways, Prince Okamoto warmly invited Colin to visit the Troll King's city when he was free. Colin naturally agreed with a chuckle. However, in fact, he was thinking in his heart, he was definitely not going to visit the Troll King's city as a guest, he was more like a conqueror. The scenery along the way was getting more and more beautiful, but Vera's mood was getting worse and worse. The female mage had been cooped up in the carriage and refused to see anyone. Colin tried to ask to see her a few times, but he was always rejected. Even Vera's fiancé, Prince Tup, was treated the same way. At this time, he was standing in front of Vera's carriage and bowing to greet her. "Miss Vera, it's getting late. I don't think we will be able to reach Silvermoon City today. The Red Maple Manor is right in front of us. It is one of the properties of the House of Medea. Why don't you rest there for the night?" There was no movement in the carriage, and even the curtains were not opened. After a long time, he finally replied, "Okay." It was a simple and concise reply. A trace of embarrassment and resentment flashed across Prince Tup's face, but he quickly hid it away. The half-elf prince, who liked to maintain his demeanor and elegance, bowed to Vera's carriage before he turned around and left. The entourage continued to move forward and finally arrived at the Red Maple Manor before sunset. As one of the oldest manors in the half-elf kingdom, the Red Maple Manor had a history of more than 800 years. The entire manor was located in the middle of the Red Maple Forest, covering an area of about 700 acres. The surrounding walls were made of solid limestone with vines crawling all over them. The buildings in the manor were solemn and exquisite, combining the characteristics of the buildings of the human and elf races. It was just that with the passage of time, it inevitably looked a little old. Of course, in the eyes of the nobles who valued history and inheritance, this was not a flaw. Apparently, the Red Maple Manor had already received the news that the envoy was about to arrive. At this time, they were welcoming Vera and her entourage with the grandest ceremony. Colin followed the team into the manor, looking around curiously. It had to be said that the half-elves had indeed inherited the elves' relentless pursuit of beautiful things. The entire manor was decorated exquisitely and elegantly. Even Vera, who had been hiding in the carriage for so many days, could not help but secretly lift the corner of the curtain to look outside. Colin stared at the lush green grass on the ground. He was very curious as to how the gnomes were able to keep the grass green in the late autumn season. "Miss Vera, Prince Tup, and Viscount Angley, dinner is ready. Please follow me." Under the guidance of the butler, everyone arrived at the dining room. The atmosphere during dinner was very depressing because Vera was in a low mood. Even though Prince Tup tried his best to liven up the atmosphere, it was still useless. After the awkward dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Colin wandered around the manor a few times in the name of visiting the manor. Halfway through, he caught a long-tailed kite and treated it as his dinner. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Colin finally returned to his room. As soon as he finished washing up and was about to go to bed, he heard someone knocking on his door. "Knights of Telda? It's already so late. What's the matter?" Colin opened the door and looked at the white-haired knight with a puzzled expression on his face. Terd Morgus was a family knight who was loyal to the Duke of St. Hilda. He was also the captain of the escort team. The Knights of Telda nodded slightly at Colin and said, "Viscounts, Miss Vera would like to see you." Colin blinked and nodded immediately. "Okay, lead the way." It was already late at night and the manor was very quiet. There was no one in sight. The more Colin walked, the more puzzled he became. This was because he did not even see a single guard on duty. However, he quickly realized that the guards who were originally on duty here belonged to the House of St. Hilda. He guessed that the Knights of Telda had already transferred them away in advance. So, what was Vera trying to do? Why was she being so mysterious? The both of them walked silently to the door of Vera's room. The Knights of Telda made a gesture to Colin before they quickly left. After the other party disappeared into the darkness, Colin knocked on the door with a puzzled expression on his face. "Miss Vera, it's me. Come in." Colin pushed the door open and entered the room. There were white curtains hanging all over the room and there was a white bearskin on the floor. There was a beautiful girl standing on top of the bearskin. Gulp, Colin swallowed his saliva. This was because Vera was too attractive tonight. She was only wearing a white silk nightgown and her exquisite curves were faintly discernible. Her golden hair was draped over her white shoulders and there was a trace of water vapor emitting from it. It was obvious that she had just finished bathing. A pair of ivory white feet stepped on the bearskin floor mat, glowing with a watery luster, filled with a strange charm. Vera. Vera, why are you looking for me? In this situation, Colin couldn't even speak fluently. The girl's bright face was slightly flushed, but there was a firm light in her eyes. She slowly approached Colin and asked at the same time. "Colin, am I beautiful?" "Yes, of course you are beautiful." Colin looked at the girl's slender and beautiful legs that were exposed as she walked, and the blood in his body showed signs of going out of control. At this time, if it wasn't for the fact that he still didn't understand why Vera was looking for him, he would be too much of a straight man. Vera had already placed her trembling hands on Colin's chest and then raised her head. Her pink lips exuded a deadly temptation under the light of the magic lamp. Colin took a deep breath and did not hesitate any longer. He hugged the girl in his arms and said solemnly, "Don't worry, I will not let you marry that half-elf." Vera's body trembled slightly, but she immediately shook her head. "No, Colin. I will marry Prince Tup. This is my duty as a Saint Hilda. However, I just want to give you everything that is good about me before I enter that cage." "No. You can only marry me." Colin sounded as if he had been possessed by a domineering CEO at this time. "Colin." Vera wanted to persuade him again, but the domineering man blocked her mouth. The girl's heart suddenly beat faster and her mind went blank. Boom. There was a flash of lightning outside the house, and it started to rain. The bean-sized raindrops hit the closed windows and made a pitter-patter sound. The bright morning light shone on the red maple manor, and the crystal-clear dewdrops emitted a little bit of light like pure diamonds, decorating the elegant manor like a fairyland. After the heavy rain, the air was extraordinarily fresh, and the fragrance of flowers and plants filled the air. Colin took a deep breath and faced the rising sun as he stretched his body. He felt refreshed. "Good morning, Your Highness Prince Tup." "Good morning, Your Excellency Viscount Angley. You seem to be in a good mood today." Prince Tup looked at Colin's smiling face and felt a little strange. Ever since Vera's coming-of-age ceremony, although the two of them did not draw their swords at each other, they certainly did not treat each other well. "Haha, of course. This is all thanks to your hospitality." Colin smiled sincerely. "It is my pleasure to satisfy Your Excellency Viscounts." Prince Tup felt that Colin was a little too enthusiastic today, but he did not care much. He felt that as the winner, he should be more tolerant. The half-elf prince had obviously dressed up today, and he was wearing a luxurious suit. In particular, the green thorny crown on his head attracted Colin's attention. Prince Tup seemed to have noticed that Colin was staring at the crown of his head, so he touched the thorny crown and explained. "This is a tradition of the half-elf kingdom. When the royal family enters Silvermoon City, they have to wear a thorny crown to symbolize responsibility and sacrifice." Oh, Colin held back his laughter. "It is indeed very beautiful. Do you know that in my hometown, green symbolizes luck?" "Is that so?" "Thank you for your blessing. I will go and say hello to Miss Vera." "Please help yourself." Prince Tup walked past Colin, but after a few steps, he turned around and reminded him, "Oh, by the way, you have to be careful when you walk around the garden today." "What's wrong?" "I am afraid that a beast has broken in." "Beast?" "Yes. Last night, a long-tailed kite's throat was bitten and its blood was sucked dry. I don't know what kind of beast did it." "That's too bad." Colin pretended to sigh. Prince Tup's face was also full of resentment. "Ai, that long-tailed kite is Mother's beloved pet. She'll be sad for a long time now. That damnable beast." When I find it, I'll definitely tear it into pieces. Yes, you damned beast. Colin cursed naturally. It was as if the long-tailed kite had nothing to do with him. Then I'll go to the front hall to eat first. Good luck. After bidding farewell to Prince Tup, Colin hummed a tune and walked briskly to the dining room. There was already a person sitting at the long table in the hall. Good morning, Lord Viscounts. Good morning, Knights of Telda. Colin felt that there was something wrong with the way the Knight of the House of St. Hilda was looking at him. However, he still sat down and ate his breakfast as usual. The breakfast was very sumptuous. Colin ate very perfunctorily. Just as he was about to leave after stuffing some food into his stomach, Prince Tup also came into the hall. Miss Vera is not feeling well. Therefore, I am afraid that we will not be able to leave today. As soon as they heard Prince Tup's words, the Knights of Telda looked at Colin even more strangely. However, Colin, the culprit, did not seem to be aware of it at all. He even asked with a worried expression on his face, "Is Miss Vera okay?" "She should be fine. I guess that she was disturbed by the thunderstorm last night and did not sleep well," Prince Tup replied casually. He did not notice the strange expression on the Knights of Telda's face. "Please don't worry. I will arrange for a priest to check on Miss Vera. Thank you for your concern. This is what I should do." After Prince Tup left, the Knights of Telda smiled at Colin and said, "Viscount Angley, the rain last night was a little heavy." Colin smiled and nodded as if he did not understand the meaning of the other party's words. "Indeed, I did not sleep well last night." Before the Knights of Telda could speak again, a guilty guy quickly put down his knife and fork and got up to leave. "Then I will go back to sleep first." "Please continue." Therefore, because of Vera's health, the delegation stayed at the Red Maple Manor for one more day. On the third day, they set off again. The half-elf prince was still dressed in a splendid outfit with a green thorny halo on his head. "Good morning, Your Highness. Did you catch that damned beast?" "Good morning, Your Highness Viscounts." Prince Tup shook his head. "Not yet. Also, another poodle was killed last night. It is too hateful." "What?" Colin was shocked. "This is too much. I have already strengthened the manor's guards. If that beast dares to come out tonight, I will definitely not let it escape." "Yes, it will definitely not be able to escape." Colin nodded seriously and then gently squeezed the horse's belly. "Let's go, Your Highness." "Okay." That afternoon, the delegation successfully arrived at Silvermoon City. If Ice Stone City was a prosperous trading city at the border, and Winter City was a majestic city of kings, then Silvermoon City was a beautiful garden city. This ancient city had experienced thousands of years of wind and rain. Since its establishment, it had always been the political, economic, and cultural center of the half-elf kingdom. It was known as the Holy City of the Half-Elves. In order to make it beautiful, the half-elves had put in a lot of effort. Needless to say, there were all kinds of exquisitely carved buildings. Even the empty corners of the streets were planted with flowers and trees by the half-elves. This garden city was constantly in the minds of many wandering poets. They spread its beauty and tranquility everywhere, causing its name to spread throughout the continent. However, the result of paying too much attention to its beautiful appearance was that Silvermoon City's military value could be said to be almost non-existent. For example, the city walls wrapped in wisteria. Although they looked beautiful, when it came to war, they were simply ladders for the attackers to climb. As for the Crystal City Gate that shone with a rainbow light under the sunlight, Colin was very doubtful that it could withstand a round of attacks from the heavy cavalry. In reality, Colin was overthinking it. The city walls and gates of Silvermoon City looked very fragile, but they had never been destroyed in war. This was because every time the enemy attacked Silvermoon City, the city would very straightforwardly surrender without a fight. In the words of the half-elves, "We cannot bear to see this beautiful city go through the flames of war." Thus, although Silvermoon City was a beautiful vase that would break with a touch, it had perfectly preserved the masterpieces of the half-elves' past generations of architects. It could be said to be a miracle in the history of cultural heritage preservation. The person who came to welcome them at the city gate was the Prime Minister of the Half-Elf Kingdom, Duke Muller. "Respected Viscount Angley, welcome. The King and Queen Consort have been waiting in the palace for a long time." Your Excellency, you are too polite. Colin casually bowed to Duke Muller, naturally revealing a trace of arrogance. At this moment, he represented the northern frontier of the empire. Naturally, there was no need for him to be too polite to the Duke of a vassal kingdom. Of course, Duke Muller did not blame him. As the Prime Minister of a small kingdom, he had already learned to bow down in front of the ambassador of a large kingdom. After bowing to Prince Tup, Duke Muller finally turned his gaze to Vera's carriage, as if he wanted to greet Vera in person. Unfortunately, Vera did not seem to have any intention of coming out to meet him. Just as Duke Muller was feeling awkward, Colin's voice sounded from the front. Your Excellency, please lead the way. We cannot let His Majesty wait for too long. Yes, yes. Please follow me. Under the welcome of the half-elves, the bridal party arrived at the half-elven palace in the center of Silver Moon City. Although the half-elven palace was magnificent and the half-elf king was standing in front of the palace gate, Colin's eyes were still fixed on a woman. It was the half-elf queen consort. She was a tall and slim half-elf girl with a dreamy face. Her demeanor was dignified and elegant. She was supporting the old half-elf king with both of her hands. Everyone who saw her could not help but sigh. She was really a flower in a cow dung. Colin quickly withdrew his slightly rude gaze and bowed to the king and queen consort. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. It was no wonder that queen consort needed to adopt a son. The half-elf king looked like he could not even stand properly. It was impossible for him to make the young and beautiful queen consort pregnant. At this time, Vera finally came out of the carriage and bowed to the king. Vera did not dress up today. She was only wearing a simple white dress with no other accessories on her body. There was only a small badge of the House of St. Hilda on her left chest. On such a grand occasion, Vera's attire was actually very impolite. However, no one dared to criticize her. The girl stood in front of the half-elven palace without any expression on her face. It was as if she was silently protesting against fate. Miss Vera, Angeli. Discounts, please don't be so polite. The half-elf king's tone was very light and it was as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Distinguished guests, please come into the palace. We have prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome all of you. A middle-aged half-elf man walked out from behind the king and bowed to Colin and the others. His Highness Prince William is right. Please come in. Duke Muller quickly persuaded. At the same time, he also pointed out the identity of the middle-aged man. It was the half-elf king and the late queen consort's son, first Prince William Mortawin. Colin felt that the reason why the first prince and Duke Muller were in such a hurry to let everyone into the palace was probably because they were worried that the old king would suddenly die after standing outside for too long. Therefore, he followed her advice and led Vera into the half-elven palace. The half-elves, who loved beauty so much, naturally wouldn't be stingy with their own palace. Along the way, Colin saw that every place in his line of sight was decorated with gold and jade, brimming with a luxurious aura. Even the House of St. Hilda's Lion's Roar Fort couldn't compare to this place in this aspect. They walked through a long corridor and arrived at the banquet hall. A long table was placed on the dark red carpet. The table was covered with a navy blue scarf, and there was a blood rose unique to the half-elf kingdom on it. The faint fragrance of the flowers permeated the air, making people feel relaxed and happy. Tall half-elf maids shuttled through the hall like butterflies and led everyone to their respective seats one by one. Colin stepped on the thick carpet, and the soft and comfortable feeling made him feel as if he was walking on clouds. After sitting down in his seat, he squinted his eyes and looked at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. There were 8 crystal chandeliers with a diameter of 3 meters. The magic energy emitted from the chandelier illuminated every corner of the banquet hall as if it was daytime. Lowering his head, he saw a variety of exquisite dishes and expensive wines placed in front of him. Even the tableware was made of pure gold and engraved with the emblem of the House of Medea. Too damn rich, Colin couldn't help but recall the information about the half-elves in the memory of his predecessor. Together with the gnomes, they were known as the 2 races that were the best at doing business in the world. If the gnomes were to become famous because of their talent in business, then the half-elves were to rely on women to do business. That's right, the half-elves were famous for their beauty, and by sending women to the various powers, the half-elves quickly spread out a network of connections that covered every corner of the continent, bringing countless riches back to Silverman City. However, these riches would of course attract covetous gazes. Thus, the half-elves decisively sought refuge with the Radiant Empire, paying large amounts of tribute every year in exchange for the protection of the Empire. With the Empire as their godfather, the half-elves simply lay flat. The military in the country was extremely lax, and the total number of soldiers in the country was only 50,000. It was said that their battle prowess was also extremely weak. There was no other way. With so much money, who would be willing to risk their lives on the battlefield? Just as Colin was thinking about these things, the banquet had already begun. The old king was still using that kind of voice to give a vague toast, making Colin feel drowsy. The entire banquet was extremely boring. Vera adhered to the principle that silence was golden. Unless she was forced to answer, she would occasionally reply with words like okay, yes, and so on. This was not the state that a woman who was about to marry into the half-elven royal family should be in. However, not only did the members of the Maduin royal family not dare to complain, they also had to try their best to find topics to talk about so that the atmosphere would not be too awkward. Colin felt tired for them as he looked at them. The atmosphere at the main table was so tense, and of course, the other half-elven nobles at the other tables did not dare to make any noise. The entire banquet hall was almost filled with the sound of knives and forks hitting the plates. When the banquet was finally over, the maids removed the long table. Melodious music sounded, and the ball began. However, the atmosphere was still extremely awkward. Dara stood there like a wooden person, ignoring everyone. Prince Tup, who was next to her, was so angry that his face turned green, but he still had to maintain a smile. Colin did not dare to ask Vera for a dance at this time. Otherwise, the exasperated Prince Tup would throw a white glove at him again. However, there were many half-elven noble girls surrounding Colin. Apparently, they had heard that this Viscount Angley from the northern frontier was still unmarried, and they had come to try their luck. Looking at the beautiful faces around him, Colin could only smile bitterly and refuse them one by one. He always felt that Vera's gaze was intentionally or unintentionally sweeping over him, and it made him feel a chill down his spine. Moreover, to be honest, he was really not interested in these half-elven noble girls. Although they were not bad-looking, they might not be as beautiful as Vera. As for their status, they were naturally not as good. Half-elf beauties had always been known as the best lover. However, it was also only a lover and not a wife. Any clear-headed human noble was very clear that a half-elven beauty could only be a lover, and they could not really marry her. The reason was very simple. The title of nobility in the Empire of Light could only be inherited by a pure-blooded human. Therefore, in the face of the half-elven girl's enthusiasm, Colin had no choice but to politely decline. Since the two distinguished guests did not give him any face, the atmosphere of the banquet naturally could not be lively. On the other hand, the old half-elven king actually fell asleep on his chair. Therefore, just after 8 o'clock, Queen Consort announced the end of the banquet early. "I'm really sorry that the banquet was not enjoyable for both of you." Looking at Queen Consort, who personally came forward to apologize, Colin smiled and waved his hand. "Your Highness Queen Consort is too polite. In fact, we are also tired from the long journey, and we were just thinking of resting early." "Okay, Tup, send the two distinguished guests to rest." "Yes." After sending off Vera and Colin, Queen Consort stepped forward and tried to help the sleeping king. "Mother, let me do it." Prince William took the initiative to speak. "Okay, you can send His Majesty back to rest. I will send the guests off." "Okay." Prince William supported the king, who was sleeping soundly, as he walked back to the king's bedroom. "All of you can leave now." Prince William placed the king on the bed in the bedroom and waved his hand at the servants behind him. "Yes." When the door of the bedroom was closed again, the sleeping king suddenly opened his eyes. He agilely got up, no longer looking like an old man on the verge of death. Prince William did not seem surprised at all when he saw the old king's expression. It was as if this was how it should be. The half-elf king was no longer as weak as he was before. Instead, his tone became sonorous and powerful as he asked Prince William, "What do you think about your brother marrying the adopted daughter of the Dukes of the North?" "I will listen to your arrangements." Prince William lowered his head as if he did not dare to look into his father's eyes. As the second son, Tup was actually marrying the adopted daughter of the Dukes of the North. This matter obviously made Prince William a little uncomfortable. However, Prince William did not dare to express his dissatisfaction. "I am asking for your opinion." The half-elf king did not seem to intend to let his eldest son off so easily. I have no opinion." Smack, the old king quickly waved the scepter in his hand and hit Prince William's knee heavily. Prince William screamed as he knelt down in front of the king. "Father, I really do not dare to complain." "Idiot!" the old king shouted angrily. "Do you really think that I was the one who arranged for Tup to go to the northern frontier to marry Vera?" I speak. "I do not know." Smack. Smack. Smack, the old king kept waving the scepter in his hand and hitting Prince William's back like raindrops. Poor William did not dare to resist at all. He could only silently endure and let out a few screams from time to time as if he was trying to gain his father's sympathy. After a long time, the old king finally got tired of hitting his son. He sat back on the bed and panted as he scolded his son. "You do not know? You are the future king of the half-elf tribe and the future leader of the half-elf tribe. How can you tell me that you do not know? Are you going to wait until the enemy is in front of you and the half-elf tribe is about to be destroyed? When the courtiers ask you what you should do, you will only say, 'Do you not have any opinion? Do you not know? You are not responsible at all, you are not smart at all. If it weren't for the fact that you're my only bloodline, I would have crippled you long ago.'" Faced with the old king's reprimand, Prince William shivered as he prostrated himself on the ground, not daring to move. But what he didn't know was that such a cowardly attitude would only make his father even angrier. The old king looked at his son and sighed. He did not speak for a long time. Prince William, who was prostrating on the ground, waited for a long time, but his father did not continue. He carefully raised his head. Then, he saw his father's cold and deep gaze. It was a gaze he had never seen before. For some reason, Prince William suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of panic. It was as if something important in his life had left him. But before he could ask, the old king spoke again. "William, tell me, what is the way for the House of Media to survive?" "Hold on tight to your chips." Prince William hurriedly answered, as if a weak student had finally found a question that he knew how to answer. "Then tell me, this way of survival, what does it mean?" Prince William hurriedly searched his guts and replied carefully after a long while, "It means that we have to hold on tight to our chips and not place bets easily." "Why not place bets easily?" the old king continued to ask expressionlessly. Prince William was stunned. "Why did you give me an additional question?" Prince William immediately swallowed the words "I don't know" that were at the tip of his tongue. He felt that if he dared to say that, he would definitely be beaten up again. I think, it's just that, we have to be careful, when placing bets." The poor Prince William held back for a long time, but could not come up with a reason. The light in the old king's eyes dimmed even more. Helpless, he could only patiently explain, "Two giants are fighting. You are just a weak dwarf. If you dare to overestimate yourself and join the battle, you will only end up with your body crushed to pieces, so, your best choice is to watch from the sidelines. No matter how the giants threaten or tempt you, before the situation is clear, you cannot easily join the battle. You do not have many chips in your hands, but they are crucial. As long as you do not place bets easily, they will become more and more important. As long as you do not help either side, both sides will need to rope you in. You'll be able to take advantage of this opportunity to strike from both sides, and you'll have more room to maneuver. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Prince William hurriedly nodded. It was not clear if he really understood, or if he just wanted to lie to escape his father's blame. The old king's expression seemed to be a little disappointed. This was the racial proverb of the House of Media. It implied how much blood, tears, and suffering the half-elves had suffered. It also carried the weight of many shameful and dirty transactions. Unfortunately, the old king sighed and asked again, "So, now that we are stuck between the northern frontier and the eastern frontier, do you know what to do?" "I know. As long as they do not have a winner, we will not take sides, and will not place bets." "Yes." There was finally a smile on the old king's face. It seemed as though he felt that his son was not so stupid that he could not be saved. Then, think about it again. Was it really my arrangement for Tup to marry Vera? Prince William was smart this time. He shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, father, you are so wise. Why would you place a bet on the northern frontier at this critical moment?" When he saw the old king slowly nodding his head, Prince William's confidence was greatly boosted. "So, this matter is my brother's own decision?" The old king's face flashed with a trace of anger. "Humph. Of course, that bitch is also adding fuel to the fire." Prince William did not dare to answer this time. This was because he knew that the bitch that the old king was referring to was Queen Consort. Although the relationship between the half-elven king and Queen Consort was very harmonious to outsiders, William knew very well that ever since Queen Consort married into the royal family, his father had been dissatisfied with her. On the matter of adopting Prince Tupe, the two of them almost turned against each other. The old king, who valued bloodline inheritance, had never regarded Prince Tupe as his own son, even though legally speaking, he was indeed the king's son. If it were not for the fact that Queen Consort was from the Miller family, the king would have abolished her a long time ago. Now, Queen Consort seemed to want to use Tup's marriage to Vera to win over the Dukes of the North. This kind of disregard for the overall situation had obviously completely angered the old king, who was determined to maintain a neutral position and play a balance between the eastern and northern frontier. In a few days, the eastern frontier should send a messenger over. When the time comes, you should go and receive them. Yes. Remember, no matter how the eastern frontier tries to win over you, you should not participate in it personally. Provide them with some necessary convenience and let them fight with the northern frontier. I understand. After saying so much, the old king seemed to be tired, so he waved his hand and motioned Prince William to leave. Prince William immediately bowed and said goodbye, but before he could walk out of the bedroom, the king called him again. "By the way, what about the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce that I asked you to investigate last time?" "I have checked, there is no problem with the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce. They pay the business tax on time and according to the amount, idiot." The old king was angry again. "Did I ask you to investigate their tax evasion?" Prince William was dumbfounded. The old king gasped for breath for a long time before he finally calmed down and waved his hand disappointedly. "Continue to investigate." "Yes." Prince William trembled in fear. "How is little Charlie doing recently?" Hearing the king ask about his son, Prince William's face involuntarily showed a smile. "The little guy is doing very well. Recently, he has begun to learn swordsmanship, but he is too naughty. The flowers and plants in the palace have suffered. Send him to me tomorrow and accompany me for a while." Prince William did not suspect anything and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, father." At this moment, the sound of light footsteps could be heard from outside the palace. Prince William turned around and saw his father lying down on the bed with agile movements. He fell asleep in a second. "William, is His Majesty asleep?" Queen Consort came in and asked in a low voice. "Yes, he fell asleep as soon as he came back." "Well, you can go back too." "Yes. Sir, do you need a half-elf female slave? Our company has recently trained a batch of them, and they are of excellent quality. Do you want to take a look?" Colin had just walked to the entrance of the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce when he was approached by a salesman. "I'm here to look for someone." "May I know who you're looking for?" "A merchant named Sith." "Do you know him?" "This." "May I know why you're looking for our president?" Colin's eyebrows twitched. He did not expect that the first company he met after entering the slave market would have someone he was looking for. Moreover, the person that Prince Okamoto introduced was the president of a rather large company. Seeing the salesman's cautious expression, Colin took out the token that Okamoto gave him. The salesman took the badge, but the suspicion on his face did not fade away. It was obvious that he did not recognize this token. "Please wait for a moment, I'll go in and ask for you." Not long after, the salesman returned, and behind him was a skinny, tall, middle-aged half-elf man. "May I know if you are Sir Viscount Angley?" "Yes." "And you are?" "I am Sith. Prince Okamoto has already told me about you." Please come in." Colin nodded and followed Sith into the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce. After passing through the bustling lobby, Sith led Colin to a quiet courtyard. The courtyard was filled with roses, and under the gentle breeze, the elegant fragrance of the flowers wafted over. In the middle of the flowers, there was a pavilion. Sif led Colin to the pavilion and asked respectfully, "Sir Viscounts, what would you like to drink?" "Coffee." A waiter immediately brought over 2 mugs, the coffee inside was still steaming. Sif waved his hand and the attendant immediately retreated, leaving the room to Colin and Sif. "Welcome to Silvermoon City, respected Viscount Angley. If you need anything here, please feel free to let me know." Colin took a sip of coffee. After that, he didn't bother to be courteous with Sif and asked directly, "Tell me about the situation of the major forces in Silvermoon City." Sif laughed and said, "What force are you talking about? I've been doing business for decades, so I'm quite familiar with the power of the half-elves." "I'm talking about political power." Colin rolled his eyes and interrupted the half-elf merchant who was playing dumb. "Lord Viscounts, if it's about political power. I'm just a small merchant, how would I know anything about it?" Colin looked at Sif playfully before pointing at the roses in the courtyard. "These are all blood roses, right?" "Yes. If Lord Viscounts likes it, I can give you a batch." "I'm not interested in flowers." Colin shook his head and smiled. "However, I heard that Queen Aisha's favorite flower is blood roses." "Yes. The entire Silvermoon City knows about this." "Then tell me about Queen Aisha." "All right." This time, Sif didn't refuse. Queen Aisha was born in the Miller family and is Duke Muller's youngest daughter, half-elf Prime Minister Duke Muller. Colin suddenly thought of the half-elf who had welcomed him at the city gate. "Yes," Sif nodded and continued, "Queen Aisha married into the royal family 3 years ago." Hearing that it was 3 years ago, Colin immediately became alert. He suddenly thought of the plan that the Duke of St. Hilda and Marquis Garcia came up with to eliminate threats from the northern frontier. Wasn't it 3 years ago? Was this a coincidence, or, Sith continued, because His Majesty the King was getting old and couldn't get Queen Consort pregnant, a year ago, he chose a young man from the Miller family to be his adopted son. That was the second prince, Tup, wait. Colin immediately interrupted. "You're saying that Prince Tup was chosen from the Miller family and not the half-elf house of Medea?" "Yes." Sif nodded in confirmation. Colin laughed coldly. What was this Miller family trying to do? Queen Consort belonged to their family. Even the king's adopted son belonged to their family. Even if Tup had changed his surname to Imodiwin, would the old king really acknowledge an outsider? Could it be that Duke Miller wanted to play the game of a turtledove occupying a magpie's nest? "What about the first prince, William?" Colin asked again. "Prince William is the biological son of His Majesty the King and a previous queen consort." "Which family did the previous queen consort come from?" "The Lute family." A dignified face flashed through Colin's mind. At the banquet last night, the Duke of Lute was sitting at the main table. Then the current Duke of Lute is the previous queen consort's son? Colin asked again. "Brother. Does the Duke of Lute hold any position in the palace?" "The Duke of Lute is the commander of the Silvermoon Guard." Colin nodded. He had a rough idea of the political situation in the half-elf kingdom. In his opinion, the high-level forces in the kingdom were mainly divided into 2 factions. The second prince's faction was centered around Queen Consort, Prince Tup, and Duke Muller. The second prince's faction was centered around the king, Prince William, and the Duke of Lute. However, now it seemed that the first prince's faction had the upper hand. After all, the first prince's succession was before Prince Tup, and he also had the help of the king. In addition, the kingdom's most elite army was still in the hands of his uncle, the Duke of Lute. It was no wonder that Prince Tup wanted to go to the northern frontier to marry Vera. Without the help of external forces, the current Prince Tup would not be able to fight against his brother. So, how was the Duke of St. Hilda going to push the disadvantaged Prince Tup to the throne? How was he going to take control of the half-elf kingdom and get the key to enter the eastern region? What about the eastern region? They would certainly not sit back and watch the half-elf kingdom fall into the hands of the northern frontier. So, how were they going to deal with it? There was also Sith. Colin certainly did not believe that this guy was a simple businessman. He did not know what role Prince Okamoto was going to play in the battle for Silvermoon City. As for Colin himself, he was afraid that he was still just a chess piece on this complicated chessboard. However, in order to prevent Vera from marrying the half-elf prince, Colin felt that he had to become a chess player. During the previous journey, he had already outlined a plan. However, he needed a breakthrough. "Are you a knight?" Colin licked his sharp canine teeth and suddenly asked. Sith was obviously stunned. Apparently, he did not expect Colin to ask him such a question. "You must be joking. I am just a small businessman. How can I be qualified to be baptized and become a noble knight?" Colin was a little disappointed and asked again, "Then, there should be quite a few knights in the half-elf royal family, right?" "Of course. It is the long-cherished wish of every half-elf noble to serve the god of light." This was true. Although Silvermoon City also had a Church of the Goddess of Destiny, under the influence of the Empire of Light, the Church of the God of Light was more lively. The first profession of the half-elf noble was naturally a knight, not a ranger. His Majesty the King was once a 4th-grade knight. Her Highness Queen Consort and the 2 princes were also knights. Also, there is the Duke of Lute. Hearing the prominent names coming out of Sif's mouth, Colin revealed an excited smile. "Well, let's stop here today. I still have something to do, so I will take my leave first." "Okay, you are welcome to visit any time. I will send you out." The two of them walked all the way out. When they reached the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce, they met a group of fully armed guards. Colin looked at the familiar face of the leader and said in surprise, "Prince William? This Count Angley? Why are you here?" Colin paused for a moment, then blurted out, "I'm here to look at the half-elf female slave." "I see." Prince William was enlightened, then revealed a flirtatious smile that all men understood. "Then you should be looking for me. The best half-elf female slaves in Silvermoon City are all with me." Colin blinked. He felt that the eldest prince's words were a little silly. "It's alright, I'm just looking around. I don't have to buy anything." Colin quickly changed the topic. "May I know why you're here?" "I'm here to investigate this Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce." The honest Prince William said, "We received a report that this Chamber of Commerce is committing tax evasion." "I'm innocent." "Your Highness!" Sith immediately cried out. "Didn't you just come here to investigate a while ago?" "We are law-abiding citizens, we definitely didn't commit tax evasion. Whether you did or not, we'll know once we investigate." Prince William ignored Sith and waved his hand behind him. Instantly, a group of ferocious half-elf guards rushed forward and carried Sith into the Chamber of Commerce. "I'm sorry, Your Highness Viscounts. I'm busy with work, I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you." "It's alright, you do what you need to do. I'll just look around." Colin was about to bid farewell to Prince William, but as he took a step forward, he suddenly had an idea. He turned around and said, "Your Highness, I might have some clues about this Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce." "Oh?" Prince William stopped in his tracks. "However, this isn't a clue about tax evasion." "It's alright, tell me." Prince William's eyes lit up, and he became even more excited. When Colin saw the other party's reaction, he immediately realized that the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce had long been targeted by the House of Medea. Tax evasion was just an excuse for a search. "I just saw a sneaky giant demon inside, so I suspect that this Chamber of Commerce might be in cahoots with the giant demon empire." Colin sold Okamoto out without any psychological burden. He felt that this Sith should be a spy that the trolls had planted in the half-elf kingdom. It was very likely that he wanted to take advantage of the confrontation between the northern frontier and the eastern frontier to reap the benefits. Of course, Colin didn't want the trolls to get what they wanted. Therefore, he asked Prince William to test this Sith. At the same time, it would also make the water in Silvermoon City even more muddy. This would make it easier for him to fish in troubled waters. "I see." Prince William came to a sudden realization. He finally understood why his father wanted him to investigate this Chamber of Commerce. "Haha, Viscount Angley, thank you very much for your information. I will definitely visit you to thank you someday. Oh, by the way, didn't you want to buy a half-elf slave? I will go back and give you the best slave I have." No, you are too polite." After bidding farewell to the overly enthusiastic Prince William, Colin returned to the palace alone. Vera's wedding was in half a month, so he had nothing to do at the moment. He wanted to find Vera to talk about life, but he gave up halfway. After all, this was the half-elven palace, not the Red Maple Manor. The palace was guarded by the Silvermoon Guard, and they couldn't be sent away. If they found out that something was wrong, it would be troublesome. Therefore, Colin began to stroll around the palace. As he walked, he suddenly smelled a familiar fragrance. Following the fragrance, Colin walked into an open-air garden. The garden was full of bloody roses, and it looked like a sea of flames. Colin walked closer to one of the roses and looked at it carefully, as if he was trying to distinguish whether these bloody roses were the same species as the ones he saw in the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce. "This Count Angley?" An elegant and slightly magnetic voice suddenly sounded. Colin was shocked, and when he turned his head, he saw Queen Xianxia squatting in the middle of the flowers. She was wearing a fiery red dress, and she perfectly blended in with the bloody roses. It was no wonder that Colin didn't notice her existence before. "Your Highness Queen Consort. I am sorry that I didn't see you when I came in." Queen Xianxia waved her hand, indicating that Colin didn't need to be so polite. She slowly walked towards Colin, a charming smile on her beautiful face. "Your Highness Viscount also likes bloody roses?" Colin also stood up straight, but he lowered his head slightly, avoiding Queen Consort's gaze. "Yes, after all, no one doesn't like beautiful things." "Then do you know? The most beautiful bloody roses need to be watered with fresh blood." As she spoke, Queen Xianxia had already arrived beside Colin. A faint fragrance kept drilling into Colin's nose, tugging at his heartstrings. "Is that so? No wonder it's called Bloody Rose." Colin rubbed his itchy nose and said with a smile. Queen Xianxia casually plucked a bloody rose, put it at the tip of her nose, and nodded. "That's right. Moreover, the more powerful the practitioner's blood, the more beautiful the bloody rose will be." Colin's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, "Isn't that very similar to me? Maybe he could also add the bloody rose to the new family emblem." Just as Colin was thinking, Queen Consort had already inserted the bloody rose into her hair, and then tilted her head to look at Colin, and asked slightly abruptly, "Am I beautiful?" Colin was stunned, and turned his head to look at Queen Xianxia, who had a charming expression, and nodded, "Of course." But at the same time, a trace of vigilance rose in his heart. Queen Xianxia smiled, as if she was a young girl in love who had been praised by her lover. "I heard that you also proposed to Miss Vera in the Lion's Roar Castle, right?" "Yes. Sigh, I have also experienced the pain of not being able to get the one you love." Queen Xianxia's beautiful eyes were filled with a trace of pity, as if she really felt the same way about Colin. Colin raised his head, and looked directly into the eyes of the beautiful Queen Consort, and suddenly smiled. "Your Highness must be joking. Aren't you already married to the person you love?" "Do you really think so?" Queen Xianxia's face showed a complicated smile. Colin did not speak. He did not understand why Queen Consort was telling him these things. Queen Xianxia seemed to see the vigilance in Colin's eyes, and she sighed. "I know that you don't trust me. However, I can see that Miss Vera is actually not willing to marry Tup. You should be Miss Vera's real lover." "Your Highness, you must be joking," Colin said. He did not want to give this woman any information that could be used against him. "I am not joking." Queen Xianxia had a serious expression on her face. "Moreover, if possible, I even hope that you can take Miss Vera away with you." Colin smiled, and he ignored Queen Consort's nonsense. Although he really thought so, Queen Xianxia would not help him take Vera away. According to Colin's understanding of the situation in Silvermoon City, Queen Xianxia should be one of the people who wanted Prince Tup to marry Vera the most. This way, the Miller family behind her would be able to get the support of the northern frontier, and then realize their dream of taking over the Magpie's Nest. Therefore, Colin always felt that Queen Consort was testing him by telling him these things. Could it be that she saw something, or did the Duke of St. Hilda say something to the Miller family? "Your Highness, I suddenly remembered that there is something that I have not done yet. So, I will take my leave first." Colin was ready to leave quickly. "Okay." After Colin left, Queen Consort took off the blood rose that she had just inserted into her hair and gently crushed it. Then, she opened her palm and let the fine petals fall one by one. "If you are still alive, do you dare to take me away?" A breeze blew, and Queen Xianxia's murmur was carried away. After leaving the garden, Colin was still wondering why Queen Xianxia had said those words to him. He didn't notice a half-elf maid walking towards him. The maid was holding a huge potted plant. Her line of sight was blocked, so she didn't notice Colin. It was only when the two of them almost bumped into each other that Colin realized that there was someone in front of him. He quickly dodged, but the maid was so shocked that she screamed. "Ah. Sorry. No, no, no. Lord Viscounts, it's my fault." The maid obviously recognized Colin. She quickly put down the potted plant and kept apologizing. "It's fine." Colin waved his hand and was about to leave. But after taking a few steps, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned back and called out to the maid, "Are you in charge of the garden?" "Yes, Lord Viscounts." "Are you the one who cultivated those blood roses?" "No, I don't have that ability." The maid shook her head. "These blood roses are specially bought from outside." "Then do you know where I bought those blood roses in the garden?" "I like those flowers, so I wanted to buy some for myself." "The Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce." The maid said a name that Colin was familiar with. "It's in the slave market in the west of the city. This Chamber of Commerce can cultivate the best blood roses in the entire Silvermoon City." "All right, thank you." "You're too polite." The maid bowed. Seeing that Colin had no other orders, she left. Colin looked at the maid's back as she left, and suddenly fell into deep thought. This strange Queen Xianxia was indeed related to the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce. But, was their relationship really only related to the blood roses? Did Queen Xianxia know Sith? Or even Prince Okamoto? Could it be that Prince Okamoto was actually a supporter of the Second Prince's faction? But why did the giant demon empire extend their hands into the half-elf kingdom? What benefits could they gain here? Also, why would a half-elf like Sith rely on the giant demons? A series of questions swirled in Colin's mind. He suddenly felt that the situation in Silvermoon City was getting interesting. Colin revealed an excited smile and turned to walk back to his residence. However, even though he had so many questions, he was clear about one thing. That was why he bumped into Prince William in front of the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce. It was likely that the House of Media had discovered the secret connection between Queen Xianxia and the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce. That was why they used the excuse of checking taxes to conduct a search. Colin had already told Prince William about the secret relationship between the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce and the trolls. Now, it was up to the prince to see if he could pry some useful information out of Sith. With that in mind, Colin quickly returned to his residence. Then, he noticed that there was a pretty, petite half-elf girl at his door. "Knights of Telda, who is this lady?" Colin asked curiously. "Lord Viscounts, this is Kathy. She is a female slave that Prince William personally sent over just now. He said that she was a gift for you." Colin finally remembered. He had thought that Prince William was just being polite. He did not expect that he would really send over a half-elf female slave. This half-elf female slave was about 1.6 meters tall. She was thin and small, as if she could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, she had a delicate and beautiful face. Especially her large, amber eyes and pointy ears, she looked very cute. She was wearing a simple green dress. On her left ankle was a metal ring that symbolized her status as a slave. She exuded a mysterious and delicate aura that made people want to protect her. Kathy saw that Colin was sizing her up. She blushed and took a step forward. She bowed and said, "Lord Viscounts, His Highness Prince William has asked me to follow you from now on." The Knights of Telda handed over a document at the right time. "My lord, this is her slave contract. His Highness has already signed it. As long as you sign your name, this female slave will be yours." Colin helplessly took the contract and said to Kathy, "Come in with me." After entering the room, Colin had just sat down on a chair when Kathy immediately poured a cup of water and brought it to Colin. "My lord, please have some water." Colin looked at the fawning face of Kathy. He smiled and waved his hand. "You don't have to be so nervous." Then he pointed to the seat opposite him and said, "Sit down." Kathy sat down obediently, but her back was straight. It seemed that she was still a little nervous. "How did you become a slave?" Colin looked at Kathy's appearance and knew that this girl's family background was not bad. She did not look like the child of a slave. "My father used to be a merchant. Later he went bankrupt, so he sold me to pay off his debts." Speaking of the unbearable past, Kathy could not help but shed tears. What a cliché story. He did not know how much of it was true. Colin looked at the pitiful Kathy and asked again. Then how long have you been with Prince William? I was just sold to Prince William today. Oh? Colin raised his eyebrows. Then which Chamber of Commerce did you work for before? Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce. As expected, Colin immediately guessed that the simple-minded Prince William did not know the true background of the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce. And this half-elf female slave was perhaps a gift from Sith to please Prince William. But he did not expect that Prince William would directly send her to Colin. Oh? Wait, a half-elf female slave that Sith gave to Prince William. Colin rubbed his chin and suddenly laughed. Come here. After hearing Colin's order, Kathy immediately stood up and walked in front of Colin. Come a little closer. Kathy took another step forward. Colin suddenly stood up as well, scaring Kathy. The two of them were very close to each other. Colin deliberately moved closer, his face almost touching Kathy's face. Kathy seemed to have realized something, and her pretty face instantly turned red. Colin's masculine scent made her heart flutter and her mind completely blank. At this moment, Colin suddenly asked, What's your surname? My surname is. Kathy instantly sobered up. Her eyes widened and she quickly corrected herself. Sir, I'm just a slave. I don't have a surname. You didn't have a surname before you became a slave? Kathy shook her head. Sir, I was just a commoner before. Colin smiled coldly. He obviously did not believe her words. Kathy's subconscious reaction just now had already betrayed her. In this world, only nobles were allowed to have surnames. If Kathy was really a commoner, she definitely would not have used a sentence like, my surname is. Thinking about the collusion between Sith and Queen Xianxia, Colin suddenly felt that this Kathy couldn't be a member of the Miller family, could she? If that was really the case, then Duke Miller was too ruthless. In order to place a spy by the enemy's side, he actually sold a member of his family as a slave. Of course, Colin also thought of another possibility. Kathy might not be related to the Miller family. She might be a spy for Sith, or one of the families behind Sith. Actually, this was the real reason why Colin had chosen to trick Kathy in the beginning. He had always felt that Sith did not seem like a commoner. A half-elf commoner, even if he had the support of trolls, would not dare to interfere with the upper echelons of Silvermoon City. It was a pity that this female slave was obviously not a knight. Colin could not turn her into a blood kin and pry open her mouth. As for a blood slave, he could turn her into one, but she was a walking corpse with no thoughts of her own. Obviously, Colin would not be able to find out about her background. You may leave first. Yes. Kathy looked pitifully at Colin, then ran out like a frightened deer. Colin looked at the others back as he walked away. He suddenly felt that his plan could be improved a little. Sith, Kathy, Queen Xianxia, this was really an interesting clue. Dark clouds covered the sky above Silvermoon City, and rumbling thunder could be heard from time to time. It was going to rain. The pedestrians on the street were in a hurry, trying to get home before the storm arrived. A small tavern in the east of the city also welcomed two guests. The waiter of the tavern knew that the two guests must be nobles when he saw their attire and temperament. Then, he unconsciously bent down and respectfully led them to a quiet table by the window. The two guests were a man and a woman. The man was in his early 20s, with bright blonde hair and blue eyes. His eyes were as deep as the sea, and everyone who was looked at by them felt like they were being seen through. The woman was slightly younger, with a pretty face and a vigorous heroic spirit. She was petite, and her movements were vigorous. What was more eye-catching was the huge broadsword on her back. The broadsword was almost as tall as the woman, with two blades on both sides. The blade was 10 inches wide, and it was engraved with a mysterious and complicated arcane array. One could even feel the lightning energy on it from time to time if they got closer. The huge broadsword formed a sharp contrast with the petite woman, and the visual impact was very strong. The top of the sword hilt was engraved with a horse spreading its wings. If one had studied the emblems of nobles in the Empire of Radiance, they would immediately recognize that this was the emblem of the House of Saint Prospero, the ruler of the Empire's East region, a pure white Pegasus. Bang! After the woman sat down, she casually leaned the broadsword on her back against the wall. But from the depth of the sword's tip and the sound of impact just now, one could tell that the sword was definitely not light. "Brother, why have you been so busy tasting wine these few days? Have you forgotten that we came to Silvermoon City with a mission?" The man smiled and did not immediately answer his sister's question. Instead, he took the wine from the waiter and poured a glass for himself and his sister. Then, he raised his glass and said, "What's the rush? Try the wine here first." The woman had no choice but to raise her glass and clink it with her brother's. As he raised his hand, the man's sleeve showed 3 silver stripes embroidered on it. This was the mark of an empire's count. Coupled with the pure white Pegasus emblem on the woman's broadsword, the identity of these 2 distinguished guests could be guessed. The ruler of the eastern region, the House of St. Prospero, had only one count, and that was St. Prospero Evan. The Earl of Avon was the second son of the Duke of St. Prospero. Being conferred the title of Count at such a young age, it seemed that this second son of the Duke was very favored. However, those who truly understood the trade would understand that the truth was the exact opposite. Just like the northern region, the first heir of the Duke of the eastern region would also accept the title of Marquis. This title did not have any corresponding territory. After all, when the Duke died, the entire eastern region would belong to this Marquis. The Duke of the Eastern region conferred the title of Earl on his second son, Evan, which was basically saying, "I'll give you the Earl title and this territory. As for my Duke title, don't even think about it." His fear was as clear as day. After drinking a glass of wine, the Earl of Avon closed his eyes and savored the taste for a long time. When he opened his eyes again, he saw his sister's unrelenting gaze. The Earl of Avon smiled helplessly and could only say, "All right, all right. Anna, do you know why I'm not in a hurry to find the half-elven royal family?" "Why?" "Because this is a mission that is destined to fail." The Earl of Avon poured himself another glass of wine, "So, rather than wasting time, it's better to try all the good wine in Silvermoon City. This way, it won't be a wasted trip." Anna frowned and asked in confusion, "Why do you think this is a mission that is destined to fail?" The Earl of Avon closed his eyes and savored the good wine that had just entered his throat. He said faintly, "Father sent us to Silvermoon City to prevent the half-elven kingdom from completely leaning towards the northern frontier. However, I think this is almost impossible. Because the Duke of St. Hilda has a sure win method." "Sure win?" Anna had a look of disbelief on her face. What method can guarantee that the northern frontier will definitely gain control of the half-elven kingdom? Even if Varys successfully marries Prince Tup, it doesn't mean that she will be able to control Silvermoon City, right? After all, Prince Tup is the second-in-line heir. Moreover, didn't you say that the half-elven king is a master of balance and will not easily lean towards any side? Haha, the half-elven king is an old fox, but the Duke of St. Hilda is a lion. The Earl of Avon opened his eyes and sneered, "Do you want to know what this sure win method is?" "What?" "The method is," Count Elvin drank another cup of wine and said in a frosty tone, "Don't worry. Kill Vera." Boom. A flash of lightning pierced the sky outside the window, followed by a deafening thunder. Anna's eyes widened and she stared at her brother in a daze. After a while, she asked in disbelief, "Are you saying that if the Duke of St. Hilda kills his adopted daughter, he will definitely gain control of the half-elven kingdom?" "That's right." The Earl of Avon's eyes were bloodthirsty. As long as Vera dies in Silvermoon City, then the northern frontier will have an excuse to send troops. I suspect that the invincible black cavalry in the northern frontier is already ready to go. They will kill their way to Silvermoon City and it will take them about 10 days. Do you think that the half-elven Silvermoon Guard will dare to defend the city by then? Will our father dare to send troops to the half-elven kingdom and fight a decisive battle with the black cavalry on land? Anna was silent. She didn't know if she was frightened by her brother's crazy idea or if she felt that the answers to the last 2 questions were too hard to answer. If the black cavalry rushed all the way to Silvermoon City, then according to the glorious tradition of the half-elves, they would definitely surrender without a fight. What about the Duke of the Eastern region? He probably wouldn't dare to send troops to the half-elven kingdom and fight the black cavalry head-on. The northern frontier had just experienced a great chaos and the army had suffered heavy losses. However, as long as the terrifying black cavalry was still there, no one would dare to underestimate the northern frontier. What's more, the eastern region had not experienced war for hundreds of years. The number of troops was not small, but their combat power was worrying. Without experiencing the test of blood and fire, it was impossible to forge a strong army. If it weren't for the geographical advantage of the new Shui River, the army of the northern frontier would have already driven the house of Saint Prospero out of White Dew City. Anna let out a long sigh and shook her head. This is just your guess. Is the Duke of St. Hilda really willing to give up a daughter for the half-elven kingdom? She's an adopted daughter. The Earl of Avon corrected her. Moreover, even if she's his biological daughter, so what? For someone like the Duke of St. Hilda, what can't he give up? Anna looked into her brother's eyes and asked seriously, if you were the Duke of St. Hilda, would you do this? Yes. The Earl of Avon answered without hesitation. I don't believe it. Anna shook her head. Although father and brother don't like you and think that you're unscrupulous, have no bottom line, and don't talk about chivalry. But I know that you're not such a person. The Earl of Avon laughed. How would you know what kind of person I am? I rely on my intuition. Anna said matter-of-factly. The Earl of Avon was startled, then lowered his head. There was a trace of warmth in his eyes, but he mocked, my silly sister. You'll be deceived sooner or later. Anna snorted, apparently disagreeing with her brother's warning, and asked, do we really have no way to stop the northern frontier? The Earl of Avon drank another glass of wine, shook his head and said, actually, there is. Anna quickly asked, what is it? Outside the window, the sky was completely covered by dark clouds. From time to time, the muffled thunder sounded like a warning, urging the pedestrians on the street to find shelter from the rain. In the tavern, the Earl of Avon looked at his sister's anxious eyes and leisurely replied, the solution is to immediately step into the sacred domain. Humph. Anna raised her eyebrows and glared at her brother. Obviously, she knew she was being played. I'm only at the fourth step, far from the sacred domain. It's not early anymore. The Earl of Avon sighed, only 19 years old and you're already a fourth-step knight. Hee, you're definitely the most promising one among this generation of Saint Prospero to become a paladin. That's just a hope. But according to what you said, the Duke of St. Hilda is certain to take control of the half-elven kingdom. Then I'm afraid our eastern region will soon face the northern frontier's cavalry. What should we do? The Earl of Avon laughed, okay, I won't joke with you. In fact, I think the only way to really stop the northern frontier is to ask for help from the San Lorenzo family. The imperial family of the empire? Anna looked thoughtful. Yes. We alone can't stop the northern frontier. Only by asking for help from the imperial family is the only solution. The San Lorenzo family. Will they help us? Of course they will. The Earl of Avon looked certain, if the eastern region falls into the hands of the House of St. Hilda, then can the San Lorenzo family suppress the House of St. Hilda who has two realms? But isn't there the Sacred Covenant? Would the House of St. Hilda dare to? The Earl of Avon smiled disdainfully, Sacred Covenant? How many of the 7 paladin families that signed the covenant are left? What about the House of St. Theon and the House of St. Vogues? Anna was silent. The young girl seemed to be not used to these dark and dirty things. The alliance agreement is fake. Only the military strength is real. If the House of St. Hilda has the power to sweep through the empire, then Imperial Dragon City should have a new master. The Earl of Avon sighed. That's why I said that father is a fool. Sending us to Silver Moon City is a waste of effort. We might as well go straight to Imperial Dragon City. However, the half-elf kingdom has yet to fall into the hands of the northern frontier. How are we going to convince the San Lorenzo family to intervene if we go to Imperial Dragon City? A true wise man will not wait until the crisis is imminent to deal with it. Instead, he will foresee the future risks when the crisis is still in its infancy and make plans in advance. Earl of Avon pointed to the umbrella beside him. It wasn't raining when I went out, but I brought an umbrella. He pointed out the window again. Look, it's raining now. Crash. As expected, it began to rain heavily outside the window. Many passers-by who had yet to return home were immediately drenched. Anna pouted. She felt that her brother had scolded her too. She didn't bring an umbrella either. Then let's write to father and ask him to send someone to Imperial Dragon City. Do you think father will listen to my advice? The Earl of Avon looked disapproving. Then all right. Anna insisted. It's useless, the Earl of Avon sighed. Do you know what the hardest thing in the world is? What? It's to make a proud person admit that he is inferior to others. The Earl of Avon looked disdainful. And our father will not lower himself to beg the San Lorenzo family unless he is at his wit's end. Anna pursed her lips, her face full of stubbornness. Then are we really going to do nothing and just eat, drink, and play in Silver Moon City? The Earl of Avon had a cynical smile on his face. We have to do something. Otherwise, it will be hard to report back. Anna looked at her brother's mischievous look. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She said hatefully, Evan. Don't forget that your surname is Saint Prospero too. Where are you going to hide if the Northern Army invades us en masse? The Earl of Avon didn't say anything. A look of pain flashed across his face. Anna wasn't in the mood to talk. She turned her head and looked at the rain outside the window, lost in thought. The storm that engulfed Silver Moon City came fiercely and left especially quickly. In the evening, the dark clouds had completely dissipated, revealing the fiery red setting sun. In the open-air garden of the half-elven palace, the maids were removing the cloth that blocked the rain, allowing the flowers and plants to receive the rays of the setting sun. Unfortunately, although the precious blood roses in the garden escaped the attack of the storm, they didn't escape the destruction of the sharp swords. Hey! Ha! A little boy around the age of 10 was waving a sharp sword, ruining Queen Elsa's beloved blood rose until it was too horrible to look at. Seeing this scene, none of the maids at the side dared to step forward to stop him. This was because this boy was Prince William's son, Charlie Mortawin. The old king was leaning on his walking stick, chuckling as he watched his grandson wreak havoc in the garden. He didn't seem to have any intention of stopping him. Your Highness. Your Highness. At this moment, Prince William suddenly appeared at the entrance of the garden. He angrily reprimanded his son who was causing trouble. Charlie. That's Queen Consort's beloved blood rose. Don't chop it. The boy was shocked. He hurriedly threw away the sword in his hand, as if the destruction from before had nothing to do with him. However, the old king was not happy about it. He glared fiercely at Prince William and shouted angrily, Why are you being so fierce? You're scaring the child. Then, he turned to look at Charlie and put on a smile again. Charlie, don't be afraid. It's just some useless flowers. Do whatever you want. Oh yeah. Charlie shouted excitedly. He picked up the sword from the ground and started destroying the blood roses again. Prince William sighed helplessly. He waved at the maids in the garden, who didn't know what to do, and asked them to leave quickly. Then, he took a few steps forward, wanting to support the old king. Unexpectedly, the old king flung his hand away and glared at him. What's there to support? Am I that old? Prince William was speechless. He thought to himself, weren't you the one who wanted to pretend to be old? However, this prince who was used to being submissive did not dare to refute. He only asked softly, Father, our men have already found the guests from the east in Silvermoon City, but these two guests don't seem to be in a hurry to find us. Then what are they doing? They've been going to almost all the taverns in Silvermoon City these past few days. It seems, they're tasting all kinds of good wine. The old king frowned. He obviously didn't expect these two eastern messengers to be so unreliable. He could only say, if they're not coming to find you, then go find them. Yes. Remember to bring good wine. Yes. After Prince William left obediently, the old king looked at his excited grandson and asked with a smile, Charlie, why do you like destroying these flowers so much? Charlie was stunned. He turned his head and said, I don't know. I just like to see them fall on the ground. Ha ha ha. The old king seemed to be very happy. Good, then continue. Remember, the more beautiful these things are, the more dangerous they are. Chop them. It's best if you chop them all. Okay, chop them all. As if he had received a sacred mission, Charlie waved the sword in his hand even more vigorously. Your Highness, the esteemed guest is inside. You didn't interrupt, did you? No. All right, you may leave first. Yes. After the guards left, Prince William straightened his collar and knocked on the door. Asterisk knock, knock, knock. Asterisk the door opened, and Prince William immediately revealed an elegant and slightly flattering smile. But before he could introduce himself, Anna waved and said, "Come in." Prince William immediately understood that his subordinates had probably been discovered by the other party, so he hurried into the room. "Esteemed Earl of Avon, Miss Anna, please forgive my sudden visit." The Earl of Avon did not get up, but pointed to the chair in front of him and said, "Sit." Prince William hurriedly sat down, like an obedient student facing his teacher. Then, he placed the champagne he brought on the table. "My lord, this is the best wine produced by the House of Media Winery. I hope it will suit your taste." The Earl of Avon's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "Whether the wine is good or not, you have to taste it to know. Come, 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 let's taste it together." With that, he immediately went to get the wine glasses. Prince William quickly opened the bottle and poured 3 glasses. The Earl of Avon picked up the wine glass and shook it elegantly. Then, he put it under his nose and sniffed it, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. He praised, "It's really good wine." Prince William looked pleased. "It's our honor to be liked by the Earl." The Earl of Avon smiled, took a sip, and savored it carefully. The room was temporarily quiet. Prince William did not dare to disturb the Earl of Avon's wine tasting. On the other side, Anna had already finished her glass quickly and was looking at the half-elf prince with a curious gaze. While Prince William was fidgeting under Anna's scrutinizing gaze, the Earl of Avon seemed to have finished his evaluation. "Prince William, what brings you here today?" Prince William cursed in his heart. "Shouldn't you be the ones looking for us? Why are you asking me what's the matter?" However, he only dared to think about it. He definitely did not dare to say it out loud. "It's like this. My guards have discovered that 2 esteemed guests have come from afar. So, as the master of Silver Moon City, I naturally have to entertain them well." "Oh? Just to entertain us?" The Earl of Avon smiled playfully. "I thought you were here for the marriage of your daughter at the northern frontier." Prince William was speechless. His face turned red from the Earl of Avon's unexpected way of speaking. When the Earl of Avon saw Prince William's reaction, he knew that this guy was really an honest person. Therefore, he stopped teasing him and turned serious. "Prince William, Prince Tupa's marriage to Miss Vera was not arranged by your father, right?" "Of course not. Tupa's young and impulsive. He acted on his own initiative," Prince William quickly explained. "I hope that you can understand and do not blame the House of Media for this. However, since things have already come to this point, my father is also in a difficult position. If he directly rejects this marriage, I am afraid that he will offend the Duke of St. Hilda. But this matter has made my father very angry," the Earl of Avon said as he shook his head. Prince William suddenly said anxiously, "Earl of Avon, please help us explain this matter to the Duke of St. Prospero. I am also very angry." The Earl of Avon said pretentiously, "Hasn't the House of Media always claimed to be neutral? Why would you dare to marry someone from the northern frontier this time? Moreover, you are marrying the daughter of a duke. Are you holding the chips in your hands? Haha, you are directly placing your bet." I. Prince William was speechless for a while. "You don't want to see your brother marry Vera and gain the support of the Dukes of the North, right?" Of course not," Prince William said honestly. "I have a way to help you destroy this marriage." Prince William's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "Please tell me." "Of course, it is not appropriate to directly reject this marriage. However, if Miss Vera's reputation is tarnished, then the House of Media will naturally have a suitable excuse to cancel this marriage in order to protect the face of the half-elf royal family." "Tarnished reputation?" "Yes." The Earl of Avon poured himself another glass of champagne before he said, "Have you heard about the chaos in the northern frontier?" "I have heard about it a little." "Then you should know that the Black Cavalry played a decisive role in it. However, according to the results of the reward, there is someone who is not part of the Black Cavalry system who has benefited greatly." Prince William immediately thought of someone. "Are you talking about the messenger of the northern frontier? This Count Angley?" "Yes, aren't you curious? How did the son of a former baron suddenly gain the recognition of the Duke of St. Hilda? Not only was he promoted to a viscount, But he was also given a much larger territory than the other viscounts. Moreover, it is said that the Duke of St. Hilda even gave him the Blade of Judgment. Prince William nodded again and again. It is indeed very strange. The Earl of Avon put down his glass of champagne and said in a mysterious tone, according to what I know, Viscount Angley met Vera, who had just returned from the eastern region during the chaos. The two of them fled together and were very close to each other. Yes. Prince William also thought of something and quickly added, during the banquet at the Lion's Roar Castle, Viscount Angley also proposed to the Dukes of the North to marry Miss Vera. However, the Duke chose to marry Vera to Tup in the end. The Earl of Avon snapped his fingers and said with certainty, therefore, I am sure that Viscount Angley is Vera's lover. That is why he was recognized by the Duke. However, I am afraid that something happened later and the Duke changed his mind at the last minute. That is why he married Vera to the half-elf kingdom. So, what you mean isn't such a beautiful and regretful love story exactly what people like? You just need to send someone to compile the past of Viscount Angley and Miss Vera and fill in some of the scenes that would make people daydream. Then, you can ask the bards to sing about it in Silvermoon City. Wonderful. Prince William nodded again and again as if he had come up with a wonderful plan. Anna frowned as she listened to her brother's words. She did not expect her brother to come up with such a bad idea. She did not know if Prince William was really stupid or not. He actually thought that this was a wonderful plan. The Earl of Avon seemed to be unable to stand Prince William's brainless flattery and he sent him away after a few words. After closing the door, Anna turned around and looked at her brother with disdain. Is this your wonderful plan? It is a little despicable? Vulgar? Or do you think that it is futile? The Earl of Avon did not care about his sister's gaze. He poured himself another glass of wine and savored it carefully. Anna pursed her lips and wondered, didn't you say that the Duke of St. Hilda has a way to win? Even if your plan really makes it impossible for Vera to marry into the half-elf royal family, what is the use of it? The Earl of Avon spread his hands and said, I have to do something. Otherwise, I will not be able to report back to my father. At the same time, I also want to test the level of our allies and opponents. I do not know the level of our opponents, but our allies. Sigh, it seems that they are really stupid. I am now even more convinced that the northern frontier is going to win this time. So, you gave Prince William such a bad idea just to report back to your father? Otherwise? The Earl of Avon shrugged and said, the Duke of St. Hilda wants to kill his daughter. Do you think we can stop him? Maybe the Viscount Angley is the person sent by the Dukes of the North to carry out this task. Hee hee, this is really interesting. If the love and hatred in this story can be made into a story, it will definitely spread throughout the entire continent. Anna's eyes widened, then, is the Viscount Angley really willing to kill his beloved? Why not? If I were him, I would faithfully carry out the Duke's orders. Maybe I will be promoted to an earl when I go back, haha. Brother. Anna grabbed the glass of wine in the Earl of Avon's hand and scolded, you can't always use this kind of dark psychology to judge everyone. The Earl of Avon shook his head helplessly and sighed. Silly sister, this world is much darker than you think. As the day of Prince Tup and Miss Vera's wedding approached, the entire Silvermoon City was filled with a festive atmosphere. She was the daughter of the Dukes of the North, even though she was just an adopted daughter. She was still the daughter of a noble with the highest status in the history of the Modiwan royal family. All of the half-elves felt honored to be able to do so. However, this festive atmosphere was suddenly mixed with some unpleasant noises. Some stories about Miss Vera and Viscount Angley quietly spread in Silvermoon City. Moreover, these stories were all real and did not seem to be made up. As a result, the public opinion in Silvermoon City gradually began to change. Under the influence of some people, the half-elves no longer looked forward to Miss Vera marrying into the royal family. They even began to feel that Prince Tup should not marry a noble lady with a tainted reputation. The people of this world also valued a woman's reputation very much. After all, in the absence of paternity testing technology, how could they ensure that their descendants were really of their own blood? This was a problem that was very troublesome. Therefore, in order to ensure the purity of the bloodline, the nobles would generally require the bride to be a virgin. This was the simplest way to ensure the purity of the bloodline, although it was not necessarily effective. In fact, many nobles had to go through a body inspection procedure before they got married. However, this procedure was generally targeted at the woman who was in a weaker position. If Prince Tup was marrying Vera, it was obvious that the House of Media would not dare to perform a body inspection on Vera. This was because this procedure was simply too rude. When some of the nobles found out that their daughters were pregnant out of wedlock, they would deliberately find a lower-class noble to take over the bride's body in order to prevent the child from being a spurned illegitimate child. For the half-elven royal family, they absolutely did not want to be tainted with a bad reputation. However, if they were really asked to perform a body inspection on Vera, they probably would not have the courage to do so. However, as the rumors gradually fermented and became more and more intense, the House of Media began to lose control of the situation. Many half-elf nobles even began to ask for Vera's body to be examined. These half-elf nobles even found a very dignified reason. The purpose of the medical examination was not to question Miss Vera's innocence. On the contrary, the purpose of the medical examination was to protect Miss Vera's reputation and to completely destroy these groundless rumors. Half-elven palace, Colin's residence. Duke Muller was speechless when he saw Colin reading the rumors that he had collected with great interest. Colin was indeed very happy to see that. He realized that some of these rumors were true, and some were false. Moreover, they were fabricated quite well. For example, they once rode on the same horse. For example, Colin had once risked his life to block a spear for Vera. Another example was that after the two of them met at the Mirror Lake, they had accompanied each other all the way and had developed a good impression of each other. There were even rumors that when Vera married into the half-elf kingdom, Colin had specially asked the Duke to appoint him as the messenger so that he could personally send his beloved woman to a foreign country. In short, if Colin was not the male lead, he might have really believed in such a sad and beautiful love story. Moreover, these rumors also emphasized that he and Vera had been alone together many times. Although it was not explicitly stated, it was constantly hinting that the two of them had developed a relationship that was beyond friendship. Well, this point was indeed true. Colin touched his chin and suddenly laughed. When Duke Muller saw that Colin was still laughing, he could not help but speak up. Viscounts, this matter has now spread all over the city. Many half-elves have even started to organize a demonstration and they are demanding that Miss Vera's body be examined to prove her innocence. Then let's do the examination, Colin replied casually. It was as if there was really nothing between him and Vera. Duke Muller was obviously stunned for a moment. He blinked and asked hesitantly, "Are you sure?" "Of course," Colin said in a loud and righteous voice. "These words that question Miss Vera's innocence are all baseless slander. You can rest assured and arrange for the examination process. As long as the results are out, these rumors will naturally be dispelled." In fact, Colin did not care about these rumors at all. In fact, he even felt that this was a really clumsy plan. If the House of Media really dared to examine Vera's body and found out that she was not innocent, then Colin could not help but admire the courage of the other party. This was because this was simply a slap in the face to the House of St. Hilda. Colin felt that this was a plan that the silly Prince William had come up with. In order to prevent his younger brother from marrying Vera, Prince William's means were really hard to explain. However, Colin also thought of another possibility, a conspiracy by the Eastern region. The rumors were very likely to be released by the Eastern region in order to force the House of Media to examine Vera's body and thereby offend the House of St. Hilda. In this way, the half-elf kingdom could only ask the Eastern region for help. Of course, no matter what the truth was, Colin was not too concerned about it. In fact, he actually hoped that Vera would not pass the examination so that the wedding would be ruined. As for whether Vera was innocent or not, Colin had personally examined her body. So, how could he not know? However, just as Colin was thinking about how to take advantage of the situation to destroy the marriage, he heard Duke Muller speak again. "Sir Viscounts, please rest assured that I will arrange a suitable person to examine Miss Vera's body. I will definitely not let Miss Vera be criticized." After seeing Colin's calm performance, Duke Muller believed that there was nothing going on between him and Vera. However, Duke Muller was still not at ease. After all, who knew if Vera had any secret lovers before Colin? This matter was related to the rise of the Miller family. Of course, Duke Muller did not dare to take it lightly. Colin also understood the meaning behind Duke Muller's words and tone, and he suddenly laughed in his heart. This old man was actually preparing to do something behind the scenes. However, this was indeed the best way to deal with the rumors. As long as Vera's body was examined and the result of the examination was controlled, then the rumors would naturally fall apart. Therefore, the person who was going to examine Vera's body was very important. Who are you going to ask to examine Miss Vera's body? Duke Muller showed a confident smile on his face. Please rest assured that we already have the most suitable person in mind. With her identity and status, she will definitely not bring disgrace to Miss Vera. Who? Queen Xianxia. Colin was stunned and he immediately understood why Duke Muller said that she was the best candidate. In fact, it did not matter whether Miss Vera was innocent or not. As long as Queen Xianxia said that she was innocent, then she would naturally be innocent. What would Queen Xianxia say? Was there a need to ask? Who else would want to see Prince Tup marry Vera more than Queen Xianxia? Moreover, there was another advantage to asking Queen Xianxia to examine Miss Vera's body. That was, there was no need to worry that Prince William would raise any objections to the person who was going to examine Miss Vera's body. If it was someone else, Prince William would definitely be worried that Duke Muller would do something behind the scenes. He might even ask for someone else to examine Miss Vera's body. However, if it was Queen Xianxia, then there would definitely be no problem. In terms of identity and status, was there anyone more suitable than Queen Xianxia to examine Miss Vera's body? Duke Muller felt that such a response would be foolproof. Therefore, he hurriedly said goodbye to Colin before he ran excitedly to prepare for the examination. Colin looked at the back of the other party and suddenly thought of the beautiful queen consort who was surrounded by the blood roses. He also thought of the words that she had said at that time. Colin shook his head and threw that beautiful figure out of his mind. The examination this time was just a formality. Colin was not prepared to change his plan because of it. Now, he was just waiting for the Knight of Rigo to lead the Angeli family's army to Silvermoon City. Calculating the time, they should be arriving soon. As for Colin's plan, it was about time to begin. The body examination would be held 3 days before the wedding. As expected, the person who would perform the body examination on Miss Vera was Queen Xianxia. Although the King and Prince William were not satisfied with this candidate, they could not find a more suitable candidate. Naturally, the location of the body examination was Queen Consort's palace. It was a private and solemn place. When Colin led Vera into the palace, he found that all the high-level officials of the half-elf kingdom were already there. There was an oval bed in the middle of the palace. The bed was neatly covered with dark purple silk. The pillow was a light beige color with rose patterns embroidered on it. It looked dignified and elegant. There was an opaque curtain around the bed. It was probably specially prepared for today's body examination. Colin suspected that when the curtain was closed, Queen Xianxia would not even need Vera to take off her clothes before she announced that she was innocent. Is there a need for so many people? Vera looked at the half-elf nobles in the room and frowned. She was a little speechless. Okay, why don't we all leave and let Her Highness Queen Consort perform the body examination on Miss Vera alone? Your Majesty, what do you think? Duke Muller asked the sleepy king. The old king opened his sleepy eyes and seemed to have just come to his senses. He nodded slowly and said, Okay. Okay, we'll do as you say. I want to stay, the Knights of Telda said immediately. The Knight of the House of St. Hilda had never left Vera's side. Of course, that was except for the night at the Red Maple Manor. Duke Muller was stunned for a moment before he said, Okay, then we will have to trouble the Knights of Telda. He then looked at Prince Tup and said, Your Highness, why don't you stay and entertain the guests? Prince Tup naturally did not refuse. Okay. Then I will stay too, Colin said immediately. Everyone had a strange look in their eyes, but they didn't say anything. Prince William seemed to want to stay as well, but he did not have a good excuse to do so. After all, unlike Colin and Ted, he was not responsible for Vera's safety, and unlike his younger brother, he was not Vera's fiancé. Thus, he could only support the old king and walk out with the rest of the half-elf nobles. From Prince William's point of view, this body examination was just a formality. Would Queen Xianxia say that Vera was not innocent? The Earl of Avon's plan was so easily neutralized. Prince William suddenly realized that the Earl of Avon's plan was too perfunctory. after everyone had left the palace, Queen Aisha invited Vera and the others to take a seat before she said, "Come on, let's have a cup of scented tea to relax your mind." "Thank you, Your Highness Queen Consort." Colin also sat down at the round table and drank the scented tea that Queen Aisha had personally brewed for him as he looked around Queen Consort's palace. The overall layout of the palace was not deliberately luxurious. Instead, it had a refreshing and elegant style. In addition to the bed in the middle of the palace, there was only a sandalwood wardrobe near the wall and a dressing table near the window. In addition to a jewelry box and toiletries, there was also a pot of blood rose on the table. "Your Highness Queen Consort, that blood rose is really beautiful." Vera could not help but exclaim when she saw the pot of blood rose. Indeed, although Colin had seen a lot of blood roses in the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce and the Royal Garden, it was obvious that none of them could be compared to the one in front of him. That blooming posture and that beautiful color made it seem like a burning flame that was consuming its own life just to leave a trace of beauty in this world. "Yes, it is really beautiful." Queen Aisha also sighed. She slowly walked to the window and reached out to touch the blooming blood rose with a proud look on her face. "This flower was personally cultivated by me." "You are really amazing." Vera could not help but exclaim. "This flower is Mother's treasure." Prince Tup also laughed and said, "My naughty little nephew, Charlie, once accidentally plucked a petal from this flower. As a result, Mother smacked his buttocks and he was bedridden for 10 days. Queen Aisha smiled and shook her head. "That kid still hates me because of this. A few days ago, he even ruined the blood roses that I planted in the garden." Prince Tup quickly said, "Mother, don't worry. I will go to the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce tomorrow and ask Sith to send you some more blood roses." Queen Aisha shook her head and said, "There is no need." Prince Tup suddenly felt puzzled, and just as he was about to ask why, Queen Consort suddenly said, "Do you know why this blood rose is so beautiful?" "Why?" Vera asked curiously. Colin suddenly remembered the method of cultivating the blood roses that Queen Aisha had told him before. He smiled and interrupted, "Don't tell me that this blood rose was watered with the blood of a knight?" Queen Aisha glanced at Colin with her big charming eyes and chuckled, "Yes. And it is not just blood." Colin frowned and suddenly felt that Queen Aisha's state seemed a little strange today. "Not just blood, what else is there?" Queen Elsa leaned against the windowsill. The bright sunlight shone in from outside the window, covering her with a layer of godlike halo. Today, she was wearing a silver low-cut dress with slim shoulders, showing off her curvaceous figure without a doubt. Her face was also obviously carefully dressed up. Her pink cheeks and soft red lips, together with the gorgeous blood roses, exuded a breathtaking beauty. Queen Aisha smiled when she heard Colin's question. "And the head?" "What?" The other 4 people in the room were shocked by this answer. Prince Tup smiled awkwardly and said, "Mother, what nonsense are you talking about?" Queen Aisha smiled brightly, and suddenly the whole palace seemed to be illuminated by such a bright smile. "I am not talking nonsense." Colin's strange feeling was getting stronger and stronger. The half-elf Queen Consort in front of him was very strange. Vera seemed to have realized something and quickly changed the topic. "Your Highness, why don't we start the body inspection? It is not good to let the others wait outside for too long." Queen Aisha did not move and was still caressing the blood rose's petals. Her tone became a little uncertain. "I am not talking nonsense. If you do not believe me, you can break the flower pot and see if there is the head." "Mother!" Prince Tup stood up suddenly, as if he wanted to stop Queen Consort who was talking nonsense. But as soon as he stood up, he swayed and it was as if he was going to fall to the ground in the next second. The Knights of Telda saw Prince Tup's condition and were suddenly frightened. They immediately stood up and touched the sword at their waist. At the same time, they wobbled and reminded him. "The tea, there is a problem with the tea." Colin blinked and also realized that the situation was not right. However, he did not panic too much. He had already experimented with it and he was immune to poison. Moreover, he did not feel any discomfort until now. Bang! On the other side, Prince Tup had already fallen to the ground. After that, Knight Ted did not hold on for long. He wobbled and fell to the ground. Vera, on the other hand, was already lying on the table, unconscious. Facing such a situation, Colin sighed secretly and quickly closed his eyes and leaned back. Bang! He fell to the ground. Lying on the cold marble floor, Colin quietly opened his eyes and peeked outside. Then, he saw Queen Aisha opening the drawer of the dressing table indifferently and taking out a dagger. What is she trying to do? Colin's heart was in turmoil. He did not expect the situation in front of him at all. Originally, he thought that it would be an ordinary body inspection procedure. He thought that Queen Aisha would not lift Vera's skirt and directly declare her innocence. Then, the wedding would proceed as planned. He could also start to implement his plan. But now, the script was completely messed up. Queen Aisha was approaching Vera step by step. At the same time, she raised the dagger in her hand and seemed like she was going to stab her. She was going to kill Vera, but why? Colin could not figure it out. However, this did not prevent him from immediately jumping up from the ground and pushing Queen Aisha to the ground. He grabbed the dagger in Queen Consort's hand with one hand and covered her mouth with the other to prevent her from screaming. Who ordered you to do this? Colin stared coldly into Queen Aisha's eyes. Queen Aisha's eyes flashed with obvious surprise. She was obviously wondering why Colin did not faint. But soon, this trace of surprise was replaced by calmness. No, it was not calmness. It was a dead silence. It was as if she was a person who had reached the end of her life and was no longer attached to anything in the world. Colin suddenly found that his hand that was covering Queen Aisha's mouth was wet. He thought that it was saliva, but when he took a closer look, he found that a stream of blood was oozing out from between his fingers. Are you poisoned too? Colin asked in surprise. But after thinking about it, he wondered, no, you did not drink the tea at all. Blood continued to flow out of Queen Aisha's mouth. Colin no longer needed to cover her mouth because Queen Consort was already gasping for air. She could not scream even if she wanted to. She is just unconscious, she will not die. Queen Aisha said intermittently. She even had the heart to remind Colin, I failed, you, take her away, tell me, who ordered you to do this? Colin only cared about the mastermind behind the scenes. Queen Aisha smiled sadly and did not answer Colin's question. Instead, she turned her head and looked at the blood rose. There is my true lover's head there. Did Duke Muller ask you to do this? Colin did not care. Or was to ask you to ask Sith from the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce? However, Queen Elsa had already closed her eyes. Damn it. Don't die. Colin was depressed. If Queen Aisha died like this, how was he going to explain it when he went out later? Also, who was the mastermind behind this strange incident? Who was the one who wanted to kill Vera? Moreover, the person who ordered Queen Aisha to kill Vera was the one who wanted to kill her, who had such an ability. Colin looked at Queen Aisha who had completely stopped moving. He suddenly remembered that Sith had told him that Queen Consort was also a knight. Although her rank was not high, she was still a knight, so, Colin no longer hesitated and immediately bit Queen Aisha's white and slender neck. As the blood-red smoke gradually dissipated, Colin also raised his head from Queen Aisha's body. His face was still a little pale. He reached out his hand to check if Queen Aisha was still breathing. Colin was relieved. It seemed that the embrace ceremony was a success. After becoming a blood descendant, Queen Aisha had already gained the ability to be immune to poison. This way, she would not die and Colin would have the opportunity to learn from her who was the mastermind behind all this. Seeing that Queen Aisha did not show any signs of waking up, Colin temporarily suppressed the countless questions in his heart. He stood up and walked to the side of the Knights of Telda. Colin remembered that this knight of the House of St. Hilda was a fourth-order knight. Chi. Colin cut open the wrist of the Knights of Telda with his sword and let the blood slowly flow into the teacup. At this time, Colin suddenly discovered a fact that made him extremely shocked. He did not lose his rank. Shouldn't he lose his rank after the embrace? Colin carefully felt his own body. Although he was still a little weak, he was still a third-order knight. Could it be? Colin suddenly thought of a possibility. When he first embraced Knight Seal, his rank was lower than Seal's. And this Queen Aisha's knight rank was obviously lower than Colin's. So, could it be that the embrace of a low-order knight would not lose his rank, but only a high-order knight? Colin was a little excited about this discovery. In this way, as long as his knight rank was raised, he would not have to worry about losing his rank every time he embraced her. He thought again, if the other party's rank was the same as his, would she lose her rank? Maybe he would need to experiment further. Seeing the blood of the Knights of Telda gradually filling the teacup, Colin immediately picked it up and brought it to his mouth. Gulp, gulp, feeling his body gradually heating up, Colin closed his eyes comfortably. But just as Colin was enjoying the pleasure of increasing his strength, Prince William's voice suddenly came from outside. "Miss Vera, Your Highness Queen Consort, are you done?" Colin was shocked, and he was thinking about how to send this guy away when he saw that Queen Aisha had already woken up. Her eyes seemed to be a little confused. She had obviously taken the poison in advance, so how was she still alive? She turned her head to look at Colin, and then, she could not help but have the thought of obeying him. "Let him go." Colin tried to order Queen Aisha. Queen Aisha nodded and shouted outside, "Miss Vera and I are tasting tea, please wait a little longer." Prince William did not suspect anything and quickly replied, "Okay. You can rest assured that no one will disturb you." After sending Prince William away, Queen Aisha turned her head to look at Colin and asked in confusion, Why am I not dead?" Colin put away the waterskin calmly and walked to Queen Elsa. He looked down at her with infinite piety and respect on his face as he asked calmly, "What are you doing? Have you heard of the Blood Angel?" Outside the palace, Prince William passed on Queen Aisha's words. The old king squinted his eyes and said weakly, "Since that is the case, I will go back to rest first. You can wait here, and let me know when the results are out." The rest of the half-elf nobles nodded naturally. After the old king left with the help of the maid, a half-elf female slave suddenly walked in front of the palace. Yes, it's you, come here," Duke Muller shouted. The slave girl shrank her head as she walked over. "Whose slave are you? Why are you running around? Didn't anyone teach you the rules?" "Sir, I am Viscount Angley's slave," Kathy replied carefully. Duke Muller had wanted to break the legs of this slave who did not know the rules, but he stopped when he heard Viscount Angley. Prince William also recognized Kathy at this moment and nodded, "Yes, she is my gift to Viscount Angley. She just entered the palace not long ago and does not know the rules." Duke Muller snorted and reprimanded, "Get out. If I see you running around the palace again, I will break your legs." "Yes." Kathy was so scared that her face turned pale, and she hurriedly turned to leave. After walking far away, Kathy carefully turned her head back and looked at Queen Consort's palace, which was as quiet as ever, with a puzzled expression. But after that, she forcefully suppressed this doubt and quickened her pace. The bright sun shone through the window and shone on Colin and Queen Aisha, who was kneeling on the ground. From afar, it looked like an oil painting of pilgrimage. Queen Aisha raised her head slightly and looked up at the man who had just given her a new life. Her heart was full of respect and admiration. Although she had never heard of the name Blood Angel Dracula, she believed in Colin's words. After all, this was the person who had just pulled her back from the abyss of death. Other than the angel apostles and the God's chosen ones, who else could have such great power? The suppression from Colin's bloodline was also mistaken by Queen Aisha as the holy aura of the God's chosen ones. "So, Aisha Miller, are you willing to become my family and contribute your strength to the mysterious mission of the Blood Angel?" "I'm willing," Queen Isaac replied with a pious expression. When Colin saw this, he could not help but sigh. The brainwashing ability of religion was too powerful. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with taking advantage of the church and stealing from the God of Light. At least until his strength was above the church, he would continue to use this method to control the blood descendants. However, he believed that one day, he would no longer need to rely on the so-called Blood Angel, the so-called God's chosen ones, and let the true name of the blood descendants appear in the world. Of course, before that, he still needed to keep a low profile. Very good. Colin stretched out his hand and touched Queen Aisha's forehead as if he was completing some kind of inheritance ceremony. "In the name of the God of Light and the Blood Angel, I accept your loyalty and give you the blood grace. I hope you will live up to this honor." Queen Aisha closed her eyes as if she was bathed in some kind of holy light. Her face was full of devotion and fanaticism. When the other party gradually calmed down, Colin withdrew his finger and asked, "Tell me, who sent you to assassinate Vera?" Queen Aisha opened her eyes and answered without hesitation, "It was Sith." Sith from the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce? Yes. This answer was within Colin's expectations. He had already sensed that Queen Consort had some sort of connection with Sith. However, what he was puzzled about was why Sith wanted to assassinate Vera. What he couldn't figure out was why Queen Aisha would listen to the orders of a small merchant. Looking at Queen Aisha's beautiful face, Colin asked the question in his heart. God's chosen one, the reason why I killed Vera was because I wanted to take revenge on the House of Medea and the Miller family. Hearing this, Colin suddenly thought of something. He raised his finger and pointed at the bright red blood rose by the window and asked, just because of the head buried there? Yes. The head of the person I once loved is buried there. Colin had already guessed the reason why Queen Aisha hated the House of Medea and the Miller family. So, he nodded and said, "Tell me your story." Yes. Queen Aisha's blue eyes flashed with sadness. Before I married into the half-elf royal family, I had a true love. He was born in a small noble family in Silvermoon City. Later, his family declined and he became a wandering knight. After that, he was taken in by my father and became a knight of the Miller family. After knowing that we were in love, my father was very angry. How could he allow his daughter to marry a fallen knight? So, my father chased him away and found a more powerful husband for me. Yes, it was His Majesty the half-elf king. Of course, I didn't want to marry an old man who was more than 70 years old. So, I started to cry and make a fuss. I didn't eat or drink to protest. But I didn't expect that my father would kill my lover and send his head to me. He warned me that if I didn't marry into the royal family, he would chop off my head. At this point, Queen Aisha's breathing became hurried. Her chest rose and fell violently, and her eyes were filled with fear and hatred. She paused for a while before continuing. Under my father's pressure, I could only marry the old king. But from then on, I only had an unforgettable hatred for him. In order to please the king, in order to gain his own power, he actually treated his own daughter like this. On the day of my marriage, I secretly swore that I would definitely make him pay the price. I buried my lover's head in the flower pot of the blood rose and made him accompany me day and night, reminding me not to forget this hatred. Hearing this, Colin couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This woman was really ruthless. Placing her lover's head beside her. If this happened to an ordinary person, they would probably have nightmares all night. When I was painstakingly looking for an opportunity to take revenge, a merchant found me. That's right, it's Sith from the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce. I got to know him through the blood rose. Their Chamber of Commerce was able to cultivate the best blood roses in Silvermoon City. Thus, they became the exclusive supplier of the royal garden and frequently entered the palace. I don't know how he found out about my story, but he hinted that he could help me. Of course, I wouldn't easily trust a merchant, until he showed me something. What was it? The Savoy family's badge. Savoy? Colin felt like he had heard of this family before. Queen Aisha patiently explained, the Savoy family used to be the half-elf royal family, but they were chased off the throne by the House of Medea in a coup 300 years ago. Colin nodded as he finally understood the situation. His previous guess was right. Sith was indeed a noble. Moreover, he used to be the half-elf royal family. If that was the case, then the half-elf female slave that Prince William gave to him, Kathy, probably also had the surname Savoy. Queen Aisha continued, after seeing the Savoy family's badge, I was convinced that Sith could be trusted because we are all vengeful people. So, after Miss Vera came to Silvermoon City, Sith came to me again and asked me to find a chance to kill Vera. Colin also guessed Sith's purpose at this time. He blurted out, he wants the House of Medea to suffer the wrath of the northern frontier. Yes. Queen Aisha nodded. Sith told me that as long as Vera died in the palace, the House of Medea would be completely finished. The same goes for the Miller family. They would all be burned to ashes by the wrath of the Duke of St. Hilda. Hearing this, Colin sneered and added, Sith, as the descendant of the half-elf royal Savoy family, could take the opportunity to rise again and even ascend to the throne. Queen Aisha nodded. Yes, that was his purpose. However, I didn't care at that time. Because what I wanted was revenge. As for what would become of Silvermoon City and whose hands it would fall into, I didn't care. Even if Sith ascended to the throne, he would only be a puppet. When the army of the north enters Silvermoon City, the real ruler of the city will be. Colin suddenly froze when he said this. This was because he suddenly thought of a possibility. He originally thought that the mastermind behind this assassination was Sith Savoy. But now, he felt that it might be someone else. As the saying goes, the greater the prophet, the more suspicious. If Vera was really assassinated, who would be the one who would benefit the most? Sith, even if he ascended to the throne, he would only be a puppet. And the one who could take the opportunity to control the half-elf kingdom was the Duke of St. Hilda. The sunlight outside the window was very good. It shone into the room and sprinkled on the orange-yellow teak floor, reflecting a faint halo. Vera was sleeping soundly on the round table as she bathed in the warm sunlight. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and even her cute little dimples were revealed. She seemed to be having a good dream. However, such a beautiful scene could not warm Colin's heart. This was because he had now guessed that the Duke of St. Hilda was behind Sith. This cruel and merciless Dukes of the North did not hesitate to sacrifice his own adopted daughter in order to get an excuse to enter Silvermoon City. Of course, this did not surprise Colin too much. After all, Vera was not the biological daughter of the Duke of St. Hilda. Not to mention, Vera was also a serious threat to the inheritance rights of the Duke of St. Hilda's biological sons. Charles had already been destroyed. Adams had also died in the Lion's Roar fortress. There was only one Joyce left. Perhaps, when the Duke of St. Hilda saw Adams die in front of him, he had already made up his mind to send Vera on her way. Colin suddenly understood why the Duke of St. Hilda had sent him as the messenger to send Vera off. This was probably the last bit of conscience that he had left. After all, Vera was his adopted daughter and niece. They had been together for more than 10 years. It was impossible for the Duke to have no feelings for her at all. The Duke of St. Hilda had sent Colin as the messenger to send Vera off because he wanted her beloved man to accompany her on the last journey of her life. This also explained why the Knights of Telda were so cooperative and created an opportunity for Vera and Colin to meet alone. So, that was actually the last shot before his death. Colin took a few deep breaths and suppressed the anger in his heart. The anger of a weak person was useless. He understood that he could not compete with the Duke of St. Hilda alone. Allies. He needed allies. Then, an arrogant figure appeared in his mind, Marquis Garcia. To fight against the Duke of St. Hilda, Colin had to work with Marquis Garcia. Thinking of this, Colin suddenly had an idea. The current situation made him realize that perhaps his previous plan could be modified a little more perfectly. Aisha, you don't have to kill Vera. I can help you exact your revenge. Furthermore, you won't have to pay with your life. Are you willing to cooperate with me? Hearing Colin's words, Queen Aisha nodded obediently. You gave me a new life and gave me a new mission. Therefore, I will listen to your arrangements, Lord Chosen One. Looking at Queen Aisha, who was like a completely different person from before, Colin couldn't help but sigh inwardly at how powerful this brainwashing technique was. Alright, this is what you'll do next. Outside the palace, the half-elf nobles who had been waiting for a long time were about to fall asleep. However, because of Queen Aisha's previous warning, they did not dare to disturb them. Some of them had already begun to complain in their hearts. It was just a body examination, not XX. Was there a need for such a long foreplay? Ah! A scream suddenly came out from the bedroom, startling the sleepy people outside. Duke Muller's expression changed drastically and he shouted, "It's Queen Aisha's voice." After saying that, he immediately ran towards the bedroom. The rest of the crowd quickly followed. However, when they reached the door of the bedroom, they stopped and did not know whether they should barge in or not. Duke Muller shouted inside, "Your Highness, what happened?" Queen Aisha did not answer, but she kept screaming. At the same time, there were sounds of fierce fighting. Duke of Lute drew his sword and said decisively, "Something happened inside, we have to go in." Duke Muller also nodded in agreement. Prince William hesitated for a moment before he nodded and shouted, "Miss Vera, Your Highness Queen Consort, we are coming in." However, just as they were about to rush in, they saw Queen Aisha rushing out with blood all over her body. "Your Highness." Everyone was about to step forward and ask what happened, but they saw another figure chasing after Queen Aisha. It was Prince Tup. However, Prince Tup was very strange at this time. He was holding a long sword covered in blood and was chasing after Queen Aisha. When Duke Muller saw this scene, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He immediately shouted, "Tup! What are you doing? Stop!" However, Prince Tup did not pay any attention to Duke Muller. He was still staring at Queen Aisha with bloodshot eyes. "Tup, you are courting death." The Duke of Lut roared, and the long sword in his hand emitted a dazzling holy light as he slashed at Prince Tup. Boom, the marble floor exploded, and a large number of stones sputtered like bullets. Many of them hit Prince Tup, causing him to be covered in bruises. However, the Duke of Lut's sword was more of a warning. Otherwise, with his strength as a fourth-rank knight, he would have been able to kill Prince Tup in a second. Duke Muller took the opportunity to rush in front of Prince Tup and shouted, "Tup! What are you doing? Put down your sword." In fact, Duke Muller's actions were more to protect Prince Tup. Unfortunately, Prince Tup seemed to have gone completely crazy at this time. He directly slashed his sword at Duke Muller in front of him. Clang, Duke Muller blocked Prince Tup's sword, but his heart sank. At this time, Queen Aisha, who had escaped from danger, suddenly turned around and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Kill him! I order you to kill him!" Prince William looked at all of this in a daze. He did not understand the situation at all. He quickly asked, "Your Highness Queen Consort, what happened inside? Why did Tup become like this? He is crazy, he is crazy!" Queen Aisha cried out with blood and tears on her face. "He killed Miss Vera." Boom, Queen Aisha's last sentence was like a sudden clap of thunder, and all the high-ranking half-elf officials present were stunned. Vera is dead, Prince Tup killed her. If this did not come from the mouth of Queen Aisha, who was covered in blood, everyone would have thought that this was a joke. However, they could not laugh now. Under the bright sunshine, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. It's over. The Miller family is over. The House of Medea is over. The half-elf kingdom is over. Ah! I will kill you, you bastard! Duke Muller roared as he waved the sword in his hand. He no longer held back and slashed at Prince Tup's vital points. It was as if this was the only way to alleviate the fear in his heart. Dong! 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 The Duke of Lut raised a steel shield and charged towards Prince Tup like a strong rhinoceros. Boom! Prince Tup spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying and slammed into the wall of the palace. However, such a heavy blow did not make him lose his mobility. He stood up again and let out a terrifying roar that didn't sound like a human's. Then, he waved the long sword in his hand and charged toward Queen Elsa again. It was as if he would not stop until he achieved his goal. "You are courting death." The Duke of Lut was completely furious. Boom, Prince Tup was sent flying again. However, the Duke of Lut did not let him go this time. He chased after him and stepped on his chest. Crack, Prince Tup finally calmed down and a large amount of blood oozed out of his mouth. It was not until this time that everyone noticed that Colin had appeared at the entrance of the palace. In his arms, he was holding Vera, who was covered in blood. "And Viscount Angley, Miss Vera, she..." Prince William looked at the man with a cold expression and suddenly felt his heart palpitate. However, he still braced himself and asked carefully. Colin did not answer. Instead, he slowly swept his cold gaze across everyone present and finally stopped at Prince Tup, who was lying on the ground. "He must be buried with her," Colin ordered in an unquestionable tone. The Duke of Lut gritted his teeth and waved the long sword in his hand. He cut off Prince Tup's head. The Duke Muller's face twitched a few times, but he did not say anything. The other half-elf nobles also looked away as they could not bear to watch. However, at the same time, they were all secretly hoping in their hearts, Prince Tup should be buried with her. That should be enough, right? Colin knew that Prince Tup was dead when he felt that the connection between them had been completely severed. It seemed that blood slaves would die after their heads were cut off. Colin was still in the mood to record the experimental data. Of course, on the surface, he still looked as if he wanted to kill all the half-elves in Silvermoon City so that they could be buried with Vera. "Your Excellency Viscount Angley." William still wanted to ask what had happened. However, Colin did not give him the chance at all. He carried Vera's corpse and strode away. The Duke of Lute quietly walked to Prince William and whispered, "Your Highness, you can't let them leave like this." This. Prince William had a panicked look on his face. He didn't know what to do. The Duke of Lute was disappointed and was about to order the guards to stop Colin when Queen Aisha said, "Send someone to keep an eye on them as long as they do not leave the palace. We should go and find His Majesty immediately." Right. Prince William seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw. "We'll do as you say. We'll immediately go and find Father." The Duke of Lute had no choice but to obey. On the other hand, Colin was returning to his residence. When the guards of the house of St. Hilda saw Vera, who was covered in blood, and they did not know if she was dead or alive, their eyes instantly turned red. It was as though they were about to turn into beasts that were about to devour their prey. "Lord Viscounts, what happened?" "Miss Vera, she..." one of the bodyguards asked as he stepped forward. Colin did not answer his question. Instead, he instructed, "Gather everyone and guard the surroundings of the side hall. No one is allowed to come near." "Yes." "Also, the Knights of Telda are seriously injured and still unconscious in Queen Consort's palace. Send someone to bring him back. When he wakes up, tell him to look for me immediately." "Yes." "Send someone back to Winter City to send a message." Colin gritted his teeth as he tried to squeeze out a tear. "Miss Vera has been killed by Tup Miller." "What?" The bodyguards were shocked by the cruel news. In the next second, they could no longer control the anger in their hearts. They drew their swords and shouted, "Revenge for Miss Vera! Revenge! Revenge!" Colin looked at the agitated bodyguards and quickly stopped them. "Of course, we want revenge. However, we can't make the half-elf pay the price with just a few of us. So, your task now is to send the news back to Winter City and wait for the Northern Frontier Army to come to Silvermoon City." The bodyguards calmed down and began to carry out Colin's previous orders. Colin breathed a sigh of relief and strode into the room. As soon as he closed the door, he saw the half-elf female slave that Prince William had sent to him earlier walking towards him in shock. "Lord Viscounts, Miss Vera, she is really..." Looking at Kathy, who was quickly approaching him, it seemed as though she wanted to see if Vera was really dead. Colin stared at her and shouted, "Stop right there, Kathy Savoy." Kathy was stunned when she heard Colin calling out her true identity. Colin took the opportunity to walk to the bed and placed Vera's body on the bed. Lord. Kathy seemed as though she wanted to explain herself. Colin did not even turn around. He just said coldly, "I am not in the mood to play undercover games with you right now. So, you better be smart. Otherwise, killing you will be as easy as stepping on an ant." Kathy shrank her head and did not dare to speak any more. "Go and find a coffin." "Yes, Lord." Kathy felt as though she had been granted amnesty and she quickly ran out of the room. However, Colin's actions also made her certain that Vera was really dead. When she reached a corner where no one was looking, Kathy quietly took out a green bamboo from her clothes and threw it on the ground. After a while, the bamboo started to burn quietly. There was no dazzling fire, only a faint green smoke. Wisps of smoke continuously floated into the air. In the king's bedroom, a group of half-elf nobles were holding their breaths as they listened to Queen Aisha's narration. As soon as I finished telling them the results of the body examination, Prince Tup suddenly pulled out his sword and stabbed Miss Vera. We did not even have time to react. "What is the result of the body examination?" Suddenly, one of the half-elf nobles asked. Queen Aisha did not answer, and it seemed as though she felt that this was a stupid question. Her silence also made everyone understand that Vera was no longer a virgin. However, could it be that Prince Tup suddenly went crazy because of this and wanted to kill Vera? That was too inconceivable. If Queen Aisha had not said this personally, and if everyone had not seen Prince Tup's madness with their own eyes, no one would have believed such a ridiculous statement. However, the truth seemed to be so ridiculous. "Why did you tell them the results of the body examination?" Duke Muller suddenly questioned Queen Aisha. Queen Aisha smiled coldly. "Duke, do you want me to lie?" "Why not?" Duke Muller said without thinking, and it seemed as though he was going crazy. He never expected that his daughter would betray the family like this. Duke Muller could not understand Prince Tup's behavior at all. If you are not a virgin, then so be it. Do you have to draw your sword and kill someone? When they saw that Duke Muller dared to openly ask Queen Aisha to lie, none of the half-elf nobles reprimanded him. In fact, many of them secretly agreed with him. If Queen Aisha had told a small lie, at least the situation would not have gotten out of hand. Weren't Viscount Angley and the Knights of Telda present at that time? Could they not have stopped Tup? The Duke of Lute suddenly questioned. Because Tup poisoned the tea, we all became dizzy and our fighting strength was greatly reduced. Queen Aisha decisively threw the blame to the Duke of Lute. Didn't you prepare the tea yourself? How could Tup poison it? How would I know? Also, the tea was prepared by the maidservants, not me. Are you saying that Tup bribed your maidservants? It's possible. That means that he had already poisoned the tea before the test results came out. Perhaps he had already guessed that this would happen. But that doesn't warrant killing. Haha, you'll have to ask Tup about that. Enough. The old king roared and interrupted the confrontation between the Duke of Lute and Queen Aisha. His chest heaved up and down violently, as if he would faint in the next second. The most important thing right now is to immediately seal off the news. Everyone present, without my permission, is not allowed to divulge today's matter. Duke of Lute, immediately bring people to seal off the city gates. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Yes. The Duke of Lute immediately obeyed. But when he raised his head, he saw that the old king's eyes had rolled back and he had fainted. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The hall was instantly thrown into chaos. At the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce. In the garden filled with blood roses, Sith was staring at the sea of flowers in front of him in a daze. A maid approached him carefully and asked, "My lord, do you need something to eat?" Sith waved his hand impatiently. The maid hurriedly and quietly retreated. Sith paced back and forth in the pavilion, his expression becoming more and more anxious as time passed. Just as the sun was about to set, an attendant hurriedly ran into the garden and reported, "Sir, I saw the green smoke in the palace." Sith stared and asked anxiously, "Are you sure?" "Yes, my lord. I swear on my family's honor." "Good." Sith clapped his hands excitedly and ordered, "Send someone to inform Winter City immediately. Be quick." "Yes, my lord." Half-Elven Palace. A group of half-elven nobles had already left in a panic. Queen Consort had also gone back to bathe and change out of her blood-stained clothes. Only Prince William and the unconscious king were left in the empty palace. However, after Prince William dismissed the servants around him, the unconscious king suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Prince William pulled a long face and hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, now what should we do?" The king glared at his son and said calmly, "What are you panicking for? The more dangerous the situation is, the calmer you have to be." "Yes, my lord." Prince William nodded, but he could not hide the fear on his face. The king's eyes flashed with disappointment, but he could not be bothered to teach his useless son a lesson. He knew very well that the half-elven kingdom, or more accurately, the House of Medea, had reached a critical moment of life and death. Vera's death in Silvermoon City was a disaster for the House of Medea. It did not matter what conspiracy was behind this, who was the mastermind, or why Prince Tup had suddenly gone crazy. These were no longer important. What was important was that the Duke of St. Hilda needed someone to vent his anger. And the king did not want it to be the House of Medea. Therefore, he had to take measures as soon as possible to divert this disaster that could destroy the House of Medea. As for who to blame for this disaster, the king's eyes flashed fiercely as he ordered Prince William, "Listen carefully. Listen carefully. There are 5 things you need to do now. First, send someone to keep an eye on the Miller family. Miller. Don't let anyone escape. Also, arrange for the Duke Muller to meet me tomorrow morning. Second, you personally go to see the emissary of the Eastern Region's St. Poulos family. Tell them to come see me tomorrow morning, but don't tell them what happened in the Queen's bedroom. Third, immediately send someone to seal up the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce. Yes, the Chamber of Commerce I asked you to investigate. Put the person in charge under control. Fourth, send someone to keep an eye on Viscount Angley and his men. Forbid them from leaving the palace or sending any messages to the outside world. Fifth, cough cough. The king spoke so quickly that he choked on his next piece. Prince William hurriedly picked up a cup of water and handed it over. The king drank a few mouthfuls of water and calmed himself down before continuing. Fifth, put the entire city under martial law. No one is to leave Silvery Moon City without my orders, not just people, but also carrier pigeons. Go find your uncle and have him arrange for rangers to guard the city walls. Kill any carrier pigeons that fly out of the city. Yes. Prince William nodded decisively. The old king's orders made him feel much more at ease. Just as he was about to carry out his orders, Prince William suddenly thought of someone and asked, "Father, Queen Xianxia is also a member of the Miller family. Should we send someone to keep an eye on her?" "Nonsense, of course." The king was about to scold him when he heard such a stupid question, but suddenly thought of something. He rolled his eyes and said, "Go, and have her come to see me now." Yes. Prince William did not dare to say anything more and hurriedly took his leave. The palace quieted down, leaving only the king's slightly hurried breathing. He lay on the bed and looked at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, deep in thought. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something and a flush suddenly appeared on his cheeks, but it quickly faded. He coughed lightly and muttered, "Duke of St. Hilda. You are really ruthless." Tap tap tap, the crisp sound of footsteps could be heard outside the palace. Not long after, Queen Xianxia walked in. She had just finished bathing and changed into a bright red dress, which was a stark contrast to her snow-white skin. Her beautiful cheeks were smeared with light makeup, and her bright eyes shone with a moving radiance. Her expression was gentle and virtuous, but it hid an unconcealable charm. However, in such a tense atmosphere, Queen Xianxia's charm seemed out of place. The king looked at the beautiful queen consort in front of him, and an indescribable anger and brutality surged in his heart. However, he forcibly suppressed it. "Xianxia, cough cough, I haven't seen you in a long time. You are so beautiful." Queen Xianxia came to the bed and looked down at the old king who was on the verge of death, as if he would return to the god of light's embrace in the next second. Her face revealed a mocking smile. "Your Majesty, have you seen a caged bird?" The king did not understand and hummed a few times. Queen Xianxia smiled even more charmingly. "A caged bird's happiest moment is when the cage is turned into ashes." "So? You hate me that much, Your Majesty? You must be joking." "Why would I hate you?" "Then, can you tell me, what exactly happened in your palace today?" "What happened? Didn't I say it clearly in front of everyone?" Cough cough cough. The old king suddenly coughed violently, and his breathless appearance made people worry that he would not be able to catch his breath and would die. However, Queen Xianxia looked at the old king calmly, and did not even have the intention to help pat his back. After a while, the old king finally caught his breath and said in a weak voice, "Can't you cough cough let me, a dying man, die with understanding?" Queen Xianxia was completely unmoved and chuckled. "Your Majesty, you will live a long life. How can you be a dying man?" Seeing that it was useless to pretend to be dead, the old king gave up. "Xianxia, do you know that if the Duke of St. Hilda blames someone, the first to bear the brunt of it will definitely be the Miller family?" "So?" Queen Xianxia's nonchalant expression hurt the old king. It was as if he had punched the air, and it was so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood. "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." The old king's expression became extremely gloomy, and he growled unwillingly, "Xianxia, no matter what that person promised you, you must think clearly about what your true foundation is. Don't find out in the end that you have no value at all and be casually abandoned." Queen Xianxia smiled charmingly and deliberately shrugged her right shoulder, letting the slender shoulder strap slide down, revealing a faintly discernible snow-white skin. "How can I have no value?" After saying that, she smiled and turned to leave, leaving behind the old king who had been teased until he was full of anger but unable to do anything. Knock, knock, knock. Colin opened the door and saw a guard of the House of St. Hilda standing outside. After seeing Colin, he immediately reported loudly, "Sir, the palace is under the control of the Silvermoon Guard. We are not allowed to leave." Sure enough. Colin was not surprised. The House of Media must be blocking the news now to give them enough time to deal with the situation. When the guard saw that Colin did not speak, a bloodthirsty light appeared in his eyes. he growled. Sir, why don't we fight our way out? How many people do you have? Can you fight your way out of Silvermoon City? We can give it a try. Even death will not stop us from moving forward. The loyalty and bravery of these guards amazed Colin, but he still shook his head. No, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. It is more useful for you to stay here. I will think of a way to pass the message. You just need to guard this place. Yes. By the way, have the Knights of Telda woken up yet? Just as the guard was about to shake his head, someone behind him reported, Sir, the Knights of Telda are here. Colin nodded and motioned for the guard to leave. Sir Viscounts, what happened? The Knights of Telda rushed over. Their footsteps were a little weak, and their faces were very pale. Colin gritted his teeth and asked, Don't you remember what happened? I only remember that there was a problem with the tea, and then I fainted. The Knights of Telda lowered their heads in shame. Okay, then I will tell you what happened. Colin's eyes turned red instantly, as if he was trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Miss Vera was killed by a tup. What? The Knights of Telda suddenly raised their heads and looked at Colin in disbelief. However, Colin's solemn and painful expression told him that all of this was true. At this time, he finally reacted. No wonder the guards of the House of St. Hilda had such expressions on their faces along the way. No wonder the atmosphere in the palace was so heavy and tense. No wonder the surrounding Silvermoon Guard soldiers were looking at him so warily. Vera. Miss, she. At this moment, the Knights of Telda felt as if the sky was falling down on them. Colin carefully observed the expressions of the Knights of Telda, trying to determine if their shock was real or fake. Now, it seemed that this knight of the House of St. Hilda was really scared silly. Colin had speculated that the Knights of Telda might be the Duke of St. Hilda's backup assassins. If Queen Aisha's assassination failed, this knight could serve as double insurance. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. In fact, it made sense when he thought about it. The Knights of Telda would never become Vera's murderer. This was because if Vera really died in the hands of the Knights of Telda, Marquis Garcia would definitely betray them immediately and lead the Black Cavalry to Coldwinter City. Therefore, the Duke of St. Hilda would definitely not be so unwise. On the contrary, Queen Aisha was an excellent scapegoat. The crazy Marquis Garcia would immediately lead the Black Cavalry to Silvermoon City without the Duke of St. Hilda's orders. Then I'll kill Tup. The Knights of Telda roared. Tup is already dead. Then I'll go and destroy the Miller family. Looking at the murderous knight in front of him, Colin suddenly had a headache. Don't you think before you brag? How are you going to kill him? I don't think we will be able to get out of the palace with so few of us. Fight for the oath and die for honor. This is my creed as a knight. Colin had a headache and he had to change his way of persuading him. I know that you are not afraid of death, but you can't die in vain. What's more, how can the Miller family be enough? I want the House of Medea and all the half-elf nobles to be buried with Miss Vera, so, you have to wait patiently for the moment when the army of the North arrives. So, are we not going to do anything now? No, I want you to stay here and prevent the House of Medea from acting out of desperation. It doesn't matter if we die, but we must not let them taint Miss Vera's body. The Knights of Telda finally calmed down and they seemed to agree with Colin's reasoning. After sending the stubborn knight away, Colin walked back to his room. After closing the door, he took a deep breath and found a beautiful girl standing in front of him. She was looking at him curiously. Colin, what are you doing? Shoo. Colin quickly stepped forward and covered Vera's mouth. Keep your voice down. Vera was shocked by Colin's action but she did not move away. Although she was confused, she still nodded obediently. She trusted Colin very much. Colin let go of his hand and looked at Vera who was blushing. What questions do you have? Ask me now. I have a lot of questions. What happened in Queen Consort's bedroom? Why was I in your room when I woke up? Why are my clothes covered in blood? And what happened to the coffin? Don't worry, one by one. Colin held Vera's hand and led her to sit down at the round table. Then, he told Vera about the confession that he and Queen Aisha had made. In short, he pushed all the blame to Tup. As for why Tup wanted to kill Vera, perhaps he was just a lunatic. Of course, this set of excuses was very unreasonable. If Prince Tup had not rushed out of the bedroom and chased after Queen Consort with a sword in front of everyone, perhaps no one would have believed it at all. However, it was precisely because of that scene that this set of excuses was able to get away with. Moreover, Tup was now dead. There was no proof. So, what I have to do now is to continue to pretend to be dead. Vera obviously believed Colin's excuse. Yes. Before the army of the North arrives at Silvermoon City, you have to pretend to be dead. Okay. Vera nodded obediently. When she saw the blood all over her body, she suddenly felt a little wronged. So, I can't change out of this set of clothes? No. Colin said firmly. However, when he saw the girl's big watery eyes, he took a step back. Of course, you can take a shower and change out of the underwear. Okay. Vera was happy. Then, she pointed at the coffin in the room and asked, "Is that coffin also prepared for me?" Yes. Am I going to sleep in that coffin tonight? Vera asked with a little fear on her face. Colin immediately waved his hand generously. Of course not. You can sleep on the bed tonight and I will sleep in the coffin. After saying that, Colin suddenly realized something. A vampire sleeping in a coffin. What's going on? Why does it seem like a good match? Maybe he could really try sleeping in a coffin. Maybe he would discover something new. Just as Colin's imagination was running wild, Vera revealed a bashful expression. She lowered her head and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. Why do you want to sleep in a coffin? Can't you sleep in a bed? Colin's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Okay. Then, let's sleep on the bed together. As for the idea of trying to sleep in a coffin to see if he could discover anything new, he had already forgotten about it. How could a coffin have the fragrance of a beautiful girl? It is getting late. Why don't we go to bed early? I have to take a shower first. Then, let's take a shower together. Bah. The next day. The bleak autumn wind blew dust into the air and enveloped the entire Silvermoon City, making it look even more gloomy. This garden city that had been immersed in a festive atmosphere had become gloomy after just one day. Although the tragedy in Queen Aisha's palace had only spread among the half-elf nobles, the commoners in the city could also feel the tense and oppressive situation. After all, the tightly shut city gates, the order to forbid entry and exit, and the patrolling soldiers on the streets all indicated that something big had happened in Silvermoon City. At 8 in the morning, Duke Muller, who had not slept the entire night, followed Prince William to the main hall of the palace. To be honest, Duke Muller had heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that the king had summoned him. From his point of view, as long as the king was willing to see him, it meant that the Miller family had not been completely abandoned, and there was still a glimmer of hope. The Miller family, who had just suffered an unprecedented crisis, could not wait to grab onto any life-saving straw. Good morning, Your Majesty. Duke Muller placed his hand on his chest and bowed, trying his best to appear as natural as usual. However, the dark circles under his eyes and messy hair had already revealed the fear and weakness in his heart. Good morning, Duke Muller. The old king leaned on his scepter and stood on the high platform in the main hall, looking at his old subject from afar. The old king actually thought highly of Duke Muller. Otherwise, he would not have given him the position of Prime Minister of the Half-Elf Kingdom. Duke Muller did not disappoint the old king. In the 10 years that he had been Prime Minister, he had done a good job, managing the Half-Elf Kingdom well. When the king had married Aisha Miller as Queen Consort, it had actually been to rope in this capable Prime Minister and make plans for his next generation. Otherwise, there would have been no need for him to marry Aisha. Of course, Aisha was beautiful, but he was already over 70 years old. No matter how beautiful she was, he could only look at her. What was the point? Moreover, from the first day Aisha entered the palace, the old king could tell that she hated him. No matter how she tried to disguise herself, she could not escape the old king's sharp eyes. The old king didn't care too much about this. In his opinion, such a beautiful young lady was forced by her father to marry a dying old man. How could she not be angry? However, he had never imagined that this resentment would bring such a disaster to himself and the House of Media. Yes, although he did not manage to get anything out of Queen Aisha last night, the old king still firmly believed that this woman was lying, what happened in Queen Consort's bedroom was definitely not that simple. This was the intuition of an old politician who had been in the treacherous political world all his life. He had no evidence, but he didn't talk about evidence either. Didn't sleep well last night? It's alright, when one gets old and experiences many things, it's easy for one to not be able to sleep. The old king's unhurried attitude puzzled Duke Muller. Under such circumstances, he still had the mood to chat. However, it seemed that the old king was here to chat with Duke Muller. I remember you told me that you have 2 sons, right? Yes. Grandson? There is one. How old is he? Just a month old. Just a month old. The old king slowly walked down the platform and approached Duke Muller. He said pointedly, not many people know such a young child, right? Duke Muller looked up abruptly, as if he understood the old king's meaning. His lips trembled slightly, and a complicated expression flashed across his eyes. It seemed to be pain, hatred, and gratitude. After a while, Duke Muller replied, Of course, he is a child after all. He has not met many people. The old king nodded and sighed. Yes. And children grow up quickly. They change every day. Even if someone saw them when they were young, after a year or 2, no one would be able to recognize them. At this point, Duke Muller naturally understood the old king's meaning. Obviously, the old king was telling him that the Miller family could no longer be saved, but he could help him keep a bloodline. Duke Muller's 1-month-old grandson. Duke Muller's face was covered in tears, and his whole body began to tremble. He did not know if it was out of fear or gratitude. Your Majesty. Thank you, for everything you have done for the Miller family. The old king reached out and patted Duke Muller's shoulder twice. I hope you do not resent me, he said softly. I will not resent you. Duke Muller smiled sadly. This is the fate of us half-elves. Being sandwiched between giants, it is inevitable that we will be crushed to pieces. The old king sighed, as if he deeply agreed with Duke Muller's words. He leaned close to Duke Muller's ear and whispered, Rest in peace. I will send someone to replace your grandson. Duke Muller nodded and looked at the old king one last time. Then, he unsheathed his sword without hesitation. But at this moment, the old king raised his hand to stop Duke Muller. Your Majesty, do you have any other orders? The old king reached out his right hand and said coldly, You are my knight. If you want to die, you should die by my hands. Duke Muller was stunned, but still handed the sword to the old king. Then, he closed his eyes. The sword pierced through his chest. Outside the hall, Prince William was accompanying Saint Prospero and his sister. Your Highness, when will His Majesty see us? We have been waiting for so long. Anna asked impatiently as she picked up a pebble on the ground. It should be soon. Prince William hurriedly explained with a smile, Father is currently meeting with Duke Muller. You will be next. The Earl of Avon was still drinking wine, minding his own business. Hearing this, he suddenly asked, Your Highness, what happened yesterday? Are you still unwilling to tell us? Prince William laughed and waved his hand, When you see His Majesty, you will naturally know. Okay. The Earl of Avon did not mind, and picked up the wineskin and poured more wine into his mouth. After a long time, a guard hurriedly ran to Prince William's ear and whispered a few words. Then, Prince William invited Saint Prospero and his sister, His Majesty can see you now, please. The Earl of Avon and Anna immediately strode forward into the hall. Prince William, don't you want to go in with us? The Earl of Avon suddenly turned around and asked. I won't go. His Majesty only said that he wants to see you. Okay. The 2 siblings did not suspect anything and walked into the hall. However, the hall was empty, and there was not a single person in sight. Your Majesty? The Earl of Avon tried to call out, but only heard his own voice echo. Anna wrinkled her nose and asked in surprise, Why is there the smell of blood? The smell of blood? The Earl of Avon suddenly felt a chill and realized that something was wrong. It's in that direction. Anna walked deeper into the hall. After taking a few steps forward, they were shocked to find a bloody corpse lying on the ground, with a long sword in its chest. Because their line of sight was blocked by the pillars in the hall, they were not immediately discovered by the siblings. Not good. Let's go. The Earl of Avon quickly grabbed his sister's arm and ran out of the hall. What's wrong, brother? Anna was still in a daze. This is a trap. My two esteemed guests, where are you going? Before Saint Prospero and his sister could run out of the main hall, Prince William appeared at the entrance. Behind him stood the Silvermoon Guard. The Earl of Avon stopped in his tracks and suddenly laughed. Your Highness, to be honest, this plan is a little too crude. Prince William looked puzzled. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Then, he took a few steps forward and asked, Where's His Majesty? Why are there only the two of you? Anna's beautiful face stiffened. She was about to speak, but was stopped by her brother. At this moment, Prince William had already walked into the hall. Then, he found the corpse. Duke Muller. What happened to you? Seeing Prince William running towards the corpse, the Earl of Avon shook his head and laughed coldly. Your Highness, your acting is really terrible. Prince William ignored the Earl of Avon's mockery. Instead, he turned around and ordered the guards. These two people killed Duke Muller. Take them down immediately. Yes. The guards answered loudly. Then, they drew their swords and surrounded the Saint Prospero siblings. Bang! Anna immediately drew the broadsword on her back and slammed it on the ground. She growled, Let's see who's going to die first. However, the Earl of Avon shook his head at his sister. Don't, Anna. There's no need for that. But, brother, these half-elves set us up. Haha, it's just a clumsy framing. The Earl of Avon still looked confident. Listen to me. Put down your weapons. Nothing will happen. Anna frowned and stared at her brother for a long time. Finally, she sighed and put away the huge broadsword. The Earl of Avon did not seem to be aware that he was about to become a prisoner. He smiled and said to Prince William, All right, Your Highness. Can you bring us to see His Majesty now? Prince William ignored him. Instead, he ordered, Lock them up in prison and keep them under strict surveillance. Yes. The Earl of Avon raised his eyebrows and sneered, What? Does His Majesty not even have the courage to meet us? Prince William still did not answer. The Earl of Avon rolled his eyes and said, It seems that what happened yesterday was not a small matter. Let me guess. At this time, a guard had already walked behind the Earl of Avon and locked his hands behind his back with iron chains. However, the Earl of Avon did not seem to care and he continued, Since you have the courage to put us in prison, could it be that Vera has been assassinated? Prince William was stunned. Obviously, he did not expect the Earl of Avon to be able to guess this. However, he still did not speak. Before this, the old king had emphasized that William must be careful of the Earl of Avon. He also told him not to believe any of his promises. Therefore, Prince William faithfully carried out his father's orders and did not dare to violate them. I guessed it right. The Earl of Avon noticed that Prince William was stunned and he smiled proudly. Then, he said in a tempting tone, Your Royal Highness, if Miss Vera is really dead, then you can't arrest us. At this time, the eastern region is the only thing you can rely on. Prince William seemed to have become a puppet and he did not respond to the Earl of Avon. Your Royal Highness, I have a way to help you solve your current problem. Really? As long as you take us to see His Majesty the King. Prince William felt that the Earl of the Eastern region was really noisy. He waved at the guards and motioned them to speed up. Your Royal Highness. Your Royal Highness. Believe me, I am the only one who can help you now. You go and tell His Majesty that I have a way to stop the northern frontier from sending troops. When the Saint Prospero siblings were taken out of the hall, Prince William was still thinking about the last words of the Earl of Avon. Does he really have a way? Just as Prince William was stunned, the old king appeared behind him. Do you really think he has a way to help us? Father. Prince William hesitated but he decided to answer truthfully, I think we can listen to the Earl of Avon's advice. Maybe he really has a way, Idiot. The old king interrupted without hesitation, if you really want to listen to his advice, then you have fallen into his trap. Prince William lowered his head and did not dare to speak. The old king sighed and explained, You must be careful when dealing with such a smart person. Especially when the other party tells you that he can help you. Every time this happens, you have to stop and think carefully about whether your position is the same as his position. If not, then don't listen to him, otherwise, sooner or later, you will be betrayed by him without knowing it. Yes, father. Prince William nodded again and again. When he saw that his father's anger had subsided, he asked carefully, "What should we do with the siblings?" "Lock them up first. Don't neglect their meals and drinks, but don't let them have any contact with the outside world." "Yes." Clang, the heavy iron door fell, completely isolating the St. Prospero siblings from the outside world. The Earl of Avon looked around his cell and nodded with a smile. The environment is not bad. Other than the lack of windows, everything is quite complete. Anna looked at her brother's calm face and could not remain calm. "Hurry up and think of a way, brother. Are we just going to wait for death here?" "Haha, don't be afraid. The House of Medea won't dare to kill us." "Then why do they want to lock us up?" "Bargaining chips." "What bargaining chips?" The Earl of Avon sat down at the round table and sniffed the water bottle. He was disappointed when he found that it was not wine. After pouring a glass of water for himself and his sister, the Earl said calmly, "Do you remember that I told you before that the Duke of St. Hilda has a winning strategy?" "Yes, it is to let Vera die in Silverman City." "Could it be that, you guessed it right?" "I think so." "Then what does this have to do with catching the both of us?" "Don't worry, listen to me slowly." The Earl of Avon took a sip of water and said, "Although I guessed that Vera would die in Silverman City, I did not guess the murderer." "The murderer who killed Vera?" "Yes." The Earl of Avon's eyes flashed with a strange light. Anna, who was familiar with her brother, knew very well that the Earl of Avon was excited. This was the kind of excitement one would get when they met their match. The Earl of Avon was indeed very excited, as if he had found a fun game. "I thought that the Duke of St. Hilda would send someone from the wedding procession to kill Vera, such as Viscount Angley or some other hidden assassin. After all, this was the easiest way to arrange. However, I did not expect that the Duke of St. Hilda would actually find someone from the Miller family to be the murderer. How did he do it? It was too clever. In this way, not only did he successfully find an excuse to send troops to Silverman City, but he also completely cleared himself of suspicion. It would be difficult for everyone to suspect that the Duke of St. Hilda was the mastermind behind the scenes. This shows that the Duke of St. Hilda has been plotting against the half-elf kingdom for a long time. Haha, the eastern region did not lose in vain." Anna was at a loss as she listened. "How do you know that the murderer is from the Miller family? Isn't it obvious?" The Earl of Avon spread his hands, as if he felt that there was no need to explain. "The Duke Muller was killed and his body was thrown there as a prop to frame us. Doesn't this mean that the Miller family has been completely abandoned? Why were they abandoned? Obviously, it's because someone from the Miller family killed Vera." Anna nodded, but she was still puzzled. Why would the Miller family kill Vera? Were they bribed by the Duke of St. Hilda? This is why I admire the Duke of St. Hilda. The Earl of Avon's eyes flashed with a strange light again. You have to know that the murderer of the Miller family risked his life to help the Duke of St. Hilda. So, you can't guess why the Miller family would help the Duke of St. Hilda? How can I guess? The Earl of Avon shook his head and said helplessly, "I'm not a god." Then, what does this have to do with us? You still haven't said why the king wants to arrest us. The Earl of Avon laughed. Think about it. Since Vera has died in Silverman City, the Army of the North has an excuse to send troops. So, what should the House of Medea do? Anna thought for a while, and then she said, "They definitely can't stop the Army of the North from entering Silverman City. So, they can only find a scapegoat to bear the anger of the Duke of St. Hilda." That's right. The Earl of Avon snapped his fingers and nodded. First of all, the Miller family is definitely doomed. No matter who the murderer is, this family must be destroyed. The blood of the House of St. Hilda is not that easy to stain. However, the Duke of St. Hilda's anger might not be completely extinguished by the Miller family. This was especially true for the House of Medea. Since Vera had died in the half-elven palace, they would definitely have to bear some responsibility. If I were the Duke of St. Hilda, I would definitely use this opportunity to remove the royal status of the House of Medea and replace it with a half-elf noble as the master of Silverman City. This way, the new royal family would have to rely on the power of the House of St. Hilda to control the half-elven kingdom, unlike the House of Media, which constantly wavered between the eastern and northern frontier to please both sides. Therefore, in order to prevent this from happening, the House of Media had to find a way to save itself. And the best way to save himself was to tell the Duke of St. Hilda that he was determined to break with the eastern region. This way, the Duke of St. Hilda would not have to look for a new puppet to help him rule the half-elven kingdom. So that's how it is. Anna suddenly understood. So, the two of us are the bargaining chips for the House of Media to break with the eastern region. Yes, as long as they capture us and hand us over to the Duke of St. Hilda, the House of Media would have completely offended the House of St. Prospero. They could only follow the path of the northern frontier to the end. Anna nodded, but then she seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, her face changed and she hurriedly said, "Then, in order to show their loyalty to the Duke of St. Hilda, will the House of Media kill us?" Count Elvin froze for a moment before chuckling. "My silly sister. How could the House of Media have the guts to do so? Once they are stained with the blood of the House of St. Prospero, it will be an endless hatred. Haha, how could a small half-elven royal family have the guts to offend the Holy Knight family of the Empire? If they really dare to do so, the House of Media will immediately become the public enemy of the Radiant Empire. Even the Duke of St. Hilda will not protect them." Anna sighed in relief, sat down at the round table, and took a sip of water. "So, we're just going to wait here?" "Yes, we're going to wait. I've already told you that our trip to Silvermoon City is destined to be in vain. Sigh, it's a pity that there's no good wine here." At this point, the Earl of Avon stood up and slammed the thick iron door, shouting, "Hey! Those outside, can you send in some wine?" Anna looked at her unreliable brother and silently rolled her eyes. Outside Silvermoon City, an army of about 1,000 people was moving quickly. Hurry up, all of you start running. If we don't reach Silvermoon City before the sun sets, I'll have to sleep in the suburbs with you all again." The Knight of Rigo's loud voice kept ringing, and he seemed to be in a bad mood. After parting at Winter City, he followed Colin's orders and returned to Icestone City to lead 1,000 people to meet up with Colin in Silvermoon City. However, on the way back to Icestone City, he was harassed by a few bandit groups for a long time, which was why he was delayed until now. Usually, as long as he flashed the roaring white bear flag, normal bandit groups would definitely not dare to attack a noble's army. However, for some reason, the bandit groups seemed to have collectively gone crazy this time, making it extremely difficult for the Knight of Rigo to return to Icestone City. What he didn't know was that these bandit groups were also so hungry that they had no choice. The invasion of trolls this spring caused a large amount of fertile land in the northern frontier to be wasted. The spring plowing was delayed, and the autumn harvest was naturally not good. Therefore, the northern frontier was destined to have a difficult winter this year. The bandit groups were even crazier because of this. The nobles' guards that they usually avoided were now even more daring. In short, after the Knight of Rigo returned to Icestone City with difficulty, he realized that he had been delayed for too long. He was afraid that he might not be able to reach Silvermoon City before Vera's wedding. Burning with anxiety, he naturally found Xianxia and wanted to take the cavalry with him. Colin's orders were only for him to take 1,000 people to Silvermoon City, and he didn't say whether they would be infantry or cavalry. However, Xianxia was unwilling and insisted that the cavalry had not finished their training. If they were sent to the battlefield now, they would basically be sent to their deaths. Helpless, the Knight of Rigo could only take 1,000 infantry and speed up madly, almost exhausting the soldiers to death, before they finally arrived at Silvermoon City in time for the wedding. Looking at Silvermoon City under the sunset, the Knight of Rigo finally let out a sigh of relief. He didn't have time to admire the beautiful scenery of the garden city under the sunset. The Knight of Rigo immediately prepared to enter the city. However, before he could get close to the city gate, a sharp arrow was shot in front of him. "Stop! Who are you people?" An interrogative voice came from the top of the city wall. The Knight of Rigo took the Angeli family's flag from the flag-bearer beside him and waved it vigorously. "I am the Angeli family's Knight of Rigo Morben. I am here on Viscount Angli's orders to attend the wedding of Miss Vera and Prince Tup." Originally, the Knight of Rigo thought that as long as he showed the flag, the half-elves would naturally open the city gate and warmly welcome him in. However, things didn't go as he expected. I'm sorry, Sir Knight. According to His Majesty's orders, to ensure the safety of the wedding, no one is allowed to enter or leave Silvermoon City during this period. Huh? The Knight of Rico's eyes widened as a thought flashed through his mind. Something happened. I'm prepared to take down Silvermoon City. What do you think? The Knight of Rico turned around to look at the officers accompanying him. His words almost scared them silly. My lord, this isn't good. What's not good about it? The Knight of Rico glared. His shiny bald head reflected the sunlight, making him look exceptionally ferocious and frightening. We only have 1,000 people. Can we take it down? An officer asked cautiously. The Knight of Rico said disdainfully, isn't Silvermoon City famous for surrendering without a fight? Who knows, they might just surrender the moment we attack. The officers were speechless for a moment. If Silvermoon City surrendered without a fight when faced with an army of 1,000 people, then the half-elf kingdom might as well disband. My lord, if nothing happened in the city and it's really just because of the wedding and we attack rashly, then wouldn't that be too much of a joke? Yes, yes, yes. My lord, our brothers have been rushing for a long time. We don't have the strength to attack the city now. My lord, why don't we send someone back to the northern frontier to deliver a letter? If something really happens in Silvermoon City, Lord Duke of St. Hilda won't sit idly by. Hearing that his officers were unanimously against attacking the city, the Knight of Rico immediately snorted unhappily. However, he wasn't a completely reckless madman. He could still listen to the advice of others. He nodded and said, all right, then we'll set up camp outside the city and rest. We'll pay attention to the movements in the city. If anything happens in the city, we'll immediately charge in. Yes. The officers instantly heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly replied. My lord, should we send someone to deliver a letter to chilly Winter City? An officer reminded. The Knight of Rico shook his head, no need. The Viscount has already made arrangements. He clearly thought of the carrier pigeon that Colin had asked him to bring back to Icestone City before he set off. If something really happened to Colin in Silvermoon City and Icestone City couldn't receive the news on time, they would naturally know what to do. Yes. The officer was a little puzzled, but he still nodded in response. Knight Leg turned around and looked at the heavily guarded Silvermoon City with a worried expression. He sighed and said, sigh. I hope that the Viscounts will not suffer any grievances in the city. Ah, awesome. Colin finished the cup of iced deer blood wine in one gulp and moaned comfortably. I didn't expect you to like deer blood wine so much. Vera placed her hand on her cheek as she looked at Colin curiously. Do you need more ice? I can make some more for you. There's enough ice. Actually, I learned to drink deer blood from my father. Colin decisively used his dead father as an excuse. He said that a real knight should drink blood. Why? Because. Colin scratched his head and spouted nonsense. Because blood is the essence of life, and it contains many beneficial substances. So that's how it is. I remember seeing my father drink bear blood when I was young. Vera suddenly realized that the Angeli family's emblem was a white bear. She quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Colin waved his hand. It's okay, I'm not that sensitive. In fact, he had wanted to change the emblem for a long time. Roaring white bear? At first glance, it was obvious that the Angeli family was not elegant at all. Then, is the deer blood wine enough for you? Don't you need to eat something else? I don't need it, you can eat. Currently, Vera was pretending to be dead, so the food that was sent in was naturally only enough for one person. Therefore, Colin gave the food to Vera. But I can't eat so much. You should eat some too. Vera pushed the half-eaten plate in front of Colin and persuaded him with a smile. Colin knew that she meant well. Although he did not need to eat ordinary food, in order to make Vera feel at ease, he obediently stuffed the rest of the food into his stomach. Are we going to wait for the army from the northern frontier to arrive at Silvermoon City? Yes. But the House of Medea has sealed off Silvermoon City. We can't send any news back to Winter City, right? Haha, are they going to seal it off forever? Colin said disdainfully. Besides, no news is actually a kind of news. Vera suddenly realized, that's right. If father doesn't receive any news of my marriage, he will definitely know that something has happened to Silvermoon City. Colin nodded in agreement. Even though he actually meant something else. In fact, the current development of Silvermoon City did not really satisfy Colin. According to the current script, even if the army of the North arrived at Silvermoon City, the House of Medea would still have a way to secure the throne. The Miller family would probably become the scapegoat. The crime of killing Vera was enough to make the family disappear from the world completely. However, this was obviously not in Colin's interest. First of all, Queen Xianxia was also a member of the Miller family. Colin did not want to see his second-blood descendant be abolished. Moreover, Colin did not want the half-elf kingdom to fall into the control of the House of St. Hilda. This rich but weak small kingdom had already aroused Colin's greed. He wanted to control this kingdom personally. Moreover, Colin now had an excellent chess piece, Queen Xianxia. It would be a waste if he did not make good use of it. As long as he could control the half-elf kingdom, Colin would not have to worry about the cavalry's military expenses anymore. Perhaps I should encourage a certain ambitious person. Colin whispered to himself. What? Vera was just about to ask what Colin said when she heard someone knocking on the door. Colin quickly carried Vera and placed her into the coffin. Then, he slowly opened the door and let the half-elf female slave Kathy in. Sir Viscounts, have you finished your meal? Yes, you can clean up. Yes. Looking at Kathy, who was lowering her head to clean up the table, Colin suddenly said, you should have a way to contact the people outside the palace, right? Kathy looked at Colin carefully and hesitated for a moment. However, she did not dare to speak. Don't be afraid. We are now in the same boat. Colin smiled. Then, regardless of whether Kathy believed him or not, he continued speaking. I know that the Savoy family wants to regain the half-elf throne. It is indeed a good idea to let Vera die in the palace. The House of Medea is very likely to be abolished under the wrath of the northern frontier. However, the House of Medea is obviously not going to sit still and wait for their doom. Do you want to know what they are going to do? Kathy's hands trembled and there was a flash of hesitation on her face. After a while, she finally raised her head and looked at Colin. There was no longer any trace of fear in her eyes. She straightened her chest and it seemed as though she did not want to show her fear in front of Colin. However, her young and inexperienced face and simple clothes made her seem a little lacking in confidence. Sir Viscounts, may I know what news you have received? Colin smiled and said, why? Have you admitted your identity? Kathy pursed her lips and did not speak. It's fine if you don't want to admit it. However, I can't give you my news for free. May I know what you want? I want to know if there is an army of the Angeli family outside Silvermoon City right now. Kathy frowned and said, I am sorry, sir. Silvermoon City is now in lockdown. We cannot contact the outside world. I am not asking you to contact them. I just want you to confirm their existence. Don't tell me that you can't do such a simple thing. Okay. Kathy finally nodded. Then, what is the bad news you are talking about? Colin showed a bright smile and said, go and tell Sith that the House of Medea has already imprisoned the messenger of the eastern region. I guess they want to use this as a bargaining chip to completely turn to the northern frontier. So, if the Savoy family does not do something quickly, the half-elf throne will most likely still belong to the House of Medea. And you will be completely eliminated after you lose your value. Sure enough, after hearing the news, Kathy suddenly opened her eyes wide. Is this true? She obviously did not believe Colin. Colin spread his hands and said, you can ask Sith to check it out. Don't you have other informants in the palace? Kathy left in a hurry with an anxious face. Vera poked her head out of the coffin and asked curiously, Colin, you have been imprisoned here all this time. How do you know that the messenger of the eastern region has been arrested? Colin smiled mysteriously. I naturally have my ways to find out. The streets of Silvermoon City had become deserted. A middle-aged half-elf pressed down on his hat as he hurriedly walked through the streets filled with fallen leaves. But soon, a group of patrolling guards stopped him. Name? Roth. What are you doing? Where are you going? After a routine inspection and questioning, Roth was allowed to leave. He walked around the streets for a long time before finally walking into an inconspicuous tavern. After passing through the noisy main hall, Roth entered the kitchen with great familiarity. He was then led into a hidden basement by a chef. "Brother, Kathy sent an urgent message from the palace." Under the dim candlelight, a half-elf in the basement raised his head. It was Sith from the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce. Sith frowned as he took the small piece of paper from Roth. He said unhappily, "The people from the House of Media are looking for us." Why would she take the risk to send a message? Roth sighed, "It should be very important information. In order to send it out, 3 of our spies in the palace have been killed." Sith's frown deepened, but he still patiently flipped open the piece of paper and took out a book from the bookshelf. After he finished translating the ciphertext on the note, his expression instantly became extremely solemn. "What's wrong?" Roth asked worriedly when he saw his brother's expression change. Sith passed the translated piece of paper to his brother and said seriously, "We have to take action. We can't just sit here and wait." After reading the report, Roth said hesitantly, "Brother, but Mr. Shui, don't bother about that damned Mr. Shui." Sith said angrily, "The only person we can rely on now is the Duke of St. Hilda." "But..." Roth still seemed to have some doubts. "Brother, it's not like 300 years ago. Who should we choose between the two of them? Don't tell me you still can't see it clearly?" After a long while, Roth seemed to have been convinced by his brother. He nodded, "All right. Then what do you think we should do?" "Make the arrangements. I want to see the Duke of Loot." "You actually dare to come and see me?" The Duke of Loot looked at Sith and sneered. Sith's expression was indifferent as he asked, "Duke, don't you dare to meet me at this time as well?" The Duke of Loot chuckled, "How do you know that I didn't agree to meet you just to lure you out? You should know that Prince William is looking for you all over the city." "Then do you know why His Highness is looking for me?" "I heard that it's because of tax evasion by the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce." "Do you believe this reason?" "Of course not." "What do you think is the reason?" The Duke of Loot sneered and said confidently, "I think it's because of Queen Xianxia." "Oh?" Sith rolled his eyes, "How much do you know about me and Her Highness Queen Consort?" "Hee, in the name of cultivating blood roses for the Queen, I'm afraid you've done a lot of things." The Duke of Loot revealed a smile that all men understood, "You're really lucky. Queen Xianxia, that beautiful rose, actually took a fancy to a lowly commoner like you." Sith was stunned. He originally thought that his secret with Queen Xianxia had been seen through by the Duke of Loot, but he didn't expect, "Ha ha ha. Your Excellency the Duke, your eyes are truly sharp." The Duke of Loot had a complacent look as he snorted, "In the palace, there aren't many things that can be hidden from my eyes." Right. Sith suppressed his laughter, "Then are you going to capture me and bring me to His Majesty?" "That'll depend on your performance." The Duke of Loot smiled, "Although your Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce has been seized, I believe that you must have your own little treasury. So, you want money? Also." The Duke of Loot's eyes flashed with a lustful light, "You've been with Queen Xianxia for so long, you must have something on her, right? Give it to me. Then, you can use it to blackmail Queen Xianxia and get close to her?" Sith's eyes were a little strange. The Duke of Loot snorted, as if silently agreeing. Sith couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and sighed, "Duke, you misunderstand. Queen Xianxia and I don't have that kind of relationship. However, if you really want to get close to her, I might be able to help you." The Duke of Loot felt that Sith was just being stubborn, but when he heard the last part, he couldn't help but ask, "How can you help?" "I can help you attack the palace. When that happens, all the half-elf beauties in the palace, including Queen Xianxia, will be yours." The Duke of Loot glared at him and said angrily, "Are you playing with me?" "I'm serious, Duke." Sith put his hand on his chest and bowed with a serious face. "Ha, you lowly commoner, you dare to play with a noble. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you?" Faced with the Duke of Loot's threat, Sith actually laughed, "Duke, I'm not a lowly commoner." "What did you say?" "My surname is Savoy." Savoy? Savoy." The Duke of Loot stood up from his seat and looked at Sith in disbelief. Sith also straightened his chest and met the Duke of Loot's gaze without backing down. Then, in order to make the Duke of Loot believe his identity, Sith took out an intricate badge. "Golden-winged sparrow." The moment the Duke of Loot saw the badge, he finally confirmed Sith's true identity. He really was the descendant of the previous royal family of the Half-Elf Kingdom, the Golden-Winged Sparrow, Savoy family. No wonder Prince William wanted to capture you so badly. The Duke of Loot suddenly realized. Duke, now you know that I wasn't lying when I asked you to attack the palace with me. Humph. Are you crazy? So what if you're from the Savoy family? Do you think that this is 300 years ago? Do you think that just by revealing your identity, you can make me obey your orders? Wake up, the current royal family of the half-elves is the House of Medea. Sith also laughed. Duke, if you don't do as I say, do you think that the records of our previous interactions will be sent to His Majesty? The Duke of Loot panicked, but he still tried to act tough. Will His Majesty believe you? Why not? Do you know that I have a habit of keeping records? I have a detailed record of every bribe that I have given you in the past. Not only you, but also your clansmen and your loyal subordinates. Maybe you don't realize it, but our Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce has already been deeply entangled with your Loot family. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal, but at this sensitive time, do you think His Majesty will believe in your innocence, or would he rather kill the wrong person than let you go? The Duke of Loot broke out in cold sweat. Because he knew his brother-in-law too well. He was a cold-blooded and merciless political animal. Once he knew that the relationship between the Loot family and the Savoy family was unclear, the old king would not hesitate to raise his butcher's knife. After a long while, the Duke of Loot said bitterly, "What is your plan?" The corners of Sith's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Kathy, who was dressed in a black maid uniform, walked into the room and placed the lunch in front of Colin. Of course, there was also dear blood wine for every meal. After the food was placed on the table, Kathy did not leave as usual. Instead, she stood beside the round table with her hands behind her back. Colin picked up the dear blood wine and poured himself a cup. After taking a sip, he asked Kathy, "What's the matter? What's wrong? Is there any news?" Kathy nodded, "Yes, Sir Viscounts. Your family's army is now at the south gate of Silvermoon City." "Okay, I got it." Colin nodded and continued to drink. Kathy still did not leave. She hesitated for a moment before she said, "Sir, tomorrow night at the Half-Elven Palace, it will be a little dangerous. When the time comes, you can take Miss Vera's body and leave this place temporarily." Colin raised his head and looked at the little maid before he smiled. "I did not expect you to be so considerate of my safety. This is what I should do." "Is that so?" Colin put down the wine glass and grabbed the little maid's collar before he pulled her in front of him. Kathy screamed, but she quickly shut her mouth. Colin smiled coldly. "Do I look like a fool to you?" Kathy quickly shook her head. "Then how dare you use me like this?" Colin's tone was as cold as ice, causing the little maid to tremble in fear. I did not." "You did not?" Colin sneered. "You used the excuse of my safety to ask me to take Vera's body out of the palace. You wanted me to be your bait to attract the attention of the Silvermoon guards. How dare you play such a small trick in front of me?" "Kathy Savoy, listen to me carefully. You can either tell me your overall plan and I will consider cooperating with you. Otherwise, I will go and look for the old king. I am sure he will be happy to arrange a large number of troops in the palace and wait for you to walk right into his trap." I will talk. I will talk." Kathy was a little girl and she was no match for Colin. She was so scared that she almost cried. Only then did Colin let go of Kathy's collar, picked up the wine glass again, and drank while listening. "Sir Viscounts, the Savoy family has already made the Duke of Loot rebel. However, although the Duke is the commander of the Silvermoon Guards, in fact, he only has absolute control over 2 regiments with a total of 12,000 people. As for the other 3 regiments of the Silvermoon Guards, a total of 18,000 people, they were firmly controlled by the Modwin family. Although we do not have the advantage in terms of numbers, we are still in the dark while the enemy is in the light. If we launch a sudden attack, as long as we successfully attack the palace before the enemy can react and control the old king and Prince William, the House of Medea will not be able to do anything. Therefore, in order to make this plan go smoothly, we hope that you can cooperate with us." Colin rubbed his chin as he silently judged the feasibility of the Savoy family's plan. So, you hope that I can take Vera's body and leave the palace so that I can help you take some of the firepower from the House of Medea? Kathy looked at Colin's face and said carefully, yes. After you leave the palace, you can go all the way to the south of the city. I am sure that the army outside the south gate will be there to meet you. Colin smiled and said, tell me the deployment of your troops and the route of your attack on the palace. Kathy had a difficult expression on her face as she said, this. I don't know about this. Colin rolled his eyes and said, then you can ask Sith for it. Without this, don't expect me to cooperate with you. Kathy gritted her teeth and nodded, okay, I will help you ask him now. After that, she hurriedly left. Crack. The coffin lid opened and Vera poked her head out. Colin, are we really leaving the palace tomorrow night? Why? Don't you want to leave? Vera nodded quickly, yes. I can't even change my clothes in here. It is so annoying. That's good. Don't worry, I will arrange everything. Okay, I trust you. There was probably nothing that could stimulate a man's protective instincts more than a girl who trusted him wholeheartedly. Colin had a warm smile on his face as he called out to Vera. Come on, let's eat. The sun set in the west and rose in the east. It was a new day. According to the original plan, today was supposed to be a joyous day. Prince Tup and Miss Vera were getting married today. However, the entire Silvermoon City was shrouded in an extremely depressing atmosphere today. Some people were quietly waiting for the judgment of fate, some were eager to fight, and some were ignorant and thought that this was just a normal day. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The Knights of Telda pushed the door open and entered the room. They first bowed solemnly to the coffin placed in the middle of the room before bowing slightly to Colin. Lord Viscounts, are you looking for me? Colin waved at the Knights of Telda and waited for them to come closer before he handed them a roll of parchment. What is this? The Knights of Telda looked at the map of the palace with the deployment of the troops and the attack routes. They were suddenly puzzled. Do you know the Savoy family? Yes. They used to be the half-elf royal family. Well, this family is preparing to launch a coup tonight. The map in your hand is the specific arrangement for their attack on the palace. The Knights of Telda was stunned. They did not ask Colin how he had obtained such a confidential map. Instead, they shouted with red eyes, My lord, are we going to take this opportunity to avenge Miss Vera? Colin frowned and asked, Knights of Telda, have you forgotten your biggest responsibility? The Knights of Telda finally calmed down and bowed their heads. I am sorry, Lord Viscounts. I was too impulsive. I should have prioritized protecting Miss Vera's body. Colin nodded. Well, it is good that you understand. The palace is not safe tonight. We cannot continue to stay here. So, we will rush out of the palace after the Savoy family launches the coup. What about after we rush out of the palace? Which direction should we go out of the city? My family's army is now outside the south gate. Okay, I understand. Colin shook his head slowly. No, you don't understand. The Knights of Telda were stunned and looked at Colin in confusion. My family's army is outside the south gate. The House of Medea and the Savoy family will of course think that we will run in the direction of the south gate. So, we must not go to the south gate. The Knights of Telda finally reacted. Then, where should we go? Colin stretched out his finger and pointed at the map. We will go to the north gate. Okay. I will go and prepare the army for tonight's operation. Be careful. Don't attract the attention of the Silvermoon guards. Yes. Colin rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought as he watched the Knights of Telda disappear outside the door. However, he was not worried about tonight's operation. Instead, he was thinking about something else. Last time in Queen Consort's palace, Colin stole a lot of blood from the Knights of Telda while they were unconscious. However, the strange thing was that the blood did not help him to advance to the Fourth Order. However, he did feel that his body was heating up. So, it was not that the blood of the Knights of Telda did not have any effect. It should be that the dosage was not enough. In fact, this was one of the reasons why Colin had to instigate this coup. In addition to creating chaos so that he could take advantage of the chaos to take control of the half-elf kingdom, he also hoped to find the blood of high-level knights in this coup. This should not be difficult. After all, tonight was destined to be a night of bloodshed. The night was as cold as water, and the silver moon was like a knife. When a dazzling arcane missile pierced the dark night sky, the half-elven palace was instantly in an uproar. If one were to look down from the sky, they would see that the Silver Moon Guards, who were originally guarding the east and south gates of the palace, had suddenly turned their spearheads and charged towards the interior of the palace. Under the sudden attack, the two teams did not encounter too many obstacles at all. They were like two fire dragons that rushed out of the inner court of the palace. Here, they finally encountered the organized and tenacious resistance of the guards stationed there. Woo, the harsh sound of the horn echoed above the palace, instantly awakening the entire Silvermoon city. This city of flowers, which was known to have never been captured, could not escape the disaster of the sword. Bang! Colin pushed open the door of the hall, carried the huge coffin, and strode out. At this time 1,000 guards of the House of St. Hilda had already gathered under the command of the Knights of Telda. Colin glanced around the crowd and said loudly, "Tonight, our only mission is to protect Miss Vera. Protect Miss Vera. Protect Miss Vera." The guards knocked heavily on the armor in front of their chests, and the sound waves reverberated through the sky. Kill. Under Colin's command, the 1,000-man team immediately rushed towards the south gate of the palace. As the Silvermoon Guards in this direction had already betrayed them, they did not encounter much resistance along the way. However, after exiting the palace gate, they met a half-elf guard who had come to support the palace. Due to the lag in the transmission of information, the Silvermoon Guards on the opposite side did not know what was going on in the palace. They only rushed over when they heard the bugle call for help. At this time, when they met the guards of the House of St. Hilda who were full of murderous intent, they naturally thought that the bugle call was for them, so they decisively drew their swords. Kill. The Knights of Telda roared and led the charge. Although the half-elves had the advantage in numbers, their race was not good at fighting. The so-called Silvermoon Guard was just for show, and had not experienced many cruel battles. How could they compare to the army of the north, which had fought their way out of a war of blood and fire? Moreover, because of Vera's death, St. Hilda's bodyguards could be considered as a mourning army. They had long wanted to cause a bloody storm in Silvermoon City, but they had been suppressed by Colin. Now that Colin had completely let go of the wild beast's noose, the guards of the House of St. Hilda, who were already prepared to die, immediately charged towards the half-elf guards like crazy. As a result, the battle was extremely intense from the beginning. The narrow palace gate instantly turned into a meat grinder. Colin did not participate in the battle. Instead, he stood at the back with the coffin and observed the situation. At the same time, he was constantly looking for the existence of high-level knights among the half-elf soldiers. According to the information provided by Kathy, there were no 5th-grade knights in the half-elf kingdom. The highest was only 4th grade. 4th grade was not high. In fact, compared to 3rd grade, 4th grade was qualitatively different. The professions in this world could be divided into 9 grades according to their strength, but every 3 grades was actually a big step. For example, after breaking through 6th grade, one would step into the sanctuary realm. Legend had it that if one broke through 9th grade, one would become a god. Similarly, after breaking through 3rd grade, one would be called a transcendent. At that time, the profession's strength would also undergo a qualitative change. From this name it could be seen that professions above 3rd grade were no longer considered mortals. Before 3rd grade there was a slight possibility of challenging someone above their level. However, once they entered 4th grade there was basically no such thing as a miracle. For mortals below 4th grade, if they wanted to kill a transcendent, there was only one way, using human lives. Professions above 4th grade were not gods. Their energy and strength would also be exhausted. As long as they used human lives to wear down their battle strength, they would naturally be able to win. It was because of this that when Colin discovered that he had secretly drunk the blood of the Knights of Telda, but had not advanced to 4th grade, he was not too surprised. If he wanted to break through to the next stage, he would probably need even more HP. However, after looking around, Colin discovered that there were no 4th grade knights among the half-elf guards in front of him. However, just as Colin was feeling a little disappointed, he suddenly instinctively felt a threat. Without thinking carefully, he hurriedly threw the coffin in his hand forward and rolled on the ground. Asterisk kaboom. In an instant, there was a loud sound. The ground where Colin was originally standing was actually blasted open by a golden light. Following that, a huge white figure wearing thick and tight armor, holding a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right hand, charged towards Colin like a tank. Bang bang bang. In the midst of the loud footsteps, the earth seemed to tremble. Colin turned back to look and was instantly scared pale. The other party's beast-like figure completely enveloped him. Without thinking, Colin backhanded his sword and stabbed towards the gap in the armored knight's neck. Clang! The blade of judgment was casually swatted away. Colin was instantly sent flying by the huge force from the sword, crashing heavily into the wall beside the palace gate. However, he did not seem to be seriously injured. He got up without saying anything and ran in the direction of the Knights of Telda. As expected, the difference between 4th grade and 3rd grade was too great. There was no way to fight this battle. Colin ran at full speed, but the armored knight behind him was not slow either. Furthermore, he seemed to know Colin's identity and understood the principle of capturing the ringleader first. He was determined to chase after Colin. Along the way, the guards of the House of St. Hilda hurriedly tried to rescue Colin, but they were all swatted away by the half-elf armored knight like flies. Finally, the Knights of Telda also noticed the situation on Colin's side. They hurriedly abandoned the enemy in front of them and prepared to turn back to rescue him. The half-elf armored knight seemed to have realized that something was wrong and stomped on the ground with both feet. Boom. The ground instantly exploded, and gravel and dirt flew everywhere. The half-elf armored knight turned into a ray of golden light and crashed directly into Colin's back. Poo. Colin felt as if he had been hit by a truck, and he spat out blood. Ding. A spear was pressed against Colin's breastplate. The half-elf armored knight took off his mask, revealing a square and dignified face. Sir Viscount Angley, please ask your subordinates to stop resisting. The House of Media has no intention to, tch. A dagger pierced through the gap in the armor and into the side of the half-elf armored knight's waist. He cried out in pain and roared, "You don't know what's good for you." Seeing that Colin did not stop and still wanted to resist, the half-elf armored knight no longer hesitated. The spear in his hand pressed down and pierced through Colin's chest. Sir Viscounts. The Knights of Telda saw this scene and roared as they rushed over. The half-elf armored knight was prepared to break away from Colin and face the Knights of Telda, but he realized that the supposedly dead Viscount Angley under him was suddenly laughing and hugging him. The half-elf armored knight was scared out of his wits. He twisted the spear in his hand like a madman, and at the same time tried to break free from Colin's embrace. However, Colin's hands held on tightly to the half-elf armored knight. "Come on. Play with your life." Bang! Due to the huge gap in strength, Colin was still thrown to the ground by the half-elf knight. However, because of this moment of delay, he did not have time to deal with the Knights of Telda who were rushing up from behind. A golden light flashed and a huge bloody wound that was half a meter long appeared on the back of the half-elf knight. His whole body was almost split in half. "Ah!" He roared and threw the spear in his hand, trying to force the Knights of Telda to retreat. After that, he turned around and ran away. Unfortunately, the guards of the House of St. Hilda had already surrounded him and blocked his way. In the end, the half-elf knight was still stabbed in the forehead by the Knights of Telda who caught up with him. He knelt down and died. After his death, the half-elf guards who were already at a disadvantage suddenly lost their will to fight and ran away in an instant. Lord Viscounts, are you okay?" The Knights of Telda looked at the bloody wound on Colin's chest and their eyes were gloomy. At this time, Colin was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat. However, he still raised his hand and pointed at the coffin on the ground. He said weakly, "Protect Miss Vera, out of the city." The Knights of Telda's eyes instantly turned red. They knelt down on one knee and solemnly swore, "Don't worry. I will definitely send Miss Vera's body out of the city, even if the price is my life." Colin seemed to have finally gotten what he wanted. He closed his eyes and kicked his legs. There was no sound. The Knights of Telda and all the soldiers present solemnly bowed to Colin. After that, they lifted the coffin and continued on their way. After everyone left, the battlefield returned to its original calm state. Occasionally, some passers-by would pass by. However, after seeing the tragic situation here, they would stay away. They could not stand the strong smell of blood at all. Under the light of the silver moon, one of the corpses in the pile suddenly moved. Then, the resurrected corpse slowly crawled towards the corpse of the half-elf knight. Gulp. Gulp, a bone-chilling sucking sound rang out quietly, sounding especially eerie and strange in this hellish battlefield. A few foraging black crows landed, but they immediately flapped their wings and flew away quickly, as if there was something extremely terrifying here. Colin was still sucking the blood of the Class 4 half-elf knight. As he absorbed more and more blood, Colin was pleasantly surprised to find that his body was once again showing signs of heat. Moreover, the fever seemed to be particularly obvious this time. It could even be said that it came fiercely, causing him to sweat all over. At the same time, a strong sense of hunger enveloped Colin, making him unable to stop sucking. The half-elf knight's corpse was shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was likely that he would soon be sucked dry. Colin's stomach quickly swelled, but he still had no intention of stopping. Because he was hungry, the intense spiritual hunger and the increasingly obvious physical satiety were extremely contradictory, but they existed at the same time. Finally, the half-elf knight's corpse was completely shriveled, and not a single drop of blood could be squeezed out. Colin raised his head and heaved a long sigh towards the sky. The heat in his body made him close his eyes comfortably, as if he was enjoying the wonderful feeling of his strength increasing crazily. But soon, this comfortable and wonderful feeling disappeared. Colin was shocked to find that the blood in his body was crazily circulating and boiling. A strange vibrating sound came from Colin's body, as if hundreds of bees were letting out ear-piercing cries. This vibrating sound gradually became unified, and the pitch was also changing. In the end, it finally became a sound similar to a bell. Dang, dang, dang. At this moment, Colin was like a cooked lobster. His skin was flushed red, and it was even covered with small red dots, as if the excessive blood in his body was trying to seep out. Thump, Colin's heart that had long stopped beating actually started beating again. He could not help but clutch his chest. Because the beating just now was so loud, he almost cried out in pain. Thump, another beat. Ah! Colin finally could not help but let out a low roar. At the same time, he was puzzled. What was going on with him? Was the reaction to advancing to rank 4 so big? Thump. 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 His heart seemed to have suddenly been rejuvenated, beating faster and faster. Colin let out a low roar, no longer caring about what was going on, and no longer suppressing the changes in his body. With the sudden recovery of his heart, the blood in Colin's body started to boil even more violently. The muscles all over his body started to expand due to the blood rush, and even started to be covered with a layer of blood-red lines. It was like some kind of scale armor, full of a mysterious aura. The rising blood pressure made all the blood vessels in Colin's body slowly bulge, like purple steel ropes wrapping around his body. The immense pain made Colin's eyes widen, and his body tremble. Large amounts of sweat seeped out, but it was quickly evaporated by the high temperature on the surface of his body. Thump, under the intense pain, Colin fiercely punched the ground. His blue veins bulged on his fist as it collided with the ground. Invisible ripples that seemed to have materialized splashed out and spread toward Western Zhou. The ground instantly caved in, revealing a clear fist imprint. Ah! 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 Colin began to throw punches, leaving fist imprints of various sizes on the ground. Large amounts of shock waves spread along the ground, like a small earthquake. Thump thump thump. Colin's heart beat faster and faster, like a powerful pump that did not know fatigue, once again taking over Colin's blood circulation, and pushing it to a terrifying state. Waves of crazily flowing blood rampaged through Colin's body, as if looking for a vent. Colin's body, under the stimulation of the crazily surging blood, actually began to expand. The original armor could not withstand the expansion of the body, and was torn apart. Colin's mind was now in a daze. The whole world in front of him had been covered by a layer of blood-red gauze. Especially the curved silver moon, which was now bright red, as if it was going to drip blood. Countless blood mists floated up from the surrounding corpses, and gathered around Colin's body. Clang, after a dull sound of a bell, the whole world seemed to have quieted down. Colin bent his waist, trembling constantly, as if something was constantly trying to struggle out of his body. Thump, Colin struck the ground one last time, and then quieted down. At this time, his eyes had completely turned scarlet, and there was not a trace of human emotion in them. His exposed skin was covered with mysterious blood-red patterns, and on his back, the muscles there were bulging, like two protruding horns. The horns bulged, and a pair of black bat wings broke out of his body. The bat wings slowly spread out, extending more than 10 meters to both sides. Colin stood up. At this time, he had turned into a 4-meter-tall giant. The huge bat wings flapped behind him, and a gust of wind swept up. Facing the blood moon in the sky, Colin bared his sharp canine teeth, and suddenly let out a soundless roar. Outside the south gate of Silvermoon City. When the rebel army began to attack the palace, the Knight of Rigo heard the sounds of fighting coming from the city. Therefore, the loyal knight of the Angeli family did not hesitate to summon the army. "Brothers, something has happened in Silvermoon City. Our Grand Duke is still trapped in the city and is facing great danger, so, do you dare to fight with me into the city and rescue our Grand Duke and Miss Vera? Fight into the city. Fight into the city. Fight into the city." The army that the Knight of Rigo brought was basically made up of the veterans of the Angeli family. Therefore, there was no doubt about their loyalty. Moreover, in the face of the legendary weak half-elves, these proud soldiers of the northern frontier would not take the initiative to retreat. That would be too embarrassing. Kill! With a roar, the Knight of Rigo took the lead and rushed towards Silvermoon City. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The half-elven guards on the tower immediately sounded the alarm. Whoosh, the arrows fell sparsely and did not cause much damage to the attackers outside the city. The Knight of Rigo, who was rushing at the front, did not stop. He, who was wearing armor that covered his whole body, looked like an angry bear at this time. His heavy footsteps left a clear and visible mark on the ground. He rushed faster and faster until he was almost like a golden lightning. Bang, just like that, the beautiful Crystal City gate was smashed into smithereens by him. Night Leg rushed into the city and knocked away a few half-elf guards who didn't care about their lives. He roared, "Let's go! Who dares to stop me?" Half-Elven Palace, Main Hall. The fierce sound of fighting and the strong smell of blood constantly came from outside the hall, making people feel uneasy. The old king sat high on the throne, not saying a word, his eyes deep and serene. Prince William quickly walked in from outside the hall with blood and traces of fighting on his body. "Your Majesty, the situation outside has basically been confirmed. The rebels are under the banner of the Savoy family, and they're participating in 2 regiments of the Silvermoon Guard, and they're under the control of my uncle, the Duke of Lute." As expected, it was the Savoy. The old king's face was filled with helplessness. "I knew that they were still hiding in some corner of Silvermoon City. That was why I pretended to be dying of old age to lure them out. Hee, I didn't expect this. They actually chose such a time to jump out. Your Majesty, what should we do now?" The old king fell silent for a moment before asking, "Where are the people from the northern frontier now?" When the rebel army charged in, they took the opportunity to rush out of the palace. "Send someone to find them immediately." Prince William was a little puzzled. "Your Majesty, why do we still care about these northern frontier people at a time like this? Even if they successfully rush out of Silvermoon City, it won't be a big deal, right?" The old king gloomily stared at his son and said angrily, "If they fall into the hands of the rebel army, or if Vera's body is desecrated by the rebel army, then even if we successfully quell this rebellion, do you think the Duke of St. Hilda will let the House of Medea go?" Prince William immediately broke out in cold sweat and quickly nodded. "Yes. I'll arrange it now." "Wait." The old king stopped his son. "Do you know which direction they ran in?" Prince William shook his head. "I don't know, but I'll send someone to search the city." "Search my ass. Can you spare so many people now? What about the rebel army in the palace?" Prince William opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. The old king sighed and pointed out, "Didn't the Angeli family's army just arrive outside Silvermoon City a few days ago? Which direction are they in?" "Yes." Prince William suddenly understood. They are outside the south gate. So, those people from the northern frontier must be running in the direction of the south gate. No, if they are smart, they will definitely not run in the direction of the south gate. So, send someone to chase them in the opposite direction and go to the north gate. Prince William was stunned for a while before he recovered and nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll arrange it now. On the other hand, the Knights of Telda were carrying Vera's body all the way to the north. Along the way, they encountered several waves of Silvermoon guards who tried to stop them, but they were all defeated. However, after a series of battles, the House of St. Hilda's guards had also suffered heavy losses. Originally, there were 1,000 guards, but now, only half of them were left, and almost all of them were injured. However, their eyes were still determined, as if no one could stop them from moving forward. Knights of Telda, please wait. Another wave of Silvermoon guards blocked their way. The leading half-elf knight lifted his helmet and persuaded sincerely, His Majesty the King is worried about the safety of Miss Vera's body, and he does not want any of you to be hurt again. So, please follow me back to the palace. I can guarantee that no one will be disturbed. The Knights of Telda were not moved at all. They sneered and said, You guarantee? What can you guarantee? Haha, go back and quell the rebellion first before you talk to me. Now, the House of St. Hilda's guards only want to escort Miss Vera's body out of Silvermoon City. Let's see who dares to stop us. Knights of Telda, His Majesty the King really does not have any malicious intentions. Please believe us, no malicious intentions? The Knights of Telda sneered and interrupted. Then, why did you lock us in the palace and block us from contacting the outside world? This. The half-elf knight was suddenly speechless. The Knights of Telda obviously did not want to talk to the other party. They immediately pulled out their swords and shouted, Either you get out of the way or we fight to the death, make your choice. The half-elf knight looked dignified and did not answer. However, he did not move out of the way. The Knights of Telda obviously understood the other party's intention. They immediately shouted, Kill. They immediately took the lead and rushed forward. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. However, no matter how fierce the battle was, both sides deliberately avoided the place where Vera's coffin was placed. Obviously, the Silvermoon guards also understood the importance of the coffin. They were afraid that they would accidentally affect it during the battle. Therefore, they stayed far away. However, just as the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle, a strong figure suddenly rushed out from the darkness. He was extremely fast and without any hesitation, he rushed towards the coffin in the middle of the battlefield. The Knights of Telda who had been paying attention to the coffin immediately forced the opponent to retreat. He turned around and shouted, Quick! Stop him! His target is Miss Vera. The half-elf knight who was fighting with the Knights of Telda was also shocked at this time. He shouted almost at the same time, Stop him! The two knights who were originally fighting to the death chose to temporarily stop fighting at this time. They rushed towards the coffin in the middle of the battlefield. Unfortunately, they were still one step too late. The mysterious knight who suddenly appeared was like a charging tank. He knocked down all the soldiers who were blocking his way and arrived in front of the coffin without any hindrance. Then, without any hesitation, the man decisively drew a golden semicircle with his sword and bombarded Vera's coffin. Bang, with a loud bang, the coffin was torn apart. Countless small wood chips flew everywhere. No! The Knights of Telda and the half-elf knight roared in despair at the same time. However, their expressions immediately froze on their faces. This was because there were only wood chips flying in the middle of the battlefield. There were no bones. That coffin, it was an empty coffin. The half-elf knight immediately reacted and scolded, We have been fooled. This is bait. The Knights of Telda also looked at the flying wood chips in a daze. It took them a long time to recover. Could this be Viscount Angley's plan? Then, where is Miss Vera at this time? At the half-elven palace. The massacre was still ongoing. The palace had turned into a sea of blood and fire. The sounds of killing and screams were intertwined to form a hellish sound. However, the side palace where Vera and Colin were originally staying was exceptionally quiet. Under the clear moonlight, a tall and thin figure suddenly appeared outside the side palace. Tap, 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 attracted by the sound of footsteps, a small head quietly poked out from a dark corner. The owner of the small head was none other than Vera. She clenched the staff in her hand and carefully watched the figure who was walking in from outside the palace. When Vera saw the fox mask on the man's face, she walked out from the corner and asked softly, "Excuse me, are you the fox knight that Viscount Angley mentioned?" The fox knight did not speak. After a long time, he nodded stiffly. Vera was relieved and asked again, "Are you the knight of the Angeli family? How should I address you?" The fox knight did not say a word. He just turned around and walked out. Vera was stunned. The other party's cold attitude made her feel a little confused. However, when she thought of Colin's instructions, she quickly followed the fox knight. "Excuse me, where are you taking me?" The fox knight remained silent. Vera pouted and completely gave up on communicating with him. She obediently followed the strange knight out. At this time, the rebel army was concentrating on attacking the inner court of the palace. Therefore, the outer court of the palace was unusually quiet. Occasionally, they could see the palace servants and maids running out in a panic. They were so busy running for their lives that they did not notice the abnormalities of Vera and the fox knight at all. Vera had already changed into the clothes of an ordinary maid. She also touched her face with blood. In such a dark night, it was really difficult to recognize her if one did not look carefully. The two of them walked all the way to the open-air garden in the inner court of the palace. The bloody roses here had already been destroyed by the king's grandson and replaced with other flowers and plants. "What are we doing here?" Vera finally could not help but ask. However, the fox knight still did not answer. Just as Vera was about to lose her patience with this strange man, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in the room. "Miss Vera, good evening." Vera raised her head and saw that Queen Aisha had also appeared in the garden. "Good evening, Your Highness Queen Consort. Miss Vera, I have been entrusted by Viscount Angley to escort you out of the palace." "This?" Vera was a little hesitant. Because Colin didn't tell her what really happened in Queen Consort's palace on the day of the body examination, she always thought that it was Prince Tup who wanted to kill her. As Prince Tup's mother, Queen Aisha was obviously regarded as an untrustworthy person by Vera. Queen Aisha seemed to have expected that Vera would hesitate. Therefore, she took out a badge and showed it to Vera. "Roaring White Bear?" Vera recognized the badge of the Angeli family at a glance. She no longer doubted Queen Aisha. "Do you believe me now? Hurry up and follow me. The palace is not safe." "Okay." However, just as Vera was about to leave with Queen Aisha, a team of half-elf guards suddenly blocked the entrance of the garden. Queen Aisha saw the Silvermoon Guard badge on their bodies. Just as she was about to ask them to make way for her, she heard a familiar voice. "Miss Vera, Your Highness Queen Consort, where are you going?" "Sith?" Queen Aisha frowned. "Why are you here?" "Then where should I be?" Sith laughed. "The Duke of Lute is in charge of attacking the palace. However, I have to carry out the orders of the Duke of St. Hilda. I have to kill Vera." Vera was stunned when she heard Sith's words. She had never expected that her adoptive father would want to kill her. What did you say?" "Father, wants to kill me?" Sith looked at Vera with pity in his eyes before he said indifferently, "I am sorry, Miss Vera. I am just following orders." "No, that is impossible." Vera shook her head in a daze. Sith turned around and looked at Queen Aisha before he sneered, "Your Highness Queen Consort, when I found out that Miss Vera had died in the hands of Prince Tup, I knew that you did not carry out the plan that we had set up at the beginning. Therefore, as soon as I entered the palace, I had my eyes on you. Sure enough, you have really betrayed us." Queen Aisha also sneered. "Sith, Miss Vera is still alive. Do you still dare to kill her? Do you dare to stain your hands with the blood of a member of the House of St. Hilda?" Sith laughed and said with a confident look on his face, "Your Highness Queen Consort, Miss Vera had been killed by Prince Tup a long time ago. This is something that all half-elf nobles know about. How could I possibly be the one who killed her? But there are so many people here now. Can you guarantee that none of them will leak the secret?" Queen Aisha was still trying to make a final effort. Sith looked around and chuckled, "You don't have to worry about such a small problem. I will ask them to go up and kill each of them later. If this is not enough for them to keep the secret, hee hee." I am sure that they will be very interested in the bodies of the two great beauties. As soon as they heard this sentence, the guards around Sith started breathing heavily. Queen Aisha and Varys' faces instantly turned pale. Kill them. Sith waved his hand and a group of half-elf guards slowly surrounded them. Clang, the Fox Knight was not afraid at all as he pulled out his long sword and stood in front of Vera. Vera also raised the staff in her hand and began to chant softly. Don't let her finish casting the spell. As soon as Sith shouted, the half-elf guards no longer hesitated and rushed forward decisively. Whoosh! At this time, a strong wind suddenly blew in the garden and the sky suddenly darkened. Queen Elsa raised her head in shock and saw a huge figure descending from the sky. A pair of huge black wings completely covered the moonlight and half of the garden was shrouded in its shadow. Bang! The giant landed heavily on the ground and roared angrily at Sith and the others. A boundless and terrifying aura spread out and everyone present could feel a tremor from the depths of their soul. You, what kind of monster are you? Sith's eyes were wide open and his voice began to tremble. Colin's face was covered by a cloud of blood and coupled with his huge body and black wings, it was no wonder that Sith could not recognize him. All of you must die. Colin roared and waved his huge arm that was covered with hard blood. Bang! 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 The half-elf guards in front of him hurriedly raised their shields, but they were still sent flying by the huge recoil. Sith saw that the situation was not good and he was so scared that he turned around and ran away. Boom! Colin flapped his black wings and a violent airflow instantly filled the entire garden. Under the support of this airflow, he seemed to have turned into a black arrow and in the blink of an eye, he was already above Sith's head. Whoosh! A huge hand suddenly reached down and grabbed Sith's head. Gotcha! Sith's head was twisted off on the spot like a bottle cap. Brother, what's going on outside? In the prison, Anna could hear the faint sounds of killing outside and could not help but ask. The Earl of Avon tilted his head and listened for a while before he wondered, did the army of the North arrive at Silvermoon City so soon? But then he shook his head and said, no. Even if the northern frontier immediately sent troops to the half-elf kingdom after receiving the news of Vera's death, it has only been a few days and they would not be able to reach Silvermoon City. At this time, the heavy iron gate of the prison suddenly opened from the outside. Earl, Miss Anna, please forgive me for being late. Looking at the half-elf knight outside the iron gate, the Earl of Avon smiled and nodded. Knight Omar, you came at the right time. Anna looked at the half-elf knight who was bowing to her brother and suddenly realized that this was probably the house of Saint Prospero's spy in the half-elf kingdom. Knight Omar, can you tell us what happened outside? Of course, Miss Anna. The former half-elf royal family, the Savoy family, has launched a coup. They have instigated the Duke of Lute and a group of Silvermoon guards. At this time, they are attacking the inner court of the palace. It was because of this that I had the opportunity to sneak into the prison and release the two of you. The Savoy family? The Earl of Avon touched his chin and had a strange smile on his face. They really chose a good time to launch a coup. Brother, don't think too much. Let's leave this damn place quickly. Anna urged. Okay, let's go. The three of them quickly left the prison and did not encounter many obstacles along the way. At this time, the House of Medea was already busy with their own affairs and they certainly would not place a heavy guard in the prison. What is that? When the three of them passed by the royal garden, Anna suddenly pointed at the tall figure in the distance and asked. At this time, Colin was like a whirlwind of death, constantly reaping the lives of the half-elf guards who gathered in the royal garden. The Earl of Avon watched for a while and wondered, why does this guy have wings? Is he an elven druid? But didn't the druids go extinct long ago? Anna retorted. It's just a legend. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Who knows if they secretly left behind their legacies? Earl, Miss Anna, Queen Aisha seems to be there too. A sharp-eyed half-elf knight suddenly reminded. Queen Aisha? The Earl of Avon was suddenly interested. Let's go and take a look. Devil, he's a devil. Run. At this time, the half-elf guards in the garden had long been scared out of their wits by Colin's slaughter and were fleeing like a swarm of bees. Bang! Bang! Colin chased after him with heavy steps. Coupled with his huge body and extended black wings, it was really like an eagle chasing after a chick. When the chicks had all scattered, the Earl of Avon and the other two appeared. Looking into Colin's scarlet eyes, Anna could not help but blurt out, "What kind of monster are you?" "You're the freaking monster!" Colin roared. In an instant, he stomped on the ground and flapped his wings. His whole body was like a sharp arrow leaving the bow as he rushed towards Anna. Boom! It was as if a bomb had fallen at the place where Anna had been standing. Countless small pieces of stone flew everywhere. When the dust settled, a huge pit of 2 meters deep could be seen. Anna had already dodged to the side. Although she was holding a huge broadsword in her hand, her body was unexpectedly agile and vigorous. She looked like a butterfly as she moved, which made her look unbalanced and strangely beautiful. Under the stimulation of the holy light, the complicated patterns on the surface of the broadsword began to flicker with dazzling electric light. It was as if there were electric snakes winding around the sword, emitting an extremely dangerous aura. With a hiss, Anna's entire body seemed to have transformed into a silver lightning bolt, and suddenly shot towards Colin. Colin narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. He abruptly clenched his fist and gathered all the blood chi around him into his fist, forming an unparalleled fist wind and striking out, clang. When the fist and the sword met, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. A huge invisible force suddenly erupted, setting off a terrifying wave of air that spread out in all directions. Ci, bolts of silver lightning shot out from the broadsword like giant pythons, following Colin's fist and quickly climbing up his entire body. Colin only felt waves of numbness, causing the strength in his body to dissipate extremely quickly. "Scram!" Colin roared. His other hand shot out like a viper towards Anna's face. Anna nimbly dodged and dodged the attack once again. Boom! Colin smashed a large hole in the ground, sending rubble flying everywhere. Colin was unforgiving. He chased after Anna, constantly punching. Bang! 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 For a moment, it was as if he had turned into a demolition machine, smashing all the buildings near the royal garden beyond recognition. Anna could only retreat step by step, looking rather wretched. "Miss Anna, I'll help you," Knight Omar roared when he saw the situation. He placed a giant kite shield that was almost as tall as him in front of him and suddenly exerted strength with his feet. Bang! The ground immediately caved in, and Knight Omar used the recoil to quickly charge at Colin. Bang! 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 He charged faster and faster, his footsteps heavier and heavier, and the imprints on the ground became deeper and deeper. By the time he arrived in front of Colin, his entire body had already turned into a golden light. Colin suddenly turned around and punched at Knight Omar's kite shield. Rumble! The fist and the kite shield fiercely collided, bursting out with a loud sound. Such a terrifying head-on collision made Colin unable to help but take 2 steps back before he could stabilize himself. However, Knight Omar was even worse. The kite shield in his hand was completely broken, and a large number of broken pieces of the shield flew in all directions. He was directly sent flying by this terrifying force, crashing into the wall behind him. Pfft! Knight Omar spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with shock. Just as Colin was about to deal with this soft persimmon, Anna rushed up from behind him. Clang! This time, Colin turned around and clamped the other party's broadsword with both hands. The difference in strength made it impossible for Anna to pull out her weapon, but she did not seem to care and let go of the sword hilt. Her small body suddenly lifted up, and she actually soared into the air along with the broadsword. Whoosh! She actually pulled out 2 short swords from her waist and stabbed straight at Colin's eyes. Colin took a deep breath and suddenly opened his mouth. Roar! The deafening roar caused Anna's body to stop. Colin took the opportunity to let go of the broadsword and quickly reached out with his right hand, just in time to grab Anna, who was unable to dodge in midair. "Ha! Caught you, little guy." Anna's slender waist was tightly grabbed by Colin with one hand, but she still threw the 2 short swords in her hands at Colin's head. Colin sneered and was about to dodge to the side. But at this moment, a pitch-black smoke suddenly enveloped his head, making him unable to move at all. Chi! The 2 short swords stabbed into Colin's head, as if they had grown 2 horns. "Is she dead?" The Earl of Avon put away his staff and asked with a sigh of relief. The second son of the House of St. Prospero was also a mage, however, Anna's face was still serious. She felt that the giant hand holding her waist did not show any signs of loosening. Just as she was about to tell her brother to be careful, the black wings on the giant's back suddenly spread out. The complicated and mysterious blood patterns on his body suddenly emitted a scarlet light, as if some ancient spell formation had been activated at this moment. Ah! Anna screamed in pain because Colin's giant hand did not loosen but tightened instead. Kacha! Anna found that more than half of her ribs were broken. Wait. Please wait. The Earl of Avon saw that the situation was not good and quickly shouted, "We are the direct descendants of the House of St. Prospero. Sir, you don't want to be stained with the blood of the Holy Knight family members, do you?" Kacha! Anna screamed again as a few more of her ribs were broken. Obviously, the name of the House of St. Prospero was useless. Don't. The Earl of Avon clasped his hands, "We really don't mean to be enemies with you. What will it take for you to let my sister go? Please tell us." Colin stopped squeezing and used his other hand to pull out the short sword from his head while asking, "What can you give me?" The Earl of Avon saw that Lei Lin pulled out the short sword from his head as if nothing had happened and cursed him in his heart. However, he said with incomparable sincerity, "How about I tell you a secret in exchange for my sister's life? Tell me. You should be a powerful druid, right?" Colin did not answer. The Earl of Avon smiled and continued, "I know where the legendary sacred item of the druids, the Wild Heart, is. I wonder if this secret is enough to exchange for my sister's life." Druid? Colin was stunned. He didn't expect to be mistaken for a druid in his transformed state. Druid was an exclusive profession of the elves, but it had already died out 10,000 years ago. Even the elves who had retreated to the Radiant Moon Forest no longer had any inheritors of this profession. Legend had it that druids could imitate the forms of various animals and obtain some of the animals' characteristics and powers. Therefore, the pair of bat wings on Colin's back made the other party mistake him for a druid. Colin suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with this misunderstanding. It was better than treating him as a monster or a devil. Therefore, Colin pretended to be eager and asked, "Then tell me, where is Wild Heart?" The Earl of Avon coughed softly and said, "It's in the Arcane City, Yevil." Colin blinked and shook his head. "How do I know that you are not lying to me?" The Earl of Avon seemed to have a well-thought-out plan. He pointed at Vera, who was still hiding in the garden, and said loudly, "You are Miss Vera. I am St. Prospero Evan. Do you still remember me?" Colin raised his eyebrows. This Evan could recognize Vera at a glance. However, he quickly realized that this guy was also a mage. He must have seen Vera in Yevil before. "Hello, Earl of Avon. Of course, I remember you." Vera walked out timidly. Colin's huge and unusual body made her a little scared. "Ha, it is really you. I didn't expect Miss Vera to still be alive. Haha, the situation in Silvermoon City is getting more and more interesting." "Ah." Anna's scream interrupted the Earl of Avon. No. The Earl of Avon did not dare to delay any longer. He quickly asked Vera, "Miss Vera, you should have heard of the Wild Heart in Yevil Tower, right? It is the treasure of the chairman of the Mage Council." Vera nodded. "Yes. See, I did not lie to you. Can you let my sister go now?" Colin shook his head. To be honest, this news was not useful to him at all. "You want to exchange this news for your sister? It is not the real Wild Heart." Haha, when did the lives of the direct descendants of the House of St. Prospero become so worthless? When he heard Colin's words, the Earl of Avon nodded in agreement. Yes. When did the House of St. Prospero become so cheap? What else do you need? Just tell me. Colin looked at the other party's forthright appearance. He suddenly had the desire to rip off a dog-rich person. "Do you have money?" "Money?" The Earl of Avon was stunned. Apparently, he did not expect that the other party would ask for money directly. He reached into his pocket and said helplessly, "I did not bring much money with me this time. I guess I only have a few hundred gold coins." "Okay." Colin was ready to agree. In fact, he did not really intend to kill the woman of the House of St. Prospero because it would completely anger the eastern region. The House of St. Prospero might even use this as an excuse to send troops to Silvermoon City. This would bring great changes to Colin's plan to control the half-elf kingdom. It was not a wise move to create more problems at this time. No. Unexpectedly, the Earl of Avon shook his head and said with a righteous face. A few hundred gold coins is not worthy of the identity of the House of St. Prospero. Colin. Anna just wanted to punch her unreliable brother to death. How about this? I'll add this staff to the ransom for my sister. What do you think? Colin looked at the huge purple magic crystal embedded at the top of the staff and asked curiously, how much is this staff worth? Probably 100,000 gold coins. Colin's eyes widened. This was the first time he had seen such a prodigal dog. Okay, it's settled. Good, the Earl of Avon immediately threw the staff to Colin, as if he was not afraid that he would go back on his word. Seeing the other party's attitude, Colin didn't want to go back on his word, so he released Anna. Get out of Silvermoon City immediately. If I see the two of you in the city again, I'll twist your heads off. Okay. We'll leave now. The Earl of Avon helped his sister up and pulled Omar, who was paralyzed by the wall, and hurriedly left. After they left, Colin flapped his bat wings and instantly rose into the sky. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the dark night sky. Miss Vera, let's go quickly. Okay. Vera nodded, but she was a little puzzled. Why did that strange man help us? I don't know. Queen Aisha shook her head and lied. In fact, she had already perceived Colin's identity through the mysterious connection that originated from the depths of her bloodline, but she did not tell Vera. So, where are we going now? To the Miller family. The Miller family? Vera hesitated. Queen Aisha smiled and explained, you are now a life-saving straw for the Miller family. As long as you are alive and well, the Miller family will not have to bear the crime of killing you. So, they are now the people in Silvermoon City who do not want you to be hurt the most. Vera was relieved, but when she thought of Colin who had arranged everything, she could not help but ask, what about Colin? Where is he now? Viscount Angeli will join you soon, Lucien said. That's good. At the north gate of the palace, 3 figures hurriedly walked out. All right, let's take a break. You two are too heavy, I can't help you. The Earl of Avon leaned his sister and Omar against the wall, then he laid down and let out a long sigh. Why did you take the initiative to give the staff to that weirdo? Anna could not help but blame her brother. Such a precious staff, even for the House of St. Prospero, was not something that could be casually discarded. A sly smile appeared on the Earl of Avon's face. That guy is obviously short of money, so after getting my staff, he will definitely find a merchant to exchange it for gold coins. In this way, there will definitely be clues left behind. We can follow the clues to find out which force this guy belongs to. If he is not careful enough, we can even directly find out his true identity. Anna came to a sudden realization. After a while, she asked again, do you really think he is a druid? Isn't he? I think he is more like a knight. A knight? The Earl of Avon sat up straight with a look of disbelief. Are you sure? Anna shook her head, I'm not too sure. However, the energy emitted from his body is indeed holy light, although it has a bloody smell. But, it should be holy light without a doubt. Yes. Sir Earl, I also think that person is a knight. Omar, who was on the side, also interjected. The Earl of Avon really believed it this time. After all, the 2 knights who had fought with the other party believed that the other party was a knight, so it could not be wrong. A knight. If he is also a druid, then he can only be a half-elf to be able to have both professions. Then is he at the 5th step? The Earl of Avon knew that Anna and Omar were both at the 4th step, but they were beaten up so violently by the other party, so he guessed that the other party should be at the 5th step. Unexpectedly, Anna shook her head again, no. I have fought with the 5th step. I've fought with a 5th step knight before, and this guy's strength shouldn't have reached the 5th step yet. Then why were you beaten up so badly? Anna rolled her eyes and said helplessly, that guy's holy light energy isn't very strong, but it's very strange. It's as if it has some kind of indistinct control over the blood in my body. There were a few times when he disrupted the flow of my blood and chi, and I almost lost my breath. Moreover, this fellow's strength was extremely terrifying. he didn't look like a human at all. Instead, he looked like some kind of giant beast. Also, do you remember my last 2 strikes? I was pretty sure I was in his head. But maybe you put it in a crooked position? After all, his head was shrouded in a bloody mist. That's impossible, Anna said firmly. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's hurry and leave Silvermoon City. If we get caught by that guy again, we'll be in big trouble. Then, our mission, Earl of Avon rolled his eyes and said, my silly sister, you're still thinking about the quest? Our mission is definitely hopeless. But, isn't Vera still alive? Doesn't that mean that we still have hope? Vera is still alive, which means that the other party's methods are much better than I thought. Earl of Avon shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, I was too careless during the last meeting with the king. That's why I was directly locked up by the damn House of Medea. Otherwise, I could still have played with this opponent. But now, the situation in Silvermoon City has been settled, and we are completely hopeless. Let's go, silly sister. The silver moon was high in the sky. Colin watched from afar as Vera and the other 2 were happily welcomed into the manor by the Miller family. Only then did he feel relieved and leave. Vera should be safe now. If the Miller family wanted to get rid of the misfortune of being exterminated, they had to protect Vera. In addition, Queen Aisha and the blood slave Cynthia were taking care of her, so there shouldn't be any more problems. As for Colin, he still needed to arrange a perfect ending for this coup. Whoosh, whoosh, flapping his huge bat wings, Colin soon returned to the sky above the half-elven palace. At this time, the area around the inner court of the palace had completely turned into a hell on earth. Countless half-elves were as humble as ants, and they could disappear at any time in this political whirlpool. Blood and corpses had become a cruel scene in the palace, and the thick smell of blood filled the air, almost suffocating everyone. Witnessing all this, Colin could only feel the blood in his body getting colder and colder. It's time to end this farce, Colin muttered to himself, then flapped his bat wings and rushed down to the main hall of the inner court of the palace. What is that? A guard heard the sound of the wind above his head, and he looked up in surprise, then saw Colin's figure quickly passing by. Just as he was about to warn his superior, the figure had already turned into a black lightning, fell from the sky, and rushed into the main hall of the palace in an instant. Only then did the guards in front of the hall react. They never thought that the enemy would use such an unbelievable method to rush in. When they hurriedly rushed into the hall to protect the king, they found that the terrifying bat-winged giant was already standing in front of the old king. Prince William held his knight's sword and stood behind Colin, his voice trembling. You. Who are you? What do you want to do? Colin looked at the old king who was standing straight in front of him, and suddenly laughed. Your Majesty, I didn't expect your body to be so strong. The old king faced this strange person who suddenly rushed in, and did not panic. Instead, he calmly mocked himself. It's just a small trick, and I wanted to lure out the ambitious schemer as soon as possible. But I didn't expect. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I've already helped you take care of the rebel leader. Look, is this him? Colin held up Sith's bloody head in front of the old king. The old king was not afraid, and he stared at the head carefully, then smiled and nodded. That's right, it's the rat from the Savoy family. After hiding for so long, it's finally quiet. After that, he looked at Colin with a sincere face and said, Brave warrior, thank you for giving the Modwin family such a great gift. How can I repay you? Colin nodded. Yes, I do need a gift in return. Just say it, as long as the House of Medea has it, we will definitely not be stingy. Of course you have it. Colin laughed a little arrogantly. I want your head. What? The old king was shocked, and thought that he had misheard. But Colin did not give him any time to react. His right hand shot out like lightning, and pressed on the old king's head. Asterisk crack. Asterisk another bottle cap was unscrewed. Father. Your Majesty. The hall was suddenly in chaos. Prince William and the half-elf guards rushed towards Colin like crazy. But Colin spread out his large bat wings, and flapped them forcefully. Asterisk boom. Asterisk violent air currents rushed through the hall, and Colin crashed through the roof, and flew into the air. A silver moon outlined Colin's figure, and his large wings made him look like an angel who had descended to earth. But his voice was like that of a demon who would destroy the world. "Your king is already dead, run for your lives." Under the shocked gazes of the half-elves, 2 heads fell from the sky. Asterisk thud. Thud, asterisk the 2 heads that fell from the sky caused the fierce battlefield below to fall silent. Then, the identities of the 2 heads were also recognized. "It's the king. It's Sir Sith." The death of the king and the rebel leader caused panic to spread uncontrollably. Whether it was the Silvermoon Guard or the rebel army, they all began to think of one question: since their boss is dead, what are we fighting for? At this time, if there were people of suitable status and reputation from both sides to stand out, they could stop the soldiers from panicking. But unfortunately, even Prince William and the Duke of Lute were staring blankly at the 2 heads on the ground. They fell into endless panic and shock, and had no time to care about their subordinates who were gradually becoming restless. No one knew who was the first to throw down their weapons, but it was like the first domino that fell. Under the chain reaction, the soldiers from both sides who had been fighting fiercely for half the night threw down their weapons one after another and began to flee in all directions. Seeing this, Colin flapped his wings and flew towards the south gate of Silvermoon City. He did not forget that he still had an army of his family there. After hearing about the killing in the city, the Knight of Rigo would probably lead his army to attack. As for the Knights of Telda and the House of St. Hilda's guards who were acting as bait, Colin did not have time to care about them for the time being. After all, he still knew how to differentiate between close and distant. Under the flapping of his large bat wings, Colin's speed was extremely fast. Not long after, he saw the flames caused by the fierce battle in the south of the city. That should be the Knight of Rigo and his men. Just as Colin was about to dive down to help, he suddenly felt a weakness that came from the depths of his blood. Could it be that there was a time limit to the transformation? Colin was shocked and hurriedly rushed towards the nearest ground. He was afraid that he would lose his wings halfway and turn into a pancake when he landed. The Knight of Rigo, who was still fighting bravely, suddenly heard a loud boom. It was as if the ground had trembled. The Knight of Rigo, who did not know what was going on, hurriedly looked around vigilantly. Then, he saw a few half-elf girls screaming as they ran out of a small wooden house by the side. The Knight of Rigo had obviously misunderstood their disheveled appearance. The Knight of Rigo, who had a strong sense of justice, immediately strode forward, ready to teach this scum who had taken advantage of the chaos in the city to harm innocent women. Bang! The Knight of Rigo kicked the door open and shouted, "Boy! Get the hell out of here!" His words were stuck in his throat before he could finish his sentence. This was because the Knight of Rigo recognized the shirtless man who was frantically wrapping a bedsheet around himself. It was Colin. Their eyes met. The air suddenly quieted down. Lord Viscounts. Cough cough, please continue, continue." Colin looked at the Knight of Rigo's timid appearance and was speechless. "It's not what you think. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Find me some clothes." "Yes, yes." After Colin had finished dressing, the Knight of Rigo hesitated for a moment, but still felt that he had to make up for the misunderstanding from before. He touched his big bald head and smiled foolishly. "My lord, it's actually the half-elf commoner's honor to be chosen by you as your lover. You don't have to climb the roof, just tell me and I'll help you." "Shut up." Colin glared fiercely at the Knight of Rigo, feeling that he would not be able to explain this topic clearly. However, he still felt that he had to explain. "I was fighting with someone just now, and my clothes were all ruined. Then, I fell into this house." "I see." The Knight of Rigo had a look of realization on his face, but he did not know whether to believe it or not. Colin shook his head and could only change the topic stiffly. "How are the casualties among your men?" "Not many. Although the half-elf guards have a lot of people, their fighting power is not that great." Colin nodded. "All right, then gather the troops and follow me." "Yes." When the first rays of the morning sun shone on the top of Silvermoon City, the beautiful garden city had already lost its former glory. This sudden rebellion had caused the whole city to fall into chaos, and it was as if Pandora's box had been opened, releasing the dark side that had been hidden in some people's hearts for a long time. Theft, rape, arson, murder. Countless crimes had taken place one after another last night. In addition to the rebels who had escaped from the palace, the whole of Silvermoon City had turned into a living hell in the blink of an eye. Of course, this hell was only for the half-elf commoners. The half-elf nobles who had their own private armed forces and strong castles were naturally not affected much. For example, the Miller family. Colin. It's great that you're okay. At the entrance of the Miller family's manor, Vera jumped into Colin's arms with a look of surprise, completely ignoring the gazes of the people around them. Of course, the people around them did not dare to show any strange looks, and they all turned their heads and pretended not to see anything. What can happen to me? Colin hugged the girl's soft body and smelled the fragrance at the tip of his nose. He suddenly felt that all the trouble he had been through for so long was not in vain. After the joy of reunion gradually faded, Vera shyly left Colin's arms and turned around to look for the Knights of Telda. She was puzzled and asked, "Where are the Knights of Telda?" He got separated during the battle. I have already sent someone to look for them. Don't worry. Of course, Colin would not tell Vera that he had used the Knights of Telda as bait. Okay. Vera trusted Colin. Colin looked past Vera and looked at Queen Xianxia. Your Highness Queen Consort, Silvermoon City is in chaos now. His Majesty the King has been killed during the chaos. Therefore, I need you to rush back to the palace immediately to take charge of the situation. His Majesty has passed away? When they heard the news that the old king had died, everyone exclaimed with different expressions on their faces. Queen Xianxia also had a shocked and sad expression on her face. However, Colin, who knew the other party well, could see the joy in her eyes. Yes, Your Highness Viscounts. I will return to the palace now. I wonder if you and Miss Vera can come with me? The half-elf kingdom needs the support of both of you now. Vera naturally looked at Colin and asked for his opinion. Colin pretended to be reserved and nodded. Of course, we are willing to lend a helping hand in times of crisis because of the friendship between the half-elf kingdom and the northern frontier for so many years. After that, Colin turned around and ordered the Knight of Rigo, open a path and escort Queen Consort and Miss Vera into the palace. Yes, Your Highness, the Knight of Rigo replied loudly. After a night of fierce fighting, the half-elf Silvermoon Guard had already been destroyed and the Angeli family's army had become an important military force in Silvermoon City. Soon, Colin and the others entered the palace smoothly. At this time, the palace was no longer as solemn as it used to be. Bloody corpses could be seen everywhere. When Colin walked into the main hall, he saw Prince William kneeling in front of the old king's corpse. He did not even react when Colin and the others walked in. When Queen Xianxia saw this, she stepped forward and whispered, "William, Miss Vera and Viscount Angley are here." Prince William slowly turned his head and looked at the entrance of the hall. However, his eyes were still unfocused. Miss Vera, Viscount Angley, even the news that Vera had come back from the dead did not make him as shocked as he should have been. This loyal and honest half-elf prince did not have his own opinions. After his father's death, it was as if he had lost his soul. He was muddle-headed and did not know what to do. Colin stepped forward and said, "Your Highness Prince William, this rebellion has caused Miss Vera to have serious doubts about the House of Media's ability to control Silvermoon City and continue to lead the half-elf kingdom. Therefore, after consulting all the half-elf nobles, Miss Vera has decided that the House of Media is no longer suitable to continue to lead the half-elf royal family. Therefore, the throne will be inherited by Xianxia Miller. Do you have any objections?" Prince William's body trembled, and his unfocused eyes finally regained focus. He looked up at Vera and then looked at Queen Xianxia. Finally, he turned his head and looked at Colin. Colin's face was as cold as water and his eyes were as cold as ice. Prince William did not know why, but he suddenly felt as if he had returned to the nightmarish night yesterday. When the demon descended from the sky and twisted his father's head off, therefore, the half-elf prince finally crawled on the ground and trembled. "I have no objections." This coup d'état came and ended very quickly. It was like a summer storm. If one was not careful, the world would be washed and changed. Most of the half-elf civilians had no opinion on the House of Media's initiative to give up the power of the royal family and let Queen Xianxia inherit the throne and become Xianxia's queen. The political struggles of the nobles had always had nothing to do with them. Moreover, for the half-elves who worshipped beautiful things, the beautiful Queen Xianxia was much more pleasing to the eye than the old King Medowin. If there was a poll in the half-elf kingdom at this time, then the support of Queen Xianxia would undoubtedly crush the support of the House of Medea. For the half-elf nobles, although this coup d'état had a great impact on them, no one dared to stand up and question Queen Xianxia at this time. In their view, Vera's attitude was the same as the attitude of the Duke of St. Hilda. Since the Dukes of the North thought that the Miller family was more suitable to become the half-elf royal family, then what could they do? If the messenger of the eastern region stood up and questioned, perhaps some political opportunists would want to follow behind and shout a few times. But now, the messenger of the eastern region had disappeared, so the half-elf nobles naturally did not dare to say anything. However, although Xianxia had inherited the half-elf throne, the coronation ceremony could not be carried out for a while. This was because only the royal family of the Empire of Light, the San Lorenzo family, was qualified to crown Queen Xianxia. Queen Xianxia had already sent a messenger to Imperial Dragon City. If there were no accidents, the San Lorenzo family would soon send a messenger to crown Queen Xianxia. In the main hall of the palace, Colin sat casually on the throne as if he was the real king. Meanwhile, Queen Elsa was reporting to Colin respectfully, "That's right. The Silvermoon Guard has been basically eliminated. The officers of the House of Medea have been demoted and transferred and replaced with people from the Miller family." However, the Silvermoon Guard suffered heavy losses this time. After regrouping, there were less than 20,000 men left. I plan to issue a conscription order after a while. Since the House of Medea took the initiative to give up its position, it saved us a lot of trouble. Therefore, I intend to bestow the title of Duke to William Medea. This way, I can appease the people and show my benevolence. However, the Lute family who participated in the rebellion did not deserve this mercy. They would be stripped of all their lands and titles, and the Duke of Lute would be sentenced to death by hanging. The Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce had been forced to close down, and the Savoy family members had been expelled from the half-elf kingdom. In addition, the assets of the Lute family and the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce are all listed here, as well as the assets of the gnome's treasury. Please take a look. Colin's interest was immediately piqued. He quickly took it and flipped through it. This is just a rough estimate. I'm afraid we'll have to wait a few days for a more accurate estimate. Good. Colin looked at the numbers that made him dizzy at the end of the document. He was so excited that he almost forgot himself. He knew that the half-elf kingdom was rich, but he did not expect it to be to this extent. He suddenly felt that he did not need to worry about the expenses of the cavalry army of his dreams anymore. With the money tree that was the half-elf kingdom, perhaps even if his territory in the northern frontier did not expand, he would still be able to raise an army of tens of thousands of cavalry. Therefore, what Colin needed to do now was to hold this money tree firmly in his hands. He could not let anyone touch it, not even the Duke of St. Hilda. Oh right, the Black Cavalry should be entering the country soon. Send someone to welcome him. Yes. Before Colin left, he had told his butler, Eamon, that he would send a letter back every 5 days. If he did not receive a letter after 3 days, Eamon was to immediately inform Marquis Garcia. When Vera faked her death, the House of Medea had sealed off Silvermoon City, thinking that this would cut off Colin's contact with the outside world. However, they did not know that even if there was no contact, it was still a kind of contact. Calculating the time now, the Black Cavalry should be arriving at the half-elf kingdom soon. When Marquis Garcia arrived at Silvermoon City, Colin felt that he had a lot of things to discuss with the other party. In particular, the Duke of St. Hilda had repeatedly forced him. This time, he even plotted to assassinate Vera. This was absolutely unacceptable. Colin believed that as long as Marquis Garcia was on his side, there was nothing to be afraid of the Duke of St. Hilda. Oh, by the way, can you help me deal with this staff and exchange it for gold coins? Colin handed the Earl of Avon's staff to Queen Xianxia. Yes. After instructing Queen Xianxia to stabilize the situation in the half-elf kingdom, Colin walked out of the palace. He walked all the way to the royal garden. The place had not been completely cleaned up yet. There were still broken branches and leaves everywhere, as well as broken petals all over the ground. But even so, Colin still felt that this place was very pleasing to the eye. This was because Vera was in the garden. At this time, Vera was sitting on the swing in the middle of the garden. The bright morning light shone on her body through the gaps between the leaves, forming a mottled light shadow. The morning dew had not completely disappeared yet, and Vera's gorgeous face was faintly discernible in the faint mist. A few spotted butterflies were floating up and down around her body, but she was frowning. It seemed like she was deeply immersed in a melancholic mood and had no time to care about anything else. "What are you thinking about?" Colin walked over and reached out his hand to gently stroke Vera's eyebrows. It seemed as though he wanted to help her to ease her worries. Vera did not avoid Colin's intimate actions. She did not want Colin to worry about her. Therefore, she forced a smile and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I was just thinking about something that someone said to me in this garden that night." "Who?" "It's the leader of the rebel army. His name is Sith. I heard that he is a descendant of the former half-elf royal Savoy family." "What did he say to you?" Colin already knew what Vera was worried about, but he still pretended not to know. After all, Vera did not know that Colin was also present that night. "He said." Vera's beautiful brows furrowed again. "He said that he was ordered by father to assassinate me. Then what do you think?" Colin asked slowly. "Do you believe in your father or the enemy?" Vera tilted her head as if she had finally realized something. "Of course, I believe in my father." The girl's mood immediately brightened up again. "I am so stupid. How could I be so confused about such a simple question for so long? Sith must have lied to me on purpose. Colin, help me push the swing." Colin smiled and helped Vera to push the swing. Looking at the girl's innocent smile, he suddenly dismissed the idea of telling her the truth. It was not only because he did not want these dirty things to tarnish the beauty in front of him. It was also because he suddenly realized that if he wanted to tell Vera everything, he would have to tell her about the complicated feud between the Duke of St. Hilda and Marquis Garcia. In this way, he would have to tell Vera the identity of her real father. However, this was forbidden by Marquis Garcia. Therefore, Colin planned to wait for Marquis Garcia to arrive at Silvermoon City before he could decide whether he wanted to confess everything to Vera. "Haha. Colin, come and sit on the swing too." "Okay." Of course, Colin wouldn't refuse such an invitation. With a leap, he nimbly squeezed onto the swing and sat side by side with Vera. The familiar fragrance rushed into his nose and went straight to the bottom of his heart. The rustling autumn wind swept up the fallen leaves. There were very few people on the streets of Silvermoon City. After a tragic coup d'état, the half-elf capital was still under military control. The slave market in the west of the city was not as busy as before. The Hyacinth Merchant Guild had already been surrounded by fully armed half-elf guards, who were constantly moving out all sorts of things. In a dark alley 1,000 meters away from the Chamber of Commerce, Ross Savoy sneakily poked his head out and carefully observed the situation of his family's Chamber of Commerce. Obviously, the situation was not good. Ever since his brother Sith's head fell from the sky and landed in the palace, Ross knew that the Savoy family's operation had failed again. However, he did not despair too much because Queen Aisha did not kill the Savoy family. She only banished them. The half-elf nobles had a tradition of forgiving the losers. Moreover, not only did the Millet family not hate the Savoy family, they even had to thank them. If it weren't for the Millet family's coup d'état, the half-elf throne wouldn't have fallen into their hands. However, although the Savoy family was saved, their assets were all confiscated. Ross sighed and reluctantly looked at the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce one last time before turning to leave. However, when he turned his head, he saw a man in a black robe standing quietly in the shadows behind him, coldly looking at him. Mr. Chong, why have you come to Silvermoon City?" Mr. Chang's lips curled into a mocking sneer. "What? Can't I come?" "Of course you can. However, as you can see, our family has just met with a disaster, so we can't entertain you." Mr. Chong ignored Ross's politeness and directly asked, "Do you know why you failed?" Ross shook his head and respectfully asked, "Please enlighten me." "Because you were too greedy." Mr. Chong's tone was cold. "Moreover, you did not follow my instructions." A trace of anger appeared on Ross's face, as if all the anger and fear that had accumulated over the past few days had suddenly exploded. "Do as you say?" "Mr. Chong, you were not in Silvermoon City at that time." How would you know what we were facing? The development of the situation was beyond everyone's expectations. My brother and I could only adapt according to the situation. Improvise? Mr. Chang chuckled. This is the first time I've heard someone describe betrayal in this way. Betrayal? Roth seemed to have thrown caution to the wind and roared furiously. Do you really think that the Savoy family is still a dog raised by your family? Wake up, it was no longer 300 years ago, you've become a stray dog and can only rely on the support of the trolls to survive. You expect us to be loyal? You can talk about loyalty to the Savoy family when you dare to come out into the open without that damned hood. In the face of Roth's harsh sarcasm, Mr. Roth didn't get angry. Instead, he sighed and said unhurriedly, yeah, it's been more than 300 years. The world has almost forgotten about my family. The once loyal servants have also begun to find other ways to survive, forgetting their past vows. After pausing for a moment, Mr. Chang suddenly laughed. However, I never expected your loyalty from the start. After the lesson at the northern frontier, I've already understood that vows are laughable. Loyalty is just a bubble under the sun. It looks dazzling, but it's actually fragile. Mr. Chang took a few steps forward, his smile growing brighter. But I think that the most laughable thing is still you people. You think that you're very smart. You don't want to be a chess piece, but you also want to be a chess player. But in fact, you can't even see the chess game clearly. You don't even know where the real chess eye is. Mr. Chang's words made Roth confused. He didn't understand what he meant. However, Mr. Chang didn't seem to expect him to understand. It was as if he was just saying it to himself. In your eyes, you only see Silvermoon City and the half-elf throne. Haha, but how can these unimportant things be qualified to become the real focus of this game? Roth more or less understood this time, but the feeling of being belittled made him even angrier. He couldn't help but mock again. Silvermoon City's situation has already been decided. What can you do? The situation has already been decided? Mr. Chang chuckled and shook his head. I haven't used my killer move yet. Moreover, didn't I tell you that Silvermoon City is just an unimportant corner of the chessboard? It can't decide the outcome of this game. Heh, then what's your killer move? Roth was getting more and more annoyed with Mr. Chang, who was pretending to be mysterious. My killer move. Mr. E was halfway through his sentence when his voice suddenly turned soft, and his words became unclear. Roth didn't hear it clearly. He took 2 steps forward curiously. Just as he was about to ask, he realized that he couldn't speak. He felt as if there was a piece of burning charcoal in his throat. It was so hot that he was about to spit fire. In the next second, he really did spit fire. Then, the fire quickly ignited his face, his head, his neck, and spread to his entire body. In the end, Roth struggled in pain and turned into a pile of ashes. You don't have the right to know my killer move. Mr. Chang laughed coldly. His gaze passed through the dark alleyway and looked in the direction of the northern frontier. Northern frontier, Fallen Eagle City. The fat merchant, Oliver, was sweating profusely as he welcomed a woman in luxurious clothes into the Tulip Merchant Association. Madam Penny, we can't go on like this. If we don't sell those grains, although we can make a lot of money from the increase in grain prices, but I'm afraid we won't live long enough to earn that money. Penny's wine-red eyes stared coldly at Oliver. She asked in return, what are you afraid of? Don't worry, with me here, the Earl won't arrest you for hoarding grains. Oliver believed her words. After all, she was Earl Oman's most beloved lover. Naturally, she had the confidence to deal with the Earl. However, Oliver still said anxiously, Madam, I'm not worried about the Earl. Then what are you worried about? I'm worried about those slaves and commoners who are going crazy from hunger. Did you know that during the invasion of the trolls this spring, a large number of fields missed the spring plowing? Now, famine has begun to spread in the northern frontier. If we don't sell our grain now, I'm afraid people will starve to death. It's just a group of slaves and commoners. If they die, so be it. Penny looked unmoved, as if she was no longer on the same level as him. Madam, have you ever been hungry? Oliver began to become impatient. He no longer hid some things. I have been hungry. Moreover, I know that feeling. It's worse than death, it can turn people into lunatics, into beasts, into terrifying creatures that devour everything. Penny looked coldly at Oliver and said with a smile, "Continue." Oliver hesitated for a moment, but did not dare to continue. "Isn't it just a rebellion?" Penny said in a relaxed tone. "Since you know, then why, take care of yourself, Mr. Oliver. You won't starve." Penny gently patted Olaf's chubby face and said, "Don't worry. But if you do something you shouldn't do, then it's not necessarily the case." At the end of October, the winter dungeon could feel the approaching winter. The bone-chilling rain fell for 3 days and turned into snowflakes on the 4th day. On the 5th day, when the long-absent sun finally broke free from the dark clouds, chilly Winter Castle had become a world of snow and ice that was covered in silver. But the residents of Winter weren't in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. Most of them were running out of food. Is there no sign of food prices falling? In the study in the courtyard of the Lion's Roar Castle, the Duke of St. Hilda asked as he added firewood to the fireplace. Behind the Duke was a middle-aged man with an amiable temperament. He had a pair of sea-blue eyes that were filled with waves of wisdom. His white ponytail was carefully combed and blown to the back of his head. His clothes were exquisite but not extravagant. An ancient handwritten scroll was fastened to his waist, and his left hand was wearing a white glove. Don White. The residents of the Lion's Roar Castle called him Scholar Don. Though the title of scholar wasn't a noble title, it was still very precious. Only those who had studied at the Empire's White Tower Academy and graduated were qualified to use the title of scholar. The number of graduates from the White Tower Academy could be counted with one hand. Therefore, every scholar was the best candidate for a court official, and they were naturally the targets of the dungeon lords. No. Scholar Don shook his head. His expression was full of worry. In the past 3 months, the price of food in the northern frontier has increased by more than 20 times. It's definitely not just because of the poor harvest caused by the trolls' invasion. Someone is deliberately hoarding food and manipulating the price. They're just merchants who are willing to sacrifice their lives for money. The Duke of St. Hilda was full of disdain. Issue a duke's order to the dungeon lords of the northern frontier to control the merchants in their territories. If the price of food is still high in half a month, don't blame me for killing them. Yes. Scholar Don nodded. Is there enough food for the Golden Lion Legion? If there's no large-scale war, there's still enough. Scholar Don hesitated for a while before reminding him. However, Your Grace, I still suggest that you purchase another batch of rations, just in case. Hearing this, the Duke of St. Hilda frowned. He clearly understood what Master Don was worried about. Famine was the easiest factor to trigger a rebellion. Thus, the Duke of St. Hilda immediately nodded and said, "Then let's purchase another batch." All right. However, the price of food in the Empire is rather high right now, so I'm afraid. No matter how high the price is, buy it for me. Yes. The Duke of St. Hilda threw a few more logs into the fireplace. Looking at the dancing flames, he suddenly asked, "Where is the Black Cavalry now?" Scholar Dwayne carefully looked at the Duke of St. Hilda's face, but he couldn't see any obvious emotions on his face. The latest news came yesterday. Black Cavalry has left the northern frontier and entered the half-elf kingdom. Yes. The Duke of St. Hilda nodded, but he didn't give any instructions. The raging flames were reflected in the Duke's deep eyes, as if revealing his restless heart. Seeing this, Scholar Don was about to leave when he suddenly heard a majestic voice from outside the castle. "Duke of St. Hilda, Otto Valkin, the northern prince of the Troll Empire, hereby challenges you to a duel in the name of revenge for His Majesty Murdoch." Asterisk boom. Asterisk a blazing flame suddenly exploded in the fireplace. The Duke of St. Hilda suddenly stood up and looked out of the window. A troll warrior emitting a terrifying aura was standing at the highest point of the Lion's Roar Castle, looking down at the guards who were constantly gathering below. Seeing the Duke of St. Hilda about to leave, Scholar Don hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. "Your Grace, it is said that Prince Otto has just advanced to the Sanctuary Realm." So what? The Duke of St. Hilda didn't have the slightest intention of backing down. Am I supposed to hide in the Lion's Roar Castle and let him strut around outside? After saying this, the Duke no longer cared about the stunned Scholar Don and strode out. The southwest border of the half-elf kingdom. The Black Cavalry was camping here. After Marquis Garcia finished drinking the meat soup, he casually wiped his mouth and asked Marquis Dawson, who was beside him, "We should be passing through the Shadow Canyon in another 30 miles, right?" "Yes, Your Grace." Marquis Dawson's attitude was still as respectful as ever. Even though he had been conferred the title of Marquis and had pledged his loyalty to the Duke of St. Hilda, he still didn't dare to offend the Duke of St. Hilda. However, when Marquis Garcia gathered the Black Cavalry and marched into the half-elf kingdom, this former chief butler of the Black Cavalry also came to help without hesitation. "Send someone to investigate carefully," Marquis Garcia ordered. Marquis Dawson smiled and said in a slightly disapproving tone, "Your Grace, this is the half-elf kingdom. What danger can there be? It's always right to be cautious." "Okay, I'll arrange it." Seeing Marquis Garcia insist, Marquis Dawson promptly nodded in agreement. After the rest, the army set out once again. Marquis Garcia urged his horse forward in the Shadow Canyon, but there was a trace of worry between his brows. "Dawson, have you sent someone to investigate this canyon?" "Your Grace, please rest assured. I've already sent someone to investigate thoroughly. This place is very safe." Marquis Garcia nodded and continued forward. But the more he went forward, the more Marquis Garcia felt that something was wrong. That kind of feeling of trepidation shrouded him, as if something bad was about to happen. "Stop." Finally, Marquis Garcia ordered. "Your Grace, what's wrong?" "We're only halfway there," Marquis Dawson hurriedly asked. "It's too quiet here." Marquis Garcia's gaze was cold, as if he had realized something. The next moment, he decisively ordered, "Turn around." The rear army becomes the front army, and the front army becomes the rear army. "Withdraw from the Shadow Canyon." "Your Grace." Marquis Dawson had a puzzled expression. "Your Grace." Marquis Garcia ignored him and insisted that the military officer immediately go forward to give the order. Just as the Black Cavalry began to change their formation, a loud sound suddenly came from the canyon. Rumble! Marquis Garcia suddenly turned his head and saw a dazzling flash suddenly erupt from the two cliffs behind him. The terrifying arcane energy was like the might of the heavens, blowing apart the two cliffs in the middle of the canyon. Countless shattered boulders rolled down, smashing towards the waist of the Black Cavalry. Bang! Bang! Miserable cries and hoarse neighs resounded through the canyon. Marquis Garcia's face instantly became incomparably pale. While he was in a daze, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his waist. Turning his head, Marquis Garcia saw that the subordinate he had trusted the most had stabbed a dagger into his waist. "Farron Dawson! You traitor!" Facing the furious gaze of Marquis Garcia, Marquis Dawson took a step back and smiled calmly. "My apologies, Your Grace. Previously, when my subordinates were investigating this canyon, they weren't too careful." "Why?" Marquis Garcia looked at Marquis Dawson, who was restrained by the angry Black Cavalry officers, and asked with a gloomy expression. Marquis Dawson smiled and calmly said, "I'm sorry, Lord Marquis. You have shown me great kindness and I don't want to betray you. However, in order to let the dwarfs fulfill their long-cherished wish of establishing a nation, I have to do this." "Establishing a nation for the dwarfs?" Marquis Garcia's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. Then he pointed at the pure white Pegasus flag that had suddenly risen above the canyon and asked, "Is this the promise the House of St. Prospero gave you?" Marquis Dawson shook his head, "No. In fact, I didn't know that the ambush in Shadowy Canyon was actually the army of the eastern border." "Then who encouraged you to do this?" Marquis Dawson smiled somewhat playfully. "Lord Marquis, why don't you suspect the Duke of St. Hilda? After all, he is the lord I am loyal to." Marquis Garcia remained unmoved. "No one knows my brother better than I do." "He wouldn't be so stupid." "Why?" "The Black Cavalry is now the biggest unstable factor in the northern frontier. Don't you suspect that your brother wants to take this opportunity to eradicate the threat of the Black Cavalry?" Marquis Garcia had an extremely complicated expression on his face. He sighed and said, "You don't understand." Marquis Dawson frowned and then shook his head. "It's fine if you don't want to say it. However, I can't reveal the name of the person who gave me the promise." Marquis Garcia sneered, "You think I can't guess if you don't say it? The once colorful tiger has now become a dog that only dares to hide in the shadows." You actually believe in the promise of a family that can even betray their own race? What a joke. Marquis Dawson's expression changed. He seemed to be deeply hurt by Marquis Garcia's words. Then he became angry out of humiliation and roared, "So what? If I don't believe them, should I continue to believe in your house of St. Hilda? We dwarfs have served you for over 1,000 years, but have you ever looked us in the eye? Perhaps the establishment of the dwarfs nation is just a joke in your eyes, but it is the highest mission that our ancestors have fought for." Marquis Garcia hesitated for a moment. There were some things that he did not say. He waved his hand dispiritedly and ordered, "Let him go." "Marquis." The angry officers were naturally incomparably shocked. "Let him go." Marquis Garcia emphasized again. "Marquis." Marquis Dawson clearly hadn't expected the other party to let him off so easily. Marquis Garcia's cold once again sounded, "Dawson, today, if I kill you, perhaps you will become the hero of the dwarven race. Therefore, I let Dawson live. Dawson son Dawson. At the same time, I want to see with my own eyes what kind of joke your so-called dream of establishing a country for the dwarves is. Get lost." Marquis Dawson's face turned green and red. Finally, under the contemptuous eyes of the black cavalry, he staggered away. At this time, the shouts of the eastern soldiers were constantly coming from the top of the canyon. Naturally, the content was to ask the black cavalry to immediately put down their weapons and surrender. The current situation of the black cavalry was indeed extremely bad. The narrow terrain of the Shadow Canyon made the cavalry squeeze together, making it impossible for them to organize a charge. Moreover, the falling boulders had cut the black cavalry's formation in half. Except for a small part of the troops that fell behind, most of the soldiers were blocked by the layers of boulders. If they were to move forward, there was no doubt that the Eastern Army had set up layers of obstacles in the front of the canyon, waiting for the black cavalry to rush through and break their heads. In the face of such a desperate situation, Marquis Garcia still remained calm. He then waved his hand to summon a high-ranking military officer and ordered in a low voice, "Knight Roger, go back immediately, climb over the boulders blocking the way, gather the troops behind and lead them back the way they came, rush out of this canyon, Marquis." "What about you?" "I can't go." Marquis Garcia pressed the wound on his waist. Although it had been simply bandaged, black blood was still oozing out. "No. Marquis, I will escort you out." Marquis Garcia glared at Knight Roger and said in a firm tone, "I will not abandon the black cavalry. But you must go. It doesn't matter if I die, but the black cavalry must leave behind a spark." Knight Roger still wanted to say something, but Marquis Garcia didn't give him a chance and roared in a low voice, "Shut up. Listen to me, after you withdraw with the rear army, don't get entangled with the Eastern Army, and don't go back to the northern frontier. Go north around the Shadow Mountain Range, and spend some time to reach Silvermoon City. When you get there, find Viscount Angley and ask him a question. Should the lord of the northern frontier be surnamed St. Hilda, if he says yes, then you will be loyal to him. Otherwise, you will kill him, return to Coldwinter City, and be loyal to the Duke of St. Hilda. Do you understand?" "Yes." Knight Roger quickly nodded. He seemed to want to say something else, but he was stopped by Marquis Garcia's fierce gaze. "Hurry up and go." Knight Roger had no choice but to kneel on one knee and solemnly bow to Marquis Garcia before leaving with red eyes. Marquis Garcia waited until Knight Roger was far away before gathering his officers and asked, "Is there anyone who wants to surrender?" "We will never surrender." Everyone shouted without hesitation. "Good." A smile appeared on Marquis Garcia's face. "There are only black cavalry who die in battle, there are no black cavalry who surrender. Pass down my order, dismount, advance, and kill." Woo! In the harsh sound of the bugle, the battle suddenly broke out. As the most elite army of the northern frontier, and even the entire Radiant Empire, the black cavalry did not lack the courage to fight with their lives on the line. Even if at this time they had lost their biggest advantage, but the fighting spirit that broke out in the desperate situation was still impressive. Under the leadership of a group of officers, the black cavalry soldiers all abandoned their horses and rushed to the mouth of the valley on foot. They climbed over the layers of obstacles set up by the Eastern Army, shouted the name of the Radiant Lord, and launched an attack on the enemy. "Release the arrows!" The arrow suddenly became the main character in the air, like a dark cloud shuttling back and forth. However, such a rain of arrows could not scare off the black cavalry. They were like locusts rushing out of the narrow mouth of the valley, rushing to the Eastern Army's position. Blood flowed freely, and corpses were scattered all over the ground. The battle at the mouth of the valley became extremely tragic from the beginning. The corpses of the black cavalry soldiers quickly piled up at the mouth of the valley, forming a terrifying hill. The strong smell of blood drifted in the air, suffocating people. The Eastern Army, who originally thought that victory was in their hands, began to feel a chill in their hearts and shivered. It was as if those who rushed over without fear of death were not human, but a group of crazy beasts. Silvermoon City, half-elven palace. In a dark and gloomy basement, Colin was biting the neck of a half-elf, sucking on it continuously. This half-elf was a ranger from the Lute family, sentenced to death by hanging because of his participation in the coup d'état. However, on the day of the execution, he was secretly swapped. The one who was hanged was another prisoner with a similar figure and appearance. As for him, he was brought to the basement of the palace and became Colin's test subject. Colin wanted to know, other than the human race's divine profession, knights, could other races' divine professions be turned into blood descendants as well? However, even after Colin bit the ranger from the Lute family for a long time, the embrace ceremony he was looking forward to did not happen. It seemed that the elf race's divine profession, rangers, could not be turned into blood descendants. Sighing, Colin pulled out his canine teeth. Not long after, the ranger from the Lute family stood up again, his eyes dull. Just like Xianxia, he had also become Colin's blood slave. A level 3 ranger blood slave. Not bad. Colin stroked his chin, comforting himself. Taking out a monkey mask and putting it on the ranger, Colin smiled and said, "Yes, from now on, your code name will be Monkey." The monkey ranger's eyes flashed, as if he understood what Colin meant. Letting the monkey ranger continue to accompany the fox knight, Xianxia in the basement, Colin walked up the stairs. This basement led directly to the king's study. No, it should be called the queen's study now. Ever since the death of the old king, Queen Xianxia seemed to have changed into a different person. The lingering melancholy from before had quietly faded away, replaced by a blossoming charm. It was obvious that she had dressed up meticulously today. She was wearing a red low-cut dress with thin shoulder straps, showing off her slender and curvaceous figure. A light blush, bright lip gloss, and an embroidered gold accessory stuck to her forehead made Xianxia's beautiful face appear even more three-dimensional. Sparkling diamond-studded earrings dangled from her slender ears, setting off the queen's refined and noble aura. Seeing Colin walk out of the basement, Queen Xianxia smiled, instantly brightening the entire study. "Lord Viscounts, are you done with your work?" "Yes." Queen Xianxia did not ask what Colin had been busy with down below. She was a woman who knew her limits. Colin walked to the window and saw a group of priests and priests gathered in the square outside the hall, asking curiously, what are they doing?" Queen Elsa walked to Colin's side and stood next to him. She explained, "This is the tradition of the half-elf royal family. After every king dies, they will invite the priests of the Church of Light and the priests of the Church of Fate to pray for their souls." Colin was a bit obsessed. What kind of traditions? The priests and priests were praying for the old king. Would his soul return to the embrace of the god of light? Or goddess? However, he did not say much. After all, he had to respect the traditional culture of other countries. Seeing Colin's silence, Queen Xianxia explained, "You said that we have to treat the House of Medea well, so I let them arrange this ceremony." "You did the right thing." Colin nodded. "After all, your throne was given to you by the House of Medea. You have to show them enough benevolence and gratitude to win their hearts." "All right. According to the plan, I will confer the title of Duke to William Medowin at the conferring ceremony tomorrow. However, there are still many members of the House of Medea in the palace as courtiers. Should we take back some of these positions?" "No need. That will make you seem too petty." Colin looked back at Queen Xianxia and said, "Moreover, it is not a good thing to let the Miller family dominate. The House of Medea can be a good counterbalance." "I understand." Queen Xianxia nodded. Even if Colin spoke frankly about the fear and wariness of the Miller family, who had become the new half-elven royal family, she did not have any objections. Colin looked at Queen Elsa's calm face and explained, the result of a single family's dominance is corruption and depravity. Believe me, the Miller family can only prosper for a long time with a rival spurring them on. I understand. Just like the northern frontier, because of the trolls, the army of the north is the strongest in the empire. Without an opponent, the eastern region can only rely on the natural mode of the New Shui River to block the enemy's advance. Hearing this, Colin laughed. The raging river? I am afraid that it will not be able to protect the east for long. Of course, the Crystal River in the half-elven kingdom can be requisitioned at any time if the northern frontier needs it. Colin shook his head and said, there is no hurry. If the Duke of St. Hilda really wants the Crystal River, he will have to ask me and Marquis Garcia's opinion. Queen Aisha smiled and suggested, you can take the opportunity to ask the Duke of St. Hilda to marry Miss Vera again. I think this time, he will not refuse you. Colin nodded his head in agreement, obviously thinking the same thing. At this moment, he still didn't know that the outside world had long since undergone a drastic change, and the sea had turned into mulberry fields. Oh, by the way, you can also start to think about the issue of the heir. Colin was still helping Queen Aisha to plan. You can choose a suitable candidate from the Miller family to be your adopted son. Queen Aisha did not immediately agree this time. A faint blush suddenly appeared on her flawless face as she softly said, compared to an adopted son, I would rather have a biological son. Colin raised his eyebrows and looked at Queen Aisha in surprise. Queen Aisha also stared into Colin's eyes, and at the same time, her soft and delicate body slowly leaned towards him. Colin's heart skipped a few beats when he felt the ecstasy of her touch on his arm and the fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. However, he still maintained a trace of calmness and dissuaded her, you have to understand that it is impossible for me to marry you. Of course, I know. Queen Aisha's face was flushed, and her breathing gradually became rapid. Vera is the most suitable marriage partner for you. However, I can be your lover. Everyone says that half-elves are the best lovers. Don't you want to verify the truth of this sentence? Colin stared at the queen's hazy eyes and persuaded her again, you have to think clearly. The child born like this can only be an illegitimate child. I have already thought about it. We can announce to the public that the child is the posthumous child of the old king. When he heard this, Colin's eyes lit up, and then he no longer suppressed the impulse in his heart, and he hugged the slender waist of the half-elven queen in front of him tightly. Queen Aisha could not help but let out a cry of surprise, and her whole body went soft, and then she leaned on Colin's broad chest as if she had lost all her strength. A strange feeling that she had never felt before made her heart pound like a little deer. Colin could clearly feel Queen Aisha's gentle and soft skin and mature and plump body through the thin dress. Will this child's surname be Mortawin? Of course not, his surname will be Miller, and he will also be the next half-elven king. Vaguely, the prayers of the priests could be heard outside the window. May the Lord have mercy on this respected king and let his soul rest in peace. On a small path in the forest, a small team of about 50 people was slowly moving south. It was close to noon when the team stopped by a small stream to set up camp. Brother, wake up. It's time for lunch. Anna shook the Earl of Avon a few times, but found that he still didn't move. She raised her eyebrows, clenched her fist, and punched the Earl of Avon's lower abdomen heavily. Ah. Ugh. The poor Earl of Avon vomited from this seemingly casual punch. After a while, the Earl of Avon panted and turned to look at his violent sister. Why are you throwing such a tantrum so early in the morning? Early? It's already noon. The Earl of Avon waved his hand weakly. What's the difference? It's time for lunch. Do you want to eat? Yes, yes. The Earl of Avon struggled to get up. He knew that if he didn't eat now, his heartless sister would starve him until night fell. After all, they were members of the House of St. Prospero. Even if they were in the wilderness, lunch was sumptuous, but the atmosphere was a little stagnant. After returning from Silvermoon City with no results, everyone's mood had been low. Of course, the Earl of Avon was an exception. He was still as carefree as ever, only caring about drinking all day long. Just as everyone finished lunch and was about to set off again, the scout who had gone out to scout the surroundings suddenly turned back. And he brought back an extra person. My lord, this is the messenger of the Skyhorse army. The Skyhorse army was the direct army of the House of Saint Prospero, the master of the eastern region. It had always been in the hands of the Duke of Saint Prospero. However, in recent years, the Duke of Saint Prospero had begun to train his eldest son, Marquis Vincent. He had handed over the daily training of the Skyhorse army to him. "Oh? Why are you here?" The Earl of Avon's sleepy eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had suddenly sobered up. "My lord, Marquis Vincent is in Shadow Canyon right now. He just led the Pegasus Legion to fight the Black Cavalry of the northern frontier and won. I'm going to bring this good news back to White Dew City." "Black Cavalry? And he won?" The Earl of Avon's eyes almost widened, as if he had heard a fantasy story. "Yes, Your Excellency, we defeated the Black Cavalry. Furthermore, they even captured Marquis Garcia." The messenger's face was red with excitement as he shouted. "Really? Big Brother defeated Marquis Garcia? That's amazing!" Anna exclaimed excitedly. However, the Earl of Avon frowned instead. Although he and his big brother were not on good terms, it was not to the point of jealousy at this time. He was only keenly aware that something was wrong. The Earl of Avon was very clear about how capable his big brother was. He could actually defeat Marquis Garcia, who had outstanding military achievements. Why did this sound like a huge lie? "Where is the Pegasus Legion stationed now?" "In Shadow Canyon." "Let's go and take a look." The sky above Shadow Canyon was still shrouded in thick smoke. The stone walls on both sides of the canyon were also scorched. Crows and vultures flew in flocks above the canyon and fell into the canyon, fighting with the wild beasts in the mountains for the corpses that littered the ground. At a glance, the scene was exceptionally terrifying. When the Earl of Avon and the rest arrived, the smell of blood almost suffocated them. It was only now that the Earl of Avon finally believed that his big brother might have really defeated the Black Cavalry. "Evan, Anna, haha, you're here. It's been a long journey." As soon as they met, Marquis Vincent greeted his younger brother and sister with a glowing face. As the first successor of the St. Pros clan, he was now in high and vigorous spirits. After defeating Marquis Garcia's Black Cavalry, Marquis Vincent felt that he had become one of the top generals of the empire. "Big brother, congratulations. Father will be proud of you when he knows." Anna sincerely congratulated her brother. However, the Earl of Avon was different. He first gave a perfunctory congratulation, then immediately raised his doubts. "Big brother, how did you lure Marquis Garcia into Shadow Canyon?" "You don't have to worry about that. Anyway, the Black Cavalry was almost completely annihilated in this battle. Even Marquis Garcia was captured by me. What else do you have to say about such a battle record?" The Earl of Avon obviously had something to say. He growled angrily, "To be able to lure Marquis Garcia into such a dangerous place, it's obvious that there's a problem within the Black Cavalry. Even if you don't say this, I can guess it. However, since you already had such a plan, why didn't you tell me in advance? I could have cooperated with you in Silvermoon City to perfect this plan even better. I could have even used this opportunity to..." "Enough." Marquis Vincent forcefully interrupted his brother. "You've accomplished nothing in Silvermoon City, and you're blaming me? Haven't you always boasted of your unparalleled wisdom? Why do you still need my help?" The Earl of Avon sighed inwardly. He understood that the reason his brother didn't tell him about the plan was that he was afraid of him and didn't want him to share the credit. However, this fear not only chilled the Earl of Avon's heart, but it also made him angry. In the face of the threat of an external enemy, the House of Saint Prospero actually couldn't work together. Instead, they were plotting against each other. Taking a deep breath, the Earl of Avon forcefully suppressed his anger. His tone gradually became cold. "Then, my good brother, may I ask how many troops you brought with you this time?" 200,000 troops. "What about now? How many are left?" Marquis Vincent was slightly stunned, but then he pretended to be tough and said, "About 100,000. "How many are there exactly?" The Earl of Avon continued to ask. Along the way, he'd already seen the wounded soldiers in the camp, and the atmosphere was depressing. This didn't look like an army that had just won a great victory. Marquis Vincent's gaze was somewhat evasive. "The specific casualty count hasn't been completed yet." "Why are you asking about this? How can there be no casualties in a war?" Especially the annihilation of a strong army like the Black Cavalry on the northern frontier. How can there not be a certain price to pay? This time, the Earl of Avon was sure, his brother only won a Pyrrhic victory even though he had the advantage of time and place. What do you mean the statistics haven't been completed yet? It was estimated that more than half of the 200,000 troops were lost. With such a loss ratio, the Earl of Avon didn't know whether to lament the collapse of the Eastern Frontier Army or be shocked by the terrible destructive power of the Black Cavalry in the face of despair. But no matter what, he was sure of one thing: his brother was used as a knife. Unfortunately, Marquis Vincent was still complacent and immersed in the false halo of victory. He didn't realize this at all. The Earl of Avon suddenly felt a little tired and asked, "Where's Marquis Garcia? Can I see him? He's seriously injured and still unconscious." "How about this? Evan, you and Anna are responsible for escorting him back to White Dew City and handing him over to my father. In addition, there are a lot of wounded soldiers in this battle, so you'll be responsible for leading them back to White Dew City." "What about you?" The Earl of Avon suddenly had an ominous premonition. Marquis Vincent straightened his chest and put on a confident look. "I'll lead the army north to attack Silvermoon City and firmly control the half-elven kingdom in my hands." The Earl of Avon wanted to dissuade him, but when the words reached his mouth, they changed. "Okay, brother, then I'll wait for your triumphant return in White Dew City." "Sir Cusius, I didn't expect you to be a part of this ambush." The Earl of Avon sent off his brother and the army heading north, then turned to a middle-aged man in a white mage robe and smiled. Cusius didn't seem to want to talk about this topic, so he simply replied, "I just happened to be there." Of course, this kind of words couldn't fool the Earl of Avon, but he didn't pursue the matter. This ambush on the Black Cavalry involved many forces, and the Earl of Avon felt that he had to go back and ask his father personally to find out the truth. However, looking at the group of injured soldiers gathered around him, the Earl of Avon couldn't help but frown. At this moment, he clearly understood the terrible price his brother had paid in order to ambush the Black Cavalry. Out of the 200,000 men in the Pegasus Legion, 30,000 had died, 50,000 were injured, and 20,000 had deserted under the Black Cavalry's crazy counterattack. In other words, the Pegasus Legion had already shown signs of collapse. If the Black Cavalry hadn't shed his last drop of blood, the victory of this ambush might not have belonged to the eastern region. In addition, 18 knights had died in battle, including a 5th-grade knight, such a terrible price in exchange for the destruction of the Black Cavalry. The Earl of Avon didn't know whether it was worth it or not. At this moment, he finally understood why his brother insisted on continuing to lead the army to the north. The ambush had taken advantage of the right time and place, but it turned out to be a Pyrrhic victory. If Marquis Vincent returned to White Dew City like this, his reputation would definitely be ruined. The Duke of St. Prospero wouldn't easily let go of his son who had caused more than half of the Pegasus Legion. The Earl of Avon suddenly felt that Marquis Vincent's trip to Silvermoon City this time might not be smooth sailing. With a sigh, he didn't want to worry about his brother anymore, so he turned to the messenger and said, "Let's go." "Yes." Half-Elven Palace. After the conferring ceremony, the banquet officially began. Colin casually dealt with the half-elf nobles who were trying to suck up to him. Then, he sent them away and went up the spiral staircase to the second floor. The cold night wind blew into the empty palace, making the silence here a sharp contrast to the bustling downstairs. Colin took a few steps forward and saw the beautiful figure leaning on the balcony. Tonight, Vera was wearing a pink rose crocheted dress. The length of the dress was about 10 centimeters above her knees and it accentuated her long and slender legs. "This is the first time that I have seen you wearing stockings," Colin said as he stood behind Vera. Vera turned around and smiled at Colin before she said, "This is a gift from Queen Aisha." Because there was no such chemical material as nylon, the stockings in this world were generally made of silk and cotton. The silk stockings produced by the half-elf kingdom had always been very popular among the noble women. "Well, it suits you very well," Colin nodded as he looked at the stockings. Vera could not stand Colin's burning gaze and she shyly stretched out her hand and pulled down the hem of her dress. However, it was obviously a little futile. Colin's heart beat faster when he saw the young girl's shy posture. Colin took a few steps forward and stood side by side with Vera. He looked at the stars and the night sky and asked with a smile, "Why are you here alone?" Is the banquet very boring? Yes, it is a little boring, Dara nodded with a melancholy expression on her face. Colin seemed to understand something and asked, "Are you homesick?" Dara turned around and looked at the man beside her. Colin's warm gaze made her gradually feel relieved and she smiled before she said, "Yes, a little. Don't worry. Marquis Garcia has already led the Black Cavalry to pick us up. You will be able to go back very soon." "Okay." Dara nodded obediently. However, Colin's next sentence almost made the young girl's heart jump out of her throat. "After we go back, I will ask the Duke to marry you." Dara didn't say anything and didn't dare to look at Colin. However, her fair face was flushed red in an instant, making her look extremely beautiful. I heard that the person who killed the previous king that night was called the Winged Knight by everyone." Dara blushed and changed the topic stiffly. Colin was amused and he also felt that it was very interesting. "Is that so? Winged Knight? It sounds very powerful. Then, do you know why the Night Guild has the bat wings?" Dara was relieved when she saw that Colin did not continue the previous topic. However, she also felt a little lost. Maybe he is also a druid. Colin decisively told her the reason that the Earl of Avon had helped him to think of. Druid? But isn't this profession extinct a long time ago? Who knows? Maybe it is not completely extinct yet. Dara nodded thoughtfully. Then, this Winged Knight must be a half-elf. After all, druids need the blood of elves to practice. That should be the case. Colin suddenly felt that he could ask Queen Aisha to arrange someone to deliberately lead this topic. In this way, everyone would be looking for the Winged Knight among the half-elves and they would not look at Colin suspiciously. He could also use the identity of the Winged Knight to do some things that were not convenient for him to do. At this moment, Colin suddenly heard light footsteps behind him. When he turned around, he saw Queen Elsa standing there in a splendid dress. "Discount Angley, Miss Vera, am I disturbing the two of you?" "Of course not." "That's good. I came up to inform the two of you that the Black Cavalry is about to arrive at Silvermoon City." "Really? Uncle Garcia is about to arrive?" Dara exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, the Silvermoon Guard patrolling outside the city has encountered the Black Cavalry's outpost and sent back a signal." "Then let's go to the city gate to welcome them," Colin said as he strode out. Although it was close to midnight, the city gate of Silvermoon City was still illuminated by countless torches. Colin, Vera, and Queen Aisha stood side by side at the city gate. The guards of honor behind them were also in formation. After a while, the ground began to tremble slightly. In the rumbling sound of the horses' hooves, a thin black line suddenly appeared from the darkness and continued to spread towards Silvermoon City. This familiar sense of oppression made Colin completely calm down. But not long after, he frowned. This was because he smelled a trace of the smell of blood. Moreover, as time passed, as the Black Cavalry continued to get closer to Silvermoon City, the smell of blood became stronger. Queen Aisha also realized that something was wrong. She turned to look at Colin and said, "Viscount Angley, something seems to be wrong." Colin pursed his lips and did not say anything. Dara's expression also became a little anxious. She seemed to want to say something, but when she saw Colin's solemn expression, she immediately swallowed her words. Finally, the Black Cavalry arrived at Silvermoon City and began to slow down. At this time, the people who came to welcome them finally saw the appearance of the army. Almost all of them were covered in blood. Moreover, the number was not right. The 50,000 Black Cavalry was definitely not the scale that was in front of them. An ominous premonition shrouded Colin's heart, causing him to feel cold all over. Under the shocked gazes of the people, a knight covered in blood walked out of the crowd and came to the city gate. Do la la, the half-elf honor guard did not know what was good for them and played the welcome song. However, Queen Aisha turned around and stopped them with a sharp look. Knight Roger came in front of Colin and the others, turned over, dismounted, took off his helmet, knelt down on one knee and said in a choked voice, "Miss Vera, Viscount Angley, the main force of the Black Cavalry has been ambushed in the Shadow Canyon. Marquis Garcia is surrounded, we do not know if he is alive or dead." Wow, this bad news suddenly made Colin feel dizzy. He could not believe his ears. Marquis Garcia was ambushed, how was this possible, and in a place like the Shadow Canyon, with Marquis Garcia's cautious fighting style, how could he rashly lead his army into the canyon, which was extremely dangerous for cavalry? Forcing himself to calm down, Colin asked, "How did you get ambushed? Why didn't you investigate in advance?" "Marquis Dawson betrayed us. He deceived Marquis Garcia and led the black cavalry into the enemy's trap." Fran Dawson? The image of a dwarf suddenly appeared in Colin's mind. At the same time, he could no longer suppress the thought in his mind. Could it be that Marquis Dawson was ordered by the Duke of St. Hilda to betray Marquis Garcia? If this was really the case, then the Duke of St. Hilda must have been plotting against him and Marquis Garcia from the very beginning. Using Silvermoon City as bait, he wanted to completely eliminate the black cavalry, an unstable factor, so that the northern frontier would no longer have any noise. "How many people do you have left now?" 8,000. 8,000. Colin had a heavy expression on his face. "Colin, uncle, he..." Vera also had a panicked expression on her face at this time. Colin held Vera's small hand and solemnly promised her and Knight Roger, "Don't worry, I will avenge black cavalry." When the first ray of light shone on Silvermoon City in the early morning, Colin was still wide awake. After listening to Knight Roger's detailed description of the black cavalry's situation, Colin was not in the mood to sleep at all. Vera, who was worried about her uncle's safety, finally fell asleep after crying for a while. Colin gently covered Vera with a blanket and then motioned for Knight Roger to follow him out. When the two of them came to the corridor outside the hall, a half-elf maid carefully approached them and asked, "Lord Viscounts, Lord Knight, would you like to have breakfast?" Colin did not have much of an appetite at the moment, but looking at Knight Roger's appearance, it seemed that he had not had a good meal for a long time. So, he nodded and said, "Send 2 sets over." Soon, the maid came over with 2 plates. "Just put them on the ground." Colin did not want to disturb Vera's sleep, so he sat down on the stairs in the corridor. Knight Roger obviously did not care about these things at this time, so he also sat down next to Colin. When the maid saw this, she had no choice but to put the plates on the stairs and then quickly left. After stuffing some food into his mouth, Colin asked again, "So, Marquis Dawson did not say who planned the ambush?" "No. But Marquis Garcia said that it was not the Duke of St. Hilda's plan?" "Yes." Colin was suddenly confused again. Originally, he was convinced that this was the Duke of St. Hilda's plot from the beginning to the end, but he did not expect that Marquis Garcia would deny this possibility. So, why did Marquis Garcia think that his brother would not plot against him? The black cavalry in his hands had long been the biggest unstable factor in the northern frontier. Colin had previously wondered why the Duke of St. Hilda would plot against the half-elf kingdom and even the eastern region when the internal threat had not been eliminated. If the half-elf kingdom was just a bait and the real target was the black cavalry, then everything would make sense. But why did Marquis Garcia believe that his brother wasn't the mastermind behind the ambush? If it wasn't the Duke of St. Hilda, then who instigated Marquis Dawson's rebellion? As if noticing Colin's confusion, Roger asked, "Sir Viscounts, do you suspect that the Duke of St. Hilda is behind this ambush?" Colin was silent for a moment before he shook his head. "Now that I think about it, it seems unlikely that this ambush was planned by the Duke of St. Hilda." "Why?" "I don't doubt that the Duke of St. Hilda can make Marquis Dawson betray Marquis Garcia. But how did he convince the Eastern Army to cooperate with him in setting up an ambush in the Shadow Canyon? You must know that the Northern Frontier's plot against the half-elf kingdom has obviously touched the Eastern Army's sensitive nerves. The House of St. Prospero has probably been secretly guarding against the Duke of St. Hilda, so why would they cooperate with his plan to eliminate the Black Cavalry? Aren't they worried that the Shadow Canyon is actually a trap set up by the Duke of St. Hilda and his brother?" After listening to Colin's analysis, Roger nodded in agreement. But then he rolled his eyes and asked in a seemingly casual tone, "But if it was really the Duke of St. Hilda who planned this ambush against the Black Cavalry, then is your promise of revenge still valid?" Colin was still thinking about who the mastermind behind the ambush could be, so he didn't pay too much attention to Roger's question. "Of course it's still valid. If the Duke of St. Hilda really did such an outrageous thing, then I will definitely seek justice for Marquis Garcia." "Then will you kill the Duke for this?" Colin raised his head and looked at Roger. He suddenly realized that this was actually a good opportunity to subdue the remnants of the Black Cavalry. 8,000 Black Cavalry, they were definitely a military force that couldn't be ignored. Therefore, He answered straightforwardly, if Marquis Garcia dies in this ambush, then I will definitely find a way to make the mastermind pay with his life, even if that person is the Duke of St. Hilda. Roger's eyes flashed, as if he was excited, but also hesitant. After a moment, he asked again, then after the Duke of St. Hilda dies, who do you think is suitable to inherit the position of Lord of the Northern Frontier? Colin frowned, feeling that this Roger was a little strange. Why would he care about this kind of issue? According to Marquis Garcia's judgment and Colin's reasoning, the Duke of St. Hilda had basically been cleared of suspicion. So, why would Knight Roger suddenly care about what would happen after the Duke's death? Looking at the serious expression on Knight Roger's face, Colin thought that Knight Roger was acting a little strange because he was too shocked. I think that Miss Vera is very suitable to inherit the position of Lord of the Northern Frontier. Colin directly spoke his mind this time. Moreover, he also had the idea of testing Knight Roger. When he heard Colin's answer, Knight Roger seemed to be relieved. He smiled and said, I think so too. Colin immediately realized that Knight Roger was also aware of the real relationship between Vera and Marquis Garcia. Otherwise, according to the rules of aristocratic succession, the third son of the Duke, Joyce, would be ranked before Vera. Therefore, Knight Roger's reaction could only mean that he also knew about Vera's true identity. And as a knight of Marquis Garcia, of course, he would be more inclined to support Vera. However, this was actually not too surprising. Marquis Garcia had asked Knight Roger to lead the rear army to break out of the encirclement. This obviously showed that Knight Roger was his trusted confidant. Therefore, it was normal for him to know about Vera's true identity. Just as Colin was about to test whether Knight Roger knew who Vera's biological mother was, the Knight of Rigo strode in and reported. Lord Viscounts, there is news from the Shadow Canyon. How is it? Knight Roger could not help but ask anxiously. The Black Cavalry in the canyon has been completely wiped out and Marquis Garcia has been captured by the Pegasus Legion. Knight Roger's eyes instantly turned red when he heard the news. The veins on his right hand that was holding the sword were bulging and the hilt of the sword was cracking. Colin sighed and comforted him, although this is not good news, at least it is not the worst. After all, Marquis Garcia is still alive and we still have a chance to redeem him. Yes. Knight Roger raised his head and there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The Knight of Rigo touched his bald head and said, My lord, actually, there is another piece of bad news from the Shadow Canyon. What other bad news is there? The Eastern army that wiped out the Black Cavalry is currently heading towards Silvermoon City. They are expected to arrive in about 5 days. Colin's eyes widened and he quickly asked, How many of them are there? About 100,000. 100,000? Colin was a little worried. However, looking at the eager Knight Roger beside him, and recalling the careful guidance that Marquis Garcia had given him back then, as well as the half-elf kingdom that he had painstakingly taken under his control, Colin took a deep breath and said firmly, I'm sorry. What are you afraid of? Then let's fight. They actually dared to come to Silvermoon City. Isn't this an opportunity for revenge delivered to our doorstep? Good. Knight Roger responded loudly and without hesitation, he knelt on one knee and presented his sword to Colin with both hands. Respected Viscount Angley, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. As long as you are willing to avenge Marquis Garcia, the 8,000 Black Cavalry will be at your disposal. Colin's eyes lit up and he immediately took Knight Roger's sword and nodded on his shoulder. I, Colin Angelo, accept your loyalty. Marquis Vincent is deeply sorry to hear that His Majesty the King has met with misfortune. However, Marquis Vincent also believes that under your Majesty's rule, the half-elven kingdom will have a brighter future. Therefore, Marquis Vincent specially ordered me to bring a congratulatory gift to your Majesty as a sign of respect. The Eastern messenger was a middle-aged man of about 40 years old. He had a fair complexion and a short beard. His noble attire indicated that he was a viscount. This Viscount Austin put a small delicate box on the table in front of Queen Aisha, then respectfully retreated. Although his etiquette was impeccable, his condescending attitude was not concealed. However, this was the usual attitude of the imperial messengers in the half-elven kingdom. Queen Aisha was already used to it. Marquis Vincent is very considerate. Queen Aisha smiled and expressed her thanks. At the same time, she signaled the maid beside her to open the box. The maid opened the box and found a flag inside. She took it out and unfolded it. It was a military flag. The flag of the Black Cavalry. The flag was still stained with blood, and there were traces of burns on the lower left corner. Even if it was only a flag, it made Queen Xianxia feel as if she could see the scene of the tragic battle in the Shadow Canyon. At the same time, anger rose from the bottom of her heart. Queen Xianxia did not have much affection for the Black Cavalry, but she was thoroughly enraged by the Eastern messenger's arrogant attitude. The other side sent this flag over, clearly to say, the army of the northern frontier has already been destroyed by us. If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and follow us to the east. Viscount Austin still had the same expression. His face had an impeccable fake smile. His eyes were neither happy nor angry as he focused on Queen Xianxia. Queen Xianxia's face suddenly bloomed with a brilliant smile. She had already felt the malice from the Eastern messenger from the beginning. Now, she seriously looked at the other side and praised. I didn't expect Marquis Vincent to be so accomplished in the military at such a young age. Even the famous Black Cavalry was defeated by him. Truly a young hero. Viscount Austin smiled reservedly. Your Majesty is too kind. The Marquis Vincent was worried that the Black Cavalry would pose a threat to Silvermoon City, so he sent troops to ambush them. I didn't expect him to win so easily. It seems that the so-called invincible Black Cavalry is only a name. The smile on Queen Elsa's face became even more radiant, as if it had some kind of breathtaking charm. Viscount Austin hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look any longer. On behalf of the half-elves, I would like to thank the Marquis Vincent for helping Silvermoon City remove the Black Cavalry threat. In order to express my gratitude to Lord Marquis, if Lord Marquis needs anything, please feel free to let me know. Viscount Austin raised his eyebrows, but his smile did not change. He solemnly said, there are two things that the Marquis Vincent would like to receive your Majesty's approval. Please speak. First of all, the northern frontier has brazenly invaded the half-elven kingdom, which is a violation of the alliance agreement between the two countries. The Duke of St. Prospero will definitely report this to His Majesty and punish the House of St. Hilda. I heard that this incident was caused by Miss Vera's marriage. Therefore, we also hope that your Majesty can hand over Miss Vera. When the time comes, we will send her to Imperial Dragon City to accept His Majesty's judgment. Secondly, although the Marquis Vincent defeated the Black Cavalry this time, it is inevitable that there will be evil forces that will threaten Silvermoon City in the future. Therefore, in order to better help your Majesty protect the half-elves and for the friendship between the eastern frontier and the half-elven kingdom to last forever, the Marquis Vincent is willing to take over the defense of Silvermoon City and become the guardian of the half-elven kingdom. Queen Xianxia quietly listened to Viscount Austin's request. She found that the eastern frontier actually only had two conditions. The first was to hand over Vera, and the second was to station troops in Silvermoon City. As long as Queen Xianxia agreed to these two conditions, it would mean that the half-elven kingdom would completely fall into the control of the eastern frontier. Viscount Austin dared to make such a request, which obviously showed that he was not afraid. In his opinion, with the destruction of the Black Cavalry, Queen Xianxia had lost her foreign aid. Not to mention that Silvermoon City had just experienced a military coup. Even if the Silvermoon Guard was still intact, would they dare to fight against the 100,000 troops of the eastern frontier alone? Queen Xianxia did not dare to resist, but she said with some embarrassment, Your Excellency Viscounts, you may not know this, but Miss Vera was once assassinated in the palace. Although she tried her best to save her life, she is still seriously injured and I am afraid that she will not be able to travel far. So that's how it is. Viscount Austin smiled, not knowing if he had seen through the Queen's excuse. Please rest assured. This time, when Marquis Vincent went on the expedition, he also invited a bishop to accompany the army. When he comes to Silvermoon City, he will definitely give Miss Vera the best treatment. Then I am relieved. Queen Xianxia smiled. So, do you have any other opinions about the Marquis's request? Viscount Austin continued to ask. Obviously, he was forcing Queen Xianxia to express her attitude. Queen Xianxia was angry in her heart, but she still smiled on the surface. I have no other opinions. Marquis Vincent is thinking for the half-elf kingdom, and I am very grateful. When Viscount Austen heard this, the fake smile on his face finally showed a trace of sincerity. Your Majesty, you have made the right choice for the half-elf kingdom. The other party's arrogant attitude made Queen Aisha completely lose interest in talking, so she got up and smiled. Your Excellency, Viscounts must be tired from the long journey. You should rest first. I will set up a banquet for you in the evening. Thank you, Your Majesty. After Viscount Austen left, Queen Aisha dismissed the attendants in the hall. Then, Colin came out from behind the curtain. Have the people from the eastern region always been so arrogant? He sat down on the throne unceremoniously and sneered. Queen Aisha smiled charmingly and sat directly on Colin's lap. A pair of jade arms wrapped around Colin's neck, and said in a half-coquettish and half-venting tone, "It can't be helped, a small kingdom like the half-elves can only bow and scrape in front of the Empire's emissary." Colin held Queen Aisha's plump body in his arms and took a deep breath. The fragrance in his nose calmed his irritable heart a little. Don't be afraid, that Vincent is just a villain who plays tricks, see how I deal with him. Okay. Queen Aisha put her face in Colin's arms, as if listening to his heartbeat. Colin stroked the Queen's smooth back and suddenly said, by the way, the emissary from the eastern region didn't mention the Black Cavalry's remnant army, so they shouldn't know that the 8,000 Black Cavalry have already retreated to Silvermoon City. Yes, they shouldn't know yet. However, the Black Cavalry's movement in the city was so big that the half-elf nobles basically all know. This news can't be hidden from the eastern region for long. That's right. However, how to leak this news to Viscount Austen? We can do something about it. You have a good idea again? Yes, but that's not the main point now. Then what is the main point now? Queen Aisha's question had just left her mouth when she found that her mouth was blocked. The half-elf throne that bore the burden of thousands of years of power struggle was now ushering in a more primitive and fierce battle. Colin, I can't attend tonight's banquet, right? Dara asked as she helped the man straighten his collar. At this time, Colin had already changed into a standard black aristocratic tuxedo. He hugged Vera and kissed her soft red lips gently. Yes, you are now a seriously injured person. Of course, you can't attend the banquet. Okay. Vera pursed her lips and seemed a little wronged, but then she wondered, but I have appeared in front of the half-elven nobles many times before. They must know that I am not seriously injured, right? Fool, sometimes lying is not to make the other party believe it. Then what else could it be? It is to give each other a tacit understanding. Vera's doubts did not reduce. Colin smiled and rubbed the girl's hair. The eastern region knows that we are lying, and we also know that the eastern region knows that we are lying. But as long as Silvermoon City is still in our hands, they can only treat our lies as the truth. Vera understood this time, but then she was a little worried. What if the Eastern Region army takes Silvermoon City? In that case, no matter what lies they say, it will become the truth. Colin said lightly, and then his tone became firm again, but as long as I am here, they will not be able to take Silvermoon City. Well, I believe in you. As night fell, the half-elven palace became lively again. Although they had just experienced a tragic military coup, the half-elven nobles' enthusiasm for the banquet did not diminish at all. Tonight, Queen Aisha was wearing a purple rose-patterned evening dress, revealing her smooth white back. She was very tall, and with a pair of silver high heels on her feet, she looked like a proud white swan. All the men present felt ashamed and did not dare to stand beside her. Queen Aisha, who looked gorgeous after carefully dressing up, raised her glass first and said loudly, "Everyone, please allow me to introduce a distinguished guest from the eastern region of the Empire of Light, Viscount Austen." Warm applause immediately sounded. Viscount Austen looked around and bowed gracefully and calmly in return. Then, the Viscounts of the eastern region picked up a glass of champagne and said in a clear voice, "This time, I have come here on behalf of Marquis Vincent for the peace of Silvermoon City, for the friendship between the eastern region and the half-elf kingdom, and of course, for the glory of Queen Aisha. Let us toast to the everlasting peace and friendship, and to the eternal youth of Her Majesty the Queen. May our friendship last forever. May your Majesty remain young forever." The atmosphere of the banquet gradually warmed up. Queen Aisha led Colin to Austen Viscounts and introduced him with a smile. "Your Excellency Austen, please allow me to introduce you. This is His Excellency Viscount Angley from the northern frontier. Both of you are Viscounts of the Empire, so you must have a lot in common." Viscount Austen smiled and stretched out his hand to Colin. Of course, I have heard a lot about Viscount Angley. Colin also smiled and shook hands with the other party, saying, "Oh? What kind of reputation have you heard?" "Of course, it is a good reputation. It is said that you once fought together with Marquis Garcia in the Sky Ice Field and defeated an army of 300,000 trolls." "Oh, that is all thanks to Marquis Garcia. I just happened to be there to join in the fun." "You are too modest." Viscount Austen's smile suddenly became a little ambiguous. "In addition, I also heard that you have a good relationship with Miss Vera." "Miss Vera is indeed someone I admire." Colin nodded and admitted. After all, he had proposed to her, so it would be meaningless to deny it again. "I wonder if Miss Vera's injury is serious this time?" "It is indeed a little serious. Although her life is not in danger, she still needs to rest in bed for a long time." "Hey! I heard that Miss Vera was injured because of an assassination. I wonder who is so bold." Viscount Austen's face was full of anger. "It is Prince Tup." "Prince Tup?" Viscount Austen was shocked. "Isn't that Miss Vera's fiancé?" "Yes." "Then why?" "Because he found out that I am Vera's first man." Viscount Austen did not know what to say in the face of Colin's frankness. Before he came, of course, he had heard about what happened in Silvermoon City from the Earl of Avon. He also knew that the cause of everything was actually the body examination that happened in Queen Consort's bedroom. However, like everyone else, Viscount Austen also felt that Prince Tup's sudden killing was too strange. Now that he heard Colin admit to his secret relationship with Vera, the doubts in his heart grew stronger. "Viscount Angley, with all due respect, I actually find it hard to believe that Prince Tup knew about the affair between you and Vera and suddenly killed someone. This reason is too far-fetched." Colin smiled and suddenly lowered his voice. "Then do you want to know the real reason why Tup killed someone?" "What is it?" Viscount Austen leaned forward involuntarily and asked in a low voice. "That is because..." Colin moved closer to Viscount Austen's ear. "Tup was instructed by the Duke of St. Hilda to let Vera die in Half-Elven Palace." How is this possible?" Viscount Austen's eyes widened in disbelief. But looking at Colin's serious expression and Queen Aisha's approving gaze next to him, Viscount Austen calmed down and pondered carefully. Suddenly, he realized with a start that this might really be true. So, the Duke of St. Hilda wanted to get an excuse to enter the Half-Elven Kingdom, yes. Colin's face was full of pain. "I really did not want to see Miss Vera die, so I risked my life to save her." "I see." Viscount Austen felt that the whole thing could be explained. But then he was puzzled again. Why did Colin tell him this? As if he could see the doubts in the Viscount Austen, Colin spoke again. "Your Excellency, I am telling you this because I hope you can understand that I am now going against the will of the Duke of St. Hilda to save Miss Vera. And the Black Cavalry, unfortunately, they were also destroyed in the Shadow Canyon. So, now the Duke of St. Hilda's plan to plot against the Half-Elven Kingdom has basically failed completely. I am worried." "Are you worried that the Duke of St. Hilda will vent his anger on you?" Viscount Austen felt that he finally understood Colin's plan. "Yes." Colin nodded repeatedly. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered again, "I don't know if you can help me pass a message to Marquis Vincent?" "Please speak." Colin gritted his teeth as if he had finally made up his mind. "I want to pledge my loyalty to the House of St. Prospero." Viscount Austen's scrutinizing gaze roamed Colin's body for a long time. However, he quickly put on a sincere smile and said, "Viscount Angeli, you've made the right decision. The Duke of St. Prospero is a generous and benevolent lord, someone worthy of your loyalty." Colin seemed to finally heave a sigh of relief, hurriedly grasping the Viscount's hand and expressing his gratitude. The Viscount Austen looked at Colin, whose attitude had suddenly become incomparably flattering, and could not help but feel disdain. After a few more words, the Viscount Austen dismissed Colin. Arriving at the buffet table, the Viscount Austen put a few exquisite desserts into his mouth, and then saw a familiar figure pass by him. Prince William. "Oh, I'm sorry, it should be Duke Modwin now." William, who had just been conferred the title of Duke Modwin by Queen Aisha, hurriedly bowed to the Viscount Austen with a smile. The two of them had met a few times before, and could be considered acquaintances. Your Excellency Viscounts, welcome to Silvery Moon City again. Haha, I'm also considered an old guest of Silvery Moon City. It's just that every time I come, there's a huge change here, especially this time. Duke Modwen's face revealed an awkward expression. Silvery Moon City had indeed changed a lot these days. He had also changed from the Prince William to the current Duke Modwen. It's a little big. But don't worry. Our hospitality to our esteemed guests is still as warm as before. Oh? Does this mean that there will be a beautiful half-elf female slave in my room tonight, just like in the past? Of course. The two of them looked at each other and smiled ambiguously. Looks like you're doing well now, the Viscount Orsten said with a smile. It's all right. Duke Modwen's expression was unnatural. The Viscount Orsten swirled the wine glass in his hand, and suddenly said coldly, William, we're old friends. Tell me the truth, are you really willing to be a duke? Duke Modwen's heart trembled, and he immediately looked around. Seeing that no one had noticed them, he let out a sigh of relief. Your Excellency Viscounts, how can I not be willing? Her Majesty is still merciful to the House of Media. The Viscount Orsten chuckled, and said with disdain, what queen? The Miller family is just usurpers. Since when did they have the right to be half-elves? Duke Modwen was even more embarrassed. Because Viscount Orsten's words included them as well. After all, to the former half-elf royal family, the Savoy family, the Mortawin family, were also usurpers. Looking at the silent Duke Modwen, the Viscount Orsten already had a plan. He knew that William was also unwilling, but he did not dare to resist the pressure from the Miller family and the northern frontier. Thus, he felt that he should provoke him again. William, Marquis Vincent told me before I came that the House of Media is the House of St. Prospero's best partner, and the only family that has the right to control the half-elven kingdom. Duke Modwen suddenly raised his head, and looked at the Viscount Orsten with bright eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out. The Viscount Orsten was disappointed. He already knew that William was cowardly and stupid, but the House of Media was already at this stage, and this guy was still the same. William, tell me, do you want to take back the throne that originally belonged to the House of Media? At this point, Duke Modwen could no longer avoid the question. He finally nodded, and said in a mosquito-like voice, yes. Very good. The Viscount Orsten smirked, then, tell me, what happened in Queen Consort's palace? Duke Modwen immediately recounted everything he knew in detail. The Viscount Orsten was disappointed. Because what Duke Modwen told him was the version he heard from the Earl of Avon, and it was not as convincing as Colin's version. What kind of person do you think Viscount Angley is? The Viscount Orsten asked again. He is smart, strong, and resourceful. Even Queen Aisha listens to him. Oh? Is that so? Yes. Actually, it was Viscount Angley who asked me to give the throne to Aisha. The Viscount Orsten stroked his mustache, and suddenly frowned. So, Viscount Angley now has a lot of control over Silvery Moon City? Yes. You could even say that he is the true master of Silvery Moon City. Many half-elf nobles know that Her Majesty may not be able to solve any problems, but as long as Viscount Angley agrees, there will definitely be no obstacles. Is that so? The Viscount Orsten's expression became more serious. Why is Queen Aisha so obedient to him? Doesn't she know that the Black Cavalry has already been annihilated in the Shadow Canyon? Of course she knows. But... Duke Modwen's words were hesitant. The Viscount Orsten reached out his right hand and pressed it on his shoulder, squeezing it hard, and said in a low voice, William, don't worry. Marquis Vincent's army of 100,000 is about to arrive at Silvery Moon City. We will be your solid backing, so you don't have to be afraid of anything. Hearing about the army of 100,000, Duke Modwen's expression changed slightly. After a while, he seemed to have finally made up his mind, and said in a low voice, Your Excellency Viscounts, there is actually a remnant of the Black Cavalry that escaped to Silvery Moon City. It is because of this military force that Viscount Angley became the true master of the city. The Viscount Orsten's eyes widened, and he hurriedly asked, the remnant of the Black Cavalry? How did they get here? How many people are there? It is said that they came from the north of the Shadow Mountains. There are a total of 8,000 people. The Viscount Orsten narrowed his eyes, and he was a little confused. He actually knew that a portion of the Black Cavalry had not been sealed in the Shadow Canyon, and had successfully escaped. However, he had thought that the remnant of the Black Cavalry would definitely escape back to the northern frontier. He did not expect that they would still come to Silvery Moon City. Moreover, Colin had not mentioned the existence of this army to him. Thinking of this, the Viscount Orsten raised his head and looked in Colin's direction. There, Colin was chatting happily with Queen Xianxia, and their attitudes were rather intimate. Pledging loyalty to the East? The Viscount Orsten laughed coldly as he muttered to himself, but Viscount Angli, your loyalty seems to be reserved. Your Excellency Viscounts, what did you say? Duke Modwin asked carefully. Nothing. The Viscount Orsten retracted his gaze and no longer cared about Colin. Instead, he smiled and said to Duke Modwin, William, trust me. As long as the Marquis army reaches Silvery Moon City, all the conspiracies and schemes will vanish. And your House of Medea will once again ascend to the throne of the half-elves. Duke Modwin was so excited that his face turned red. He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and said softly, Thank you for the grace of the House of Saint Prospero. The House of Medea will always remember this. As the night deepened, the banquet in the palace finally came to an end. After sending off the guests, Queen Xianxia turned around and saw Duke Modwin standing in the shadows with a reserved expression. Your Majesty, I have done as you requested, Queen Xianxia smiled, very good. Then. Charlie, William, you are my son, so Charlie is naturally my grandson. But this grandson is too naughty, so I have to help you discipline him. Charlie will be staying at my place for the next few days, so you don't have to worry. It was strange for Queen Xianxia to call William, who was older than her, son, but it was the truth. Duke Modwin's face was bitter, but he did not dare to go against Queen Xianxia's will. He could only nod and bow before leaving. I didn't expect you to become a grandmother, Colin walked over and teased. Queen Xianxia glanced at Colin flirtatiously and said, Are you despising me for being old? Why would I? I even suspect that the elven bloodline in you is too thick, and you might become a long-lived species. Queen Xianxia chuckled and shook her head, half-elves can't become long-lived species. Then, she stopped smiling and asked worriedly, Is it really appropriate for you to let William do this? He's actually not very smart. It's because he's not very smart that I chose him. Colin chuckled. An honest man's lie is like a fish bone in a bowl of rice. It's hard to detect, but it can easily pierce your throat. Queen Xianxia thought about it for a while before nodding in agreement. Yes, it does make sense. Then what should we do next? Next, of course, is to open the city gates and welcome Marquis Vincent into Silvery Moon City. 3 days later, Viscount Austen left Silvery Moon City and came to Red Maple Manor. At this time, Red Maple Manor had been requisitioned by the Eastern Army and completely turned into a huge military camp. Viscount Austen walked all the way into the manor and saw Marquis Vincent enjoying his dinner in the dining room. Marquis. Viscount Austen, you must be tired. Eat first. Yes. The two of them quickly and elegantly finished their dinner, then Marquis Vincent asked, How was the trip to Silvery Moon City? On the surface, everything went well. Queen Xianxia has agreed to 2 of your conditions, and even Viscount Angli has expressed his loyalty to the eastern border. Oh? Vincent raised his eyebrows. Why did Viscount Angli betray the northern frontier? According to him, it was because he found out that the Duke of St. Hilda wanted to sacrifice Vera as an excuse to invade the half-elf kingdom. And Vera is Viscount Angli's beloved, so he resented the Duke of St. Hilda. Just because of a woman? Vincent asked suspiciously. Yes. Besides, this time, Vera did not die in the half-elven palace because of Viscount Angli. Obviously, he was worried that this would anger the Duke of St. Hilda and even blame him for the failure of the northern frontier in the half-elf kingdom. Well, that makes sense. Marquis Vincent pondered, then asked, Then why did you say that on the surface, everything went well? Because I found out that Viscount Angli is still hiding something from us. What is he hiding? He hid the fact that there are still 8,000 Black Cavalry soldiers in Silvermoon City. Black Cavalry? Marquis Vincent suddenly sat up straight, his face solemn. Although they had just wiped out the main force of the Black Cavalry, Marquis Vincent was still traumatized by this terrifying army of the north. In the Shadow Canyon, the Skyhorse Legion had to pay twice the price to win the ambush, even though they had the terrain advantage. Marquis Vincent did not feel the slightest bit of joy at this result. Instead, he felt deeply humiliated and afraid. Therefore, he had chosen to continue leading the army to the north. He wanted to achieve a great victory in Silvermoon City to wash away the humiliation of the Shadow Canyon. But he did not expect that there was still a troop of black cavalry soldiers in Silvermoon City. Who told you this news? William Mauduin. You believe him? I know William. He wouldn't lie to me. Also, I asked a few other half-elf nobles who were on good terms with the East. They all said that they saw a troop of black cavalry enter Silvermoon City. What about Queen Aisha? What's her attitude? I'm afraid that she's a puppet supported by the northern frontier. Her words can't be trusted. Marquis Vincent nodded and frowned, so they're just pretending that they want us to submit to them. They want to numb us? That should be the case. Haha, how arrogant. Marquis Vincent's face was a little sinister. How many troops are left in Silvermoon City? William told me that the Silver Moon Guards of the Half-Elven Kingdom had just experienced a coup and suffered heavy losses. Although they had urgently replenished a batch of new soldiers and restored the number of soldiers to 30,000, the Silver Moon Guards of the Half-Elven Kingdom had suffered heavy losses. Although they have replenished their forces, there are at most 20,000 veterans who can fight. Other than that, there's only the 8,000 black cavalry soldiers left. The Silvermoon Guard is nothing to be afraid of, Marquis Vincent waved his hand and said disdainfully. But then his tone became serious. The key is the 8,000 black cavalry soldiers. Viscount Austin nodded in agreement. Yes, William also told me that the 8,000 black cavalry soldiers are not in Silvermoon City. Oh? Then where are they? Viscount Austin walked to the military map hanging on the wall and pointed at a location. They're hiding on this small hill in the southwest of Silvermoon City. Marquis Vincent squinted his eyes and looked for a while. Suddenly, he laughed. It seems that the northern frontier is planning to lure us into Silvermoon City and then control us when we're unprepared. Then, the black cavalry soldiers hiding outside the city will suddenly attack from behind and crush our army. The Marquis is wise. Marquis Vincent snorted and said disdainfully, such a clumsy plan. Hee, it seems that Viscount Angley, who is said to be under the tutelage of Marquis Garcia, is only SOSO. Of course. Viscount Austin said flatteringly. Moreover, even Marquis Garcia was defeated by the Marquis. What can a Viscount Angley do? Marquis Vincent raised his chin and ordered loudly with a smug look on his face, I'll give you 40,000 men. Tomorrow, set off for Silvermoon City. When you arrive, surround the city. No matter how the half-elves and the northern frontier lure you, don't enter the city. Seal off Silvermoon City and don't let a single soldier out. I'll personally lead 60,000 men to kill the remaining black cavalry soldiers hiding outside the city. This time, I want the black cavalry to completely disappear from this continent. Yes, Marquis. The Darkthorn Mountain was like a giant beast crouching in the southwest of Silvermoon City. The terrain here wasn't high, and the thorns on the mountain made it difficult to travel. Therefore, very few half-elf hunters would come here to hunt. This also caused the area around Bramble Mountain to be deserted and become a paradise for wild animals. But today, the tranquility of Thorn Mountain was suddenly broken. Thud thud thud, the sound of horse hooves startled countless birds and beasts in the forest. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few sharp arrows flew past. They didn't hit anyone, but a passing elk was caught in the crossfire. The two sides in this chase were black and white. The black side was naturally the black cavalry, while the white side was the Skyhorse army of the east. The black side only had one person, while the white side had slightly more people, about 30 riders. From the style of their uniforms, they should be sentries. This was actually a little strange. Because of the battle between the two armies, the Sentinel cavalry would normally not go all out to pursue and attack. First of all, the sentry's main task was to bring back information, not the enemy's head. Moreover, if they gave chase too deep, they could easily be led into the enemy's encirclement. That would be suicide. However, the Skyhorse Legion's Sentinel Cavalry squad was chasing after the Blackguard's Sentinel Cavalry. They were so desperate because they found out that this was a big fish, Colin Viscount Angley, The sentries of the Skyhorse army didn't understand why the respected northern frontier viscounts would personally come out to investigate. But after seeing Colin's face, which was exactly the same as the one in the portrait, they threw away all their worries and focused on getting first place in this battle. The mountain path was difficult, and there were thorns in the way. Both sides didn't push their speed to the limit. But after a while, they were almost halfway up the mountain. There was some foam at the horse's mouth, and it looked like it could collapse at any time. Colin reached out to touch the horse's neck, and found that the warhorse under him was sweating profusely. It was obviously going to die soon. Half-elf warhorses really couldn't compare to the good horses of the northern frontier. Colin secretly ridiculed. At this moment, the warhorse under him suddenly staggered and rolled on the ground. The crisp sound of bones breaking was exceptionally ear-piercing. Colin, who was on the horse, was also thrown out, but he had already adjusted his posture in the air. When he landed, he rolled forward to reduce the impact, and then jumped up vigorously. "Quick, catch him!" The pursuing sentries of the eastern region immediately rushed forward as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Colin calmly pulled out the blade of judgment from his waist and faced the dozen or so fast horses that were charging at him. He assumed a fighting posture. Boom, there was a loud bang. Judgment blade burned with red flames, and a blinding golden holy light burst out. What followed was blood splattering everywhere, as if it was raining blood. As for the cavalryman who was charging towards Colin, he was split in half along with his horse. The blood and golden light gradually dissipated, and Colin's figure gradually appeared. At this time, he was already covered in blood, looking like a devil who had crawled out of hell. Colin licked the blood on his face and was about to taunt the other side when he saw another cavalryman charging at him from the side. Boom, the blade of judgment turned into a red light and split the cavalryman in half. However, there was still a third, a fourth, a fifth. These sentries of the eastern region seemed to have gone crazy. They rushed towards Colin one after another, like moths to a flame. After slaughtering the 15th cavalryman, Colin saw the 16th cavalryman rushing towards him. Finally, his face changed. The holy light emitted from the other side showed that the 16th cavalryman was a knight. At this time, Colin's arms were already numb from the previous crazy impact. He no longer dared to take the hit head-on. He quickly rolled on the ground to avoid the impact of the other side. At this time, he finally understood why a high-grade knight couldn't escape death when surrounded by an army. Just when Colin was thinking about whether to transform or not, the sound of hooves was heard again from the forest. Soon, more than a dozen black-armored cavalrymen appeared on the battlefield. "Protect Viscount Angley." Seeing this, the sentries of the eastern region knew that they would not be able to catch this big fish today. They immediately turned their horses around and fled down the mountain. "Sir Viscounts, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Colin put away his sword and shouted to the cavalrymen who tried to chase, "Don't chase, let them escape." "Yes. Sir, a large number of eastern region troops have gathered at the foot of the mountain. We have been surrounded. Do you want to break out immediately?" Colin touched the blood on his face and shook his head. "No, it's not time yet." "Yes." Colin looked at the other side's young but determined face and suddenly asked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" The sentries of the Black Cavalry decisively shook their head. "Sir, the Black Cavalry is never afraid of battle." Colin raised his eyebrows. "Even if it's a fight to the death, you're not afraid?" "Not afraid." The young sentries of the Black Cavalry straightened their chest with a natural look. Colin stared at the other side's eyes and then looked around. He found that there was no trace of fear in the eyes of the Black Cavalry soldiers. His mood suddenly became very complicated. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered, "You will really die in this battle." Bang! The sentries of the Black Cavalry heavily patted their chest armor and shouted, "As long as we can take revenge for the Shadow Canyon, we will die without regrets. Die without regrets. Die without regrets." Looking at the impassioned faces in front of him, Colin suddenly felt something surging in his heart. Perhaps this was the real reason why the Blackguards were undefeatable and invincible. Colin took a deep breath and solemnly clasped his right hand on his chest. He saluted the crowd and loudly said, "I promise you that I will fight with you until the last moment. Moreover, this army of the eastern region will be destroyed in the half-elven kingdom." at the foot of Thorn Mountain, in the Skyhorse Legion's camp. A knight quickly walked into the temporary command post and hurriedly saluted, "Sir Marquis, I have found Viscount Angley's traces in Thorn Mountain." Marquis Vincent's eyes lit up. "Are you sure?" "Yes, I have fought with him before." "Good." Marquis Vincent excitedly slammed the table, stood up, and walked back and forth in the tent. Combining the information of the other sentries, there was indeed an army of more than 8,000 hidden in Thorn Mountain. Now that he had found traces of Colin, Marquis Vincent could basically confirm that the remnants of the Black Cavalry were hiding in this mountain. Haha, this Colin Angley is really stupid. He actually hid his army in such a dangerous place. Moreover, he lacks the courage to make a decision. If he had decisively led his army out earlier, perhaps some of them could have escaped. Unfortunately, the net is already set. He can't escape even if he wants to. After a while, he stood still and ordered, "Pass down my orders. Defend the foot of the mountain. Don't let any of the Black Cavalry escape. Also, have the soldiers cut down trees and collect weeds. Tomorrow morning, I will burn down this mountain." "Yes." When the sun bloomed again, thick smoke suddenly rose from the Thorn Mountain. It was the end of autumn and the beginning of winter. The weather was dry and the dead leaves and branches on the mountain made the fire unstoppable. Looking down from the sky, at this time, at the foot of the Thorn Mountain, a fire dragon had risen and was spreading at an extremely fast speed. People who had experienced a fire would understand that the fire was indeed terrible, but what was more terrible was the thick smoke caused by the fire. It was the real culprit with the most destructive power. As the fire and smoke continued to rush to the top of the mountain, screams, neighs, and shouts finally made the Thorn Mountain boil. The army on the mountain could no longer continue to hide. Without the command of the officer, they immediately rushed down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the Skyhorse Legion had been waiting for a long time. But when the first soldier rushed out of the fire, the soldiers of the eastern region were stunned to find that the other side was not wearing the military uniform of the Black Cavalry. In fact, he was not even human. He was a half-elf. As more and more half-elf soldiers rushed down the mountain, the soldiers of the eastern region were confused. Wasn't it said that the Black Cavalry was hiding on the Thorn Mountain? How come all the soldiers rushing out were half-elves? However, although the soldiers of the eastern region were puzzled, their hands did not slow down. They immediately shot arrows at the half-elves who were rolling on the ground. The transmission of information on the battlefield was always a bit delayed. At this time, the soldiers of the eastern region did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Most of them were still thinking maybe the Black Cavalry rushed out from another direction. However, what they did not know was that almost all the soldiers rushing down from the Thorn Mountain were half-elves. The word almost was because there was only one group of Black Cavalry rushing out from the foot of the mountain in the southwest. There were not many of them, only 100. But this already made the soldiers of the eastern region very excited. Not to mention, there was a big fish in this group of Black Cavalry. That is Colin Angley. Quick, don't let him escape. Colin led a group of Black Cavalry, at this time, like a tiger rushing down the mountain, with an indomitable momentum, crashed into the Skyhorse Legion's position. Bang, blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs flew everywhere. This confrontation had just begun, but it had already entered the most desperate stage. However, the Black Cavalry were too few in number. Although they had broken through the Skyhorse Legion's defensive line, most of them were trapped in the enemy's position. Only a few cavalrymen followed behind Colin and stubbornly rushed out. Quick, inform the cavalry to pursue. The Skyhorse Legion also had cavalry. Although there weren't many of them and they weren't as famous as the Black Cavalry, they were more than enough to surround and intercept the Black Cavalry's scattered soldiers. Sharp whistles kept echoing in the forest, and a team of Eastern cavalry began to gather at the periphery of the Thorn Mountain. Colin and his men didn't dare to look back. They kept drilling into the lush forest, trying to create trouble for their pursuers. However, there were still too many pursuers. Arrows flew past them one after another, occasionally taking the life of one of their companions. He didn't know how far he had run. When Colin looked back, he found that there were only 3 Black Cavalry soldiers left behind him. However, the pursuers behind them were like corpses, and they couldn't get rid of them. There were even sharp whistles coming from the front, which should be the Eastern Cavalry's encirclement. Facing this desperate situation, the last 3 black cavalry soldiers exchanged glances with each other and suddenly stopped their horses. Colin heard the horses neigh and quickly looked back. He saw that the 3 men had already slowly turned their horses around and assumed a charging posture. "What are you doing?" "Sir Viscounts, we are helping you block the pursuers." Nay, Colin also immediately stopped his horse and turned back to the 3 men. "Lord Viscount, you have to run." Colin shook his head. "I promised you that I would fight with you until the last moment." "Sir Viscounts, don't say any more. I just hope that you don't hate me for bringing you to this place of death." "No, Sir Viscounts, we are willing to do this. As long as your plan can be carried out smoothly, as long as the Shadow Canyon can be avenged, any price we pay is worth it." Colin didn't know what to say at this time. Taking a deep breath, he quickly pulled out his sword and roared, "Don't worry, they will all die." With Colin's roar, the 4 men and 4 horses rushed toward the hundreds of Eastern cavalry soldiers. Heroes are respectable, but heroes are not invincible. Soon, of the 4 heroes, only Colin was left standing alone in the encirclement of hundreds of Eastern cavalry soldiers. "Viscount Angley, put down your weapon, kneel down and surrender. According to the aristocratic law, we will give you preferential treatment. You can also write a letter back to the Angeli family and ask them to bring enough gold coins to redeem you." The leader of the Eastern cavalry shouted at Colin with an unconcealable pride on his face. But soon, his face changed. Because Colin didn't pay attention to his persuasion. Instead, he indifferently pulled out the arrows that were stuck in his body one by one. The Eastern cavalry frowned, the other side's irreverent attitude obviously made him unhappy. "Viscount Angley, don't make a futile struggle. You have lost this battle." "We lost?" Colin finally spoke. There was no fear or loss in his voice. "So, you think you have won?" The Eastern cavalry was speechless for a while, thinking that the young viscounts in front of him didn't have a brain damaged by smoke. How could he ask such a stupid question? Colin had pulled out all the arrows in his body. He then pointed to the 3 black cavalry soldiers' bodies at his feet and asked, "With these brave warriors, how can you win?" The Eastern cavalry snorted and strode forward, ready to wake up the northern frontier viscounts who was still intoxicated in his own fantasy and couldn't recognize reality. But as he approached Colin step by step, he found that the other side's momentum was rising rapidly. It even gave him the illusion that the other side's body was rapidly growing taller. However, this was not an illusion. Colin was really growing taller. Gotcha, the original armor could no longer accommodate the expanding body, and it was instantly torn apart. The Eastern cavalry was stunned to see the sudden appearance of the little giant in front of him. For a moment, he even forgot to escape. "Did you win?" Colin opened his bloody mouth and roared as he smashed his fist down. Bang! In an instant, the Eastern cavalry was completely smashed into a meat paste. "Devil! Devil!" The rest of the Eastern cavalry was suddenly scared. It wasn't until Colin flapped his huge bat wings and arrived in front of them that they realized that they had to run away. However, how could those running on the ground be faster than those flying in the sky? After the transformation, Colin was like a god of death, constantly harvesting one fresh life after another. When the other Eastern cavalry arrived, they could only stare at the blood and broken corpses on the ground. What just happened here? A massacre? Missing? What do you mean missing? Didn't you just report that you found his tracks?" Marquis Vincent shouted at the messenger in front of him in the temporary command center of the Skyhorse Legion. "I did. But now I can't find him, trash. Keep looking for him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Colin Angeli is a living person, do you think he can fly away?" "Yes." After the messenger left in a hurry, Marquis Vincent picked up the cup and took a sip, but it was scalded. He was so angry that he smashed the cup on the ground and shouted, "Who prepared the tea? Do you want to burn me to death?" A squire next to him trembled and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. *Chi*, a sword flashed and the poor guy's head was chopped off by Marquis Vincent. Looking at the blood on the ground, Marquis Vincent finally vented some of his anger. Putting away his sword, Marquis Vincent returned to the military map and remained silent. The attendants and other officers in the command center didn't dare to make a sound, fearing that the Marquis would take his anger out on them. Before the battle, Marquis Vincent could be said to have a card up his sleeve. But when more and more half-elves rushed down from the Thorn Mountain instead of the Black Cavalry, Marquis Vincent's temper became irritable. Everyone began to have the same thought: are we being played by the northern frontier? After an unknown amount of time, the battle cries outside gradually subsided. An Eastern knight strode into the command post and reported, "Sir Marquis, the battle is over. This time our army has won a great victory. We killed more than 2,000 half-elves and captured more than 4,000 half-elves. In addition, more than 3,000 burnt corpses were found on Bramble Mountain." They were all half-elves? Yes, they were all half-elves. As for the humans, there were only about 100 of them. Judging from their equipment, they should be Black Cavalry. When they tried to break out of the encirclement, they were all killed by our army. What about Colin Angeli? We haven't found him yet. Marquis Vincent didn't say anything. The tent fell into an unbearable silence once more. It was reasonable to say that the Eastern region had indeed won the battle at Thorn Mountain, but now, none of them dared to show the joy of a victor. After a long while, Marquis Vincent finally spoke again. His tone was no longer as smug as before the battle. "So, we've been deceived? It's not the Black Cavalry hiding in Thorn Mountain, but the half-elven army?" "Yes. Where is the real Black Cavalry now?" Marquis Vincent muttered to himself. An officer whispered, "Sir, could the Black Cavalry be hiding in Silvermoon City?" "Silvermoon City?" Marquis Vincent's face suddenly changed as he shouted anxiously. "Quick! Quickly inform Austin and have him lead the army back. Lord Viscount Austin, Her Majesty the Queen has invited you and Marquis Vincent into the city to rest." "Isn't Her Majesty the Queen going to personally welcome Marquis Vincent? Isn't that a little rude?" The half-elven messenger paused for a moment before he smiled and explained, "Lord Viscounts, Her Majesty the Queen is not feeling well today, so she can't go out. I hope you can understand." Viscount Austin sneered, "Then let Viscount Angley come out to welcome us." "This? We don't have the right to ask Viscount Angley to do anything." "Humph. Go back and tell Viscount Angley that I will wait for him outside the city until noon. If he doesn't bring Vera out to welcome Marquis Vincent after noon, then don't blame me for breaking into Silvermoon City and capturing him and Vera." The half-elven messenger's eyes widened. He didn't expect Viscount Austin to suddenly turn hostile. "Lord Viscounts, why are you doing this?" Viscount Austin waved his hand impatiently and scolded, "All right, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Go back to the city immediately and pass my words to Viscount Angley. Also, tell Her Majesty the Queen that it's best to see the current situation clearly. Don't let this beautiful garden become a ruin." The half-elven messenger looked at Viscount Austin's frosty face and broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly bid farewell and left. Looking at the other party's wretched back, Viscount Austin snorted in disdain and ordered, "Pass down my orders, prepare to attack the city." "Yes." Once the order was given, the 40,000 soldiers of the Skyhorse army immediately sprang into action. Very quickly, they surrounded Silvermoon City so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Generally speaking, sieges focused on encircling 3 sides and blocking one. However, Viscount Austin surrounded Silvermoon City on all sides. This was undoubtedly a form of contempt. In the eyes of the Eastern region, the half-elven army wouldn't be much of a threat even if they were forced into a dead end. The only thing that could pose a threat to the Skyhorse Legion was the remnants of the Black Cavalry army. Viscount Austin turned his head and looked towards the southwest of Silvermoon City. As expected, there was already thick smoke rising from there. Viscount Austin smiled proudly and ordered his retainer, "Prepare lunch for me. The fall of a garden city is the best meal." "Yes." Time passed slowly, but there was no more news from Silvermoon City. It was as if Queen Aisha and Viscount Angley had already made up their minds to defend the city until the end. When the sun hung high in the sky, Viscount Austin sat down at the small dining table that had been set up on the battlefield. He elegantly tied a napkin in front of his chest, picked up a knife and fork, and cut a piece of beef. "Attack the city." Woo! With a loud bugle call, the Eastern region soldiers began their attack on Silvermoon City. They carried the siege logs and climbed up the wooden ladders. Their movements were vigorous as they rushed towards the 4 city gates. But what puzzled them was that the expected rain of arrows never came. Many of the eastern region soldiers began to laugh inwardly. Were the half-elves scared out of their wits? At this moment, the 4 city gates of Silverman City suddenly opened at the same time. The eastern region soldiers slowed down in confusion. Could it be that the half-elves finally understood and were ready to surrender? Viscount Austin also saw the open gates of Silverman City from afar. The beef that had just been delivered to his mouth stopped. It's too late to surrender now. Order the entire army to continue the attack. Yes. Viscount Austin had made up his mind to teach the half-elves a lesson. Moreover, he needed a meal to accompany his lunch. After all, he had already begun to act cool. Naturally, he had to act cool until the end. Even if the opponent did not want to cooperate, Viscount Austin would not agree. But then, the earth suddenly began to tremble. The rumbling of horse hooves suddenly covered the sound of the Skyhorse Legion's bugle call, becoming the only sound on the battlefield. Sir Viscounts, I think the half-elf surrender team is coming out, the retainer said with a smile. But Viscount Austin did not smile. His face instantly became incomparably pale. How could a surrender team have this kind of power? This was clearly a cavalry army. Sure enough, in the next second, he saw a black mass of cavalry rushing out of the city gates like a sharp arrow. With the momentum of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, the Eastern Region's army that was about to attack Silverman City was instantly defeated. Clatter. Viscount Austin's steak fell onto his plate. The sauce splattered onto the napkin in front of his chest, and some even splashed onto his expensive suit. Viscount Austin wasn't in the mood to care about his suit. He only felt his hands and feet go cold, and his mind blank. Why is the Black Cavalry here? Aren't they hiding in Thorn Mountain? Sir, the enemy cavalry has charged out. What should we do? The messenger saw the stunned Viscount Austin and couldn't help but rush him. Viscount Austin was shocked. He came back to his senses and quickly ordered, "Quick! Get the attacking troops to retreat. Gather the soldiers and fight the enemy." Yes, sir. Although the order had been given, Viscount Austin didn't relax at all. Because he knew that the odds were against them in this battle. The Black Cavalry didn't have many soldiers, only 8,000. They were scattered around Silverman City, with 2,000 in each direction. The Skyhorse Army had 40,000 soldiers outside Silverman City, with 10,000 in each direction. 2,000 against 10,000. It seemed that the Skyhorse Army still had the advantage in numbers. But in reality, the score couldn't be calculated like that. Firstly, the Black Cavalry was a cavalry unit, while the Skyhorse Army outside Silverman City was pure infantry. Infantry was naturally at a disadvantage against cavalry in the wild. The only way to win was to form a tight formation and counterattack with large shields, spears, bows, and other weapons. But at this time, the Skyhorse Legion had already set up a siege formation. In order to prevent the rain of arrows from causing a large number of casualties, the formation would be extremely scattered. Moreover, the weapons in the soldiers' hands were siege weapons, not large shields, spears, and other weapons to defend against cavalry attacks. Moreover, the 40,000 Skyhorse Army outside Silverman City weren't the real elites. The real elites had been brought to Thorn Mountain by Marquis Vincent to encircle the Black Cavalry. The 40,000 Skyhorse Army was originally prepared to fight the half-elf Silverman Guard. Of course, they wouldn't use elite troops. However, the heavens seemed to be playing a joke on them. The Black Cavalry did not appear in Thorn Mountain, but rushed out of Silverman City. Initially, I thought that my opponent would be a weakling with a combat power of 5. However, in the blink of an eye, Ultramantiga appeared. Viscount Austin's heart turned cold when he saw the Black Cavalry approaching him. His first thought was to run. However, his rationality told him that running away would only lead to worse consequences. Because those with 2 legs could not outrun those with 4 legs, if they were chased by the cavalry, they would really become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The rumbling of the horses' hooves was like the sound of death, constantly approaching the Skyhorse Army. At this time, the Skyhorse Legion's battle formation hadn't even been formed yet. Black Cavalry's timing was too clever, completely catching the enemy off guard. In their panic, the soldiers of the Eastern Region could only raise their small round shields, which were originally used to block the rain of arrows from the city wall. However, these small round shields were useless in front of the cavalry charge. The officers of the eastern region shouted loudly, ordering the soldiers to form a spear formation. However, in order to attack the city, they would not carry a weapon like a spear, which would hinder movement. Where would they find a spear formation in such a short time? Only the archers shot a sparse rain of arrows at the black cavalry as one of the few counterattacks. Even more soldiers of the Skyhorse Legion turned around and ran back. In the past 100 years, the Eastern region's army had not been involved in any major battles. The weakness of their lack of combat power was revealed at this moment. Viscount Orsten closed his eyes in despair. The black cavalry did not waste any time talking nonsense. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. With the heavy cavalry as the vanguard, the light cavalry swarmed forward. In the face of the Skyhorse Legion's weak defense and disorganized formation, the best tactic was to simply and violently crush them. At this moment, the black cavalry finally showed the glory of being the strongest army in the northern frontier. Boom! Boom, boom! Boom! Countless Eastern region soldiers were sent flying like dolls, blood spurting out of their mouths. Squads of black cavalry were like red-hot knives stabbing into butter. Without any hindrance, they plunged into the Skyhorse Legion's formation, leaving behind a trail of blood and flesh. The pitiful Skyhorse Legion had almost no power to fight back in the face of such a heavy blow. They had met the worst enemy on the worst battlefield, at the worst time. Rows of heavy cavalry pushed forward, and the Eastern region's formation was already in tatters. The light cavalry then charged forward, like a black flood that covered the mountains and plains, completely drowning the Skyhorse army outside Silvermoon City. Viscount Orsten opened his eyes again and saw his own formation being destroyed by the black cavalry. "Sir Viscounts, please leave." Hearing his squire's urging, Viscount Orsten finally came back to his senses and stood up from the table in a flurry. In his panic, the sumptuous lunch was knocked over to the ground. "Yes, I must leave quickly. I must report the northern frontier's conspiracy to the Marquis." As if he had found a reason to escape, Viscount Orsten scrambled onto his warhorse, then decisively abandoned the army and fled. His escape immediately fell into the eyes of the Skyhorse Legion soldiers. When they saw their commander, who even forgot to take off the napkin in front of his chest and fled on horseback, they completely collapsed. Spreading panic wantonly, the Skyhorse Legion instantly became sheep fleeing in all directions. Thus, their fates were sealed. The black cavalry would not show them any mercy. They would not accept surrender or captives. The hatred of the Shadow Canyon could only be washed away with blood. Kill. Revenge. At this point, Knight Roger was already covered in blood, but he still held his sword up high and roared loudly. Amidst the galloping of thousands of horses, his voice appeared to be a little weak. However, it still caused the black guards under his command to roar wildly. Their voices were like waves that spread from the front to the back. Very soon, it resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Revenge! Revenge! The battle cries pierced the sky, even covering the rumbling of the horses' hooves. The valiant northern frontier cavalry had transformed into a group of vengeful envoys, raising their shining steel swords and shouting wildly, venting their long-suppressed hatred. Blood splattered like rain, and heads were thrown everywhere. The screams of the Skyhorse Legion soldiers joined together, but they were soon completely drowned out, becoming noise that no one cared about. Unable to fight, unable to escape, countless despairing Eastern frontier soldiers could only put down their weapons and kneel down to surrender. But this still did not earn the mercy of the black cavalry. These black-armored cavalrymen had now become cold-blooded demons, unwilling to stop the frenzy of killing. Swathes of Eastern frontier soldiers fell to the ground like wheat. Patches of emptiness appeared in the Skyhorse Legion's formation. Blood flowed wantonly, and life disappeared in an instant. In the end, the black tide completely submerged the suburbs of Silvermoon City. A massacre had begun. At the foot of Thorn Mountain, Skyhorse Legion's camp. In the temporary command post, the atmosphere was so tense that it was suffocating. Viscount Orsten knelt on the ground with his head lowered, looking pathetic. He finally remembered to take off the napkin in front of his chest, but there was still some sauce on his dress. However, there was only sauce. There was no blood. It was hard to believe that he had escaped from the battlefield. Instead, he looked more like he had just returned from a failed fight. Viscount Orsten regretted it now. He should have stained his clothes with blood. It would have been better if he had injured himself. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, Marquis Vincent finally moved. After suffering a series of setbacks, the Marquis of the Eastern region's temper had become more and more unpredictable. They thought that he would be furious after hearing the news of the 40,000 soldiers being annihilated. But who would have thought that Marquis Vincent would only quietly listen to Viscount Orsten's report and then faintly say, "Oh." It was as if Viscount Orsten had not brought back the news of defeat, but the anecdote of a terrible lunch. However, the long silence that followed made the officers of the Skyhorse Legion feel uneasy, as if there was a knife on their backs. Fortunately, Marquis Vincent stood up in the end. He slowly walked to Viscount Orsten and looked down at his once most capable assistant. There was no joy or anger in his eyes. Then, he pulled out the sword at his waist. Viscount Orsten was scared out of his wits. He knew that if he did not do anything, he might not be able to keep his life. Lord Marquis. Please listen to me. Speak. Marquis Vincent's face was calm, but his hands did not stop moving. Just as the long sword was about to cut his neck, Viscount Orsten hurriedly shouted, "Lord Marquis. I have a way to help you take down Silvermoon City. Please give me a chance to redeem myself." The longsword finally stopped. Marquis Vincent looked at Viscount Orsten, who was covered in cold sweat, and asked faintly, "What way?" Viscount Orsten let out a long breath. He suddenly felt that his pants were a little wet. However, he quickly reined in his thoughts. Viscount Orsten knew that this was his only chance. If he couldn't answer this question properly, he would definitely lose his life. "Lord Marquis, although our army was defeated by the Black Cavalry outside Silvermoon City, our soldiers' valiant counterattack has caused great casualties to the Black Cavalry. Please believe me, the remaining Black Cavalry troops that were already small in number don't have much fighting power left. As long as you give me another army, I will definitely help you take down Silvermoon City." Marquis Vincent didn't agree immediately after hearing the Viscount's words. At the same time, the sword in his hand was still resting on his opponent's shoulder. When the officers in the tent heard the words of Orsten Viscounts, they all looked at him with disdain. Clearly, the Orsten Viscount's attire that was not stained with blood made it hard for people to believe that they had really fought back valiantly against the Black Cavalry and caused them great casualties. However, the Viscount Orsten felt that Marquis Vincent would believe him. Because he knew that Marquis Vincent had to believe him. Actually, the best choice for the Skyhorse Legion now was to retreat. However, this best choice was actually the worst choice for Marquis Vincent. He definitely couldn't accept such an outcome. In the Battle of Shadow Canyon, the Skyhorse Legion had all the advantages, but they had only won a Pyrrhic victory. This had already dealt a great blow to Marquis Vincent's prestige. That was why the Marquis had wanted to lead his army up north and take down Silvermoon City. He wanted to use a great victory to restore his reputation. But now, if he retreated, how would Marquis Vincent, who had suffered great losses, explain himself to the Duke of St. Prospero when he returned? Moreover, the Viscount Orsten knew that Marquis Vincent's younger brother, the Earl of Avon, was not a law-abiding person. Would he take the opportunity to add insult to injury? Therefore, the Viscount Orsten was sure that as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Marquis Vincent would definitely not retreat, and he had to give this glimmer of hope. "Sir Marquis." The Viscount Orsten looked at the hesitant Marquis Vincent and shouted again, "The army in Silvermoon City doesn't have much combat power left. We are only left with one last attack. Please give me another chance. I will definitely not disappoint you again. I usually don't give people a second chance." Marquis Vincent finally spoke. His voice was hoarse and low, but in the Viscount Orsten's ears, it was like the voice of an angel. As expected, Marquis Vincent withdrew his longsword and said coldly, "But I would rather you die on the battlefield than dirty my hands." The Viscount Orsten heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that his life was temporarily saved. "However, I will not hand the army over to you again. This time, I will personally lead the army to attack Silvermoon City. And you, Viscount Orsten, will charge at the front as a normal knight." "Yes, Sir Marquis." "As you wish." The Viscount Orsten thumped his chest with his right hand and replied loudly. It was as if he had completely forgotten the scene of him fleeing pathetically. Marquis Vincent seemed to have regained the state he had before he entered Silverman City. His tone became impassioned once more. "My knights, my warriors. Please tell me if you still have the courage to follow me and attack the half-elf capital. We are willing to follow in your footsteps." None of the officers dared to oppose him now. This was because Marquis Vincent's sword had yet to be sheathed. They didn't want to become the target for him to establish his dominance. Seeing the officers respond to his call, a trace of disappointment flashed across Marquis Vincent's face. He had really been prepared to kill someone to establish his dominance. But he didn't think that they would all become so smart. Marquis Vincent, who had nowhere to vent his murderous intent, seemed to recall something. He asked in a cold voice, "Didn't you capture 4,000 half-elves on Thorn Mountain?" "Yes, sir." "Kill them all." Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They wanted to stop him, but when they saw Marquis Vincent's cold gaze, no one dared to speak. "As you wish." Marquis Vincent seemed unsatisfied as he ordered once more, "Cut off their heads and pile them together with the heads of the half-elves who died in battle or were burned to death in front of Silverman City. Tell the half-elves in the city that if they continue to stubbornly resist, this will be their fate." "Lord Marquis, you can't do this." Finally, an officer stood up to dissuade him. "If you do this, you will enrage the half-elves and push them towards the northern frontier. Silverman City will definitely fight to the death, *chi. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Marquis Vincent's sword pierced through his chest. Bang. The corpse fell to the ground. The thick smell of blood instantly filled the tent. Marquis Vincent's voice was like a demonic voice from hell. "Does anyone else have any objections?" "No." "Then hurry up and do it." "Yes." Viscount Austin, who was kneeling on the ground, felt his entire body turn cold, but he didn't dare to make a sound. He suddenly realized that from now on, the half-elves would only go further and further away from the eastern region. When the first rays of the morning sun shone on Silverman City, a half-elf guard yawned as he walked to his post. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and prepared to start his day's work. However, in the next second, he was completely stunned. His eyes were wide open, and he was making a strange sound in his throat. Then, his entire body began to tremble violently. Ugh, he vomited all over the ground. As if it was a signal, after him, the sounds of vomiting, strange cries, and screams could be heard from the top of the city. "Not good. Not good. The people from the east are coming again." An ear-piercing alarm suddenly broke the silence of the morning, causing Silverman City to be shrouded in a tense and stagnant atmosphere. Even the last time Austin Viscounts led his army to besiege the city, the guards on the city wall were not so panicked. Because last time, there was no mountain of skulls outside Silverman City. Half-elf skulls. Just 2 days ago, the Black Cavalry had rushed out of the city and killed the people from the east. At that time, the half-elf soldiers were asked to help clean up the battlefield. The scene at that time was even more bloody than now, but the half-elves did not feel much. After all, the people who died were from the east. But now, the ones who died were the half-elves. They were their compatriots. The morning breeze brought with it a strong smell of blood, like the whistling of the Grim Reaper. It made it hard for people to breathe, and it made them feel like their organs were being torn apart. The whimpering of the bugle was like a low wail, pulling at the hearts of every half-elf. Just as the half-elf guards on the city wall were scared out of their wits by the terrifying scene in front of them, the people from the east did not immediately attack. Instead, they sent an envoy. It was an old acquaintance, Austin Viscounts. To be honest, Austin Viscounts did not want to come to Silverman City again. He already had some psychological trauma from this place. But Marquis Vincent had ordered him to come, so he had to come. Austin Viscounts saw Queen Xianxia on the city wall. At that time, she was looking at the pile of half-elf skulls outside the city, lost in thought. "Your Majesty, what you are seeing now is Marquis Vincent's warning to you. The Marquis came to Silverman City with the hope of peace, but I didn't expect you to not cherish this goodwill." Therefore, the Marquis was very angry. However, Lord Marquis also said that as long as you are willing to change your mind and pull back from the precipice, then his goodwill will still be preserved for you. Queen Xianxia was still staring blankly outside the city, as if she did not hear the warning from the Viscounts of Orston. Viscount Aston thought that the young queen was frightened and immediately felt disdain. Just as he was about to speak again, he heard the other party say leisurely, "Viscount Orston, do you know how to cultivate a beautiful blood rose?" Blood rose? Viscount Orston was stunned, clearly not expecting Queen Aisha to suddenly ask such an irrelevant question. He shook his head. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I don't know how to grow flowers." Queen Aisha suddenly looked back and smiled. Her flirtatious look in that instant stunned the Viscounts of Orston. To cultivate the best blood rose, you need fresh blood, and skulls. Viscount Orston frowned. He suddenly felt that he could not understand this beautiful half-elf queen. Just as he did not know how to respond to the queen's words, Colin walked over and smiled. "The queen means that you can scram now." Viscount Orston's face turned ashen. He said angrily, "Viscount Angley, you despicable fellow. If you didn't trick me last time, do you really think I would have lost to you? Just you wait, this time, Lord Marquis." "Viscount Orston." Queen Aisha interrupted him. "You can scram now." "Your Majesty. Don't listen to this northern frontier's slanderous words. He will only lead the half-elf kingdom into the abyss of despair." Queen Aisha turned around and looked sharply at Viscount Orston. She said word by word, "Please go back and tell Marquis Vincent that the half-elves have their own choices. No one can make us submit." Viscount Orston wanted to persuade her again, but seeing Colin's unfriendly gaze, he hurriedly bowed and ran away. Colin held the battlements and took a deep breath of the bloody air. He sighed. "I'm sorry to have made you sacrifice so many of your people." Queen Aisha shook her head. "You don't have to feel guilty. How can there be no sacrifices in war? Also, I actually feel that the half-elves should be thanking you." "Oh? Why are you thanking me?" Colin was puzzled. Although Aisha was his blood descendant and had been brainwashed, she shouldn't have become his brainless fan, right? Queen Elsa was bathed in the soft light of dawn. Her whole body seemed to be covered by a faint halo, making her look mysterious and beautiful. She said in a low and powerful tone, "You're right. The half-elves have been living a leisurely life under the wings of the Radiant Empire for too long. Most of our people have already forgotten how cruel the outside world is. They have also forgotten that no amount of money can buy peace, let alone respect. They have also forgotten that only swords and blood can win us the right to survive in this world. Therefore, the half-elves need to make this sacrifice. Only the blood and heads of our brethren can let the half-elves see the truth of the world and awaken the bravery in their hearts." Colin suddenly turned his head and looked at the half-elven queen beside him. The morning light outlined her beautiful side profile, but in Colin's eyes, it was filled with strength and determination. "I remember that your Miller family's emblem is thorns, right?" "Yes, blood-stained thorns." Queen Aisha also turned her head and looked into the eyes of the man beside her. She said the Miller family's language word by word. "Only blood-stained thorns can stop the enemy." Colin looked at Queen Aisha's deep blue eyes and suddenly smiled. His smile was full of undisguised appreciation. "I finally believe that you are the king that the half-elves yearn for even in their dreams." Queen Aisha also smiled and suddenly asked a rather critical question, "Aren't you worried that an awakened half-elven kingdom will be out of your control?" Colin immediately laughed loudly. "Control? No, no, no. Compared to a weak slave that can be controlled, I hope to have a strong partner that can cooperate with me." Queen Aisha also smiled. Her perfect smile seemed to have completely dissipated the tension in the air. She gathered her skirt, bent her knees, and bowed her head. She solemnly bowed to Colin and said softly, "Master Colin, I will always be your most loyal subordinate and most sincere partner." Colin smiled and helped Queen Elsa up. He leaned close to her ear and said in a low voice, "Don't worry. Since you want to awaken the bravery in your people, do you dare to play a big game with me?" A blush quickly appeared on Queen Aisha's white and flawless cheeks. She obediently nodded and eagerly said, "Of course." The early winter in Silvermoon City was already quite cold. The cold wind that blew from time to time brought up a large amount of dust that covered the sky. This garden city that was once carefully cared for by the gnomes had not been properly cleaned for a long time. Since the coup half a month ago, the dark clouds of war had been hanging over Silvermoon City, making the citizens feel suffocated. Now, this depression seemed to have reached its peak. Even the gnomes who had always been resigned to it couldn't help but want to vent their inner fear and depression. Although the mountain of heads outside the city made many gnomes panic, it also ignited the anger in the hearts of the gnomes. Marquis Vincent's actions completely tore apart the hypocritical veil of the Eastern army, revealing their bloody true face to the gnomes. At the same time, a rumor spread through Silvermoon City at an astonishing speed. The Eastern army was going to massacre the city. Since the birth of this race, they believed in relying on the strong and believed that money could be exchanged for protection. At this moment, they finally felt the fear of their race being exterminated. Just as the gnomes were panicked, confused, and angry, another piece of news suddenly spread. Queen Xianxia was about to give a public speech in the city's central square. As if they had found their backbone, the gnomes of Silvermoon City all rushed to the central square, looking forward to their queen leading them out of this crisis. It was already noon, and the central square had long been packed to the brim. A high platform was temporarily set up in the center of the square. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Queen Xianxia finally slowly stepped onto the platform. Wearing the exclusive dress of the gnome queen, Xianxia Miller looked so beautiful and elegant, but also so dignified. At this moment, she seemed to be the incarnation of the goddess of fate. The gnomes gathered in the square seemed to be moved by this perfect figure. They all held their breaths, looking forward to their salvation. "My people." Queen Xianxia opened her mouth. Her beautiful face was filled with determination and calmness. That cold and inviolable expression seemed to indicate that no one could make her lower her proud head. "I know that you are afraid and fearful. However, the enemy will not pity us because of our fear and fear. On the contrary, this will only make them raise their butcher's knife without hesitation. War had no room for fear and terror, let alone tears and begging. The only thing that can instill fear in our enemies is the sharp sword in our hands. Half-elves couldn't rely on the protection of others forever. Only a powerful army, brave warriors who were not afraid of sacrifice, and a belief that they would never give up, were the true backbone of the half-elf race. In the face of the threat and intimidation of the enemy, we will never surrender, never yield, we will fight to the end. Please take up arms and join me." The battle took place at the top of Silvermoon City's walls. Battles were taking place on every street and in every house, fighting in front of the Church of the God of Light, fighting under the gaze of the Goddess of Fate. "We will never surrender, even if Silvermoon City is occupied by the enemy, we will continue to fight in every inch of the half-elf kingdom, until the benevolent and just God, moved by our unyielding faith, sends down his power to save this race worthy of his great grace." Whoosh! Queen Xianxia's speech was like a spark falling into a pile of firewood, instantly igniting the anger that the gnomes had suppressed for a long time. In an instant, the entire central square boiled with excitement. The gnomes who had fallen into a frenzy seemed to want to vent all the anger and suppression in their hearts. Their shouts gathered together into a firm slogan. "Fight to the end. We will never yield. Fight to the end. We will never yield. Fight to the end. We will never yield." A grand voice echoed through Silvermoon City, sweeping away the stagnant aura that had enveloped the city for the past few days. The dark clouds seemed to be shaken by this vast aura as they quietly scattered, revealing the sun that had not been seen for a long time. The bright sunlight shined on the high platform in Silvermoon City's central square, covering Queen Xianxia in a dazzling light. Looking from afar, she looked like a goddess that had descended into the world. This strange scene made the gnomes in the square even more frenzied. Many of them had tears in their eyes as they chanted some unclear prayers. They were actually worshipping the beautiful figure on the high platform. However, at this moment, a strange change occurred. A black arrow that was like a poisonous snake shot out of its hole, shooting towards Queen Xianxia like lightning. Chi! The arrow pierced through her chest and blood spurted out. The inviolable goddess in the eyes of the gnomes fell down in front of everyone's eyes. It was as if time had been paused. In that instant, the world seemed to have quieted down, not a single sound could be heard. However, in the next second, the square boiled with excitement again. "Protect Her Majesty the Queen. Capture the Eastern assassin. Take revenge for the Queen." All kinds of chaotic voices caused the situation in the square to go out of control. The gnomes could not believe that Queen Xianxia, who had just brought them hope of redemption, had fallen on the high platform just like that. The last string of reason had finally snapped. The surging anger, under the guidance of some people, was instantly directed towards the Eastern assassin. The voices of taking revenge for the queen became louder and louder. At this moment, even the weakest gnomes were not willing to mention the word surrender. It was as if it was an insult to them, as if it was blasphemy to Queen Xianxia. Countless gnomes with red eyes rushed to the recruitment office. They would follow the will of Queen Xianxia and fight to the end, never yielding. The recruitment office, which had always been deserted, had never seen such a lively and fanatical scene. In just 5 hours, the 30,000 members of the Silvermoon Guard had been replenished. The gnomes who had not been able to join the army were even unwilling to leave. They were clamoring for the ordnance department to give them a weapon. Even if they could not join the army, they were willing to fight to the death for Queen Xianxia. The gnomes who had always been weak and afraid of war, under the influence of various factors, finally had their hidden blood aroused. At this moment, they seemed unstoppable and fearless. As this fanaticism continued to ferment, Colin even had to ask the officers of the Silvermoon Guard to restrain their subordinates. This barely stopped the gnomes who had fallen into madness from wanting to rush out of Silvermoon City and fight to the death with the Eastern assassin. However, the gnomes who were filled with anger and had nowhere to vent it still set fire to Silvermoon City. Of course, this was not because they were crazy and wanted to burn the city. It was because they wanted to destroy the wisteria on the city wall. The wisteria that was originally used to decorate the city wall would obviously become a ladder for the enemy to climb up during the siege. This action of the gnomes seemed to be a solemn declaration. The weak and easily bullied race of the past that was greedy for pleasure was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by an iron-blooded race that had been reborn from the ashes. Queen Xianxia and Colin's careful arrangements, as well as Marquis Vincent's divine assistance, had successfully aroused the blood of the gnomes. Although this blood was still very weak, as long as it was properly guided and the blood and heads of the Eastern assassins were used as sacrifices, it might be possible to forge the martial spirit of the gnomes. The setting sun slowly penetrated the clouds and shone its golden rays on the city walls of Silvermoon City. The black smoke that rose in spirals was somewhat abrupt in the sunset, and the city walls that were charred black by the smoke were particularly ugly. The once beautiful and bustling city of gardens had in the blink of an eye lost its impetuousness and superficiality, replaced by a solemn and stirring temperament. Countless angry half-elves stood guard on the city walls, glaring at the Eastern army outside the city with their scarlet eyes, as if they wanted to swallow them alive. The 4 beautiful but fragile crystal gates were completely smashed, and a large amount of gravel and sand were used to completely block the entrance to show their determination not to surrender. Outside the half-elven palace, a large number of sorrowful half-elves gathered, quietly praying for Queen Xianxia, unwilling to leave for a long time. Inside the palace, the atmosphere was equally solemn. Until a priestess came out of the palace and reported with a smile, "My lords, please don't worry. Her Majesty's life is not in danger, but her injuries are very serious, and it will take a long time for her to recover." The half-elven nobles who were bitterly waiting outside the palace breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, God of light bless us. Praise the goddess of fate." Then, the priestess hesitated, as if she didn't know if she should say the following words. Her expression fell into the eyes of the half-elven nobles, and they thought that there was something wrong with the queen, so they hurriedly urged her. "Is there anything else? Is there something wrong with Her Majesty's body?" At this critical moment, Queen Xianxia was too important to the half-elves. At this time only she could unite the half-elves, and only she could prevent this crazy race from completely losing control. "Actually, what I want to say is good news." Seeing the anxious faces of the half-elven nobles, the priestess could only helplessly explain. "Then all the more reason to say it. Yes, the half-elven kingdom needs good news now." Under the urging of the crowd, the priestess had to tell the truth. "When I was examining Her Majesty's body, I accidentally found that she was pregnant." "Pregnant? Her Majesty is pregnant?" At this time, the expressions of the half-elves became a bit strange. A few half-elf nobles even began to sneak glances at Colin. The close relationship between Viscount Angley and Queen Xianxia naturally could not be hidden from the eyes of those who were observant. Colin was also dumbfounded. Am I going to be a father? Was it a boy or a girl? So vampires also had the ability to reproduce. All kinds of complicated thoughts flooded Colin's mind in an instant, causing him to be at a loss. until he saw the strange gazes of some half-elf nobles. Colin quickly put away the silly smile on his face, coughed a few times, and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. I didn't think that the old king would leave behind such a posthumous child. He should be able to rest in peace in the kingdom of heaven." "As if I'd believe you," some clever half-elf nobles cursed inwardly. The old king was already half dead back then. How could he have the ability to impregnate Queen Xianxia? If he really had the ability, would he have needed the queen to adopt Prince Tup? However, although they were cursing in their hearts, on the surface, the half-elf nobles nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, the old king can rest in peace. Yes. At such a critical moment, this child must be the will of God. Yes, it must be the grace of the God of Light. Seeing that they had already fallen out with the eastern region, these half-elf nobles did not dare to offend the northern frontier. So even if they knew that this child was most likely Colin's, the half-elf nobles could only pinch their noses and accept it. Colin nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with these half-elf nobles who knew what was good for them. "All right, everyone quickly tell Her Majesty's people these two pieces of good news. Let them understand that God has not abandoned the half-elves." "Yes, yes. All of you are dismissed. I will go see Her Majesty." After saying this, Colin walked into the queen's bedroom in an unyielding manner. The half-elf nobles exchanged glances with each other and then dispersed. Walking into the bedroom alone, Colin waved to the maids and ordered, "All of you are dismissed." Yes. At this time, Queen Xianxia was lying quietly on the bed with a pure white thin quilt covering her body. Her beautiful face was like a delicate sculpture, and there was an indescribable strength in her weakness. After the maids left, the hall became quiet again. Queen Xianxia, who was seriously injured and unconscious, sat up straight from the bed and looked at Colin with a smile. "We did it." There was a double meaning in her words. In order to treat her wound, Queen Xianxia's upper body was naked at this time. Only her chest was wrapped in a white bandage. When she sat up, the thin quilt on her body immediately slid down, revealing a large area of snowy white. The undulating mountain range made Colin's breathing quicken for a moment. But he still quickly walked forward and let Queen Xianxia lie back down. He shook his head and said, "If I knew you were pregnant, I wouldn't have let you take such a risk." Queen Xianxia smiled indifferently, "It's okay, I can feel that the arrow didn't do much to me. The blood angel's divine power seems to have transformed me into another kind of creature." Colin's eyes flashed and asked, "Then recuperate well and drink more fresh blood." "Oh, right, didn't I ask you to try drinking the blood of some high-grade knights? Have you tried it?" "I have." "Are there any changes in your body?" "No, other than it being more delicious. It's no different from the blood of ordinary animals." Ugh, it seemed that the blood descendants couldn't advance by drinking the blood of high-grade knights. Colin noted this point and then said, "Rest well for the next few days. Leave the rest to me." Queen Xianxia shook her head firmly, "No, I want to appear in front of my people again." Colin couldn't help but laugh. "You're addicted to acting." Queen Xianxia stuck out her small tongue and revealed a rare look of naivety. "It wasn't easy for us to arouse the blood of the half-elves. If we don't strike while the iron is hot, wouldn't it be a pity? Well, then tomorrow morning, you go to the city again." Colin sighed, "I now suspect that even if the Black Cavalry doesn't move, the Eastern Army outside the city won't be able to take down the current Silvermoon city." Queen Elsa smiled sweetly. She took Colin's hand and placed it on her flat belly, which was not yet obvious. She said affectionately, "I want to leave him a powerful half-elven kingdom." The sun rose as usual. It was a rare day of good weather. The blue sky was devoid of any other color. It was as pure as a girl's dream. However, Marquis Vincent's face was gloomy as he looked at the burnt walls of Silverymoon City. He didn't know what had happened in Silverymoon City, but he could guess from the new mental state of the defenders. This battle was not going to be easy. Just as he furrowed his brows, Silverymoon City suddenly erupted in cheers. Not long after, he saw a slender figure standing on the walls of Silverymoon City. She looked so fragile, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. However, she seemed to be extremely determined and persistent, as if nothing could break her spine. The crimson figure stood at the top of the city wall, causing the entire Silvermoon City to erupt in an uproar. Every time she waved her hand, deafening cheers would erupt from the city. Is that the half-elven queen? Marquis Vincent's tone was filled with complicated emotions. Fear, envy, anger, and even possessiveness that couldn't be concealed. Yes, Lord Marquis. Viscount Austen nodded, but his heart was filled with doubts. Since when did Queen Xianxia have such high prestige in Silvery Moon City? Marquis Vincent looked at the rising morale on the walls of Silvery Moon City and felt that he couldn't wait any longer. The half-elves didn't seem like they would surrender. They were prepared to follow the path of the northern frontier to the end. Thus, he gritted his teeth and said, "Pass down my orders. Attack the city." Yes. Woo, the ear-piercing sound of the bugle interrupted Queen Xianxia's show. She frowned and pushed away the maid supporting her. She pointed outside the city and said loudly, "My people, the enemy has raised their butcher's knife. What should we do? Fight to the end. Fight to the end." At this moment, the morale in Silvery Moon City had reached its peak. Many half-elven soldiers couldn't wait to fight to the death with the eastern frontier. If this had happened to the half-elves in the past, this would have never happened. In the past, the city would have surrendered long ago. Although the half-elf army lacked training and their battle strength was not high, their will to fight had never been so firm. Amidst the deafening battle cries, the tragic siege finally began. Soldiers gathered like ants, arrows like locusts. The densely packed soldiers of the eastern region braved the rain of arrows, filled the trenches, rushed to the bottom of the city wall, set up ladders, and then climbed up. What greeted them were arrows, stones, and hot oil that kept falling. Shrill screams and pained cries immediately became the main sound of this battlefield. The glaring red that could not be concealed was the main color of this battlefield. The half-elves and the people of the eastern region worked together to turn Silvermoon City into a meat mill. The city wall became modeled after such a fierce battle. Corpses piled up on top of the city wall, and blood flowed down the battlements, mixing with the blood on the city wall. The once beautiful and exquisite Silver Moon City had become terrifying and horrifying. The soil beneath the city walls had also become soft and muddy, stained with a faint layer of dark red. It was not until the sun set in the west that the Eastern Region army stopped their attack. Countless soldiers retreated like a tide, leaving behind a grotesque pile of corpses. These corpses surrounded Silvermoon City, making it look like hell had returned to the world. Immediately, raging flames ignited both inside and outside the city. The two sides were burning the corpses and cleaning up the battlefield. The air was filled with the stench of burnt flesh, making one nauseous. Marquis Vincent saw the tenacity of the half-elf defenders on the first day. He could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. He could not understand at all. Where did the weak and incompetent half-elves who immediately surrendered when they met the Imperial army go? How did they become a completely different race overnight? What made him even more disappointed was that from the words of the Eastern Region soldiers who rushed to the top of the city and then retreated, the defenders were all half-elves. There were no humans. Therefore, the Black Cavalry was not in the city. This was not beyond Marquis Vincent's expectation. If he were Colin, he would not use the precious cavalry to defend the city. Instead, he would deploy them outside the city and wait for the Eastern Region's army to attack the city. When they were exhausted, he would kill them from the back and make the final decision. It was also because he was worried about the Black Cavalry that he did not know where they were hiding that Marquis Vincent felt uneasy even when he was commanding the army to attack the city. He did not dare to attack with all his strength and had to leave most of his troops to guard the rear. At this moment, Marquis Vincent was caught between a rock and a hard place. The idea of withdrawing the army once again appeared in his mind, but in the end, he rejected it. He could not withdraw to the Eastern Region with his tail between his legs. Otherwise, he would never be able to wash away the shame of being defeated by the half-elves. With such a shame, how could he inherit the position of Duke of the Eastern Region with a clear conscience? How could he make the Eastern Region's vassals willingly swear loyalty to him? More than half of the Skyhorse Legion had already been destroyed by him. If he still could not take Silvermoon City, then he would not be able to get past his father. It must be known that the Duke of St. Prospero had many children, especially the Earl of Avon, who was so intelligent that even his father was somewhat afraid of him. He, Vincent, was not the only candidate for the Duke's position. Therefore, Marquis Vincent could only grit his teeth and continue to attack the city. At this time, he was like a gambler who had lost all his money. He knew that he would go bankrupt if he continued, but he simply could not stop. At dawn the next day, with the rumbling of the military drums, the siege began once again. Primitive, bloody, brutal, human lives were just cold numbers in this kind of battle. They would not attract the slightest bit of pity or hesitation from the commander. Indeed, there was no room for too much benevolence in a war. It was a sign of weakness. Once it was discovered by the enemy and used, it would be the beginning of a disaster. At this time, the half-elves' casualties were extremely serious. Fortunately, Queen Xianxia and Colin's operation had successfully stimulated their blood. A large number of new soldiers were immediately recruited and quickly replenished the city walls. Every once in a while, Queen Elsa would personally come to the city tower to patrol. Every time her figure appeared, the half-elves on the front lines would erupt with amazing fighting strength. However, compared to the half-elves, the eastern region's army was still more elite. On the third day, the southern city walls of Silvermoon City were almost lost. Fortunately, Colin saw that the situation was not good. He hurriedly ordered the Knight of Rigo and the Knights of Telda to lead the Angeli family's army and the House of St. Hilda's army to help. Only then were the eastern region's soldiers pushed back. This setback made the eastern region's people feel a trace of despair. On the fourth day, the siege temporarily stopped. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Walking at the top of Silvermoon City, the smell of rotting corpses made Queen Xianxia want to vomit. However, she held it in and shook the hands of the soldiers who were guarding the city with her white silk-gloved right hand. The half-elf soldiers were so excited that they almost fainted when they were able to be in close contact with their goddess. The bloody battles of the past 3 days seemed to have become insignificant. Colin followed behind Queen Xianxia and watched as she consoled the soldiers who were guarding the city. He suddenly understood why many politicians liked to play wife politics. In terms of being close to the people and winning their hearts, women had a huge advantage. Rubbing his chin, Colin suddenly felt that he should let Vera come over and learn from Queen Xianxia. She might come in handy in the future. The consolation lasted for the entire morning. In the end, even the soldiers who were guarding the city started to feel sorry for Queen Xianxia and requested for her to return to the palace to rest. Queen Xianxia had no choice but to accept the good advice and end the day. After they got down from the city tower, Colin helped Queen Xianxia into the carriage. Just as he was about to get on the horse, he noticed a commotion by the roadside. He didn't want to pay attention to it, but he saw a familiar skinny figure from the corner of his eye. Waving his hand to summon a guard, Colin asked, "What's going on over there?" "Lord Viscounts, we have caught a survivor of the Savoy family and are preparing to banish her from Silvermoon City." After the coup, Queen Xianxia confiscated all the assets of the Savoy family when she was settling accounts with them. However, she didn't make things difficult for the family members and only banished them from Silvermoon City. He didn't expect that there would be someone hiding in the city. "Bring her here." "Yes." Soon, a familiar face was brought in front of Colin. "Kathy? Why didn't you leave Silvermoon City?" Colin's former maid immediately knelt on the ground and sobbed. "Lord Viscounts, the Savoy family has nothing left. Where can we go if we leave Silvermoon City? Are we going to hide in the countryside for the rest of our lives and waste our lives in the fields?" Looking at the other party's pitiful appearance, Colin was unmoved. He sneered and said, "What? Is becoming an ordinary farmer a waste of your life?" Kathy raised her tear-stained face and cried, "Sir, even if I want to become an ordinary farmer, it's impossible. My surname, my appearance, if I don't have a corresponding status, it will only become a curse. If I leave Silvermoon City like this, I'll be living a life worse than death." Colin raised his eyebrows. He felt that this Kathy was quite interesting. She was so young, but she had seen the cruelty of reality and the ugliness of human nature so clearly. "All right, I'll give you a chance now. Thank you for your kindness, don't thank me yet. I want you to go to the Eastern Army camp. Do you dare?" Kathy was stunned for a moment, then nodded firmly, "Sir, I dare." "Good. If you succeed this time, I can promise you that I'll give the Savoy family the title of Baron in the half-elven kingdom." Hearing this, Queen Xianxia lifted the curtain and nodded to Kathy, indicating that she had recited Colin's promise. Kathy's face was filled with joy. As long as she could keep the Savoy family's title of nobility, there was nothing she couldn't do. "Lord Viscounts, may I know what you want me to do?" Under the pitch-black night sky, Marquis Vincent could clearly see countless cavalrymen lined up neatly. Their bodies were covered in black armor, revealing only a pair of cold and indifferent eyes. Thousands of cavalrymen lined up neatly, spears held horizontally in front of them. Under the moonlight, they seemed to have the terrifying power to pierce through the sky. Slowly, the cavalrymen began to move forward. Their speed wasn't fast, but they silently revealed an unstoppable force. It seemed that no matter who stood in their way, they would be mercilessly crushed. Gradually, the cavalrymen began to speed up. The neat formation also began to change. Intentionally or unintentionally, they intertwined to form a cold face. With an indifferent expression, he looked down at the pitch-black land. "Colin Angeli." Marquis Vincent suddenly recognized the face. As if they heard his exclamation, the cavalrymen instantly increased their speed to the maximum. Countless black warhorses, black armor, and black spears converged into a black torrent that surged toward Marquis Vincent. Marquis Vincent subconsciously reached for his waist, but he couldn't find his knight sword. In a panic, he looked back, but he found that there was no one behind him. When he wanted to run, he felt that his legs were firmly nailed to the ground, and he couldn't move at all. His body instinctively leaned back until it was level with the ground. When he opened his eyes, he could see the dark sky and the cold blood moon. However, the cavalrymen still charged at him. The black spears converged into a forest of death, and Marquis Vincent was about to be torn into pieces. He couldn't resist, and he could only watch as the cavalrymen charged at him with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, Marquis Vincent felt that a large hand reached down from the dark sky and lifted him up. Countless spears passed by his feet, and then disappeared into the dark void. "Ah!" Marquis Vincent screamed, and he woke up from the nightmare. He greedily breathed in and out, like a fish that just came out of the water. Marquis Vincent looked around, and then lowered his head to look at himself. He felt that his body was covered in cold sweat, and it was very uncomfortable. He rubbed his eyes hard, and only then did he realize that everything was just a dream. Lying down again, Marquis Vincent knew that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Black Cavalry. Colin Angeli, he muttered these two names that made him unable to sleep, and his eyes were staring at the top of the tent, thinking about something. Marquis? Marquis? In a daze, Marquis Vincent suddenly realized that someone was calling him. He woke up again, and only then did he realize that it was already morning. "What's wrong?" "Marquis Vincent, we just caught a half-elf who escaped from Silvery Moon City. She said that she's a descendant of the Savoy family." "Savoy family?" Marquis Vincent hurriedly sat up from the bed, and ordered, "Bring her to me immediately." Soon, Kathy was brought to Marquis Vincent. Marquis Vincent looked at the half-elf girl with a cautious expression, and his first sentence scared her quite a bit. She only heard him ask in an extremely cold tone. "Colin sent you, didn't he?" "Colin, you sent that Kathy to the Eastern Border Army camp, will it work?" Inside the palace, Queen Aisha raised her head from a pile of documents and stretched her body, revealing her beautiful curves to Colin. "Why would it not work?" Colin laughed, his eyes unrestrainedly admiring the half-elf beauty in front of him. Queen Aisha personally poured a cup of dear blood wine for Colin and another for herself. She doubtfully asked, "We just used Prince William to trick them once, will they fall for it again?" Colin drank the wine in one gulp and asked, "Do you know how the hunters of the northern frontier hunt dire wolves?" Queen Aisha shook her head. Although she did not understand why Colin suddenly changed the topic, she still looked at Colin with her bright eyes, indicating for him to continue. "Dire wolves, especially white wolves, are extremely difficult to deal with. Their fighting strength is extremely strong, and most hunters will not choose to fight them head-on, because the dire wolf's final counterattack will cause the hunter to pay a heavy price. Therefore, the best way to deal with them is to use traps. However, dire wolves are very smart, and when they come across small animal corpses in the forest, they will not touch them at all, because they also understand that it is very likely that it is a bait set by the hunter. The experienced hunter's way of dealing with this is to chase after the dire wolf and constantly harass it, not giving it a chance to fight back, but at the same time, not allowing it to hunt in peace. After a long time, the dire wolf will be tortured by exhaustion and hunger. At this time, it will also not be able to resist the temptation of small animal corpses. Even if it is likely to be a hunter's trap, it will still feel lucky and think that if it swallows the bait, it will still have the strength to fight back. Queen Aisha nodded thoughtfully. So, Kathy is the bait you threw out. Even if it is easy for Marquis Vincent to see through it, you still think that he will not be able to resist the temptation. Yes. Right now, the Eastern Army is like a white wolf that is exhausted and in a dilemma. If you throw it a bait, even if it knows that it may be a trap, it will still bite it. Indeed. Queen Aisha's eyes were bright, and her tall and beautiful nose and slightly pursed red lips gave her a demure and intelligent temperament. But why do I feel that your plan seems to be a little impatient? Colin sighed and nodded. Yes, that's true. In fact, the best way for us is to continue wasting time with the Eastern people. Silvermoon City had enough surplus food, but the Eastern region people's escape route had been cut off by the Black Cavalry, so it was impossible for them to get supplies. As long as this stalemate continued for another 2 or 3 months, the people of the Eastern region would really fall into a dilemma. If we throw out the bait now, it may lead to a fierce counterattack from the Eastern region. Then why did you? Colin gestured for Queen Aisha to pour him another glass of wine. He frowned and said, I'm worried about the northern frontier. The northern frontier? Yes. I haven't received a letter from Icestone City for a long time. I suspect that the Eastern Army outside the city has blocked the news. Why are you worried about the northern frontier? Because I gradually realized that my initial judgment of 2 things may have been a little wrong. Which 2 things? Colin drank another glass of dear blood wine and said, the first thing is the mastermind behind Sith Savoy. At first, I thought that it was the Duke of St. Hilda who ordered him to kill Vera, but now I feel that the truth of the matter may not be so. Sith was introduced to me by Prince Okamoto, which means that the Savoy family is related to the trolls. Then, is it possible that the trolls were behind the assassination of Vera? They want to completely trigger the conflict between the northern frontier and the eastern region so that they can have a chance to breathe. The second thing is that Black Cavalry was ambushed in the Shadow Canyon. It seems that the Duke of St. Hilda is trying to eliminate the unstable elements in the northern frontier. But if you think about it carefully, there is a problem. How could the Duke of St. Hilda get the eastern region to cooperate with him to get rid of his brother? Wouldn't the eastern region be worried that this is a trap deliberately set by the St. Hilda brothers? So, you suspect that this series of events is a conspiracy of the trolls? It is indeed possible. But I also doubt that the trolls have the ability to complete such a grand plan. When did they have such a huge influence in the Radiant Empire? How can they mobilize so many forces to serve their plan? Maybe the trolls have other collaborators in the Radiant Empire. Yes. It is also possible that the Duke of St. Hilda is also involved. Although he is not the mastermind behind the scenes, I am afraid that he is one of the collaborators. After all, these 2 things are obviously beneficial to him. Then, what are you worried about? I am worried that the Duke of St. Hilda will accidentally cause trouble for himself and cause the already weakened northern frontier to fall into chaos again. So, we can't waste any more time with the eastern region. I want to end this war as soon as possible. Eastern Region Army Camp. Kathy felt uneasy in the face of Marquis Vincent's intense gaze. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and truthfully said, Yes, sir, I was indeed sent by Viscount Angley. Marquis Vincent smiled proudly and praised himself for his wit. He then leaned back in his chair and asked, What did he send you here for? He told me to tell you that there will be a rebellion at the south gate of Silvermoon City tonight. The boulders blocking the gate will be removed and your army can take this opportunity to rush into the city, haha. Then when my army rushes in, they will discover that there are many soldiers in the city, waiting for me. Then, my army will be stationed at the South City Gate, and the black guards outside the city will be able to charge out from the back and attack from both sides, right? Yes. Kathy lowered her head, as if she did not dare to look into Marquis Vincent's eyes. Clumsy plan, haha. Do you really think I will be fooled? Marquis Vincent suddenly paused. He seemed to have realized something and suddenly stood up from his seat and quickly walked back and forth in the tent. Kathy carefully raised her head and saw Marquis Vincent's face full of struggle. After a long time, he suddenly stopped and asked again, Do you know the specific deployment of the half-elf army in the South Gate? Kathy shook her head awkwardly. My lord, this. How would I know? Marquis Vincent fell into deep thought again, the anxiety on his face almost overflowing. He realized that the current situation might be a chance for Skyhorse Legion to turn the tables. The South Gate was a bait placed in front of him by Colin. Although he knew that behind the bait was a trap, Marquis Vincent could not help but want to take a gamble. At this moment, he was like a desperate gambler. As long as the banker gave him the slightest chance of winning, he would eagerly bet everything he had. He wanted to turn the tables in one go. Finally, Marquis Vincent smashed his fist into his own palm and said fiercely, "Good. Colin Angeli, let's see if you will trap Skyhorse Legion to death, or if Skyhorse Legion will eat your bait and tear your net apart." The dark winter night was cold and silent. Silver Moon City was like a gigantic beast, quietly crawling under the dark night sky. The Eastern Army outside the city was constantly mobilizing, gathering almost all the soldiers outside the South Gate. This kind of movement naturally couldn't be hidden from the half-elves in the city. Of course, Marquis Vincent didn't intend to hide it. At this point, the two sides had completely laid their cards on the table. Colin had dug a hole and provoked, "Come on in." Marquis Vincent's response was, "Come on in then." Colin was worried about his hometown in the northern frontier, so he didn't want to continue wasting time. Marquis Vincent simply couldn't afford to waste time. With this kind of tacit understanding, the two sides finally prepared to meet force with force in a duel. Of course, overall, the situation was more favorable to the half-elves. But the Eastern Army had no choice but to fight. They didn't have a better choice, having a city gate was better than climbing the wall. Of course, Marquis Vincent knew that there would be a large number of soldiers stationed at the South Gate. Furthermore, the black guards that were wandering around could attack from behind at any moment. But he was still willing to give it a try. The black cavalry certainly wouldn't choose to fight at night. The darkness would seriously weaken their fighting strength. So, as long as they broke through the blockade of the South Gate before dawn, the Skyhorse Legion would be able to capture Silvermoon City and turn defeat into victory. The moonlight was cold and the atmosphere gradually became oppressive. Near midnight, the South Gate of Silvermoon City finally burst into flames, followed by a burst of battle cries. Not long after, the stones blocking the gate were moved away little by little, revealing a dark and gloomy gate. It was unknown whether it led to hell or heaven. Marquis Vincent's eyes instantly became incomparably fierce as he loudly ordered, "Pass the order of our army, attack the city." Woo, the bugle sounded, and the sleeping earth seemed to wake up in an instant. Countless soldiers of the Eastern Army shouted their slogans and rushed to the South Gate. The final battle had officially drawn the curtain. As expected, the soldiers of the Eastern region who had just rushed into the city immediately ran into the half-elven army that was waiting for them. Countless arrows fell like a rainstorm, turning the narrow corridor into a meat grinder, constantly strangling the Eastern Army's forces. However, as soon as their comrades in the front fell, the soldiers of the Eastern region rushed forward again. They were like tireless, fearless beasts, crazily rushing toward the half-elf's position. At the same time, the soldiers of the Eastern region outside the city were still setting up ladders on the southern wall, trying to send more troops into the city. But at the top of the city wall, they suffered a stubborn counterattack from the half-elves. Colin's strategy was to only leave the Eastern Gate as the entrance to the city. This way, he could control the number of troops the other side sent into the city, so that the gnomes wouldn't be able to deal with it. As for the South City Wall, it could not be lost yet. At the very least, it couldn't be lost so early. Queen Aisha also understood that tonight's battle was the final battle, so she personally came to the South Gate to boost the morale of the gnomes. Even Vera had followed him. She was hiding in the rear, constantly casting spells to kill the Eastern Army that was rushing in from the South Gate. At this time, the corpses of the Southern Army had piled up into a small hill, so much so that the Eastern Army had to climb over the corpses of their comrades in order to rush into the enemy's position. The wanton flow of blood converged into a stream, showing the fragility and cheapness of life. Seeing that his men were still unable to break through the blockade of the South City Gate, Marquis Vincent became more and more anxious. He knew that in this battle, there was no way out. Therefore, the Marquis of the Eastern region ignored his men's dissuasion and personally led his guards to rush into the South City Gate. Marquis Vincent's personal appearance greatly boosted the morale of the Pegasus Legion. After all, he was the eldest son of the House of Saint Prospero and the future lord of the Eastern region. Such identity and reputation was enough to make countless soldiers of the Eastern region die for him. The pressure on the gnomes suddenly increased. Finally, after more than 3 hours of bloody battle, the Eastern army finally completely occupied the South City Gate. But for this, they also paid an unimaginable number of casualties. The South City Gate was lost, and soon, the South City Wall gradually fell into the control of the Eastern army. However, the battle was still not over. Next, there was a more dangerous and cruel street battle. The half-elves turned the familiar streets of Silvermoon City into a place filled with deadly dangers. Inside the wooden houses, spears were constantly thrusting out, stabbing the soldiers of the Eastern region to the ground. Arrows were shot from various hidden corners, making it impossible for the Eastern army to guard against. The Eastern army, who were still immersed in the joy of occupying the South City Gate, suddenly suffered a blow. The tenacity of the gnomes calmed them down, and they gradually realized that if they really wanted to occupy the city, they would have to pay a more tragic price. At this time, Marquis Vincent was already standing on the tower of the South City Gate. The battle just now had left him covered in blood, and there were several gaps in his armor. Obviously, he was injured. But at this time, he didn't care about these things. Marquis Vincent summoned a messenger and ordered, "Tell the soldiers not to be too entangled with the defenders, quickly pass through the South City area, and capture the half-elven palace as soon as possible." Yes. In addition, inform the camp outside the city to mobilize another 10,000 people into the city. Yes. But at this time, Viscount Orsten quickly dissuaded, "Sir Marquis, the army outside the city can't be moved lightly. Don't forget, the Black Cavalry still hasn't appeared." Marquis Vincent's eyes seemed to be on fire, and he fiercely said, "Of course I know the Black Cavalry hasn't moved. But as long as we occupy the palace first, and capture Queen Xianxia, Viscount Angli, and the others, the Black Cavalry will naturally surrender without a fight." Viscount Orsten's mouth moved, and he wanted to persuade him again, but he saw Marquis Vincent's cold gaze suddenly turn towards him, and he ordered, "Viscount Orsten, I give you until dawn to lead the army to occupy the palace. If you can't complete the mission, don't come back to see me." Yes. Viscount Orsten's expression was gloomy, and he could only accept the order and leave. Marquis Vincent stood on the city wall of Silvermoon City, looking at the pitch-black night sky outside the city, and muttered to himself, "Viscount Angli, how long are your Black Cavalry going to hide?" At the same time, Colin was standing on the palace wall, looking at the flames and screams in the South City area, but his heart was extremely cold. This time, in order to quickly finish off the Pegasus army, his plan had indeed caused the gnomes to suffer heavy casualties. But he didn't regret it. This was a battlefield of life and death, and there was no room for too much benevolence. Moreover, the gnomes indeed needed such a bloody battle to rise from the ashes. At most, Colin would compensate this race in the future. Of course, this was on the premise that this race would continue to follow his footsteps and fight for him. Looking away, Colin no longer paid attention to the battle in Silvermoon City. Because the moment that would determine victory and defeat would come next. Whoosh, an Eastern border soldier who had rushed near the palace raised his head in shock, and saw a black shadow spreading its huge bat wings, suddenly rising from the palace wall, and flying out of Silvermoon City. Just as he was in a daze, a sharp arrow suddenly shot out from a dark corner, piercing his throat. Huff. Huff. As he fell to the ground, the Eastern border soldier was still thinking, was that figure an angel, or a devil? No matter how long the darkness was, dawn would eventually come. There was no sun, no light of dawn. Silvermoon City's dawn was gloomy. The sky was overcast, as if it was about to snow. The air pressure was very low, so low that it made it hard for people to breathe. The soldiers of the Eastern region who were feeling suffocated only wanted to find something to vent. And killing people was undoubtedly the best choice. Silvermoon City had already turned into a sea of blood and fire. Shouts and screams intertwined to create a scene of hell on earth. However, the massacre of the Eastern region's soldiers had thoroughly aroused the anger that had been suppressed for a long time in the hearts of the half-elves. More and more civilians joined the battle, using all kinds of things that could not even be called weapons to resist the evil invaders. The battle in the half-elven palace was the most bitter. Countless crazy soldiers of the eastern region climbed over the palace walls like ants and killed their way in. But the half-elven guards in the palace were still tenaciously fighting back, defending the last pure land in their hearts and protecting their queen. As time passed, Marquis Vincent became more and more anxious. He kept having the messenger pass on his orders to the front lines, and also kept transferring troops from outside the city into the city, trying to completely break through the last obstacle in front of him. What's wrong with Austin? Why hasn't the palace been taken yet? Lord Marquis, Austin Viscount said that the resistance of the half-elves in the palace is very fierce. Moreover, our troops in the city are also constantly being attacked, and more soldiers are dying. Marquis Vincent chopped off the head of the herald with his sword. Then, with bloodshot eyes, he ordered a retainer beside him, "Let's go. Take his head to Austin Viscount's and tell him that I'll give him 1 more hour. If he can't complete the mission on time, I'll kill him." Yes. The retainer picked up the bloody head and hurriedly walked down the city wall, heading towards the palace. At this time, Marquis Vincent suddenly felt a trace of cold air on his face. He raised his head to look, and didn't know when, but snowflakes were floating in the sky. At the same time, a sentry horseman staggered up the city wall and reported with a panicked expression, "Lord Marquis, cavalry, black cavalry has appeared." Marquis Vincent's expression changed abruptly as he turned his head to look outside Silvermoon City. The sky to the south of the city was already covered by billowing smoke and dust. Then, the earth began to tremble as if a group of ancient giant beasts were charging towards them. Shock and fear instantly drowned Marquis Vincent's reason. The sword of Damocles hanging above his head finally slashed down. "Lord Marquis? Lord Marquis?" Seeing Marquis Vincent standing there in a daze, the sentinel couldn't help but remind him. Only then did Marquis Vincent come back to his senses. He forced himself to calm the panic in his heart and immediately ordered, "Pass down the order outside the city. Get into formation and prepare for battle." Yes. In fact, in order to prevent the Black Cavalry from attacking from behind, the Skyhorse Legion did not put all of their forces into this siege. At least half of their forces were left outside the city. Of course, when Marquis Vincent saw that the palace could not be taken down after a long time, he transferred some troops from outside the city into the city. But at this time, there were at least 20,000 Eastern troops outside the city. Under Marquis Vincent's military order, they immediately formed a dense spear formation and raised a huge shield, ready to meet the Black Cavalry's attack. Along with the earth-shattering sound of hooves, the densely packed Black Cavalry formation was like a moving wall, quickly covering the field of vision of the Eastern troops. In an instant, all the sound in the world disappeared, leaving only a neat note. On the city wall of Silvermoon City, Marquis Vincent's face instantly turned pale. The Marquis of the Eastern Border, who had bet all his wealth on Colin, couldn't help but regret it. After successfully annihilating the Black Cavalry's main force in the Shadow Canyon, Marquis Vincent had been very proud of himself for a while. It was inevitable that he felt that the heroes of the world were nothing more than this. It wasn't until now, when he really faced the Black Cavalry's charge, that he understood how terrifying this invincible army of the northern frontier was. The galloping warhorses caused the earth to shake. The thunder-like sound of horse hooves struck everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. Those who hadn't seen this scene with their own eyes would never be able to imagine what kind of terrifying momentum the elite cavalry of the Black Cavalry had when they charged. Looking down from the top of the city wall, it was like a black flood that had broken through a dam, surging forward with an unstoppable momentum. At this time, Colin was at the head of this black torrent. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to half a year ago, when he followed Marquis Garcia and led 3,000 heavy cavalry to break through the Troll Army's formation on the Sky Ice Field. This kind of indomitable and invincible feeling was the same as before. The only difference was that the Black Cavalry now belonged to his army. Bow! Bow! The officers of the Eastern Army shouted at the top of their lungs. With the sound of bowstrings buzzing, black arrows rose from the Eastern Army's formation into the sky, mixed with a scalp-numbing whizzing sound, and fell into the ranks of the Black Cavalry. However, the front row of the Black Cavalry was full of heavy cavalry wearing full body armor. These 500 heavy cavalry soldiers were like a steel shield, blocking all the incoming arrows. After 2 rounds of arrow rain, the vanguard of the Black Cavalry had arrived at a distance of about 100 steps in front of the Eastern Army. In the next moment, the most visually impactful scene of this battle was about to unfold. Colin tightly clamped his lance under his right arm, took a deep breath, and held his breath to welcome the upcoming collision. Bang! A loud noise even overshadowed the rumbling of the horses' hooves. The vanguard of the Black Cavalry finally crashed into the Eastern Army's formation. At this moment, shields were broken and spears were broken. Countless lives disappeared like fireworks. Blood was like cheap dye, wantonly sprinkled. Screams and the sound of bones breaking were endless. In this cruel and bloody scene, the terrible impact of the cavalry was suddenly revealed. The neat shield wall, at the moment of collision, was smashed into pieces, creating numerous gaps. The light cavalry in the rear didn't waste the blood and lives of the heavy cavalry in front of them. They almost stepped on the bodies of the enemy and their comrades, swarming in from all the gaps, constantly rushing toward the Eastern Army. Marquis Vincent, on the city wall, had closed his eyes in pain. The moment the shield wall in front of the Eastern Army was broken, the outcome of this battle was already determined. At this time, he really understood why his father was so afraid of the Army of the North. This Black Guard, born from years of bloody battles with the Troll Empire, was not something that the Eastern Army, which had been at peace for a long time, could contend against. When he opened his eyes again, Marquis Vincent saw a northern frontier knight covered in blood, cutting off the pure white Pegasus flag of the House of St. Prospero. The situation was hopeless. Snowflakes fluttered down, but they still couldn't cover up the bloody scene. The south gate of Silvermoon City had turned into a slaughterhouse. The Eastern Army had completely collapsed. The horsemen swept through like a tide, drowning the Eastern Army in an instant. Under the wave of steel swords, the Eastern Army became helpless lambs, waiting to be slaughtered. Put down your weapons and kneel. Put down your weapons and kneel. The soldiers of the Eastern region, who had nowhere else to go, dropped their weapons and knelt down to surrender when they heard the Black Guard's shouts. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Colin had already promised Knight Roger that he wouldn't let anyone from the Skyhorse Legion go. The blood of the Black Cavalry in the Shadow Canyon could only be repaid with the blood of the Skyhorse Legion. Thump. Thump, thump. Colin climbed to the top of the city wall and arrived in front of Marquis Vincent, who was surrounded by the northern frontier soldiers. Colin Angeli. Come, if you have the guts, then duel with me. Marquis Vincent waved the sword in his hand, his face filled with madness. Duel with me? Colin smiled disdainfully, you're just a defeated general. You think you're worthy? What did you say? Marquis Vincent instantly exploded, I'm not worthy? Haha, I'm not worthy? Who do you think you are? I'm the eldest son of the House of St. Prospero. You're just the son of a baron from the countryside. How dare you say I'm not worthy? Colin's expression didn't change in the face of humiliation. The barking of the loser was just a useless venting in the eyes of the winner. Yes. Honorable eldest son of the House of St. Prospero, how could you lose to the son of a baron from the countryside? If I were you, I would have slit my throat and killed myself to avoid tarnishing the honor of the Paladin family. Ah, I'll kill you. Marquis Vincent roared and was about to charge at Colin. Knight Roger immediately stepped forward and stopped him, shouting, You don't have the right to challenge Viscount Angley to a duel. I'll fight you. Who do you think you are? Marquis Vincent was in a frenzy. He kept swinging his sword, trying to cut Roger into pieces. However, his mind was already in a mess, and his fighting style was completely out of order. Knight Roger easily suppressed him. Colin lost interest after a while. Both Knight Roger and Marquis Vincent were at the fourth step, but Marquis Vincent's mentality had already collapsed. Coupled with the fact that he was already injured when he led his army to attack the south gate, he was no match for Knight Roger at all. Colin casually watched this duel without any suspense while listening to his subordinates report the preliminary statistics of this battle. Although the Black Cavalry had obtained a complete victory in this battle, they had also paid a heavy price. Of the 8,000 Black Cavalry that had escaped from the Dark Shadow Canyon, only 6,000 remained. However, they had successfully defeated more than 20,000 soldiers of the Eastern Army. If they were to include the 40,000 soldiers led by Austin Viscounts, that would be a total of 60,000 soldiers. In addition, the Eastern Army in Silvery Moon City had already become a turtle in a jar. They wouldn't be able to jump around for long. It could be said that the Eastern House of St. Prospero's Pegasus Legion was completely buried in the half-elven kingdom. Just as Colin finished listening to the battle report, Marquis Vincent had already been defeated. Knight Roger's longsword was pressed against Marquis Vincent's throat. He turned to Colin and asked, "Sir Viscounts, how should we deal with him? Please instruct me." Colin touched his chin and said, "We can't kill him yet. We need to use him to redeem Marquis Garcia." "Yes." Knight Roger nodded and immediately called his retainers to take away all of Marquis Vincent's weapons and armor. They also used thick iron chains to bind his hands and feet. Seeing this, Colin nodded with satisfaction. He stood up and said, "Let's go. It's time to end this battle." At this time, the battle in Silvery Moon City was still going on. The streets and alleys were filled with killing scenes, especially in the half-elven palace. Viscount Austin was still desperately commanding the Eastern Army to attack the palace. However, when the Eastern Army outside the city was defeated and the news of Marquis Vincent being captured spread, the Eastern Army in Silvery Moon City immediately lost their will to fight. They dropped their weapons and knelt down to surrender. Colin seemed to want to deliberately humiliate Marquis Vincent. He tied him to a cross and dragged him behind a horse all the way from the south gate to the palace. When the half-elves along the way saw the sorry state of the Eastern Marquis, they began to curse him. Some of them were even bold enough to pick up stones from the roadside and throw them at Marquis Vincent. Of course, Colin wouldn't stop the actions of the half-elves. He wanted the hatred between Silvery Moon City and the Eastern Army to deepen. Seeing that Colin didn't stop them, more and more half-elves began to throw stones at Marquis Vincent. The poor Marquis Vincent had never been humiliated like this before. He was so angry that he fainted. When they arrived at Half-Elven Palace, Queen Aisha was already waiting at the palace gate to greet them. Colin dismounted from his horse and had his men wake Marquis Vincent up. He then dragged the Eastern Marquis like a dead dog to Queen Aisha. Colin bowed with a hand on his chest and said loudly, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Under your wise leadership, the Half-Elven Army has successfully defeated the Eastern Army's Heavenly Horse Legion." Queen Aisha smiled and said loudly, "This glory is also due to your contribution and the thousands of brave and fearless half-elven soldiers. I'm proud of you." Then she looked at Marquis Vincent with cold eyes. "Marquis Vincent, you disregarded the friendship between the two countries and brazenly killed countless half-elves. This is unforgivable. In the name of the half-elven queen, I ask you to go to the half-elven kingdom's cemetery and repent for your crimes." Marquis Vincent's face was full of disdain. He was about to curse, but Colin was quick and directly punched him in the face. "Marquis Vincent is of course very willing to repent for his crimes," he replied on behalf of Marquis Vincent. Marquis Vincent, with his mouth full of blood, groaned a few times on the ground. It seemed that he had agreed. The half-elven nobles were frightened. At the same time, they realized that from now on, the half-elven kingdom could only rely on the northern frontier. Queen Aisha didn't care about offending the Eastern Army. She didn't even look at the distressed Marquis Vincent. Instead, she walked towards the half-elven army gathered in front of the palace. It was time for show. Oh no, it was time for sympathy. Snowflakes fell on Queen Aisha's hair and shoulders, as if she was wearing a holy coat. With this great victory, Queen Aisha's prestige in the half-elven kingdom had reached an unprecedented level. As she approached step by step, the half-elves gathered outside the palace kept cheering. The boiling momentum seemed to melt all the snow in the sky. From today on, the half-elven race finally got rid of their previous image of being weak and cowardly. The heavy snow changed the color of the sky. Amidst the heavy snow, a team of about 300 people was advancing towards Silvermoon City. 8 knights in red armor held the flag of the Scarlet Flame of Purification and rode at the front of the team. When the half-elves saw this flag, they were so scared that they quickly knelt down and saluted. This was because the Scarlet Flame of Purification was the insignia of the Empire of Light. In a luxurious carriage in the middle of the team, a boy of about 13 or 14 years old was reading a report that had just been sent in by an attendant with a look of surprise on his face. From the style of his clothes and the insignia on his chest, it was not difficult to guess that this young boy was the Crown Prince of the Empire, His Highness Harrison San Lorenzo. Mother, the eastern border's Pegasus army was actually wiped out in front of Silvermoon City. Empress Medela was lying lazily on a soft couch with a thick fox fur coat covering her body. When she heard her son's question, she didn't even open her eyes. The eastern border hasn't been at war for so many years. Has the army become so weak? They actually lost to the half-elves. There's also the Black Cavalry. The Black Cavalry? Yes, it should be the remnants of the army that escaped from the Shadow Canyon. According to the report, there are 8,000 of them. Only then did Empress Medela open her eyes, revealing a curious expression. Prince Harrison hurriedly passed the report over and asked doubtfully, "Mother, why didn't the remnants of the Black Cavalry escape back to the northern frontier? Instead, they went to Silvermoon City?" "Because their mission is to protect Vera, and Vera is still in Silvermoon City." Empress Medela casually gave a reason, but her eyes were fixed on Viscount Angley's name in the report. It was unknown what she had thought of, but a strange smile suddenly appeared on the Empress' face. Prince Harrison seemed to believe this reason. After hesitating for a moment, he asked again, "Mother, the Duke of St. Hilda, the Duke of St. Prospero, and the half-elven royal family, they should all be father's vassals, right?" "Yes." "Then, should we stop them from fighting each other like this?" Hearing this, Empress Medela looked into her son's eyes and asked with a smile, "Do you wish for the vassals of the San Lorenzo family to live in harmony and get along well with each other?" "Shouldn't I?" Prince Harrison's eyes were filled with doubt. "Harrison, do you think the San Lorenzo family is strong enough to defeat the northern frontier?" "It should be fine." "What about the northern frontier and the eastern frontier?" Prince Harrison hesitated, not daring to make any assertions. "What about the western region, or even the southern region?" Empress Medela's eyes were cold. "Tell me, if the dukes of the 4 territories join forces, how will the San Lorenzo family deal with them?" Prince Harrison suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and fell silent. However, Queen Medela didn't seem to want to let her son go so easily. She stared into his eyes, waiting for his answer. After a while, Prince Harrison answered carefully, "Mother, aren't you the sister of the Duke of St. Hilda? I also have the blood of the House of St. Hilda in me. The northern frontier shouldn't rebel against the royal family, right? Haha, isn't there a lot of intermarriage between the Holy Knight families in the Empire? If marriage could solve all political problems, then there wouldn't be any wars in this world. A wise lord would only consider benefits when deciding the family's position, not how many women he married." Prince Harrison's mouth was agape, and he was dumbfounded. He really wanted to ask his mother, if one day the northern frontier really stood against the royal family, which side would she side with? However, after hesitating for a moment, he still didn't have the courage to ask such a question. After some thought, Prince Harrison said, "Isn't there still the Holy Covenant? Would the dukes of the 4 territories dare to break the agreement, go back on their word, and challenge the San Lorenzo family's position?" Queen Medela laughed coldly. "Harrison, remember, all verbal promises and paper agreements can be betrayed at any time. If you want to ensure the loyalty of your vassals, you can only rely on your own strength." Prince Harrison nodded with some difficulty. "I understand, Mother. That's why we can't let the dukes of the 4 territories unite. We have to make them conflict with each other. Only then can the San Lorenzo family maintain control of the empire." Queen Medela smiled with relief. She reached out to stroke her son's hair and nodded. "That's right. You have to remember, the San Lorenzo family's supreme position is guaranteed by the 4 territories being in balance and restricting each other." Prince Harrison nodded heavily, committing his mother's words to memory. He then asked, "Then, what about the half-elven kingdom? How should we treat such a subordinate country? There's no need to spend too much effort on such a small country." Queen Medela's expression was clearly much more casual. However, from this battle, the half-elven army seems to have some redeeming qualities. It's worth roping them in. Then should I still follow the original plan and crown Queen Xianxia? Queen Medela looked at her son with interest. "Do you have any other ideas?" Seeing his mother's encouraging gaze, Prince Harrison mustered up his courage. "I feel that even though the House of Medea claims to have voluntarily given up the throne to the Miller family, there's no lack of coercion and threats involved. If I crown a usurper like Aisha Miller, wouldn't that give more ambitious people in the empire hope, that's why I think we should dethrone Queen Aisha and put the House of Media back on the throne. This way, the House of Media will have to follow the San Lorenzo family closely, whether out of gratitude or for support. You make a lot of sense. Queen Medela nodded approvingly. Prince Harrison had just smiled when he heard his mother continue, but do you know the consequences of refusing to crown Aisha Miller? What is it? It's the hatred of the half-elves and the dissatisfaction of the northern frontier. If it's more serious, you might not even be able to leave Silvery Moon in one piece. Prince Harrison's smile froze. He said in a small voice, "It can't be that serious, right?" Queen Medela's expression was abnormally serious. Harrison, you have to know that without the support of the corresponding strength, it's just a joke. You want to dethrone Queen Aisha? But have you thought about how high her position in the half-elves' hearts will be after this great victory? If you do this, won't the half-elves resent you? You want to restore the House of Media? But without the support of strength and fame, do you think you can win the loyalty of tens of millions of half-elves with just one sentence? And the northern frontier, will they be willing to watch you take away the half-elven kingdom that they paid a great price to control? Are you going to rely on the 300 guards outside to change the situation of the half-elven kingdom? Hearing his mother's questions, Prince Harrison was sweating profusely. The young prince was clearly frightened by the dangers involved in political struggles. Seeing this, Empress Medela sighed softly and pulled her young son into her arms. She comforted him. Harrison, you still have a lot to learn, but before that, you must remember to speak less and do less, and observe more. Young lions must learn to hide their fangs and claws, because that won't scare the enemy away. It will only arouse fear and vigilance. Yes, mother. I will obediently crown Queen Aisha. Prince Harrison buried his head in his mother's arms and said in a muffled voice. Okay. Queen Medela rubbed her son's hair and reminded, also, you have to pay attention to the northern frontier's Viscount Angley. Why? Because he's now the true master of the half-elven kingdom. Prince Harrison looked up in confusion, but saw that his mother had no intention of explaining further. Instead, she stared at the last sentence in a daze. That sentence was shockingly, Queen Aisha is pregnant. Sparkling and translucent water droplets slid down from the bright red lychees, and a sweet taste floated in the air. Although it was winter, the half-elves were proud of their planting techniques, which allowed the out-of-season fruit like lychees to appear in the palace. Colin was sitting high on the half-elven throne, enjoying himself as Queen Aisha fed him a peeled lychee. A beauty in his arms, a soft and fragrant voice, and a sweet lychee. Colin had to admit that the land of warmth and tenderness was truly a hero's grave. It was no wonder that so many ambitious and ruthless people who used to call the wind and summon the rain had their dreams and aspirations erased by their luxurious and corrupt lives. Your Majesty, the Viscounts of Austin has arrived, the attendant reported in the hall. Queen Aisha got up from Colin's arms, elegantly tidying up her half-opened clothes, then ordered in a calm and natural tone, "Bring him in." Colin also stood up from the throne and walked down the platform. 2 guards happened to be escorting the Viscounts of Austin in from outside the hall. All right, you may leave. The guards obeyed the order and left the hall, leaving the Viscounts of Austin behind, carefully bowing to Queen Aisha and Colin. The once high-spirited Viscounts of the eastern region was now in an extremely sorry state. Colin approached the Viscounts of Austin and greeted him with a smile. Your Excellency Viscounts, are you satisfied with the hospitality of the past few days? Satisfied, satisfied. Her Majesty's hospitality to me is impeccable. Colin smelled the sour stench of the other party's body from not bathing for many days, so he quickly took a few steps back and distanced himself. It's good that you're satisfied. I called you here today to ask you a few questions. If you answer them well, Her Majesty will consider letting you return to the eastern region. A hint of joy appeared on the Viscounts of Austin's face, and he nodded repeatedly. Please ask. I'll definitely tell you the truth. Who revealed the whereabouts of the Black Cavalry to you? This? I'm not sure either. It's true, Master Angeli. I'm not trying to lie to you. It was the Duke of St. Prospero who ordered us to set up the ambush in the Shadow Valley. Let alone me, I'm afraid even Marquis Vincent doesn't know the whole story. Viscount Orston looked troubled, as though he was worried that he wouldn't be able to answer the first question and that the other party would think that he was deliberately being uncooperative. However, Wizard Cusius also accompanied us to the Dark Shadow Canyon. He is the vice-chairman of the Yule Council and a powerful 6th-level wizard. Therefore, I suspect that the battle at Shadow Canyon was instigated by the Yule Council. Colin immediately frowned. He didn't expect another mage force to be involved. This seemed to make the current situation even more complicated. However, Colin always felt that the Yule Council might be involved in this incident, but they were definitely not the mastermind behind it. The nobles of the Empire had always been wary and repulsed by the mages. There was no way they would allow themselves to be led by the nose. However, looking at Viscount Orsten's expression, he probably wouldn't be able to get any more useful information out of him. Thus, Colin changed the topic. When you surrounded Silvermoon City, did you intercept any carrier pigeons from the northern frontier? This time, Viscount Orsten nodded decisively, yes. Moreover, they came from Ice Stone City. Colin's spirits lifted as he hurriedly asked, where's the letter? The letter? I don't know where it went. Viscount Orsten was troubled again, but he quickly said, I remember the general content of the letter. I can repeat it to you. Speak. All right. The letter mentioned a total of 3 things. The first was about the Duke of St. Hilda. The letter said that half a month ago, the northern prince of the Troll Empire, His Highness Paladin Otto Valkin, suddenly appeared in Coldwinter City and issued a duel invitation to the Duke of St. Hilda. The Duke of St. Hilda immediately accepted the challenge. The two of them fought until the sky darkened and the earth darkened. In the end, they fought to a draw. A draw? Colin exclaimed, you mean, the Duke of St. Hilda is actually a paladin? I'm afraid so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to force Paladin Otto to retreat. Colin didn't expect the first piece of news in the letter to be so explosive. Only now did he understand why Marquis Garcia had been holding back after being betrayed by his brother. Originally, he thought that Marquis Garcia didn't want the House of St. Hilda to be embroiled in internal strife. However, it seemed that he knew his brother's trump card. This also explained why the Duke of St. Hilda dared to marry Vera to the half-elf kingdom in an attempt to encroach on the eastern region despite the internal instability of the House of St. Hilda. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Colin motioned for the Viscounts to continue. The second thing is that the northern frontier suffered from a lack of food harvest this year. There have been slave rebellions everywhere, and they are getting more and more intense. The Duke of St. Hilda ordered the Golden Lion Legion to send troops to suppress them. The last thing is that your Viscounts also suffered from a lack of food, which also caused several rebellions. Fortunately, they were all suppressed in time, and the current situation is still stable. After listening to the 3 pieces of news in the letter from Ice Stone City, Colin fell into deep thought for a moment. He now felt that there was a pair of mysterious hands manipulating everything behind the scenes. His previous doubts couldn't help but resurface. Who poisoned Marquis Adams in the Lion's Roar Castle? Who ordered Sith Savoy to assassinate Vera? Who instigated the eastern region to send troops to ambush the Black Cavalry in the Shadow Canyon? Who arranged for Paladin Prince Otto to challenge the Duke of St. Hilda? And it just so happened to be during the time of the rebellion on the northern frontier. Thinking about it carefully, even the slave rebellion on the northern frontier was instigated and induced by someone. If the Duke of St. Hilda hadn't purposely hidden his strength, he would have died in the duel with Paladin Otto, and the northern frontier would have fallen into chaos without a leader. Considering that the Black Cavalry was ambushed in the Shadow Canyon, the most stable military pillar of the northern frontier had collapsed. From this, it could be deduced that the true goal of the mysterious person behind the scenes was to cause the northern frontier to fall into chaos. Thinking of this, Colin couldn't help but think of Count Oman's gloomy face. When the trolls invaded, Colin had suspected that this guy's plan to lure the enemy to the Duke of St. Hilda harbored evil intentions. Could it be that this time, it was Count Oman who planned all of this behind the scenes? Colin's silence made the Viscounts Austen uneasy. After a while, he carefully asked, Lord Viscounts, do you have any other questions? Colin came back to his senses and shook his head. That's all. All right, I will release you back to the Eastern Territory as promised, as long as you can pass a message to the Duke of St. Prospero. Please tell me. Tell the Duke of St. Prospero that if he wants to redeem his son, he can use Marquis Garcia in exchange. All right, I will definitely pass on your message. Waving his hand, Colin indicated for the Viscounts Austen to leave. Queen Aisha saw Colin deep in thought and seemed to realize something. She slowly walked to Colin's side and asked softly, "Are you leaving?" Colin nodded. "Yes, I must return to Ice Stone City as soon as possible. I'm afraid that the northern frontier is about to fall into chaos." Queen Aisha didn't try to persuade him. She only threw herself into Colin's embrace and said softly, "If you need any help, please let me know." Feeling the soft body in his arms and the fragrance that surrounded the tip of his nose, Colin smiled and said, "I do need your help." The snow finally stopped. The sun showed its long-lost face, illuminating this world covered in silver. South of Silvermoon City, a large number of Eastern captives were working hard under the supervision of the Black Cavalry. A luxurious convoy passed by them, and many of the captives looked up curiously. Then they were shocked by the emblem on the convoy's flag. It turned out to be the imperial family. Prince Harrison lifted the curtains and looked out for a while. Then, he asked curiously, "Mother, why did they dig such a big hole?" Hearing this, Empress Medela glanced at the scene outside the carriage and sneered, "That's not a pit, it's their grave." Grave? Prince Harrison didn't understand for a moment. But soon he understood what his mother meant, and his little face turned pale with fright. The curtain fell, separating the inside and outside of the carriage into two worlds. "What, are you afraid?" Empress Medela lifted the curtain again, leaving her young son with nowhere to hide from the cruel truth. I'm just a little shocked." Prince Harrison tried to explain. "There's nothing to be shocked about. The cruelty of this game lies in this. The winner takes everything, and the loser dies in the grave they dug with their own hands." Prince Harrison calmed down and asked hesitantly, "Forgiveness and mercy, aren't they virtues?" "Yes." Empress Medela nodded, but then she immediately shook her head, "But a qualified lord will only forgive and show mercy to those who submit to him. The Pegasus Legion won't submit to the half-elves or the northern frontier, so they can only die. What's more, there's the blood debt of the Black Cavalry. In this case, if Viscount Angley is soft-hearted towards these eastern captives, then he won't be able to win the loyalty of the Black Cavalry." Prince Harrison shrank back, feeling more and more that this world was abnormally terrifying. Looking at the sweating eastern captives outside the carriage, Prince Harrison was puzzled. Then why don't these eastern captives resist? Because they don't know anything about their own fate. Empress Medela sneered, "In fact, how many people know whether or not their current actions are digging a grave for themselves in the future?" Dong dong. There was a knock on the door and a San Lorenzo family knight's voice sounded, "Your Majesty, the Half-Elf Kingdom's welcoming team is already in front." "I understand." Queen Medela lowered the curtain and ruffled Prince Harrison's hair. "No need to pity the losers. As the eldest son of the San Lorenzo family, you should pay more attention to the victors, appease them, rope them in, and win their support." "Yes, Mother." Prince Harrison nodded and adjusted his expression, revealing an innocent smile that a young boy of his age should have. The royal convoy soon arrived at the south gate of Silvermoon City. Amidst the melodious music, Queen Aisha personally stood at the front of the welcoming party. Behind her, Vera and Colin were standing on her left and right respectively. Behind them were a group of half-elf nobles. Under the warm winter sun, the 8 knights of the San Lorenzo family stopped their horses at almost the same time and stuck the flags in their hands into the ground. Woo! With the sound of a horn, the door of the luxurious carriage in the middle of the convoy slowly opened. Empress Medela and Prince Harrison walked out one after the other. Queen Aisha took a few steps forward and bowed in a standard palace manner. "Your Majesty the Queen, Your Highness the Prince, please allow me to welcome you to Silvermoon City on behalf of the half-elves. Your arrival is a grace to the half-elves, and also a supreme honor for Silvermoon City." Prince Harrison stepped forward slightly cautiously and bowed back. He said in a childish tone, "Beautiful Madam Aisha, thank you for welcoming me." Because the coronation ceremony had not yet taken place, Prince Harrison could not address Aisha as Her Majesty in public, even if she was now the half-elf queen. After that, Prince Harrison looked at Vera, who was behind Queen Aisha, and greeted her in a more cordial tone. "Cousin Vera, I am very happy to see you here." "Your Highness Harrison, I am also very happy to see you here." Vera smiled sweetly. She seemed to like this cute cousin of hers very much. Prince Harrison then turned to look at Colin with undisguised admiration on his little face. Your Excellency Viscount Angley, I heard from my mother that your riding skills are the best in the northern frontier. If you have time, can you teach me? Colin blinked and was speechless. When did my riding skills become so good? Why didn't I know about it? However, he certainly could not reject Prince Harrison's request in public. He could only smile and say, "Of course, Your Highness. It would be my honor." All right, let's hurry into the city. I heard that Lady Xianxia is pregnant. We can't let her wait in the cold for too long. Empress Medela smiled and stepped forward, interrupting everyone who was chatting. She then naturally took Queen Xianxia's arm and led her to her carriage. Harrison, go and catch up with your cousin Vera. Lady Xianxia, you can take my carriage. Okay, thank you, Your Highness. Colin looked at Empress Medela, who pulled Queen Xianxia away without any explanation. He frowned slightly but did not say anything. The convoy set off again and set off for Silvermoon City. In the carriage exclusive to the royal family, Empress Medela and Queen Xianxia sat opposite each other. They were like two beautiful roses that were competing to bloom, showing off their beauty to the fullest. Empress Medela looked at Queen Xianxia's belly, which had not yet appeared, and suddenly smiled. This is your first child, right? Yes. Queen Xianxia lowered her head slightly, looking a little reserved. Then you must be careful. It's easiest to miscarry in the first few months. The Empress' word stunned Queen Xianxia. She was a little confused, but she still nodded. Yes, thank you, Your Highness, for the reminder. You're welcome. I'm also a woman, and a mother of 2 children. Naturally, I know how difficult it is to give birth to the next generation. Empress Medela's tone was full of concern. Your Highness, you're not only a woman and a mother, but also a role model for all women in the empire. Queen Xianxia always felt that the Empress' concern might have other intentions, so she was always vigilant. How can I be considered a role model? Empress Medela smiled. When I was pregnant with Harrison, I actually rode around. One time, I accidentally fell off the horse and almost had a miscarriage. It scared me. Queen Xianxia frowned. She did not understand why the Empress kept mentioning miscarriage. But when she heard what the Empress said next, she suddenly realized something. Later, I found out that I fell off the horse because the saddle was tampered with. Empress Medela looked at Queen Xianxia. Do you know who did it? Maybe it's His Majesty's political enemy. Yes. That's what everyone thinks. Moreover, the one who served as the knight that day was the son of the political enemy. Empress Medela sneered. Then, His Majesty used this as a reason to strip the political enemy of his position in the palace. Queen Xianxia was silent. She completely understood what Empress Medela wanted to say. I heard that you just suffered an assassination not long ago? Yes. Queen Xianxia nodded. She wanted to explain that she had discussed this assassination with Colin, but she didn't say it out loud when the words were on the tip of her tongue. Xianxia. Empress Medela suddenly held Queen Xianxia's hand and said in a concerned tone, Don't be willing to be a man's chess piece, because a chess piece can be abandoned at any time. Queen Xianxia bit her lip and looked up at Empress Medela. She sincerely asked for advice. Then, what should I do? Empress Medela smiled. You should firmly hold on to the things that you can truly rely on, such as the half-elven kingdom, such as the child in your belly. I understand. Queen Xianxia nodded heavily. Empress Medela looked at Queen Xianxia's slightly changed expression and smiled with satisfaction. Also, the San Lorenzo family will always be a strong backing for you. Thank you, Your Highness. I will always remember the grace of the San Lorenzo family. Half-elven palace, crystal greenhouse. This crystal greenhouse was specially built after Queen Xianxia ascended the throne. Although it was not big, it was built with natural crystals. Soft sunlight shone through the crystal dome and filled the entire greenhouse. The crystal walls were surrounded by copper pipes. From time to time, warm steam would spurt out from the holes on the surface of the copper pipes, making the entire greenhouse as warm as spring. In such an environment, even though it was winter and the wind was howling, the greenhouse was still filled with gorgeous blood roses. However, Colin's gaze was firmly fixed on Queen Xianxia. Today, the half-elven queen was wearing a snow-white tunic dress that accentuated her slender waist and straight back. Her fair and slender hand held a freshly cut blood rose and slowly inserted it into the flower basket. Then, she held the flower basket and looked at it for a while, a pure and beautiful smile blossoming on her lips. This smile was completely different from the queen's usual flirtatious and charming image, which made Colin feel a little dazed. "Does it look good?" Queen Aisha suddenly turned her head and smiled brightly at Colin. Colin came back to his senses and nodded, "It looks good." It was unknown whether he was praising the flowers or the beauty. Queen Aisha smiled slightly proudly and then put the flower basket on the small round table in the center of the greenhouse. She sat down on a rattan chair. "Aren't you worried about what Queen Medela said to me?" Colin also sat down on a rattan chair opposite Queen Aisha and shook his head with a smile. "What is there to worry about? It's just a simple provocation." "Is it really not a clever one?" Queen Aisha smiled slyly. "Lord Viscounts, it seems that you don't understand women, especially pregnant women." Colin put away the frivolous expression on his face and thought carefully. He couldn't help but nod. "It does make sense." "So, you were really touched by the Queen's words?" Queen Aisha didn't answer, but instead asked, "If you knew in advance that I was pregnant, would you still have proposed that assassination plan?" "No," Colin said without hesitation. Queen Aisha smiled sweetly, as if the man's answer satisfied her, but then she changed the topic. "But I would." Colin raised his eyebrows and looked at Queen Aisha in confusion. Queen Aisha's expression was calm, but her voice was as hard as iron. "I would choose to continue with that assassination plan, even if I might lose this child." Colin's expression changed slightly. "Aisha, you. If I could use the life of my child in exchange for the awakening of the half-elves, I wouldn't hesitate." Colin narrowed his eyes and looked at the half-elf queen with bright eyes. Queen Aisha also stared into Colin's eyes without flinching, revealing her truest side. After a long while, Colin sighed and said with a smile, "Looks like Queen Medela's plan isn't very smart, because she doesn't know what kind of person you are." "Then, what kind of person am I?" Colin was about to answer when he felt something rubbing his calf under the round table. As soon as he raised his head, he saw Queen Elsa with a smile on her face. She was looking at him charmingly. Colin's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He quickly reached out and grabbed the other's naughty little foot that was teasing him. The delicate and smooth feeling made Colin couldn't help but hold Queen Aisha's delicate and charming jade foot in his palm and gently knead it. Queen Aisha's fair cheeks blushed, and her watery eyes glanced at Colin flirtatiously. It was as if she was complaining about his presumptuousness, but also as if she was encouraging him to be bold. Just as Colin was about to lift the round table in front of him and further explore the seductive and mysterious flower path, a maid suddenly reported from outside the crystal greenhouse. "Your Majesty, Prince Harrison and Miss Vera are outside asking for an audience." Colin suddenly felt a little depressed. If it were anyone else, he would definitely ask Queen Aisha to send them away, but these two were really difficult to deal with. Queen Elsa looked at the deflated Colin. She suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. She comforted him. "I will prepare honey chrysanthemum tea tonight. Lord Viscount, do you want to have a taste?" Of course, Colin wouldn't refuse. "Okay. I must try the tea personally made by your Majesty and see what it tastes like." Queen Elsa giggled and withdrew her slender foot from Colin's evil hand. She said to the maid outside in a loud voice, "Let them in." Soon, Prince Harrison and Vera walked in. Today, Vera was wearing a long white dress that was slightly trailing on the ground. She also wore a white curly-brimmed hat. She looked dignified and elegant, like a blooming magnolia. As soon as the girl entered the greenhouse, she smiled sweetly at Colin. If there weren't other people in the greenhouse, she would have jumped straight into Colin's arms. After a while, Vera looked at the beautiful blood roses and couldn't help but praise, "Your Majesty, the blood roses that you have cultivated are getting more and more beautiful." Queen Aisha smiled gently and said, "Miss Vera, you are too kind. If you want to learn, I would be happy to teach you." Vera was a little tempted, but she was also a little hesitant. Queen Aisha seemed to see through Vera's inner struggle, and she comforted her, "Don't worry, these flowers are cultivated with animal blood." Vera was relieved when she heard that there was no need for human blood or even human heads. She smiled and said, "Okay, then I will have to trouble you." Prince Harrison, of course, had no interest in the flower cultivation technology. He approached Colin and asked in an admiring tone. Your Excellency Viscount Angley, can you tell me how you defeated the 100,000 soldiers of the Eastern Army with only 8,000 black cavalry soldiers? Colin lowered his head and looked at the eldest prince of the Empire of Light, but there was a trace of annoyance in his heart. After all, Queen Medela had tried to sow discord between him and Queen Elsa. Naturally, Colin hated Prince Harrison, and he didn't like him either. He had long regarded the half-elf kingdom as his own, so how could he allow others to try to intervene, not even the imperial family of the empire? Of course, he would not show this disgust. He still had a kind smile on his face and said perfunctorily, Your Highness, it was the half-elf army that defeated the Eastern Army, not the black cavalry soldiers. That is also very powerful. Can you teach me how to command cavalry in battle? Prince Harrison had a pure and flawless smile on his face, but in Colin's eyes, it seemed a little fake. Colin rolled his eyes and suddenly had a good way to make the San Lorenzo family unhappy. Commanding cavalry in battle is just a small matter. Your Highness, as a prince of the Empire, you should learn more powerful things. Prince Harrison's eyes lit up, and he suddenly became interested. What more powerful things? You will know when you come with me. After that, Colin took Prince Harrison and said goodbye to Queen Aisha and Vera, and then left the crystal greenhouse. In the howling cold wind, Colin led Prince Harrison to the top of Silvermoon City's city wall. The snow outside the city hadn't melted yet. At this time, it was reflecting the rays of the setting sun, looking particularly gorgeous. Colin pointed at the huge pit outside the city and the Eastern region captives working beside it, and asked, Your Highness, do you know what the pit I made the Eastern region captives dig is for? Prince Harrison's eyes turned, and he remembered his mother's warning. He shook his head and said, I don't know. Colin said in an indifferent tone, That's their grave. Grave? Prince Harrison's face was full of horror. But the young prince's acting skills were obviously not up to par, and he was immediately seen through by the old senior Colin. However, Colin didn't expose him. Instead, he quietly looked at Prince Harrison, as if he was looking forward to his next performance. Prince Harrison panicked under Colin's gaze. He hurriedly asked, Your Excellency Viscounts, are you going to bury all these Eastern region captives alive? Bury them alive? No, that method is too crude. Moreover, with so many captives resisting, it will inevitably cause some damage to the black cavalry. So, you have a better way? Yes. Colin smiled mysteriously. This method is what I want to teach you. It's a truly powerful control technique. Prince Harrison was suddenly in a good mood. He looked at Colin with shining eyes, looking forward to his explanation. At this time, there was a sudden commotion outside the city. It seemed that the captives had a conflict with the overseer, and the two sides were confronting each other. At this distance, Prince Harrison couldn't hear what the two sides were arguing about. He could only look at Colin and ask, Your Excellency Viscounts, do you know why they are arguing? Colin seemed to know it like the back of his hand. He said indifferently, Food. Food? Yes. These captives have been working for a day, but they haven't had a meal yet. They must be very hungry now, so they are arguing with the overseer. Prince Harrison nodded, and then asked, Then, what is the truly powerful controlling technique that you mentioned? Colin smiled. Don't worry, Your Highness. Please continue watching. Prince Harrison could only watch patiently. After a period of time, the quarrel outside the city seemed to have finally come to a conclusion. Large pots were carried out one after another, steaming hot steam rising from them and emitting a tempting fragrance. The captives could not help but cheer, as if they were praising the merciful black cavalry. However, it didn't take long for the quarrel to start again. And this time, the quarrel was even more intense. The captives and the supervisors had even started to fight. Prince Harrison was confused. He asked again, Your Excellency Viscounts, why are they fighting again? Because the captives will find that there is too little food. At most, it will only be enough for half of them. While the two were talking, the conflict outside the city had become more and more intense. The prisoners who had been hungry for a day poured their anger on the supervisors, thinking that they had embezzled the food. More and more people joined the fight. Blood was wantonly splashed on the snow, reflecting the light of the setting sun, creating a strange sense of beauty. Prince Harrison looked at the black cavalry soldiers who were watching from the side without any intention of stopping the quarrel. He wondered, Your Excellency Viscounts, why aren't your black cavalry soldiers stopping the riot of the captives? Colin, however, remained calm and unruffled as he asked, Why should I stop it? They are rebelling against your will. No, they are just rebelling against the supervisors. Even so, don't you care about the supervisors? Why should I care? Colin suddenly showed a strange smile. The supervisors themselves were selected from the captives. So, this is just the people of the eastern region killing each other. Prince Harrison was instantly stunned. He opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Selecting supervisors from the captives would inevitably create a rift among the people of the eastern region. The captives who worked hard would definitely be jealous of their companions who were selected to be supervisors. This hatred would even surpass their hatred for the black cavalry. This was human nature. Then, Colin would deliberately give them less food. The captives would not resent the black cavalry because they did not dare. But they would transfer this resentment to their former companions, now the supervisors, thinking that these people were the real culprits who oppressed them. Once this hostility and jealousy broke out, the people of the eastern region would kill each other. There was no need for the black cavalry to do it himself. Prince Harrison suddenly felt that the Viscount angling next to him was really scary. This method of playing with people's hearts was really terrifying. But, it was also very effective. The battle outside the city was coming to an end. Although the supervisors did not need to work, they were stronger and had some simple weapons in their hands. But the captives had the absolute advantage in numbers and soon won the battle. Thousands of supervisors' bodies were thrown on the snow, next to the bodies of the captives. Black cavalry did not care about this. As long as the people of the eastern region did not try to break out of the restricted area, they could do whatever they wanted. The captives cheered loudly to celebrate the victory, and then immediately rushed to the cauldrons full of food. However, there was still not enough food to go around. So, the fighting broke out again. Piles of corpses were added to the snow. When the chaos finally subsided, the black cavalry finally entered the scene. They directed the remaining captives to bury the corpses, and then selected a new batch of supervisors from among them. Then, the next cycle, Colin looked at Prince Harrison, whose face was constantly changing, and suddenly asked, Your Highness, look at those supervisors, what do they look like? Prince Harrison was stunned and puzzled, what do they look like? Do they look like human nobles? Nobles? Yes, the number of nobles is smaller, but they have more power. They enslave a large number of their companions, but they are not much different from us. Prince Harrison felt a chill in his heart, and found that Colin's words were indeed reasonable. For some reason, he suddenly felt an inexplicable panic in his heart, and blurted out, But in the real world, how could the commoners dare to rebel against the nobles? Under normal circumstances, of course they would not dare. Colin smiled and said, But when they are forced into a dead end, what can they not do? But even if they rebel, they can't win. The nobles in the real world are not like those supervisors. They are not something that the commoners can defeat with numbers. Colin did not refute this time. Instead, he sneered and said, Your Highness, if you are obsessed with the question of whether the commoners can defeat the nobles, then you will fall into the trap of this game. Trap? What do you mean? Colin pointed in the direction of the huge pit outside the city, his eyes deep and dark. Think about it, who arranged this conflict between the supervisors and the captives, and who is constantly intensifying this conflict and making them kill each other? Prince Harrison's eyes narrowed. It's you. Colin laughed heartily. That's right. Then, think about it again. Between the overseer and the captive, do I really care who wins or loses? Prince Harrison was enlightened. You don't care. As long as they fight among themselves, no matter who wins or loses, they will have already fallen into your trap. What they should really do is to unite and rebel against the black cavalry, and against you. Yes. Colin nodded lightly, and then suddenly stopped talking. Prince Harrison pondered over this meaningful metaphor that Colin had mentioned, and seemed to have understood something. But suddenly, he was stunned. Because he thought of the two classes that the supervisors and the captives symbolized in the real world, the nobles and the commoners. However, there was another force in this game, Colin and the Black Cavalry. What they were symbolizing was, Prince Harrison suddenly turned to look at Colin, and saw this Viscount Angley give him an enigmatic smile. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask the question in his heart, but he realized that he did not know where to start. Suddenly, this prince of the empire felt a boundless fear envelop him, and he could not help but tremble. The colorful glass reflected the charming light and shadows. The statues of the 7 first-generation holy knights stood on both sides of the palace, watching the people in the hall. The nobles of the Empire of Radiance who came to watch the ceremony gathered together with solemn expressions. In the melodious sound of the bell, Prince Harrison strode into the hall with his head held high. Cheers rose from all directions. His Holiness Pope Gregory was holding the crown that symbolized the supreme power of the empire. He was standing on the left side of the throne, quietly watching Prince Harrison. An extreme desire that came from the depths of his heart made Prince Harrison unable to help but slightly quicken his pace. Arriving in front of Pope Gregory, Prince Harrison knelt down on one knee, waiting for his own coronation. However, as time passed, Pope Gregory didn't place the crown on Prince Harrison's head. The hall suddenly quieted down. Prince Harrison raised his head in confusion, only to see Pope Gregory's emotionless eyes. "Your Highness?" Prince Harrison called out softly. Pope Gregory finally spoke, but his tone was extremely cold. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. The Lord needs a new shepherd." Boom. Prince Harrison suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. His whole body froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. The sound in his ears suddenly disappeared, and Pope Gregory's figure seemed to be getting farther and farther away. He suddenly reached out with both hands, trying to grab the crown, but it was empty. Pope Gregory's face also became blurry, and in the end, it turned into Colin Angeli's appearance. Prince Harrison opened his mouth to shout, but he found that he couldn't make a sound. At some point, a whip suddenly appeared in his hand. Prince Harrison lowered his head and found that his luxurious clothes had turned into a shabby military uniform. Moreover, it was the uniform of the Eastern Army's Heavenly Horse Legion. Prince Harrison suddenly turned around and found that he was surrounded by a group of emaciated Eastern Army soldiers. Their eyes flashed with the flames of anger, and they were approaching him step by step. "Why won't you give us food? Are you really nobler than us? What right do you have to enslave us?" Fear instantly shrouded Prince Harrison. He tried to put up a strong front and waved his whip, trying to scare off the Eastern Army soldiers in front of him. However, such a threat was of little use. Roaring, these Eastern border soldiers charged at Prince Harrison like a pack of wild beasts. "Ah!" Prince Harrison let out a cry of despair. Then, he realized that his body was falling rapidly. When he turned around, he saw an endless abyss of darkness behind him. "Harrison, Harrison?" Hearing his mother's voice, Prince Harrison finally woke up from his nightmare. He sat up abruptly and panted heavily. Only then did he realize that his body was drenched in cold sweat. Queen Medela wiped her son's pale face with a silk handkerchief and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Nightmares?" Prince Harrison nodded. The fear in his eyes had yet to fade. "What nightmare scared you so much?" Prince Harrison hesitated for a moment before recounting his nightmare, as well as what Colin had said to him at the top of the city wall. After he finished speaking, Prince Harrison looked at Queen Medela, who was frowning, and asked anxiously, "What's the matter, Mother? Are we nobles like those overseers outside Silvery Moon City? Just tools chosen by God to enslave our own kind?" Queen Medela wanted to refute, but for a moment, she found that she could not find a valid reason. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, "What do you think?" Prince Harrison struggled for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "I think, why does the Emperor of the San Lorenzo family have to accept the Pope's coronation?" Queen Medela sighed in her heart. She suddenly realized that Colin had succeeded. He had successfully provoked Prince Harrison's fear of the church. This should be the other party's revenge. When Queen Medela had tried to sow discord between Queen Aisha and Colin, Colin had returned the favor and successfully sowed discord between Prince Harrison and the church. Looking at her son's pale face and sharp eyes, Queen Medela suddenly felt a headache coming on. The struggle between theocracy and monarchy was nothing new in the history of the Empire of Light. But those emperors who had tried to challenge the authority of the church had all met with tragic ends. Harrison, do you know? There was once an emperor of the San Lorenzo family who had the same idea as you. At his coronation ceremony, he did not invite the Pope, but had his own queen crown him instead. Prince Harrison's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, what happened after that? After that, the Pope issued an edict to depose the emperor of his church, and to remove his subjects from their oath of loyalty to him. Prince Harrison immediately became nervous. Could it be that because of the Pope's edict, the subjects of the empire were no longer willing to be loyal to the emperor? Yes, the dukes of the four territories declared at almost the same time that if the emperor could not obtain the Pope's forgiveness, they would no longer recognize him as the emperor. Prince Harrison's face instantly turned pale, and the light in his eyes disappeared. After a while, he opened his mouth again and asked in a small voice, what happened after that? The emperor, who had become the target of public criticism, had no choice but to beg for the Pope's forgiveness. On a snowy night, the emperor climbed the holy mountain barefooted and knelt in front of the Cathedral of Light for 3 days and 3 nights before he finally saw the Pope. The once proud emperor could only crawl before the Pope, spread his arms, his body in the shape of a cross, and repent for his crimes with tears and snot running down his face. The Pope used a thorny vine to whip the emperor 10 times on the back and sternly reprimanded the emperor for his crimes. After humiliating this queen consort of the mortal world, the Pope announced that he was pardoning the emperor of his crimes, restoring his church records, and agreeing to crown him. Hearing this, Prince Harrison couldn't help but tremble. The scene from his nightmare appeared before his eyes again, making him feel a suffocating fear. Empress Medela cupped her son's pale cheeks with both hands and forced him to look into her eyes. So, Harrison, before you have absolute confidence, do not show any disrespect to the gods, not even the slightest bit, she said solemnly. Prince Harrison's expression was one of struggle as he said painfully, Mother, can we only be the tools of God? Just like those supervisors outside the city, we can be abandoned and slaughtered at any time. Harrison, that was Viscount Angley deliberately misleading you. How can we nobles be as weak as those supervisors? No matter how the commoners make a fuss, they will not be able to shake our rule. No, this is not a question of whether or not our rule can be shaken. Viscount Angley is right. As long as we are concerned about whether or not the commoners can defeat the nobles, we will fall into the church's trap. The church does not care who wins or loses. They only want a qualified tool to rule. If the San Lorenzo family is unable to control the situation of the empire, then they can choose a new royal family, unless we unite and rebel against that high and mighty. Shut up. Empress Medela suddenly stopped Prince Harrison's nonsense with a stern voice. Pulling her son's face closer to hers, Empress Medela warned with a gloomy expression, Rebel? Harrison, do you think that even if those eastern captives and supervisors outside the city unite, they can really resist the Black Cavalry? Prince Harrison shook his head with a pained expression. Empress Medela sighed, so, don't think about these dangerous thoughts anymore. Go to sleep. You are the first heir of the San Lorenzo family. As long as you do not do evil, what reason does the Pope have to refuse to crown you? Prince Harrison hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say it. He lowered his eyes and nodded obediently, Yes, Mother, I understand. That's good. Go to sleep. Yes. Looking at her son who had fallen asleep again, Empress Medela's beautiful brows furrowed tighter and tighter. After a long while, she extinguished the magic lamp and walked out. There were no stars in the sky tonight. Only a silver moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling its cold light on the world. Colin's young face suddenly appeared in Empress Medela's mind. Then, an elusive smile crept onto her lips. Garcia, is he your choice? Silvermoon City returned to its usual bustling state, as if the coup and bloody battle had never happened. However, observant people could sense a different aura from the half-elves. It was as if they were a completely different race. Lawrence Ullman sensed this change. As the eldest son of the Oman family and the first in line to inherit the title of Earl, Lawrence Viscounts had visited Silvermoon City a few times. Back then, when the half-elves saw him, they bowed very low, unlike now. Although they were still respectful, they were neither servile nor overbearing. My apologies, Lord Viscounts. Our company's food has all been pre-ordered by the Angeli family. The Angeli family again. Viscount Lawrence was depressed. He had visited all the big and small companies in Silvermoon City these few days, only to find that the Angeli family had beaten him to it. Thinking of the half-elven nobles he had visited before, and how they had kept a respectful distance from him, Viscount Lawrence rubbed his chin and sighed. Colin Angeli, the true owner of Silvermoon City? Lord Viscounts, there is a man outside who claims to be the eldest son of Earl Oman, Lawrence Viscounts, requesting to see you. Colin was stunned. He had not expected to meet someone from the Oman family in Silvermoon City. After thinking for a while, he casually gestured for the man to enter. Viscount Lawrence was a handsome and elegant young man in his 20s. He had a pair of wine-red eyes like his father, Earl Oman. He had an impeccable smile on his face, and his every move was refined and courteous. He indeed had the bearing of an earl's eldest son. However, Colin did not like him. He had never forgotten that the Oman family was highly suspected of plotting to assassinate him. Of course, on the surface, Colin pretended to be friendly. Lord Viscount Lawrence, welcome to Silvermoon City. Lord Viscount Angeli, thank you for your hospitality. My father has always said that you are a military genius, but I didn't expect it to be proven so quickly. In the Battle of Silvermoon City, your glorious feat of defeating the Eastern Border's Pegasus Legion with the remnants of the Black Cavalry and the half-elven Silvermoon Guard has spread throughout the northern frontier. Countless bards are singing your name. Viscount Lawrence's words of praise came out of his mouth with a sincere smile on his handsome face. Even though he knew that it was just polite words, it still made the person being praised feel his sincerity. You flatter me. In the Battle of Silvermoon City, it was mainly due to the bravery of the soldiers. I really didn't contribute much. Colin smiled and invited the other party to sit at the round table. He then asked the maid to bring them coffee. Viscount Lawrence sipped his coffee while looking at the decorations in the hall. He seemed to be deeply attracted by the murals and sculptures. After a while, he revealed a satisfied smile, as if he had obtained great satisfaction from appreciating them. Colin didn't have such appreciation ability. In his opinion, these famous paintings and sculptures might as well be exchanged for gold coins. May I know why Lord Lawrence has come to Silvermoon City? If there's anything I can help with, please feel free to tell me. Actually, it's like this. I'm sure you've already heard that the northern frontier is currently experiencing a famine. The Oman family's territory is no exception. That's why my father sent me to Silvermoon City this time to buy some food back to solve the urgent situation. However, I've been to all the large merchant guilds in Silvermoon City these past few days, and I've discovered that you've already bought all the food in advance. That's why I've shamelessly come here to buy some food from you. Colin put down his coffee cup and purposely put on a troubled expression. I see. Actually, I'm very willing to help the Oman family. After all, our families are related by marriage. However, the shortage of food in the Angeli family's territory is indeed a little too great. Even with the current food reserves in Silvermoon City, it's barely enough, so. Hearing Colin's excuses, Viscount Lawrence maintained a smile on his face, but he was already cursing in his heart. The half-elven kingdom's agricultural standards were renowned, and Silvermoon City had always been known as the Empire's granary. The food produced by the half-elven kingdom was more than enough to supply half of the northern frontier. Now, he was saying that it was barely enough to supply one Viscount's territory. Who was he trying to fool? Lord Viscounts, I can understand your difficulties. However, the Oman family does need help now. How about this? As long as you're willing to sell some of your food to us, I'll accept any price. Colin was overjoyed. I've been waiting for you to say that. He'd monopolized the food in Silvermoon City this time. Apart from supplying the Viscount's territory, he'd planned to sell the rest to make a fortune. Now that someone had come knocking on his door, of course he wouldn't be polite. Ahem, you're being too polite. Since the Oman family is so lacking in food, of course I won't leave them in the lurch. However, I won't take advantage of them either. I'll sell it to you according to the market price. Thank you, Lord Viscounts. Viscount Lawrence hurriedly expressed his gratitude. However, he understood that the so-called market price was definitely not the market price in Silvermoon City, but the market price in the northern frontier. However, the price of food in the northern frontier had already skyrocketed. How dare he say that he won't take advantage of them? Colin slowly raised his coffee cup and smiled. I'll arrange for someone to contact you. You can discuss the details of the deal with him. All right. Viscount Lawrence had no choice but to nod in agreement. Then, he asked, Lord Viscounts, may I ask when you'll return to the northern frontier? Tomorrow is Queen Aisha's coronation. I plan to return after attending the ceremony. Viscount Lawrence didn't seem surprised by this. He only smiled and reminded, Lord Viscounts, the northern frontier hasn't been too peaceful recently. Please be careful when you return. Colin's lips curled into a cold smile. With the black cavalry escorting me, I'd like to see who has the guts to do anything to me. Ah, that's right. I was overthinking. Viscount Lawrence smacked his head and laughed. After taking a sip of coffee, Viscount Lawrence spoke again. Lord Viscounts, I wonder if you've heard of a rumor circulating in the northern frontier recently? What rumor? The rumor says that the famine in the northern frontier is actually due to a plan by the Duke of St. Hilda. Colin's heart skipped a beat as he understood. However, he didn't show it on his face as he asked, what plan? When the trolls broke through the northern frontier's defense line and invaded the hinterland of the northern frontier, it was actually a show put on by the Duke. The goal was to numb the trolls and lure them out, thus giving the Black Cavalry a chance to win. Colin drank his coffee in silence, cursing in his heart. Wasn't this the plan that your old man, Count Oman, first proposed? Why are you trying to push the blame to the Duke of St. Hilda now? Didn't you say that it was a rumor? That probably doesn't have much credibility. That's right. However, if this rumor is true, then Lord Viscounts, do you think the Duke of St. Hilda is responsible for this famine? Colin blinked. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said with a solemn expression, if it's true, then the Duke of St. Hilda should indeed be responsible. Hearing Colin's answer, Viscount Lawrence finally revealed a sincere smile. The two then chatted for a while before Viscount Lawrence took his leave. Looking at the back view of the other party gradually disappearing, Colin could already confirm that a storm was about to engulf the northern frontier. Vera? Are you okay? Colin looked at the girl in front of him with a worried face and asked gently. He had just confessed everything to Vera, including the fact that Marquis Garcia was her biological father, the conflict between her adoptive father and her biological father, the reason why the Duke of St. Hilda married her off to the half-elf kingdom, and the possible conspiracy behind it, because Marquis Garcia was captured in the Shadow Canyon and the time to return to the northern frontier was just around the corner. Colin could no longer hide these things. He did not want Vera to return to Coldwinter City in a daze and return to the side of her adoptive father who harbored evil intentions towards her. As for the ban on Marquis Garcia, he could only say that it was an emergency. He believed that even if he knew about it in the future, he would understand Colin's difficulties. However, such a cruel and ugly reality was still somewhat difficult for Vera to accept. At this time, she was staring at the ground in a daze. Her eyes were completely out of focus and her body was motionless, as if she had become a sculpture. Colin sighed, held the girl's cold hands, and spoke again. I have already sent an envoy to the eastern region to discuss the matter of Marquis Garcia's redemption with Marquis Vincent. When your biological father returns safely, if you still have any questions, you can ask him personally. Vera still did not speak, and she seemed to be in a daze. Knock knock. Hearing the knocking sound, Colin asked impatiently, what is it? Lord Viscounts, Miss Vera, His Majesty's coronation ceremony is about to begin. Okay, we will be there soon. Colin pinched Vera's chin, turned her gaze to him, and said, I know these things are hard to accept at the moment, but now is not the time to grieve. The northern frontier is about to face a storm, and I must return as soon as possible. And you should return to Ice Stone City with me. No. Vera finally opened her mouth. Her voice had become extremely hoarse. No? Colin frowned. Do you want to return to Winter Castle? Vera shook her head again. I don't want to go back to the northern frontier now. At the very least, I don't want to go back to the northern frontier until I see my biological father and ask him the whole story. Colin wanted to persuade Vera to stay in Silvermoon City, but on second thought, he felt that it was not a bad idea to let Vera stay in Silvermoon City. All right then. Why don't you stay in Silvermoon City? Queen Aisha will take good care of you. Furthermore, when we exchange prisoners in the future, the location will most likely be between the two territories. You can wait for Marquis Garcia in Silvermoon City. Dara nodded her head and accepted the arrangement. Colin heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to attend the Queen's coronation. However, as soon as he got up, he realized that Vera was hugging him from behind. I'm sorry, Colin. I need some time. Colin slowly turned around and hugged the girl tightly in his arms. He comforted her. It's okay. I understand. Thank you. Dara gently pushed Colin away. You should go to the coronation ceremony. Don't be late. Are you really not going? No. Please apologize to Her Majesty for me. Okay. Colin held the girl's face and kissed her gently. He then turned around and left. Aisha Miller, today, in the name of the holy ancestors of the San Lorenzo family, I crown you. May the Supreme God of Light bless you so that you will not be violated in the future. May the God of Light guide you on the way forward and sweep away all obstacles in your way. You should take pity on your people and ensure their livelihood. You should respect your vassals and give them glory. You should protect the reputation of the half-elven kingdom so that it will not be covered in dust. Please remember that you are the Lord of Silvermoon City, the king of the half-elves, and a loyal vassal of the San Lorenzo family. May you live up to the expectations of the half-elves, the trust of His Majesty the Emperor, and the glory of the God of Light. Half-elven palace, inside the palace hall. Prince Harrison was wearing a golden robe and holding the half-elven crown in his hand. He had a solemn expression as he recited a lengthy prayer. His face was very pale, and he looked a little dispirited. It seemed that he had not been resting well recently. When Colin saw this scene, he could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He knew that he had successfully planted a seed of hatred in Prince Harrison's young heart. It was just waiting for the day when it would blossom and bear fruit and give the San Lorenzo family a surprise. As he thought of this, Colin could not help but look at Queen Medela, who was standing next to Harrison. This beautiful queen, whose facial features were quite similar to Vera, was actually looking at Colin at this moment. When their eyes met, Colin immediately put on a perfect smile and nodded at the other party. Empress Medela smiled as well. Her large, watery eyes stared unblinkingly at Colin, as if to say, "Young man, you have successfully attracted my attention." At this moment, Harrison finally placed the half-elven crown on Aisha's head. When the crowned half-elven queen stood up and faced the crowd, all the half-elven nobles present drew their swords and knelt on one knee, swearing, "My queen, I swear to be loyal to you from today until eternity." Queen Aisha lifted the hem of her dress and returned the bow to her vassals. Then the queen personally conferred the title of 4 knights, who were respectively her sword-bearer, bow-bearer, shield-bearer, and horse-bearer. Without exception, these knights were all members of the Miller family. From now on, they would accompany Queen Aisha and become her guardian knights. At this point, the coronation ceremony was officially over. Queen Aisha, wearing the half-elven crown on her head, left the hall surrounded by the crowd. She would host a banquet in the banquet hall to entertain the San Lorenzo royal family and the nobles who came to watch the ceremony. The sky was getting dark, and the lanterns were lit. On the floor of the banquet hall, which was paved with red paulownia wood, there were 3 long square tables filled with all kinds of delicious wine and food. Cream salmon pie, honey pine nut cake, smoked salmon salad, and the royal family's collection of champagne. Half-elven maids in colorful clothes stood like statues beside the long tables, ready to serve the guests who came to eat at any time. Unfortunately, there were not many guests who came to patronize, and even if they did, it was just a taste. When Colin walked into the hall alone, the banquet had not officially begun. He went straight to the long table, ignored the delicious food on the table, and went straight to his target, the deer blood wine. According to common sense, deer blood wine would not be served on the table in such a formal occasion, but obviously, this bottle of deer blood wine was specially prepared by Queen Aisha. At this time, a mature and lazy voice suddenly sounded, "Sir Viscounts, do you want some lemon?" Colin turned around and saw the main character of today's banquet, Queen Aisha, standing behind him. She wore a fiery red gauze dress and wore a half-elven crown on her golden hair. The bright smile on her face seemed to make the crystal magic lamps dim. "Okay." Colin smiled, understanding that the queen wanted to help him cover his scent, so he accepted her kindness. Oh right, Vera is not willing to return to Ice Stone City with me. She wants to stay in Silvermoon City and wait for Marquis Garcia, so I hope you can help me look after her. No problem, it would be my pleasure. Okay, remember, do not let her return to chilly Winter City, even if the Duke of St. Hilda sends people to rush her. I understand. At this time, there was a commotion at the entrance of the hall. Colin looked up and saw Queen Medela walking in with Prince Harrison. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but Queen Medela also wore a fiery red dress, revealing her slender arms and a large part of her smooth back. As she walked, her slender waist swayed gracefully, attracting the attention of all the nobles and gentlemen. Queen Aisha hurried forward to welcome them. Melodious music sounded, and the banquet officially began. End of chapter 162. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.